Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our unique section Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see what if Harry become the most dangerous king of all time. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. On his ruthless path to the throne, Harry Dursley uncovers centuries-old treachery and conspiracies that will change the wizarding world forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry Dursley was comfortably enjoying his last winning streak at Pool of Radiance when it happened. He was sitting at his desk, the top of the line PC in front of him churning out the pixelated images of the game, when a small click was heard. He wasn't actually expecting something to happen. Truth be told, he would have probably been better off with nothing happening at all, but life is life, you can't control it. Just like he could not control his hair, a polished black color, kept under attention through the use of so much gel that it clearly wasn't healthy to touch it after sticking it together. Super glue was probably the only thing that might have worked in keeping his hair still, and that was after 3 to 4 hours in a hard and fierce battle with the tendrils of doom. His eyes were a striking green color, so much like those of his mother, his biological mother. His surname changed to Dursley a few years after his mother's sister and her husband, after the accident that had orphaned him, took him in. He was grateful to them for it. When they had sat down and told him that his real family had died in a car accident, because of a drunken truck driver, he had been angry at first. They had reassured him that day, Petunia holding him as he cried. They loved him as their own child, and everything was going to be the same as it had always been. Vernon Dursley worked at a perfectly normal company called Grunnings, a drill manufacturer, and Petunia Dursley was the most stereotypical housewife there could ever be. They lived in a perfectly clean and average household that had a perfectly trimmed and neat garden, with normal neighbors and friendly kids. The only thing slightly less normal was that he was their adopted son instead of their real one. His full name was Harry James Dursley, but except for that, he was a perfectly normal, soon to be 11 years old, boy. Maybe he played a bit too much with his computer, but he also read books and watched television, and did his homework. The event that happened shattered normality. That by itself was more than enough of a reason for Harry to hate it with unyielding fury and scorn, if he actually could muster said emotions at age 11. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but it wasn't like he had thrown his head against the wall either. He was average. Completely and utterly in all definitions of the word. So when the event happened, he reacted in the most normal way ever. He called his parents. Mom. Dad. The boy yelled. He stood up from his seat and ran downstairs, to the kitchen where his mother was stirring the broth for dinner and his father was reading the newspaper. Come quick. There's an owl in my room. Said exclamation was probably not what his parents were expecting, but Petunia merely sighed, her shoulders slumping. Petunia looked at Harry coming down the stairs, and frowned, pursing her lips together in a tightly controlled scowl. He looked at his mother with surprise, but ignored the reaction when his father spoke. Better call animal protection. Vernon's thoughts raced as he stood up from his seat, folding the newspaper. The recent article concerning America's politics was all but rubbish, but an owl was far worse. First, though, I'll try and get it out of the house. Since when are there owls at Privet Drive? The man was disbelieving, but he trusted his son to tell the truth. If he said there was an owl in his room, then it had probably entered from an open window. Must be the global warming. Sends migratory birds, senses haywire probably. He, of course, didn't know that owls were anything but migratory. It was, however, a perfectly normal suggestion. You closed the window, Harry? He asked as he began to climb upstairs. No, Dad. Do you think she flew out already? Better hope it. Your mother's going to throw a fit if she has to clean your room again. He shivered, as did Harry. Petunia and cleaning were some sort of compulsory symbiotic relation. Where there was cleaning there was Petunia, and vice versa. The springtime cleaning was the most dreaded event in the entire household. To fight it off, both he and his father would grab their fishing rods and ride off towards a nearby lake, camping out in the air, fighting off bears far better than having to live in the same house as Mrs. Dursley during springtime cleaning. If the duo had tried to be more reasonable, they would have realized by then that Petunia Dursley hadn't actually been the first in line to screech at the event. In truth, she had been perfectly quiet, her shoulders slightly tensed as she sat down on the nearby chair in the kitchen, waiting for the noise to reach her ears. It took a moment, but soon the woman heard the rumbling noise of feet stomping on wood. Vernon and Harry, both running like thieves caught in the act, appeared in her view, pursued downstairs by a majestic brown owl, which landed with a soft thud on the table. In front of her now stood the twin golden orbs of the owl, which looked at her with the usual mocking glare typical of said animal. The animal seemed intelligent enough to fly to the calmest member of the household, because, clearly, she was the most apt at dealing with the event. Vernon and Harry stood in a corner, eyeing the scene that was now playing in front of them. On one side, Petunia was merely sporting a tight frown, her eyes fixed with those of the owl in question, one of those big owls used for props in films, which just seems to have a name like Barnabas or Gruff. In turn, the owl was examining the woman with a bit of boredom, before it slowly morphed into a slightly nervous anger as the creature hooted. He was here to deliver a message, so why was the woman, whom the message was addressed to, reluctant to take it? Harry, Petunia pointed out, no murdering owls. Sheepishly, the boy put the cane from Grandfather Dursley back in the cluttered cupboard. He had wanted something useful to knock the owl out. The owl hooted once, his golden eyes narrowing on Petunia, who returned a nervous sneer. Fine, she muttered, rolling her eyes, hand it over. Two cheerful hoots escaped the owl's beak, and the owl's face seemed to morph into a happy one, as much as an owl could display such emotions, before dropping from one of his wings a letter. A few clacks of the beak later, the owl flew over to the top of the fridge to wait. My lovely flower, there's an owl nesting on our fridge. Vernon's statement was all that it took to make Petunia gather enough courage to open the letter and start reading it. Quietly, the two males of the household looked towards the housewife, ignoring the fact that the broth was probably going to end up spoiled if nobody was going to stir it. Her face began to pale, her lips to compress like she had just been drinking the sourest of lemos, and there was some sort of fury in her eyes that reminded Vernon of that time she had thought he was cheating on her. He hadn't walked straight for 5 days afterwards. Harry James Dursley, Petunia hissed, go to your room. Mom, he queried, only for her to snap back outright. Now, Harry didn't need to be told again. With a jolt he was already running upstairs, closing the door behind him as fast as he could. Taking quick breaths to regain his cool, he waited for the eventual raising of voices that followed the usual fight between his mother and his father. The problem was that neither of the two actually began to yell. It was time for dinner when his mother entered his room, quietly followed by his father, looking like they had eaten something disgusting. Petunia was fidgeting with her hands, while Vernon was positively red from the effort of keeping his rage contained. Harry, Petunia began slowly, you will not be going to Smeltings this year. Mom, the boy asked, perplexed. What was this about? They had been positively thrilled that he had grades that were more than good enough for his acceptance to such a prestigious, nearby, easy to graduate from school, that telling him he wouldn't be going was leaving him speechless. Harry, you know we love you no matter what, Petunia kept on saying, but the words simply didn't want to come, and Petunia began to sob in her handkerchief. It was Vernon who spoke in her place. Well, boy, Vernon breathed slowly. It appears you're a wizard. What? A wizard? Repeat that. A wizard. 1st of April is already past, father. Harry, it's true. Petunia hiccuped out between tears, your parents, they were both wizards. You're joking, right? This is such a funny joke, but the words died in Harry's throat, as he noticed expressions of seriousness, pity and mostly regret, in his parents' faces. You're not joking, he stated, before slumping down to sit on the chair near him. His fists clenched and loosened, as he muttered with a voice filled with disbelief, I'm magical. Well, yes. Vernon grumbled. We had our hopes you weren't, mind you, but what? He nearly screeched. I'm a wizard. What the hell does that mean? Harry James Dursley. Mind your language. Petunia snapped, seemingly having emerged from her shock at these crude terms. But if you are a wizard, Vernon added quietly, then you must know the truth about your parents. What? They were wizards too, right? They died in a car accident, no. Wait a moment, you aren't telling me they were killed by a really dark and evil wizard, Vernon spoke slowly. The man who brought you to us said his name was Voldemort. He killed your parents, and you had to be brought to safety here. Why? His throat felt constricted as the question emerged from his lips, and it was Petunia who answered. Harry, my sister married a man, your father, by the name of Potter. The wizard who brought you to us said that this Voldemort was some sort of freak magic Nazi who wanted nothing more than to kill all non-magic persons. Obviously, a lot of wizards didn't agree, and Potter was among them. You were brought to safety just in time, or he would have killed you too. It sounded so cliché. A big bad guy inherently evil because the plot said so, deciding to play the slaughterer of the family of the young dramatic hero. So is this Voldemort still at large? He asked, a sick feeling settling in his stomach. No, Petunia whispered back with a bit of relief, and some sort of happiness mixed into the words. He was finally caught and killed, and his cult disbanded. Still, you're magical. That means you will have to attend a magical school. The letter I received came from an old acquaintance, who warned me they will be coming tomorrow afternoon to pick you up and help you take care of the stuff you need to buy. So I'm going to a wizard school. He slumped his shoulders slightly, his eyes downcast as he looked with curiosity at the carpet. Don't worry, Harry, Petunia began gently. Whatever happens, you'll always be our precious little boy. With that said, the woman gently held Harry's cheeks with her hands and gave him a key on the forehead. Well, boy, at least think positive. Your biological parents apparently issued a trust fund for you to pay for your tuition. I'll try and phone the Smeltings enrollment office to get the money back, but worst comes to worst, no harm. Well, no extra harm is done. Vernon visibly put up a tight smile, trying to brighten up a situation that appeared anything but that. So I'll be a wizard, Harry murmured once more. Well, if I remember right, my sister could do this really cool magic to repair broken stuff. Petunia smiled lightly. But, Harry, I want you to promise me one thing. You want me to repair stuff that gets broken? He replied, kind of wondering why his mother's mind was always on the practical and couldn't recall magic doing anything else than repair. That too, Petunia admitted quickly, but I want you to promise me this. No matter what you will learn or do, please don't let its power get to your head. From great power comes great responsibility. He nodded sagely. Spider-Man was a life savior. Do I have your word, Harry? Of course, Mum. I'll still be me. You think I can fly with magic? He asked, now more excited, only for Petunia to sigh. I don't know. Severus will come by tomorrow to take care of your expenses. Till then, that was when the faint smell of burned food reached their nostrils, making Petunia's eyes widen. Oh my, the broth. Rushing downstairs, Petunia soon left Vernon alone with Harry. The boy looked at his father with perplexity, and the man looked back at him with a serious face. It was only a gaze, but it was all that was needed to convey a very clear message. Be good. Make me proud. For the love of God, don't make your mother worry. As his father too left, Harry turned around on his chair, closed pools of radiance and powered off the computer. He then stood and walked towards his room's fantasy books, his recently bought edition of Dungeons and Dragons, and opening up the first book on magic, he whispered to himself. Well, he muttered, cracking his fingers. Let the magic research begin. He was average, all right, but that didn't mean he had to do the stupid thing and wait for someone else to come knocking at his door to explain. He would manage this, or he no longer was Harry James Dursley. Harry paced nervously in front of the door for a moment before deciding on the stupidity of waiting an entire morning for a wizard, of all things, to knock. If half the things he had read on his shelf or at the library were to be considered true, then it was probably a miracle the wizard Nazi, Voldemort, hadn't destroyed everything. Considering most of the magic he knew about, removing the television shows that his mother insisted were just tricks, was limited to satanic rituals such as conjuring demons and devils, then maybe that wasn't quite the same magic he was going to learn. Unless his parents were secretly believers of Satan. Petunia was fussing in the kitchen, feeling the need to compulsively clean everything near her, even Vernon's face, as long as it distracted her. Vernon was instead reading his newspaper, albeit the newspaper of the day before, since the new one had been cleaned when Petunia had decided the porch needed a good scrubbing. Harry would be lying if he said he wasn't excited about the wizard that was going to come. He had tried to get more information on this Severus character, but except for him having grown up near his mother's family, he hadn't learned much more. Well, except knowing that he was some sort of self-centered narcissistic individual with greasy hair and unkempt skin. That had brought forth the question of how a narcissist could, at the same time, have unkempt skin and greasy hair. From there his mother had begun cleaning in silence. Harry half supposed she was still angry at him for having pointed out that flaw from the string of quiet curses that she had muttered. Still, his breakfast was swishing around his stomach, clearly hinting at his nervousness, and he was kind of hoping something, anything, would bring this situation to a stop. Deciding it would do him no good to stare at the door until the man appeared, Harry decided to retreat to his bedroom upstairs. Of course, it was just as he had finally reached his room that yet another owl flew by, perched outside his window, and looked at him. Is this going to be something common around here now? He asked skeptically as the owl hooted back and bobbed her head in such a way that it appeared as if she were smiling while hooting. The bird had white feathers and golden eyes. Attached to its claw was a small parchment which the owl kindly presented to him. He opened the slip of parchment without fussing and began to read it with curiosity. Hello, cousin. My name is Lillian Potter, and my mother told me you will be going off to Hogwarts, too. We'll be in the same year, and since she kind of gave me your address, I thought, why not owl him? From what I was told, you grew up with muggles, that is, people without magic, so maybe you'd like to have someone to write to and ask questions about magic. I just can't wait to hear from you. Oh right, the owl's name is Hedwig. She's such a beauty, isn't she? Just write something back and send it off with her. Don't worry, she's magical too. Write back to me soon. LP. Now, a normal individual might have queried just how an owl could fly like she had a compass inside, but there was just one thing that caught Harry's interest in the entire ordeal. He had relatives. Magic relatives. So why did they send him to the Dursleys? Better yet, why did they send him to the Dursleys when they could have dropped him off to this cousin's mother? If they didn't have space for him, which could have been kind of understandable, then why not at least try and write to him sooner? Were they waiting for him to display magic, of sorts? Unless maybe his father had a sister, or a brother. Then they married someone else and had this, Lillian. Magic Nazi came around and killed him, leaving thus only Lillian and her mother, and so of course they wouldn't have been able to care also for him. He knew what a mess of a child he had been. His mother kept on rambling about the chaos that ensued one day out of 7 in the household when he was little. Every time she was angry it kind of became a history of how she put up with him as a baby. Well, I'll grab a pen, he murmured to the owl, who hooted once more. He kind of hoped there wouldn't be gifts in the form of dead rats later on. He wasn't going to like having his mother scream at him for such disgusting atrocities. Once he found a pen, he jotted down a quick reply. Hello, I'm Harry Dursley, and yes, I want to know more about magic. Specifically, what is it? Rituals, wands, conjuring fire with the hands, spending mana, trying to access some sort of pseudo-fantasy field. And what can one do with magic? Do all wizards write with owls and parchment? Don't they use cell phones or things like that? Hope to hear from you soon. HD. Well, this was more of a note than a letter, but it would have to do. He sealed the envelope and placed it on the owl's leg. The owl purred for a second before flying off towards the sky. The world is going mad, he muttered, shaking his head, before turning to his computer. Mighty Palor, save me from those who'd wish me harm. The afternoon went by swiftly as he lost himself ravaging goblins with the PC game Pool of Radiance, and soon he was once more standing in front of the door, nervously in wait. When he heard a knock, it took all of his patience and composure not to outright unhinge the door as he pulled it open a crack. He still had to make sure of who was on the other side. A stern-looking man with dark black hair and eyes, who was dressed in a rich and tailored dark green suit with a bright green tie, stood on the stoop. That didn't help in recognizing the man as a wizard at all, considering he was holding a walking stick and appeared to be drilling a murderous gaze through the peephole of the door. Gulping nervously, Harry cautiously opened the door the rest of the way. Harry Dursley. The man's question came after a brief moment of silence in which both looked at each other's eyes with something akin to 1,000 questions being asked with one look. Harry had so many questions. Was he a teacher? A wizard? Was he here to help? Could he explain what was going on? The questions all passed through Harry's head one after the other. They all received their answers by the boy himself, in the oldest form of colloquial exchange ever to be born, that of self-countering one's own thesis in order to avoid embarrassing oneself. Yes, sir, he squeaked out, visibly embarrassed that this was the height of his communication capacity. He looked back towards the kitchen where Petunia had slowly stopped cleaning and begun to put things back in their places. I am Severus Snape. The man brought forward his right hand and Harry grabbed it with his own like a lion that was hungry for food, only in his case he didn't want to eat the hand in question. It was a wizard, for heaven's sakes. Could he read minds? Could he destroy things or cast fireballs or call forth thunderstorms? Did he have some sort of walking cane +5 of destruction somewhere? You will find that the best questions are those actually asked, Mr. Dursley, the raven-haired man remarked curtly, displaying a slightly annoyed face. Would you like to come in, sir? He finally stepped aside, having found something polite to say as he moved out of the way. Of course, Petunia. The man made a stiff and curt gesture with his head towards Harry's mother before locking his gaze with the Dursley family patriarch. Vernon. How a single word, a proper name even, could become an insult was a mystery. Still, it appeared as if Severus had mastered the art of insulting people by needing only to say their name. Harry's father's face turned beet red. Harry had no idea what might have brought forward such resentment. He wondered if it was due to some old wounds between the two. It was Petunia who stopped the argument from becoming something more unpleasant. Please, she muttered, her lips thinly pressed one against the other as if she had just swallowed a sour lemon. Let bygones be bygones. Severus, would you like a cup of tea? Her voice betrayed the hidden dread. She didn't want a fight in the middle of the hallway, but she certainly did her worst to hide the lingering fear that the wizard could use his magic against Vernon. Harry waited, his breath stuck deep within his throat, hoping that nothing came to pass from the confrontation that clearly held deep roots. The silence stretched uncomfortably for a couple of minutes, though it seemed like hours, before being broken by Snape with a shake of his head. I will be bringing your son to Diagon Alley to buy what he needs for Hogwarts. He will be back before dinner. With that, he turned and eyed Harry with a barely concealed glare. Do be quick in following me. The man walked outside without another word and stood on the sidewalk, waiting for Harry to follow. He looked to his parents for comfort, but while his father grumbled curses and his mother looked at him worriedly before her eyes darted towards Severus, the silent plea was for him to follow the man. So follow he did after grabbing his coat and putting on his gloves. Grab a hold of my walking stick, Severus said dryly and pushed the walking stick towards Harry. I don't have all day, Mr. Dursley, he added as soon as he saw that Harry didn't appear to be obeying. Harry thought for a moment, before finally complying and grabbing a hold of the stick. The next moment a strange tweezing sensation encompassed the entire frame of his body, before loud, sickening pops echoed loudly in his ears. Finally, he hurled and twisted before landing with a sickening thud on the cold ground of an alley. The first apparition is always the most problematic, Snape stated with a bemused tone, because he couldn't be a bit helpful. Teleportation beeps, Harry hissed as he slowly stood back up, earning himself a raised eyebrow from Severus. What the hell did my father do to you? I can't believe you didn't do this on purpose. You nearly. Language, Mr. Dursley, language, Severus remarked, looking straight at him before slightly turning and starting to walk once more. The alley appeared to be a veritable crowded mess of people, but as Harry followed in fear of losing his sole guide in the place he found himself realizing how much was different from a normal crowded alley. Everyone was clad in robes or frills, long, wide and conical hats, or ankle-length gowns. Many looked like having curtains in place of sleeves, while walking sticks seemed as fashionable as monocles and colorful hats. There were a wide variety of things, strange things, that made his throat itch in curiosity. He had so many questions he wanted to ask, but he thought better than to do so. There was just something in the way Severus barely tolerated his presence that made him decide against asking. Sure, the best questions are those asked, but the better ones are those which you answer by yourself. They walked in front of a few shops of amenities, Harry's eyes setting with awe upon each and every product. There was a broomstick that seemed to be stuck in midair, with a colorful advert calling it a baby broom. Is that a floating broom? Yes, it is, he thought to himself. They passed by a bright pink-colored shop, with golden and red hearts painted on its sides. Various filters and concoctions stood for display, some still fuming. Are those love potions? The label says so. Nearing the end of the alley, they arrived in front of a massive silver door. The few steps that separated them from the door made him the most nervous. There was just this air of seriousness and of judgment on the bank's facade that it made it difficult to breathe. This bank is called Gringotts. It seems our destination. He carefully avoided making his curiosity known concerning the race of the two tin cans standing on guard outside of the bank. He had half an idea of asking if someone had seen a dwarven defender being all canny with them, but refrained. The small smile on his lips remained, however, and he had to stifle a giggle that threatened to escape his throat. It would have been a nervous bout of laughter, and he didn't want to show fear. Sharks felt fear, and whatever race the things belonged to, they probably held shark ancestry to begin with. He didn't need knowledge of magic or wizardry to know that these things were goblins, he just needed the monster manual. Small, grumpy, and with strange ears and a strange skin color, unless they actually were dwarves. In which case he just hoped they'd understand that dwarves referred to bearded persons fighting off orcs and Sauron's lackeys. We would like to access Mr. Harry Dursley's trust fund for the first year of school. Severus' hand reached within his other sleeve, removing a small golden key. He handed it to the goblin or dwarf, who took it with a sneer. That sneer appeared to be some sort of genetic trait, since a quick look around revealed it was the very same face most of the other goblins wore. Someone had forgotten to randomize the facial expressions. He once more stifled a grim chuckle. The goblin disappeared behind a pair of heavy steel doors before marching back in a few moments later with a small metallic box. Opening it straight in front of them, 2 small pouches were produced. Here you go. 100 galleons, 57 sickles, and 89 nuts. The galleons are set apart from the rest. Severus merely nodded, grabbed both pouches, and handed them over to Harry, who took them with a mixture of perplexity and nervousness. Hold on to them, boy, the man muttered while taking back the key and making it disappear into his sleeve once more. Now, follow me, we are going to get you a wand. With those words, was it normal for him to feel the pure unwashed feeling of dread loom over his soul? Maybe he still had time to make a run for it. If only he knew where he was and how to disappear, that is. If only. He vowed to himself quietly, as he followed the quickly walking man that was his guide, that he would never, ever, end up in a situation like that again without at least an escape route ready. His heart wouldn't be able to take any of this a second time. Mr. Ollivander was the only wand maker in Diagon Alley, and also the only official wand seller of all of Great Britain's wizards and sorceresses. Harry hadn't asked why a wand was needed, but he could accurately pinpoint that this type of magic was something of the sorts of the abracadabra variety, with the need for a wand. It kind of made sense since the magic wand type was the oldest known. The man was tall and lean, looking with curiosity at the boy's arrival before mumbling something incoherent about strangeness and bizarreness in the magic around. Nevertheless, he moved closer to Harry with a meter roll and made a small sincere smile. Mr. Snape, 13 3/4 of an inch, birch with a core of dragon heartstring, the man stated while looking at the boy's guide before turning his full attention towards Harry. Your wand hand. The right. He hesitated. He wrote with his right hand, so it was probably a good assumption that he'd use the same hand. Ollivander merely nodded curtly before starting to measure Harry's arm length and then heading off to grab an object that looked like a shoebox that instead contained a wand. The strange wand seller took the wand from the box and passed it to Harry. Please hold onto it and try to move it. For once, Harry felt kind of silly in grabbing the handle of the wand and starting to wave it around, considering that nothing happened. Ollivander took it back and moved once more to get another box. This process repeated itself a couple of times, until in the end, the man narrowed his eyes for but a second before murmuring to himself. Could it be? Wait here a second, Mr. Dursley. With that said, he headed off towards the back of the store and returned a couple of minutes later with a simple-looking 14-inch wand made of black wood. Slowly, Harry grabbed the hilt of the wand, and something, deep within it, stirred and moved cautiously around. Somehow, strange sparks of a dark blue color erupted from the tip of the wand, and that made Ollivander smile slightly. How curious, I thought I'd never sell this wand, and here I am mistaken. He added, 14 inches, Gaboon ebony, with a magical core made from the shroud of a Dementor tied together by thestral hair. If there was a dark wand to be called such, this would be it. He spoke slowly, and with those words, Harry felt a lump form in the back of his stomach. A dark wand. Well, it was a polished jet black color, but the way it was told, it appeared it meant something else. Oh, do not worry, Ollivander added, looking at the boy with a light grin. I have sold wands made of unicorn hair to people who became the cruelest of wizards, and cores of darkness that were used for the greater good. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Dursley, but it is the wizard that chooses how to use the wand. The old topic of, you are what you decide to be, wasn't lost to his ears. A lot of games hinged on that plot, but still he'd better keep what Ollivander told him secret. It wouldn't make for a good conversation starter, saying that his wand was made of strange and dark stuff. It will be 7 galleons, the man added a few moments later, and as Harry paid him, Ollivander whispered a final warning. To be able to use such a wand, Mr. Dursley, you must be determined. Gaboon ebony is a strong-willed type of wood, and due to its size and core, it will not take well to weak-willed individuals. The Dementor shroud is a rarely, if ever, used type of core, but it is the one you resonate the most with. Maybe you had an encounter with one. In any event, the thestral hair is tricky too. You will have a hard time with that wand, Mr. Dursley, but any spell you will master will be something to gape at. I think I understand, he replied, albeit having no clue at all of what the man was talking about. Did wands have wills too? Was that going to mean that he had to be careful of the walls because everything was alive? I doubt you do, Mr. Dursley, I doubt you do. The wand maker murmured, many do not understand what I tell them until later. Still, I've held you long enough. The wand, while important, is not the only thing that makes a wizard. With those words, Severus took the cue to pay for the wand. The dark-haired man had been in a corner, interested in wand holders. The gaze the professor gave Harry, however, made the boy believe he had heard Ollivander's description of his wand. Afterwards, Snape excused them, and the rest of the visit to Diagon Alley passed briskly. So fast, in fact, that Harry didn't even have the time to mull over the thoughts of what the man had told him. Him, destined for greatness. He wasn't actually great. As if he'd probably end up average, as always. I suggest you start reading your schoolbooks now. Severus finally decided to speak as the two were headed towards the end of the alley. You will find that the potion master of Hogwarts is a demanding individual. Yes, sir, he replied before finally gathering the courage to ask the following question. Sir, what are the lessons about at Hogwarts? Severus raised an eyebrow before replying curtly. There is potions, defense against the dark arts, charms, transfiguration, history of magic, herbology, the worthless course that is flying, and astronomy, Mr. Dursley. Flying? He asked, vividly interested in the nearly last one, considering the man held it to such distaste. Indeed. On broomsticks. Quidditch is a practiced sport at Hogwarts, but I will not explain to you the rules of such a barbaric game. Well, someone appeared to be the anti-sports type. Somehow Harry could relate to that too. Why go outside and waste your time when you can do more constructive things inside? Like playing with the computer or reading comics. I understand, sir, he replied quietly. The silence around the two stretched uncomfortably for quite a long time, until they finally reached the end of the alley, where Severus once more asked him to grab the walking cane. A few seconds later, they were gone, back to the front door of Privet Drive. The stuff Harry had bought had all been shrunk down to merely the size of a card box and was simply within a normal-looking pouch. "Mr. Dursley, we will see each other again at Hogwarts, remember my words." With that curt salute, the man disappeared into nothingness. So teleportation. Wizards can teleport, he muttered before shaking his head. Maybe I should try and use the Dungeon and Dragons spell book, who knows, might even work. Harry rang the doorbell and then waited for a few minutes. By the time his mother came to the door and opened it, he was already half fantasizing about the things he could do. Once he hit the road of magic, the second question that subtly pushed itself forward was but one and one alone. Would he excel at it, or would he keep on being average? He had his answer ready, as he kept a terribly enormous grin on his face while moving upstairs, after a quick relay of how the day had gone. Opening the potions book proved to be easy. The tome appeared to have been handwritten, with a quill nonetheless considering the ink stains. The first few pages were the usual boring things concerning the need of precautions, the correct usage of a copper cauldron, and the type of gloves they had to have when cleaning the cauldron's interior. He had until the 1st of September after all. He would learn, and maybe, for once, he'd be something other than average. At the 5th page, however, the determination he had shown began to waver. Deciding to stop for a quick break, he pushed the button of his computer to turn it on. The next instant, static was all that his monitor showed, forcing him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He pushed the power button again to turn the computer off and then pushed it once more to turn it on. The static remained, and so he stood up from his chair, trying to get the computer manual. As he moved farther away, the static disappeared only to be replaced by the loading screen of Windows. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, since it was actually kind of like what happened with magnets. Harry moved closer, and the static returned. So he moved backwards, and the static left. Looking down to his pouch, considering that was the only thing different, he dropped it on his bed and then moved closer. Once more, the static returned. Berating himself after some quick thinking, he dropped the wand too on the bed before moving closer again. This time no static appeared, and smiling to himself for having understood another aspect of magic, he logged in on his account. So magic and technology hated each other. That could be an interesting concept to explore, kind of like with Arcanum, of Steamwork and Magic Obscura. A few minutes later, an owl hooted to him outside his window. He groaned as he stood up, leaving the Zergs to do their stuff. He was pretty sure whatever the reply was going to be, it would be better than seeing a space marine horde try and kill his unyielding army of doom. "Hello. I received your owl and wrote back just as fast as I could. Well, we use wands to do magic, duh. And I don't know what this mana is, but my mother told me that magic cores in wands are what make the magic happen. With magic, you can do a lot of things. You should read your books for the first year. I'm doing it too. Anyway, we don't have cell phones. I asked Mum and she said that magic and technology don't work well together. Hogwarts itself will fry anything technological, so she told me to tell you that if you have a cell phone, not to bring it. Even a digital watch is not going to work. You know, with the amount of questions you're asking me, you'll end up in Ravenclaw with little doubt. Me, I suppose I'm going to end up in Gryffindor. My parents were both in there. Oh right. You grew with Muggles, so you don't know. There are 4 houses in Hogwarts: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. The first one is for the brave of heart, the second is for the wit, the third is generally for the good-natured, and the fourth is for the twisted and the cunning. But if you end up in there, we can still be friends. It's not a liked house really. My mom's been telling me all the bad guys in history came from there. Well, can you tell me a bit more about cell phones and digital clocks? Write back to me soon. LP. He frowned slightly at the parchment before sighing. Well, magic knowledge for technology knowledge and magic hated technology and vice versa. This was both interesting and worrying. He replied quite quickly, especially because the owl was starting to take branches from nearby trees to make a nest by his window, something subtle to tell him that she wouldn't leave without a reply. She was kind of bossy once he thought about it. All right. Let's get this over with, he murmured before delving into a quick thesaurus definition of cell phone and digital clocks, copying the resulting pages, folding them neatly and then attaching them to his own letter on what internet and computer meant. With a snort, he moved on to the charms book, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. He bit his lip for a second before moving to grab the book on the defense against the dark arts. The distinction was made clear. Charms were utilitarian spells, kind of like everyday usage to make life easier. Curses were the destroyers, the sort of thing you expect from a mage from a dungeon. He understood now what Ollivander meant. His wand wasn't made to light up fire for camping, it was made to burn down a forest. An emotion began to flourish in his stomach, one of elicited hilarity, at the same time as a feeling of dread washed over him. The wand was difficult to master. The incantations were not as easy as the books portrayed them to be. There could be thousands of different things that could go wrong if he tried this at home, and if he did, and if it actually worked, he might kill someone. The wand was a gun. A gun that could do cool tricks, but a gun nevertheless. From great power comes great responsibility. Spider-Man, why the hell did he have to be his conscience? It was with the utmost reverence that he quietly put his magic books in a corner, and it was with a sort of calm fear that he grabbed a hold of his wand once more. He sat down, gently letting his hand move through the lines of the wood of the wand, feeling the handle in his right palm fit perfectly. It really did seem that the wand suited him. Yet, what did this mean? This was just power. No, not even power. This was just a fledgling of a power to be if he trained it. If he didn't, he would have nothing at all. Quite clearly, he didn't know what to do. A soft knocking at the door brought him out of his meditation, if he could have called it that. His mother was warily looking at him, trying a smile. Dinner's ready, Harry. Thanks, Mum. I'm coming right up. Scrambling to his feet to reach for the door, he didn't realize it, but a faint wisp of smoke had been escaping the tip of his wand while his eyes had been closed. It twirled in the air of the room for a moment, before being snuffed out by some sort of invisible force. Master, a voice whispered in the room, as the computer's static suddenly reappeared for but a second before disappearing once more. It was with half-closed eyes that Harry Dursley woke up at the glaring sound of the alarm clock. His stuff had all been packed the night before, and his wand stood quietly on his bed desk, right next to his glasses. He hadn't tried any spells, considering the clear labeled warnings he had actually found after turning a few more pages of the Transfiguration book. He hadn't read all of the school books, but he had some sort of insight on how things worked now. First off, the wand had to move in specific and outright embarrassing movements to work. Secondly, the spell name had to be enunciated with the correct pronunciation. Thirdly, he had to fight his own embarrassment to actually say or do anything. It was just embarrassing. How could some people simply do it in front of others? He groaned as he got washed and dressed up in his normal clothes. He had to reach for the station and the binary 9 3/4 before 11 o'clock. Meaning that from where he lived with his family, he had to catch the train at the station quite early. He had agreed to meet with his cousin outside of the train after all, and it wouldn't do to make her wait. At least he wasn't going to be completely alone in this sort of strange voyage. If he hadn't seen Diagon Alley, he'd have begun thinking it was all a rather strange ploy or scam, but after having teleported from his lawn to a strange-looking alley, his beliefs had taken a complete change. Magic existed. End of the argument. Vernon was rolling his eyes at his wife, who was tearing up for the departure of her little Harry, when he went down for breakfast. 200, at least, warnings on what to do and what not to do, and he was off with his father to catch the train. Strange means of travel. By train, Vernon muttered, as his car took to the highway to get there faster. You think they also have flying carpets? I think they do, Harry replied, but I think the train's faster. While you're at it, be on the lookout for anything that could help make the work go faster, maybe some magic drilling. He nodded, humming his approval before turning to look out of the window. The highway had appeared completely clear moments before, and yet now it was practically filled with cars. They were kind of going to arrive early as it was, so he didn't worry. He'd have all the time in the world to get to the train in the end. Luckily, Lillian had told him where to find the train track. Who'd have ever thought about walking straight through a stone pillar to enter a magical station? In the end, they were lucky they had left so soon, because in a few minutes the traffic reached unparalleled heights of congestion, forcing them to a crawl and to reach the train station with only mere minutes to go. Harry couldn't even wave goodbye to his father, as he rushed off with his bags. As it was just sheer luck that he managed to get into a compartment on the train towards Hogwarts. Probably the train itself had sensed him and had opened the doors at the bottom compartment for him to enter. It could pretty much be the case considering magic. As it was, he collapsed into a heap of sweat and heavy panting in the outright last compartment, completely empty because sane people always move up to get to the first ones, leaving the last ones empty. The train was a sort of old-looking one with leather seats and easily opened windows. Considering it went by coal, if the thick wisps of black smoke were of any indication, there clearly was not going to be a problem with high speed. It was to his surprise that the train entered a tunnel, only to emerge a split second later on a really old and high above railway system that apparently was in the middle of nowhere. Only green lush grass all around, with a bright blue sky above. The middle of nowhere after a few minutes. Magic. Once you remove the impossible, try replying with magic. He murmured to himself, as he began to change his clothes with the magical robes. Better to have them on earlier, with no one in sight, than later on with people fussing to descend. As an added bonus, the robes were pretty much cooler than the clothes he had been sweating in. Taking out from his trunk the book on potions, he slowly began to read its pages, trying to ignore the gut-wrenching feeling that he felt like a stick in the middle of an ocean. The stress of getting there late had made him worried about missing the train, and because of that he hadn't even managed to meet up with Lillian or her parents. He had fantasized about hearing from them about his own father, but as it was, it appeared it would have to wait. Maybe he should have looked out for Lillian on the train. Shaking his head, he turned to the page about Bezoar's disgusting properties of appearing into the stomach of sheep. He'd never look at a lamb in the same way afterwards, if it meant that their meat could also contain chunks of a magical stone that could pretty much heal any poison. How one ingested a stone as big as a punch was a mystery, but then again, magic. He sighed. At least the train ride had given him the time to bring himself up to speed with a couple more chapters. All students, please change your attires to your school robes. A voice actually buzzed through the compartments, likely an intercom. Oh right. Magic kills technology, so this is more magic. Harry muttered once more. Why was he speaking to himself to begin with? He knew the answer, of course. He was being alone for the first time in a long time, and he was going to a boarding school. A school where people like nerds, bullies, know-it-all, studious people and the likes existed, but that was magical, far away from his family, and that probably would see him become the most average wizard in existence. Super powerful wand or not, he highly doubted he'd get anywhere anytime soon. So, when the train began to slow down, he exited his compartment. Leave your belongings in the wagons. We will take them for you. The voice once more rang throughout the train, and finally, after a long 6-hour trip where he hadn't been disturbed once, not even by the food-selling lady since it appeared, nobody would want to stay in the last wagon of the train. He saw the first human being. At least, he thought it was a human being. A clearly 2 to 3 meters tall man with a long bear and a burly stomach that seemed the young son of Santa Claus, if only he had every hair white instead of the dark brown color. He was wearing a long trench coat and an umbrella was right at his side. A bright pink umbrella, to be more precise. Magic. He muttered, surprised under his breath, as he heard the sort of giant roar. Furs. Years. Furs years over here. Better be quick. The next moment, he was in a group together with other students, all of his age. The only thing he had was his wand that stood carefully in his robe's pocket, and he instinctively held it with his right hand, hoping everything would go fine. To say he was feeling nervous was an understatement. Other students, older ones probably, headed towards strange carriages been carried away by strange sick-looking horses with leathery wings. The strange part was probably something he had to work with. It wasn't strange, it was magical. So at the present, he had seen magical teleportation of a train, a giant man with a pink umbrella, and strange-looking horses. What next? Now ye all better pay attention. The man grumbled as he began to move towards a set of boats. Did the man really expect them to row their way towards the his eyes finally left the ground and the giant man, and concentrated a bit upwards, revealing to him a strangely wonderful sight. A magnificent castle perched atop a cliff that faced the lake, with banners flying in the night sky as the stars shone brightly. He didn't even feel the chill of September any longer. The view took his breath away and even his cold. Groups of 4 in the boats. No pushin', no shovin', if one of ya falls then for the love of me beasties don't move. The giant squid's there to help ya get across. Oh, the giant squid. Why did the words Kraken suddenly join with 1,000 leagues below the sea, and merge with Cthulhu, and something far worse? Magic. He had to remember the word magic. He didn't hurry to a boat, but just sort of followed the naturally formed line of students, all heading towards the boats. He ended up sitting next to a slightly round-faced kid with a toad in his lap, an Indian girl, and a bushy-haired girl too. Well, at least he could row together with the other kid, who had a toad in his lap. He had a toad in his lap. Magic. Harry had to remember the words magic and magical. Where are the oars? He muttered to himself, looking around and only finding a strange pole that seemed long enough to push the boat out of the docks. Now listen up, all of ye. The voice of the giant bellowed before any of the boat's occupants could reply. Me name's Hagrid and I'm the gatekeeper of Hogwarts. Now if you'd all grab the pole and push the boat, Squid's going to take care of ye all. Then, using his pink umbrella and opening it, the man appeared like a mixture of that old painting concerning the crossing of the Delaware by Washington, and some sort of strange Mary Poppins. Holding the umbrella in front of him, it was like an invisible wind had risen from behind him and only him, and had started to carry his boat onwards. Well, that was characteristic. He muttered before grabbing the pole, helped by the other kid who had barely gotten over the shock of the scene. As the boat sailed towards the castle, the bushy-haired girl commented. The castle of Hogwarts has numerous charms and spells on it that makes it difficult to access. There are a lot of areas warded against intruders, and unless the wizard or the witch passes through the initiation ritual, it is risky for them to take another route than this. In history of magic, it is said that Hogwarts is by itself sustained, built and kept repaired by magic itself. Interesting. The Indian girl replied, but the tone that she had used in answering hadn't actually been that of an interesting person. It was then that Harry found himself torn between doing the right thing and doing the worrisome thing. He could ignore it all, since after all it wasn't likely he'd ever even speak to the girl again, but what if instead they ended up in the same house, and they ended up doing the same lessons? Better to have at least someone to talk to, and smartness is never something to frown upon unless you're an idiot. How does that work? He asked, curious since there actually wasn't much else to do on the boat, since it propelled itself thanks to the giant squid. Well, the girl hesitated, before finally caving in and replying. In defense against the dark arts, it's said that wards can key in individuals depending on the will of the caster. So it was decided, as History of Magic writes about, that the headmaster once a year on the 1st of September allows entry and keys into the wards. The students who come by boat through the Black Lake, the giant squid is there to defend against dark wizards, who might try to infiltrate the school. In that way, it's said that the squid is actually a magical creature that can discern good of hearts from evil of hearts. And fascinating. The Indian raven-haired girl interrupted once more. You'll be in Ravenclaw, I suppose. I don't know. The girl mumbled back. I mean, what if they sort us in a wrong way? I'll be in Gryffindor. The round-faced kid with the toad muttered. My gran said that if I end up anywhere else I'll be disowned. Why? Harry asked. Aren't those just houses? Gran said that it's like being in a family, but if you're in Hufflepuff you'll practically be nothing important. In Slytherin you'll become a dark wizard, and in Ravenclaw I just don't have the smarts to make it, so it's Gryffindor. If you say so, Harry replied diplomatically. I think I'll end up in Ravenclaw. I've been on the books for a bit now, and I'm actually curious about this all magic thing. You're a Muggleborn? The bushy-haired girl queried. I'm one too. I'm Hermione, by the way, Hermione Granger, and did you read all books till the end? I absolutely adored the one on Transfiguration, because it kind of goes, and then the girl spoke. He halfway understood the words, mass, and Principle of conservation, but that was all. If this was the level of brains required in Ravenclaw, then maybe he'd end up in Hufflepuff and be done with it. The boats docked just in time for Hermione, the now positively giddier girl, to take breath and finally grant Harry's ears a moment of silence. It wasn't that he had never met someone else with a motor mouth, but at least they had had the decency to warn him in advance. Meaning he had actually not cared and gone over to someone else, but right about now, he was in the middle of nowhere with no one he knew and someone he still had to find. I'm Harry Dursley. At that, Hermione actually bit her lip in frustration and a hint of probable embarrassment, which was quite actually the minimum considering she hadn't even waited for him to tell her his own name before starting her ranting. Well, I'm Neville Longbottom and this is Trevor. Wait a moment, Trevor. The boy looked around, his toad seemingly forgotten on the boat that was now currently heading back towards the land alone. Trevor. At the exclamation, the toad made a strong croak, before jumping in the water and starting to swim back towards the docks of the castle, where the other first students were amassing. The Indian girl instead headed off towards someone who strongly resembled her, probably a sister and considering the first year a twin, without even giving off her name. I have to ask, is it normal? Harry whispered to Hermione's side. I mean krakens, squids, pink umbrellas. Well, the girl hesitated. I don't know. Good, I'm not alone in this madness then. A light sigh escaped his lips, as he and the girl waited for Neville to catch his toad, before getting in line together with the rest of the first years. The murmurs, of course, began the second they were made to wait on a staircase near a wide wooden door, where a severe-looking woman with a pointy black hat and a green robe was looking sternly at them with the sour look typical of disappointed grannies. Needless to say, Harry had half a suspicion somebody had been doing something wrong. Please wait for a moment, Hagrid. Peeves set off some dung bombs for the new arrivals. The witch spoke, just as a ghost began to fly above their heads, apparently escaping a group of other ghosts. You won't catch me. Ha ha ha. Peeves. Come back here. A ghost with his head nearly cut yelled at the other one, before passing through another wall. Ghosts exist, Harry whispered, nervously gulping down his saliva that had stuck in his throat. Did the boogeyman exist too? And what about the Grim Reaper? And demons? Devils? The supernatural? Vampires? Werewolves? Heck, fairies and dragons? Magic. He murmured to himself, culture shock never felt so hard. I know, Hermione muttered, before finally regaining her bearings too. Well, at least more than scary, the ghosts appeared unique. A few minutes later, and the group reached the entry of a giant hall, where tables had been placed and candles flew in the air, shining in the room and making the much-needed night. The ceiling resembled the sky's stars, even down to the part of the twinkles. Magic. He had to remember this was all about magic. At the center of the hall stood a hat on a chair, and then, as if it was the most normal thing of the day, the hat began to talk. It began to sing, and finally the names began to be called. The sorting hat would sort people in their houses. Of course. How genius of them to avoid asking any questions and leaving a hat to make them in place of the staff. He had to remember magic. Magic, one day or another, was not going to cut it as an explanation, but as his name was called, he stepped forward silently and pulled the thing on his head. Well, I don't have lice. You're talking in my head. Yes, I am, and I don't have lice. So who washes you? No one. I've got magic to protect me anyway, ignoring your baseless accusation that yes, they are baseless. Use magic as an answer, all right. Magic. You silver-tongued, you should put you in Slytherin, but you're not made for that, are you? No, you've got a good mix in here, not a difficult choice, but what? Well, let's say you have to save a friend by coming out with a secret that could potentially kill you in the process. What do you do? How much of a friend are we talking about? Yeah, thought so. Hey, thought so what? Would you kill your parents for power? What the hell of a question is that? No, you wouldn't. Good enough for me. Very well, welcome to Ravenclaw. And with the yell of the hat, a table with people garbed in blue and bronze began to clap hard at their new addition. Removing the hat and moving to the nearest free seat, he received the ritual congratulations of order and the fact that, apparently, his clothes and ties changed color on their own based on the allegiance to which house. He sighed. Magic. Granger. Hermione. The stern voice of the woman that they had met on the stairs spoke next, and in the following moments the hat was dropped upon the head of the bushy-haired girl. Gryffindor. The hat yelled a few seconds later, sending the golden and red table to cheer for the girl. Harry, on the other hand, was puzzled. The girl was smarter than him. Why did she end up in Gryffindor? It didn't make much sense, unless the girl had some sort of bravery he didn't know of. More names came and went, until finally after one of the Indian twins took a seat to the Ravenclaw table, it was the time of someone else he knew. Potter. Lillian. Finally. Finally the name of his cousin. He'd get a good eye at who the girl was and maybe meet with her later on. Had he been more careful of his surroundings, he'd have noticed the complete silence that had encompassed the entirety of the hall. The girl that came to sit on the chair had shoulder-length red hair, with hazel eyes. She was wearing the normal Hogwarts attire and appeared to have fair skin, at least if the skin is white one should call it fair, right? Harry didn't as much as budge as the hat mused over for a couple of seconds, far more time that he had taken in deciding between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw for Hermione. Gryffindor. The hat exclaimed. And after that, the Gryffindor table erupted into cheers and whistling. A pity the girl who lived ended up in Gryffindor. A boy to his left commented. What did you expect? I was told both of her parents were in Gryffindor, and her father's the Dada instructor. For the defeater of you-know-who, it's the obvious house. Harry frowned slightly, before deciding that his interest did not actually partake of asking why people were using things like, girl who lived, or, you-know-who. He was already imagining a joke to use. You-know-who. Yes, the doctor. Harry smiled to himself, patting mentally the back of his head for the nice crack joke that would never see the light of the day, considering he wouldn't be probably talking to anyone at the table. The rest of the names came by, with Longbottom ending up in Hufflepuff, much to the boy's shock. Mentally jolting that information away, Harry's eyes settled on the widest table, the one with the professors. A strange-looking man with a white beard that appeared a mixture between Merlin and Gandalf stood up. Whispers of Dumbledore and his usual charade echoed through the table, but as the words he pronounced were utter and complete nonsense, Harry blinked. The next instant, food was everywhere on the table. I thought he'd say, snappersquack. A voice muttered from the head of the table, belonging to a red-haired boy with an embroiled P on the chest of his clothing. His green eyes settled around the table, before coughing lightly. Well, can't always win with probabilities and statistics anyway, to the first years. I'm your prefect, taking the place of Robert Hilliard, together with the lady at the other side of this table, which is quite far, Miss Penelope Clearwater. We're in charge of you lot. Our head of the house is Professor Phileas Flitwick, who teaches charms and is the amiable fellow sitting right next to Professor McGonagall. If any of you has a problem with that, tell me and I'll be double sure to incendio your hair before the end of the day. The fact that the boy was positively smiling as he said that made all the first years around Harry shiver. Joking. I will, however, remove points for blatant idiocy. The boy added with narrowed eyes. If you can logically prove something, then no matter the peer pressure, nothing will happen. If you can only work on hearsay, I will have your heads waxed and used as skiing implements. There were more nervous chuckles running around the table at that, and Harry gulped. How could the boy change from narrow eyes of doom to bright caring smile in a second? Anyway, our ghost is the lovely gray lady. A light giggle came from atop the house table, where a clearly female ghost was hovering with a hand in front of her mouth. You charmer you. And before I forget myself, my name is none of your business, but you can call me Basilis. Everyone calls me that, and now, after having bored you to tears, please do begin eating. It was with cautiousness that Harry grabbed some food of strange-looking texture and type and began eating it. Once he had heard that insects tasted like chicken, so probably all type of unknown beasts tasted like that. This did seem like chicken though. A really strange five-legged chicken nevertheless. I'm Muggleborn, so no, I don't know what that is. A male voice spoke to his side, earning a reply from yet another Ravenclaw. Don't worry. The majority of Ravenclaw is either half-blood or Muggleborn. It has to do with wits, you see. A lot of pureblood fools don't care about making new discoveries, they just bother with traditions, practices, and so they never join the House of the Smarts. Which led once more to Harry querying in his mind just why did Hermione, of all people, end in Gryffindor? Something bothering you? A blonde-haired boy asked at his left, being a first year too. Number. Nothing. Harry replied meekly. Well, I'm Anthony Goldstein. The boy brought his right hand forward, and Harry queasily accepted it. You shy. Well, he murmured back, only for another voice to butt in. Don't be. We're all nerds probably in here, no need to be shy alongside your peers. A boy with dark hair and brown eyes replied, Oh, I'm Michael by the way. Any of you tried to cross-reference the Charms and Defense Against the Dark Arts book yet? I found out that Incendio is in both. Defendo too. You can cut a tree or cut a person in half. One more voice spoke, belonging to a boy on the other side of the table. I'm Terry, sorry to interrupt, but not a problem. Us first years should stick together, right? Michael replied with a light grin, and study groups come easier around. It was then that Harry began to think, just as those three boys kept on chatting happily about cross-referencing and spells, that maybe he was the one who had ended up in the wrong house. So then, it was then that Anthony realized he hadn't heard the name of the boy next to him, and indeed Harry found himself slightly flustered. Harry. I'm Harry. Well, what had you curious about? We're in Ravenclaw. Curiosity has to be sated. Can I start assigning points right now? Basilisk suddenly exclaimed with a light grin, having probably heard that exclamation. Nobody pretty much replied to him, albeit the smug grins circling around the table were a good indication that indeed, he had been heard. It's just that, well, I was speaking on the boat with the girl, Hermione. She seemed so smart and all, and yet she ended up in Gryffindor. There was a thoughtful look on Anthony's face, before a reply came from Basilisk. Oh, that's normal. Harry's head turned to look at the boy, waiting for him to explain probably. You see, Ravenclaw is for wits and smarts, but it doesn't mean intelligence. It just means thinking that knowledge is far more helpful than bravery, cunningness or loyalty, things like that. Basically, you'd do small hours to learn something. Yes, then it's Ravenclaw. You'd ask questions to things you want to learn about. Yes, then you're Ravenclaw. You ask repeatedly questions on how things work around. Then it's Ravenclaw. Muggleborns and half-blood are naturally Ravenclaws because depending on how they grew up, for them all of this, at that the teen gestured at the hall, is new, exciting and filled with questions. The hat catches on to the curiosity, and if nothing else gets your fancies, then off you trot to Ravenclaw. Well, but the girl was a Muggleborn too. Harry found himself replying. Then she was just naturally braver than curious. Basilisk shrugged back. Or maybe she asked the hat. You see, the hat sorts you all right, but when in doubt, the opinion is asked to the one beneath. Judging by your lost looks, I suppose you have more than a dozen of questions about now, right? It was a sheepish Harry who nodded slowly. Well then, you see. Ravenclaw. Learning is power. Knowledge is power. Asking questions is a road to power. Pardon the momentarily digression into Slytherin talk, but the gist of it is that as long as you question, then you learn, and as long as you learn, then you're Ravenclaw. Good of you to be inspiring the new generations, Mr. Spur, but please keep the dialogue for a lunch, not for a dinner. The Professor Flitwick, their head of the house, hobbled right next to where the prefect was. Now that he was standing, Harry could clearly see just what height the man reached. Barely to the table actually. Professor, you know that when I start ranting. I know. Anyway, do please come over to my office after dinner to get the schedules for the first years. Miss Clearwater will take care of guiding the students to their dormitories. Then, turning to the first years with a Cheshire cat grin, the dwarf commented happily, we'll see each other in Charms on Tuesday by the way. And with that, the professor wobbled away. Finally, as the dinner began to come to an end, the headmaster, Dumbledore, addressed the crowd one last time. I must remind all students that Mr. Filch has a list of banned items in his office that students can peruse. It is also to be noted that curfew is in effect after 8 o'clock, and that students found out of their common rooms will be punished with points removal and detention. The third-floor corridor on the right side of the school is off limits to everyone, and I suppose that is all. Prefects, guide your housemates to their respective common rooms. With a quick smile, the headmaster stood up and left, soon followed by the rest of the professors. Harry's eyes drifted for a moment on the raven-haired man that he had known as Severus, moving out from the teacher's desk. Why did he have half a thought he was forgetting something? Come along now, Basilius remarked, standing up as the food on the table disappeared with a small pop. Off you go. And Harry did just that, following the other students who in turn followed the female prefect alongside the castle's rooms that held moving armors. Magic. Through painted hallways that actually appeared pretty much real. Magic. Circling staircases that spun around repeatedly. Magic. With the portraits actually looking at them with curiosity and small smiles. Magic. Finally, dreading having to spend the night sleeping outside in a corridor, the group of Ravenclaws reached a specific door that appeared to have a bronze eagle as a knocker. The fact that the knocker actually spoke meant little to nothing, of course. Magic. For some I go fast, for others I'm slow. To most people, I'm an obsession. Relying on me is a well-practiced lesson. What am I? The knocker, of course, had to speak a riddle. Time. The female prefect spoke clearly, as the knocker actually knocked against the door, having it open without a sound. The riddle will change every month, so you'd better keep your wits with you and learn, or if you can't, wait until someone comes by to help you. With that said, Harry knew he was screwed twice again. His help in solving riddles was abysmal, to say the least. Maybe the library, if the school had one, had some sort of giant encyclopedia on riddles he could take out and use. As they entered the common room, he looked surprised at the amount of books hanging around. Truly, they weren't kidding when they said things about Ravenclaw being for the smart. Books piled up in mountains and among shelves and desks appeared to be outright flapping around at their entrance. With ease, the disorder turned to order as the leather-bound books found their way upon the shelves by themselves, while the female prefect merely coughed a moment, before pointing to two sets of stairs within the room. Now, we of Ravenclaw have a few rules. No noise in the common room after 6 in the afternoon, and no noise in the rooms at all. Do not take notes on the common room's books and don't take any of them out to read. They are yours to peruse within the common room, however. After a few moments, the portrait swung open once more, and Basilius entered with a stack of papers. First years. Grab your papers and have fun, for tomorrow you start with potions and end with defense against the dark arts. Hope you studied your potion books, because Snape is a veritable ass. Basilius. A portrait exclaimed. What? It's true. Basilius muttered back, handing the papers off. Anyway. Do not, and I repeat for your own good, do not try and antagonize him. Do not try and answer all questions he asks you, and please try to keep calling him Professor. He'll favor the Slytherin, as always. Now instead, for defense against the dark arts. Basilius, the kids are dropping. Penelope pointed out, only for the boy to shrug. Kids. Want to know how to survive tomorrow, or you lot prefers to go blind? We'd like to know, was the general murmur in the common room, followed by more murmurs on this, Snape, and potions. Well then, defense against the dark arts as taught by Professor Potter. Harry repressed a gurgled breath. Yes, he's the father of the girl who lived, and yes, he favors Gryffindor like there was no tomorrow and hates Slytherin like no tomorrow, which is actually the opposite for Snape. Don't try and play goody two-shoes with both of them. Keep to the back and keep quiet. Fascinating. You want to make the kids scared on their first night, Basil. The red-haired teen scoffed, before waving at Penelope and heading off to the male side of the dormitory. You will see. Thanks to my marvelous suggestions, they will not incur in the wrath of any of the professors. Penelope rolled her eyes, before more gently turning to speak to the remaining children. Now then, don't take everything Basil says to heart, she began slowly. He's a bit of a paranoid, pessimistic, rambling fool, but he means well. At least I hope he does, because you never know. She murmured while winking. Now, however, off to bed you lot. Don't want to be late for tomorrow's lesson, would you? The rooms have your name tags out by the door. No risk getting lost. Males go up on the left while females go on the right, and if any of you bloody tries to make a prank, I swear I will set the furniture on you. And with that final threatening notice, the entire first year's student corps moved out to their rooms. It was going to be an interesting first year, of that he was sure. Still, Potter. If he had a Professor Potter at lesson, then wouldn't that mean it was his father who had a brother? Now that he thought about that, he hadn't much watched the professors at the table, had he? He had been too nervous to spare glances elsewhere, and as a result, was it a male or a female Potter? If it was a female, then his previous theory on the single mother with child was verified. If it was a male, however, could it be the old film theory of the crude man, bitter with the world for the death of his wife that needed to keep his wits for his only daughter? Or maybe they simply hadn't cared to adopt him, but it didn't matter much at this point. Sure, he had other family, but it was just kind of like with Aunt Marge. He knew she existed, but Vernon didn't like his sister and the dogs. So it could be like that, could it? At the very least, his roommates did not prove to be difficult to get along with. They were fast asleep just like him. Potions came after breakfast. It was one of those things called the passing of time, meaning that time can only flow forward, unless some sort of magic interrupts its normal flow, which by now Harry had no doubt could pretty much happen. In truth, if teleportation was available, if transfiguration could do what the book stated and so on, then what was the problem with changing time? Well, there were those sort of problems coming from the past self doing something idiotic or not being able to change things because fate had its ways with you, but it wasn't that the real reason he was meddling with time. It was his self-berating attitude of having risked being late, when he finally managed to enter the classroom and take the last free seat in the last row at the far end, right next to a never-known-before Hufflepuff who appeared as devoid of particular signs as he could go. He did so just in time, because the next instant their professor, the man that had actually helped Harry to get his wizard stuff, entered the classroom from a side door. The stern look was intimidating, as were the first few choice words. He actually had to question what dunderheads meant. He had never heard about dunderheads. Stupid, idiotic, imbeciles, but dunderheads. Really? Who'd use such a word after all? Mr. Weasley. The voice sounded just like when the man had brought Harry to Diagon Alley, if not actually far more filled with loath. Where is a bazaar found? Harry knew the answer to that one. It was the stomach of a goat. I don't know, sir. The voice belonged to a boy with bright red hair, who apparently was sitting at the same cauldron of his cousin. Miss Potter, what is the difference between Wolf's Bane and Monkshood? This time, it was the girl who stood silent, embarrassed probably from all peers' eyes on her as she had no idea on the answer to give. It was then that a hand raised itself in the crowd. Hermione's right hand had been lifted, probably because the girl wanted to answer the question. Bravely foolish then, Harry thought. It was clear now what the difference was between a Ravenclaw and a Gryffindor. The girl was positively bubbly, like she hadn't even realized that the professor was a veritable fearsome creature that would probably snap someone in half with a mere snort. The other Ravenclaw kept quiet, standing in the back lines without as much as muttering a single breath. Many were probably thinking, just like him, how useful the suggestion of Basilisk had been to keep quiet, keep the head low, and stay in the back. Although he kind of didn't remember if he had actually been told to stay in the back, or if his brain had merely suggested it too, by having him come in late. Now that was just ludicrous. His brain couldn't suggest him to come in later just so he could get the last seat in the corner, could he? I don't know, sir. The reply came after a minute had already stretched by, and finally Severus' voice turned around the room. Mr. Dursley. At the polite inquiry of his name, Harry blinked, before standing up with a gut-twisting feeling within him that he was just about to get the mother of all difficult questions. Yes, Professor. What potion comes to your mind that requires wormwood essence, valerian and asphodel? I don't know, Professor. He replied quickly. It's in the 16th chapter. I reached till the 9th. He cursed his quick mouth a second later. Why did he have to try and justify it? You know the chapter it is in but not the name, Mr. Dursley. Pray tell how that works. Skimmed the pages, Professor. I remember the picture of wormwood on chapter 16 for. His mind recalled the picture of the wormwood plant, just next to. Was it the draft of Living Dead perhaps? Correct, Mr. Dursley. Severus mused. Want to answer the previous questions. The bazaars in the stomach of goats, Professor, kind of stuck in my head since I read about it. I mean, it's not like they process lambs with lumps of rock stuck in their bellies, do they? And Wolf's Bane is known as aconite, right? Just like monkshood is too, so they're the same plant. 15 points to Ravenclaw. The raven-haired man replied slowly, before raising an eyebrow in Harry's direction. 5 more points for taking notes just like the rest of you should be doing right now. Harry's perplexed expression lasted only for a second. His eyes lowering themselves to his right hand, he realized that he was indeed taking notes well, more than notes he was scribbling to ease his stress, but being that far away from the professor, it was entirely possible his scribbles of small stars and twirls had been misinterpreted as taking notes. He quickly drew a line and began taking notes about, well, what he had told. It felt strange. His ears were probably flushing from the stress and half of his notes ended up blotched in ink as the professor began to explain about a boil-curing potion. The only thing he was glad of was that the guy he had ended up being paired with wrote big enough for him to copy the relevant notes without actually having to ask for them. Just what had taken him to answer. He should have kept his mouth shut. He had to remain on the average side of the place. He had to keep himself average, like everyone else. It was then that in a small part of his brain a single question rose. Why? Why did he have to be average? Why couldn't he try and be good at something? He had to. It was needed. Needed for what? Survival. Wait, how did that make any sense? Why did he have to keep himself average and unnoticed? It kind of was strange, especially no. It was no use dilly-dallying about this or that. He'd go with the flow, as always. Better to be a sheep among the herd and hide within it, than try and stick your head out for the wolf to take. The lesson passed without any other accidents, and just as he was about to leave, the voice of the professor cut in quickly. Mr. Dursley, stay for a moment. He shivered in fright, silently. No professor had ever asked him to stay after class ever. Truly, no professor had ever taken an interest in him. This was wrong and going against all 11 years of life in him. Mildly put, he didn't know how to react to this. He felt cold and numb, waiting for a reply from his professor that moved towards a nearby closet. The wooden panels opened with a small creaking noise, as the last students dwindled out of the classroom in their hurry to leave behind the awful professor. This is yours. The man's lips were pursed in a slight frown as he handed over to the boy what appeared to be a potions book. An advanced, highly scribbled on the cover, book that apparently had seen better days. The cover was gray, and the title recited, Advanced Potion Making. Within it, the words, "This book is the propriety of the Half-Blood Prince," had been scribbled on the upper corner, as Harry could see having on habit opened the first page. Professor. It is a new textbook and as such I do not expect you will need it until the end of the 6th year. In any event, it belonged to your mother, and she would have wanted you to have it. I'm giving it to you now because I need the cabinet space. The man replied snappishly, if you have nothing better to do than gallivanting in front of me, Mr. Dursley, please take your leave. The order came coldly, and still numb for the strange, and completely unexpected gift. Harry was out of there in a flash. Pushing the book in his bag, he shook his head as he made a small dash to reach the end line of the first years heading towards lunch. Just what the hell did the potion professor mean, by the book being of his mother? The Half-Blood Prince seemed a pretty male name, rather than female. Why would anyone call himself Prince, instead of Princess, if said anyone was a girl? Still, maybe the used book was just that, used. Maybe his mother had used it once, and had been the last to use it before their death. Now that he thought about it, he kind of understood why people fawned over the girl who lived. She had avenged all the dead wizards because of, you know who, while giving peace to the grieving families. He understood it now, but still it felt strange to sit among the Ravenclaws, who were looking at him like he had grown a second head. What? He muttered, earning himself a grin from Anthony, who deemed it worthy to reply. Well, you just managed to do the impossible, Mr. Dursley. The boy spoke quietly. You realize, this time it was the prefect, the bloody prefect Clearwater, who spoke, that never, ever, did Severus Snape ever assign points that weren't to Slytherin. He doesn't know. Another Ravenclaw along the table exclaimed, earning more murmurs. Severus Snape has always removed points from houses. And the few assigned, well, 30 points. In one go. There's something amiss here. Penelope spoke again, Did you know him beforehand? Harry blinked for a moment, trying to recall before shaking his head. No, he and my father hate each other though, and I don't know why, but are you sure? I mean, yes. It's unprecedented. You know, if Snape stops favoring Slytherin this year, then maybe we could even win the cup. The question made far more Ravenclaws turn their eyes at him. He gulped down nervously, already imagining himself being brought up as a savior, and then thrown to the wolves as he failed. Well, Harry tried a nervous chuckle, could we please speak of something else? Please. Oh well, there's Quidditch, and as the discussion digressed elsewhere, Harry raised a puzzled eyebrow. Had they really changed argument that easily? They had made it seem such a big deal, of winning the House Cup. Yet now the table had all returned to talking about that sport with brooms and beaters. What was it? A vicious variation of tag and polo. After lunch, Harry found himself, once more, late. It could have had to do with a portrait stopping him to ask some questions about the chances of Ravenclaw winning the cup for once, but then again he had answered he just hoped he'd survive the following lessons, earning a bright smile from the apparently old gentleman in the portrait. Once more, he ended up in the far behind corner of the room, and once more he found himself sitting next to a non-descriptive Hufflepuff. No, this one wasn't non-descriptive. Neville, Harry asked, looking at the boy who suddenly turned around to get a good gaze at the other 11-years-old kid. Harry, oh, didn't see you for a moment. Busy looking for Trevor in my backpack and kind of worried for him so. The boy was flustered, so flustered that Harry couldn't help but grin a little. Are you sure that's a toad and not some sort of Lupin the Third? Neville's face frowned for a moment, before said toad found its way on top of the boy's hair. Trevor, there you are. The boy sighed in relief, grabbing the toad from his hair before asking. What's a Lupin the Third? It's the name of a really famous thief. You've never watched a cartoon of it? Harry asked curiously. Maybe Neville didn't have cable television, or Satellite One, but still it was a pretty known name for a cartoon. Cartoon. You don't know what a cartoon is? It's a set of moving pictures displayed on a television. Oh, photos. Strange way to call it. No, Harry decided he would not keep on the argument. If Neville thought that photos and television were the same thing, then again, the portrait moved, didn't they? And if the portrait moved, then the photos moved too. So they had never needed to develop cartoons in order to watch things, which meant that they didn't need television to look at films, because a photo could do it pretty much in the same way. In the end, as the professor entered the classroom, a pair of glasses on his face and a rowdy red hair to differentiate him, he let all subjects drop in wait for the first lesson to begin. Well, my name is Ribbit. Trevor's croaking sound came right in Harry's left ear, making him wince. How the hell had the toad managed to reach his shoulder without him noticing? Trevor. Neville hissed in a low murmur, I'm sorry. The Hufflepuff hurriedly added before taking the frog once more and settling her in his bag. Potter. But you can call me Mr. Prongs. At that, there was a loud huff coming from the first rows, as the man kept on talking. Anyway, I take it you all came from Mr. Sniv Snape's first lesson, right? I should actually give you the hours off, since surviving that that serious professor is a bit of a hard job, but we have much to learn. First of all, take your wands out. Harry obeyed, trying to look at the professor's wand's movement if only he could see beyond two relatively tall Slytherin who apparently stood seated in front of them. His wand felt cool, even cold in his hand. The polished black surface of the wood barely reflected the light in the classroom, and as his fingers numbly began to trace the lines on the wooden surface, he made a light sigh he didn't think he had been holding. Now, defense against the dark arts means not learning how to curse the living hell out of people because we think they're ugly. The sentence was delivered all in one bout, completely and utterly sarcastic as it went by. It means learning how to put up a good defense. Or, as I prefer to say it, push enemies the hell away from you. With that, Harry heard the professor yell a word, Flipendo, before hearing a loud booming noise coming from the front. As you may have seen. Harry of course hadn't. The Flipendo spell merely generates an orange light as it strikes the target and pushes it back. In front of their desks, a small ball suddenly appeared, floating but tied by a small rope to the wooden surface by a materialized hook of metal. Now, All of you open the book at page 17, look at the wand movement, and try and imitate it in regard to the balloon floating in front of you. The professor spoke once more. Remember to not pronounce the spell. If you do so correctly, a flicker of orange light should appear at the tip of your wand. If it does, touch the balloon and, if the balloon moves, then congratulations, you can now try and pronounce the spell possibly one at a time, in front of me, and not against one another. Of course, page 17 bore a strange set of scribbles that represented the wand movements. And of course, after 2 hours, Harry Dursley had not managed to do the damn spell, and neither had Neville. It just seemed to be bloody useless, no matter how many times he tried to do it. It just didn't want to work. I did it. A voice rang just as the second hour ticked by, and the female voice did indeed belong to one Hermione Granger. Well done, Miss Granger. 30 points to Gryffindor. 30 points. For doing a bloody wand movement. He had to answer 3 different questions and he had gotten 25 points. Why was he being jealous anyway? No, more than jealous, he was frustrated. He hadn't even managed to see the professor do the wand movements once. And a book is only as good as it is written, right? Well, practice hard and we'll see each other next time. Off you go. And off, indeed, he went. He stormed out as fast as he could, like a man on a mission of some sorts, not even stopping to answer the questions coming from the students. You think he's going smug on Professor Snape for having given off more points than him? Neville asked, worriedly. I don't care. Harry muttered. Did you manage to see what hand movements the man did? I barely could see anything. No, I didn't. Neville's reply was pretty much all that Harry had expected the boy to say. With a loud sigh, he turned to look at the other students dwindling by. Of course, the girl who lived was basically surrounded by yet more people asking questions, but Hermione appeared to be heading out alone. Good enough for him and probably Neville if he followed. Hermione! Harry exclaimed, waving towards the bushy-haired girl who stopped at being called, turning around with a sort of pained expression, albeit it lasted less than a second. Yes, Harry. For once, he decided to ignore the feeling of hurt he felt for being Harry. They had met on the boat and he hadn't even made an impression on her. Now that hurt. I wanted to know if, well, you had time to show me the wand movements the professor did. I was in the back and couldn't see, and the library in half an hour. The girl queried back with a half-hesitating tone. Harry nodded. He didn't have anything else to do now, did he? Of course, when he finally did get into the library, precisely half an hour later he found out that no, Hermione Granger wasn't there, nor would she arrive in the following hours. If she didn't have the time, she could have just bloody said so. Harry murmured to himself, putting his stuff back into his bag and heading to drop it off at the Ravenclaw's tower. He had even decided to wait for the girl near the entrance, and he damn well knew, the girl hadn't entered the library. The knocker's riddle was of course the same as the night before, and as he entered the common room he was greeted by the portrait hanging atop the fire pit. Hello, young crow. How was your first day at Hogwarts? You should hurry up, lest you be late for dinner. The voice was kind and maternal, and probably the question was rehearsed for every first year around. It's fine, he replied meekly, before heading upstairs to drop his stuff, and then coming back down. Now there, young man. The portrait began again. What's there to be earned by lying to me? You look like someone played you a nasty trick. Was it the Weasley brothers? I told those gits to stay out of the feathers of my younglings. Huh, no. Really, it's nothing. She probably forgot. Harry replied quietly, and it's just the first day, so she's probably got to get the hang of the place too. Maybe Hermione didn't even know where the library was. No, wait a moment. The girl had been the one to tell him to meet there, and he had even gathered the courage to ask a portrait where it was. If you say so. Still, what did this miss forget to do? You're awfully nosy for a portrait. Harry muttered back, earning only a shrug from the antique-looking woman. Got nothing better to do. A lot of the students easily ignore me except for morning and good night. Just because I'm a portrait doesn't mean I don't feel the sting when they ignore me, you know. Yeah, I'm Harry. Helena, the portrait replied smoothly. Well then, what was it you needed from said miss? I kind of wanted to learn the wand movement of the Flipendo, I was too far in the back and couldn't see them, and since she had actually managed to make it right in the last moments of the classroom. The portrait raised an eyebrow, before nodding slowly. I see well. All I can suggest with the flipendo is to be charmingly nice about it. It is a spell made to politely knock people backwards, not like the reducto meant to smash you to smithereens. Your movements need to be slow and gracious, not fast and to the point. Thanks. Oh, now. No need. Thank me when you'll really mean it. Once you learn the spell. And with that, Harry still didn't know, but he had made yet another friend. If one counts the fact that the portrait turned far more boring the moment Harry left the room, the gray lady floating down through the walls whistling. Even Peeves stopped at the sight for a moment, blinking before deciding he was having hallucinations. And as a poltergeist, something was clearly not right. Harry groaned as he took in the once more filled with people room. This was starting to become a problem. He had never been late once in his life as a student. If anything, he prided himself in having always been to class early by at least a quarter of an hour, and barely arriving in the nick of time was starting to drain his nerves. The bell ringing to alert the students to wake up had apparently worked. Only, it had rung 15 minutes later than usual. Some trick from an upperclassman to avoid the rowdy dash for breakfast, probably. Which was kind of stupid, considering they usually all had breakfast at the same time, and the only rowdy behavior in Ravenclaw was the dash for the bathrooms. Still, once more his breakfast had consisted of toast, nicked just in time before heading straight off towards the classroom for charms. He mentally thanked the inventor of the talking portraits, because they were life saviors and optimal navigators. So, once again, Harry Dursley found himself in the last row of a classroom that had been apparently divided into two sides, all with 3 rows. Of course, he ended up in the furthest away spot, next to a Slytherin this time. If this was the subtle way of the world to tell him that his life was going to be exotic and variable, then he mentally hoped it would stop. He was fine with keeping things average. Why did he have to end up sitting next to someone he didn't know? Oh yes, because Neville apparently had a Hufflepuff sitting next to him. He of course had tried to wave to the Toad boy, but the Hufflepuff had been busy looking around everywhere, probably for his Toad, rather than at him. It was starting to become frustrating. He decided he'd do his best to ignore the Slytherin, not that it mattered much since the green and silver guy was doing the same. The kid had blonde, nearly white hair and a sort of permanent sneer on his face. No, it couldn't be possible, yet it was. He couldn't help it, he had to stare. Apparently, staring still managed to catch the attention of the stared at element, because the boy did turn around with a shrewd and arrogant face and snap. What? You're training your face to scowl. What if I am? What's your bloody need to know, you nosy squib? The boy replied quickly, crossing his arm in front of him as he turned his best murderous glare on. Squib. Is that an insult? Kind of like using bloody. He was 11 years old, all right, but he knew there were the F words, not the B words, to use if one wanted to drive home a point. What are you, a muggle born? The blonde boy asked, scathing, his very own voice bordering on the obnoxious. Oh hell, you're a Nazi. Harry muttered, rolling his eyes. This conversation is over. He added, turning his face to look at the wall. It was still better than engage in conversation with a probably fanatical Ku Klux Klan guy. Was it Ku Klux anyway? Wasn't it supposed to be Ku Klux? Klux. He knew a Klutz. Or maybe it was Ku Klux Klan, too many KL and K for his mind to think of. Hey, I'm talking to you. The blonde-haired boy hissed between his teeth. What the hell is a Nazi? Harry raised an eyebrow, before muttering. You don't know about the Second Worldwide War. The boy blinked once owlishly, before shrugging. It's Muggle history, it's worthless for a wizard to know about. So you don't know what a Nazi is? Harry replied, meaning it's one less thing you know and one more thing I know, like saying, squib. I don't know what it means. You don't know what Nazi means. Maybe if he played it on the safe side. Oh, so you aren't a git. Good of you to know how Slytherins work, but after all you're a Ravenclaw. Should have expected you'd con me into exchanging knowledge. Well, no, wait a minute. He wasn't conning the boy, he had no idea what A squib is a child born of wizard parents who has no ability to use magic or magic elements, but is considered a magical being. By wards and the likes, they're the dishonor of pureblood families and are usually disowned because of it. Well, so I was right. You're a Nazi. Nazi is short for Nazist, Harry began explaining. The Second World Wide War began because of a really bad guy called Hitler, who wanted to rule the world. He believed that his race, the Germans, were superior to every other race and thus should rule on others. Many who weren't Aryans, like the Nazists called the superior race, were persecuted and then killed in gas chambers. Oh, that's clearly a stupid Muggle idea. It's the magic that makes one superior to another. Pureblood families are stronger and are kept as such because they don't thin their blood with Muggles. You know who, here the blonde boy whispered, was the leader of such a movement, and he would have won and helped the magical world survive, if not for the brat who lived. Was he an Arab? Harry asked, curious. Who was? You know who? No. Wait, that's more of a Japanese name. You know who? He who cannot be named. Ah. You know who. Got it. Harry replied with a quick nod. At first he had thought he had been hearing things, like maybe the name had in truth been you, instead of you know who, but then again this confirmed it. Wizards were a bit on the strange side. Silence stretched uncomfortably for a few seconds, before the blonde boy finally managed to spit out the next words. So, you're a Muggleborn, a half-blood or a pureblood? Harry frowned for a second, before querying. Half-blood means one of your parents was a Muggle. The other boy swiftly provided. Sheesh. Did your parents teach you anything before sending you here in Hogwarts? My real parents were both wizards, but I grew up with my mother's sister when they were killed. Harry replied quietly. She and her husbands are both Muggles, and so. Tough luck having to live with Muggles. The boy snorted, seemingly satisfied that he had two wizards as parents. Well, what's your name then? I'm Harry. Draco. The other boy replied. So I suppose you grew up without knowing anything about the wizard world, right? The question, apparently, seemed to hold something else within it because he couldn't put it, but if he had to guess this, Draco had some sort of wistful look. Longing look. I had Professor Snape explain a few things to me, when he took me to Diagon Alley to acquire my wizard stuff. Harry replied hesitantly. Professor Snape. He's the Slytherin head of the house. Draco muttered. Of course they had to send the head of the Slytherin house to do the job. They hate our house. Harry raised an eyebrow. Who does? Everyone else. Draco replied. You know who was from Slytherin, as well as a lot of other dark wizards in the ages. So there isn't another house who likes Slytherin, and we're basically alone with ourselves most of the time. We still managed to win the House Cup though. The blonde-haired boy was smug right about then. Proves they're just jealous of us. Might as well be that. Harry replied diplomatically. I kind of go on a don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself thing. He pointed out. Don't care about blood status. Is that it? If it's anything like the Nazi ideology, then I'm sorry to say it, but it's false. At those words, Draco was completely out of his mind. His eyes bulging were as good of an indication as ever, and so Harry hastily added. Unless you can prove it, that is. He supplied books, brochures, anything of the sort. What the hell was he, a judge at Nuremberg? If the kid wanted to play the magical Nazi, then it surely wasn't his business to interrupt him, was it? He was already speaking too much. If only he had kept quiet from the beginning, but no, of course he had to stare. I'll look into it. With this, Draco actually displayed another smug grin. Was he really serious about it then? After all, if there was one thing Harry knew, it was that he knew nothing about the wizard world. For all that he knew, maybe you know who, damn, he had to find out how he was called. Using an appellative was just plain stupidity. Well, anyway, for all that he knew, this guy might have been right to begin with. Maybe you needed two magical parents to get magical children. That the case, it was just like with Europe's dwindling rates of childbirths, soon there would be no European left. Which was stupid, because when one thought about it, all that it took was just for the stork to deliver more kids. All right that she was lazy, but truly, it didn't take much to hire some help. As Harry's mind was filled with a sort of squadron of the Luftwaffe, only with storks and babies held in their beak, because his mind was seriously processing the thought of Nazi wizards and magical babies probably, and there was also Doctor Who standing flying as the squad leader aboard his TARDIS. He shook his head, clearing his thoughts from the daydream he had unwillingly entered, and finally realized that indeed, Professor Flitwick had been talking to Lillian for a while. Your parents, well, enough of a chit-chat. For some reason, Lillian was looking down at her desk, where a white feather was now standing. Just like in front of his desk and in front of the other desks too. Now, the incantation we will learn today is Wingardium Leviosa. It is an extremely useful spell. Care to tell me why? Hermione of course lifted her hand up, just like half of the Ravenclaws within the room. Miss Pottle, looking at the Ravenclaw of the two. It enables an object to float, Professor. It helps in moving heavy weights and stuff. You are correct, Miss Pottle. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Having said that, he quickly gestured with his wand against his own feather, and Harry saw it. The good thing of the charms class was that with only 3 rows per side, even in the last row he could still pretty well see the feather and the professor's movements because he stood on a wooden stool. Practice to your heart's content. Phileas exclaimed, while moving to write on the chalkboard the key inflection of the word and the wand movements. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry muttered, moving his wand as slowly as he could to get the movement right. Wingardium Leviosa. He murmured again, when the feather refused to budge. Again and again he muttered those damn 2 words under his breath, until his tongue was rasping against a sore throat and his wrist began to feel a bit clunky. Yet nothing happened. The feather stayed firmly down there. It helped that a lot of other guys didn't manage the feat either, but of course. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione had barely yelled that, more than likely just smugly pronounced it, and there it goes, the feather lifts itself up in the air. For a moment, I'm actually jealous. Why is it that my wand refuses to cooperate? I mean, it's just a stick, isn't it? No. Wait a moment, if it was just a stick, then grabbing one from let's say, a tree branch would be the same. My wand's powerful and I know it. What else did Ollivander say? That the wand chooses its wizard. Doesn't that mean that the wand actually has a conscience of sorts? And if it does have one, then it isn't just a stick. Shroud of a Dementor and Thestral Hair. Harry knew what he was going to do that afternoon. He'd go to the library, look for information on those 2 things, and then he'd try and get into the mood to make the wand work. Maybe he had to coo it like a puppy. No, dark wand doesn't need to be cooed, does it? Excellent work, Miss Granger. How the hell does he know her name already? Pottle was of his house, but also Hermione's surname. Oh right, Ravenclaw's the house of the smart. He's probably memorized our names already. 5 points to Gryffindor. Phileas adds. At the end of the lesson, a few more students managed to make it float. Harry had mentally begun to beg his wand to work, but except for nothing, well, nothing had happened. Maybe he really should have his wand checked. Determined. Wand or not, some things just should work. The next period was going to be history of magic. This time, however, he actually arrived first. He arrived so early indeed that he took the first row. There was no way he was going to stay in the back now. The other students crowded in, all taking the back seats. Of course, by the time the last students trickled in, he realized the first row was completely empty, save for him. The professor was a ghost. Of course, again, the professor's voice was as boring and ghastly as the worst possible thing in the entire universe. Of course, it was too good to be true. The lesson that passed was one of extremely excruciating pain and boredom, but he endured by taking notes, and then as he read one passage back, something clicked into him. The Goblin Rebellion was squashed by the wits of the metal-scaled, who sat upon the thrones of bones of his enemies. The tone was deadly. Really, the tone was extremely boring, but the words weren't. It was like reading a Lord of the Ring version, down to the very details of what color the Goblin King had his socks. The ghost, Cuthbert Binns, kept on talking until the very end of the lesson, before sitting back down on the chair. The class scrambled away at the speed of light, all except him having something better to do than ask questions to the professor. Mr. Dursley, why are you still here? The professor asked in his drawling voice. Harry bit his lower lip for a moment, before querying. I'm sorry, Professor, but I'm just curious, how did the battle end? Surely you possess the book, do you not have it? I have a second-hand copy that. Number Professor. It's not that. Harry hastily replied. It's just that I was reading my notes and the book, and well, I prefer your version of the Saint history than that of the book. For a moment, the ghost actually did not move. Then it stood up and hovered over to his side, taking a seat next to him as if a ghost could actually take a seat. Well, Mr. Dursley, the Battle of Grapplehook ended in a misty cold night, with the stars blazing for the winter of the 23rd of December, whereas the tree's top moved gently by the strength of a light zephyr breeze. 3 hours later, Harry was leaving for dinner. He realized that, probably, there was a reason he was more at ease speaking to portraits and ghosts than to the students around the castle. Maybe it was because he hadn't grown up among them, that he saw them as strange, or maybe it was because deep down he didn't consider them difficult to talk to. They weren't humans, and it wasn't like they would lose something by answering him. Professor Binns probably had nothing else to do but float around. And if this made him a bit more of a Ravenclaw, and a bit more prepared, then where was the problem? He had also solved yet another problem of his: what to do during his spare time. Listening to the ghost speaking might have been boring per se, but taking notes helped in keeping him awake, and little by little he was sure he could change the boring tone to something Tolkien-like. Good lass. Run for the dinner, ahoy! One of the portraits yelled at him as he stopped to catch his breath, panting strongly. The portrait was more of a drawing depicting windmills and a man in armor, on a donkey, and holding a lance. Fighting the giants takes time and a full stomach. You're that guy who fought the windmills, wait, the name. Don Quixote de la Mancha. The guy on the horse exclaimed abruptly before falling off the majestic animal that indeed was a donkey. A donkey painted of dark brown, literally, within the portrait itself. How one could paint from within a painted painting. Yeah, I'm heading off to grab dinner. Good of you. You'd better hurry lest they start without you. The knight explained, and if you can't catch a bite, then there's always the kitchens for a late night snack. Harry raised an eyebrow, before muttering, I wouldn't want to steal from the kitchens. Nonsense. The house elves are happy to serve, and the food's there for the students. Seriously, nobody's going to miss a treacle tart or some toasts. Of course you'd better reach it before curfew, since it's on the way down to the Hufflepuff dungeons and behind the dead nature portrait and all. The Hufflepuff dungeons. Why was it that Harry was starting to think more on the line of torture devices? Weren't the Hufflepuff the loyal and kind ones? What the hell did they do in dungeons, to begin with? Oh well, more of a basement. Real cozy too. Can't tell you the way in. I'm afraid don't want Helga to jinx me through the paintings anyway. You're really going to be late, you know. Harry nodded, before rushing off once more. He'd barely reached the hall in time, he knew it. In his rush, he did not look back behind him, because if he had, he'd realized that a vaguely familiar female silhouette had once more appeared from the painting, and had then proceeded to head once more downstairs whistling. Peeves was of course extremely peeved when he once again crossed with the ghost in question. Somebody was making the Grey Lady smile. The Bloody Baron was meant to know of this. Oh, if he'd tell him. Well, if only the Bloody Baron wasn't so blood scary that it made him forget it. Better to launch dung bombs in the library. Madame Pance's yells were masterful works to hear. As luck would have it, he wasn't the only one arriving late. A group of older Ravenclaws had apparently began studying for owls and newts, whatever those things were, and as it turned out they were rushing too. So of course he ended up sitting right at the far end, surrounded by the oldest ones. Needless to say, he had no idea what half of them were saying half of the time. He did get Nick called Squirt, though. All in all, also the second day should have been erased from his memory. One day, a pretty nice lady from school had told the kids that they could be anything they wanted to be when they grew up, if they behaved themselves perfectly well and applied to whatever they did in earnest. Harry had naively asked if he would be able to fly and have laser eyes. Of course the nice lady had ignored his question, considering it childish, and had then proceeded to smile and congratulate another girl for wanting to become a veterinary. Being a veterinary was so much not cool, in Harry's eyes at the time, that he had pouted and crossed his arms over his tiny chest, keeping quiet for a long time. He was such a sulker in his youngest days. The reason for this thought was maybe his subconscious trying to clear his conscience on regards of not having studied once the notes taken on Monday. Of course he had dabbled with them in the library on Monday afternoon, while waiting for Hermione, but that hadn't pretty much mattered as studying. That was maybe what, 4 years ago. Harry muttered to himself, as he sat down to eat breakfast for once arriving on time. He was starting to speak to himself, considering how he appeared to be in some sort of metaphysical bubble whenever he walked from one spot to another, people ignoring him as he passed by. What was he, a sort of invisible leprechaun? "We have potions today," a first-year commented. It was the blonde-haired kid, wasn't it? Anthony something. Anthony. Antonius. Oh yeah, Harry replied numbly, proceeding to scarf down on toasts, croissant, tea and milk. "Thanks for the food," he whispered to no one in particular. He had grown up with proper manners after all. You should always politely thank whoever prepared the food, and now that he knew it wasn't magic, but elves, then it made it even more so. He half suspected the elves were able to become invisible at will. There was no other reason for the food to appear unless they could do that, and if that was the case, then they probably heard him all right. Still, it appeared that it was Anthony, hadn't finished speaking. "You think you'll get us some more points, Harry?" "I don't know," he replied slowly. "We're still working on the boil soothing potion, right?" A nod came his way and Harry shrugged. "I was lucky that time. I doubt it will happen again." "Come on, we know you're a bookworm by now, Dursley. Make us proud." It was Michael who spoke next, puffing his chest out like it was some sort of personal achievement to exclaim at him. He nodded embarrassedly, but the gnawing feeling in the pit of his stomach didn't leave him at all. So, when indeed he actually managed to enter the class in time, and actually end up as a cauldron buddy of Neville, he was kind of more at ease. After all, Neville was someone he knew and could work with. As it turned out, instead, Neville was completely and utterly a fool when it came to potions. It was like he wasn't even reading the book, or he was skipping lines. The only thing Harry could do, as the potion began to turn a desperate and crimson red while the book stated it had to become green, and exhaling vapors that it shouldn't clearly exhale, was to grab the closest thing at hand and throw it in the cauldron, which, in retrospect, was kind of stupid but still far more helpful than whatever Neville was going to come up with. The next few seconds passed by in a blur, as Harry had kept his eyes snapped shut in fear for an incoming explosion. Harry, what did you throw in precisely?" Neville asked quietly, forcing him to slowly open his eyes to stare at the cauldron. The cauldron was now a pool of pitch-black darkness, literally drifting around it as if it didn't matter and then dispersing into nothingness, leaving behind an empty cauldron. Completely empty of everything, blank slate, nothing in there even so remotely showing that the crimson potion of doom could have been contained inside of it. "I think," Harry took a deep breath, "that I threw in a bezoar." Scanning around the table, it took him less than a minute to confirm that indeed, the chunk of bezoar he had so gingerly kept ready at hand for poisoning prevention had apparently disappeared. "Well, good thinking," Neville replied in a slightly embarrassed tone. "I'm sorry, I kind of." "Never mind," Harry sighed. "It can happen to everyone. Maybe we can patch it up and start again. This time, however, please just read out to me the lines." The truth behind the potion incident appeared clearly a few moments later. "Neville, it's snake fangs, not shake hands." What was Neville reading? How to shake hands with the mortar? Well, then add the pine flower. Neville. Harry narrowed his eyes, looking at the fumbling boy. "Let's swap again, shall we? Just follow my instructions." Half the thoughts went to Neville being an analphabet, while the other half went to him simply not knowing how to read the Queen's English. Luckily, they had 2 hours of time, and even though they were forced to spend much time under the stares of those who had finished brewing it, by the end of the second hour they finally managed to complete it. Taking a deep breath, Harry slumped on his desk with a light groan, before muttering slightly something about glasses and dyslexia. "I'm sorry," Neville added once more. "Not your fault." The boy groaned back. "I feel like hell though. What's the next class?" "Herbology." The Hufflepuff supplied. "Our head of the house is the teacher for that. She's a really nice lady." Nice bit of information Harry did not need at all. Still, Maybe she would let him go to the infirmary if he felt worst. Sure she is, he muttered, before moving towards the professor's desk to hand over the potion. Mr. Dursley, Snape began while looking at him like a snake looks his prey. I had hoped you would have finished sooner. I'm sorry, Professor, it was my fault. Neville began quickly, cringing. Pray tell, what did you do? I kind of misread the instructions. The potion was red and exhaling fumes and about to explode when Harry jumped in and threw. At this moment, Harry gulped down nervously before muttering, his eyes sideways and staring at a really interesting brick in the wall. Bazoar. Yeah, he threw in a bazoar, and then puff, the potion disappeared, so we had to start again. The rest of the class had already delivered and left. A nice set of various degree colored potions stood lined up on the side of the professor's desk, and maybe it was luck that no one else was there to stare at the blinking owlishly Snape. Indeed, Severus Snape was blinking owlishly. You are telling me that the bazoar destroyed the entire potion, Mr. Longbottom? He basically hissed those words out like his throat had been constricting. Why, yes, sir. Neville had already taken a step backwards, by the time the potion master rose to his feet. You utterly, you 20 points from Hufflepuff. You should have called me immediately. Do you have any idea what it means for a bazoar to destroy an entire potion? I'm sorry, the Hufflepuff squeaked. No, sorry doesn't cut it, Mr. Longbottom. Mr. Dursley, why did you throw the bazoar in the cauldron? Why not something else? As the question was asked, Harry blinked for a moment, before his traitorous mouth took the better of him. Poison prevention. Keep it on myself, and so I threw it because if it was poisonous, then it would stop being so. There was the brief flickering of something behind Snape's eyes, something that Harry couldn't place quite well, but that still made the potion professor calm down considerably. I think it will be in the best interest of the class, safety, that Mr. Longbottom be assigned as your steady potion partner, Mr. Longbottom. Snape spoke clearly, readdressing the Hufflepuff. The potion you concocted was clearly highly toxic. Without mine or Mr. Dursley's intervention, you and those around you would have probably suffered from its effects. Doing potions is not merely following whatever your brains say would be cool to throw within the cauldron while waving a stick around. Potion is a delicate and precise art. You were lucky. Next time, follow the recipe clearly and to the letter. Are we understood? Neville nodded meekly, hoping this would soon end. For removing a threat from the classroom, displaying quick wits and actually making it in time to deliver another sample of the correct potion, I award 30 points to Ravenclaw. Having said that, Severus' eyes narrowed. Well, what are you two still doing around here? Get going. Twin bolts shot out of the potions classroom, stopping to take a breather only halfway through Hogwarts. Aye, what the hell? Harry muttered. Well, let's not talk about that ever again, all right. Neville merely nodded. He didn't want the others to know he might have potentially brought the entire class to the infirmary on the third day of school. Where's the herbology class held, Lord Matthew? Neville blinked at hearing Harry ask a painting on the wall next to them, a painting that actually smiled at being addressed and replied quite thoroughly. Lad, it's the greenhouses down and out from the castle. Go right and then right again. Take the stairs down, and while you're at it, ask Bessie if she needs a hand with her guests. Aye, sir. Harry replied with a nod, before gesturing to Neville to follow him. Neville could have told him where the greenhouses were, still it was probably the fact that he had nearly made them intoxicated that had brought Harry to ask a painting of a navigator on a ship facing a cloudy and stormy horizon. The Hufflepuff said nothing as Harry then spoke with what seemed to be a female corsair fighting off guests, in the form of merfolks armed with tridents, actually being pretty crass about it all. Lord Matthew helped me out yesterday in going to the history of magic class. He explained to Neville, as they made the final round to get to the greenhouses. And since he's a navigator, well, I thought he'd know his way around the castle. Neville did not reply at that, simply choosing silence over embarrassing himself once more. At least he was pretty confident he would not beep in herbology. He tended a garden at home. How much difficult could this be? Harry, on the other hand, was glad to see that everyone was still waiting outside of the greenhouse. As he neared, however, he realized that whatever disturbance had happened was gone. The students began to trickle in and head towards the giant table set within the glasshouse. Well, Pomona Sprout, a stocky and well-built lady that seemed the grandmotherly type by merely looking at her, exclaimed. The first year is about hearing me talk about plants and you taking notes. This here is Greenhouse 1. Then there's Greenhouse 2, 3 and finally number 4 for the Newt level students. That said, I'm Pomona Sprout, and I sure hope you first years are ready to get your hands dirty. She smiled too, just like someone who told a funny joke. You won't of course end up fighting a devil's snare or a man-eating Cambodian plant. Still, I'm going to teach you how to move normal flowers and grass from one pot to another, how to use manure and so on along the year. Don't make those faces lasses. Life's not only about nail polish. There was a chorus of snorts and chuckles coming from the male part of the class, albeit Harry had half a feeling the woman was speaking also to him. Touching manure. Wasn't manure well shit. They'd let him use gloves he hoped. Hell, even with gloves that was stretching it. Why not let him use the wand? Oh right. He couldn't even cast a spell as of yet. Now, take a seat and be ready to jolt down some notes. First off, the chrysanthemum family. If there was one thing Harry was sure about, it was that no, Herbology and he would not be together for a long time. Nice of knowing that the daisies were called chrysanthemum something, but how did that help at all? Shaking his head out of his boredom, he felt a soft encompassing feeling of coziness cover him by the time the lesson ended. Neville was even looking at him funnily. What was he saying? You don't look well, Nev Pav. Harry, you hear me? Neville's voice was a bit high-pitched, because by the end of the lesson his friend's eyes had turned all glassy and a sort of cheesy cat grin had appeared on his lips. What's going on? The voice belonged to a female girl of Gryffindor, who was a couple of seats further away. Apparently Lillian Potter was voicing her concern over the boy, Dursley. Neville didn't quite care about that, because he was still remembering the words of Professor Snape about how his potion had been toxic. Maybe he had exhaled the fumes of it. If he had. Professor Sprout. Neville quickly yelled, getting the professor's attention. I think Harry's not feeling well. You come from potions, right? Pomona queried, before sighing and moving closer to Harry, tapping her wand against the boy's forehead. Yeah, thought so. Worry not. Not the first time firsties get a potion wrong, exhale some fumes, and walk out without even wondering if they should visit the infirmary or not. Mr. Longbottom, nice sport of you to notice it. 5 points to Hufflepuff. I'll carry him over to Poppy in the infirmary. Neville nodded numbly in relief, and a bit of guilt. Of course, the moment the professor left with Harry floating by her side, he was suddenly barraged by questions from the rest of the classroom. How the hell did he get to smell toxic fumes? He got points from Snape of all people. A Ravenclaw suddenly exclaimed, forcing Neville to nervously swallow his pride and admit he might have botched up the potion. Longbottom. We lost how many points for that? Neville cringed. How the hell were they suspecting he had made them lose points? Let's not make a fuss of it. A girl, a Hufflepuff, muttered. You heard Professor Sprout, it's something normal and it happens every year. He'll miss the flying lessons, poor git. A Gryffindor with bright red hair had to snappishly remark. Say that again. A Ravenclaw with blonde hair suddenly mused, what is it? Jealous he got points from Snape and you didn't? Ron, stop it. Lillian Potter suddenly said to the red-haired boy, who Neville now knew was called Ron. How the hell can I become jealous of that guy? I barely even know him. Ron's retort still didn't matter much, because by then a Slytherin blonde boy had apparently decided to sneer at the Gryffindor. Why does your ignorance barely surprise me, Weasley? Shut your trap, you Slytherin. A Hufflepuff barged in. Shut yours, you half-squib. Another Slytherin exclaimed. The next second, of course, it was chaos and wands were out. I think we should all calm down. Lillian began slowly. Let's be reasonable, okay? Numbly, everyone looked at one another with a strange and eerie calm, before taking deep breaths and recomposing themselves. Their wands returned to their holsters, and things turned calm again. Still, Neville couldn't help but be puzzled. Why the hell had a riot nearly happened for Harry? He had expected some murmuring, not a near outright chaos to execute a second after his disappearance. He wasn't the smartest guy, but he too found it strange. Then again, maybe he was well liked by the other Ravenclaws. Still, something was off. It wasn't his business, however. It clearly definitively wasn't his business. So he'd let it drop for now. Not like Harry Dursley was anyone worthy of being remembered for a long time, was he? Harry's ears caught on an indistinctive mumbling and buzzing, before he finally managed to open his eyes and stare at a blurry figure that was probably looking back at him. You all right? The voice buzzed, her hair tied in a ponytail of a red color. Next to her another figure, leaner and with a strange nun-like dress, was looking at him sternly, if the blur on her face was actually that of stern. I'm fine, he mumbled, feeling drowsy still. All right to your mother, and the voice felt far off, as he dropped once more into the nice embrace of sleep. Finally, when he awoke once more, it was in the midst of the night. What hit me? He asked to no one in particular. Toxic fumes, lad. The nurse's voice was just as gruff as her demeanor, but at least he could now see her clearly, albeit the candlelight wasn't of the best sources. Bazoar, he suggested. Already in your stomach. Working just fine. The healer added, before commenting, you had a couple of visitors, left you stuff on the bed desk. Carry it with you tomorrow morning when you leave for your classes. Okay, he whispered back, before turning his gaze to the right, and then to the left, where indeed on the bed desk stood what appeared to be a book, and a couple of letters. His hand moved to grab a letter, and at the light of the candle nearby he slowly began to read it. It was more of a parchment actually, just a brief note coming from Neville, who said how sorry he was, and how he was going to get a copy of the notes for astronomy for him later on, and not to worry. He then proceeded to look at the other parchment, that apparently belonged to his cousin. Cousin. Darn it. I wanted to speak to you at flying. Since it's Uncle Sirius' lesson, he wouldn't have made a fuss about us chatting in the background. You got saddled with the Longbottom, huh? Well, he clearly has some sort of motor deficiencies, yeah. I know that word, duh. Since he nearly fell from the broom today, thankfully Uncle Sirius was there and stopped his fall with a levitation charm. A pity you couldn't fly with us today, you would have loved it. P.S. Uncle Sirius said he's going to try and get me in the Quidditch team as a first year. The Griffs are in need of a seeker after all. I can't wait. He also gave me 35 Gryffindor points for having flown spectacularly. Of course those bloody Slytherins had to whine about it, so instead he gave me 7 times 5 point. Get better soon. Your cousin. L.P. Harry rolled his eyes before grabbing the book and looking at the cover. He blinked for a second, before letting his hand pass over the leather cover of the title to make sure he was reading it right. Pureblood Supremacy Throughout the Ages, by Abraxas Malfoy. Oh, he muttered. Draco had actually gone as far as getting him the equivalent of the Mein Kampf, only for the magical Nazis. Slowly, he peered open the first pages, deciding that if sleep hadn't claimed him yet, he wouldn't be claimed for a few minutes more. It is with heavy mind that I decide to write this book, for the minds of those who willfully ignore the greatest threat that Great Britain has yet to face. That is, of course, Muggleborns. This book is dedicated to Lucius Malfoy, my son, so that he may grow proud of his blood and of the power of magic. The index of the book contained a detailed set of dates, upon which all possible magical accidents had happened because of Muggleborns, ranging from setting off ancient runic temples, ruining priceless statues because of accidental bouts of magic, to risking the infringement of the Statute of Secrecy. It is not that Muggleborns should be purged, albeit it would be preferable. It is that they bring forth change that is, indeed, against the moral principles of magic itself. Magic demands for a hill to remain a hill, so when a Muggleborn decides to build upon it, and make a house with magic, he offends magic. Whereas a pureblood knows where to build a hill and where not, because his education has brought him insight, the risks of the Muggles' spawn is too great for. And then Harry simply moved his eyes across a particular page, which apparently held some strange reddish words. The truth behind the purebloods' ideals is the complete and utter desire to maintain control through stagnancy. That much must be made clear to all those who hold upon themselves the title of last of their lines, and as such they are able to read these words, that I leave to only those whose pure blood and heir status can be discerned through means of magic. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered, before starting to turn the pages quickly. Indeed, 7 pages later, a small note in a corner related how the accident that involved a Muggleborn, which had been started by the crude remarks of a less than pureblood, who needed to be cultivated in order for the purebloods' ideals to remain such. Few pages down the line again, and another scribble dictated how to recognize the signs of inbreeding, and how to fight them by having some controlled wizards and witched birth through at least 3 generations of magic parents always at hand for marriage interviews and contracts. Harry gaped at the sheer amount of stuff that was written in red. The ink, black as it was, displayed the basics of a Nazism theology, but the red words illustrated why it had come to be like that with clear-cut reasoning and cold logic. Basically, it was completely and utterly different from merely reading Mein Kampf. It was like reading it with an author's commentary, one that apparently was being objective in his shrewdness of keeping the nobles atop the commoners. Harry, slowly and hesitantly, closed the book and set it aside. So, he had been in the magical world for 3 days. In those 3 days he had been late, suffered from toxic fumes, been ignored or randomly brought to glory. He had saved himself by the skin of the teeth with a potion, gotten a friend if Neville could be counted as such, and apparently they were trying to get him recruited into the magical Nazi party. Joy to the world, the headache has come. He muttered the Christmas Carol first words, before taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. He'd figure everything out the next morning, probably. As it turned out, the next morning he was up and about even before the start of breakfast. Madame Pomfrey had been most kind in informing him he would need his books and stuff for the lessons from his dormitory, and so he had left still dressed with the clothes of the day before, at 5 in the morning. Of course, the castle was as chilly as it could ever be. Brr, isn't there a heating system around here? He muttered under his breath, clouds of condensed air forming from his lips. Cold. Harry turned around, raising an eyebrow before looking at the paintings near the hallway. Any of you said something? Wonderful morning, dearie, a seemingly elderly grandmother said, while holding a needle and some thread and knitting up a scarf. You seem a little chilly, you know. A good warm cup of chocolate does wonders for the cold. I'll take that in mind, madam. He replied, but they don't serve hot chocolate for breakfast, do they? Course they do, dearie. You just have to ask the cup. The old woman replied with a light smirk. Most things can be obtained by politely asking, it's all in the manners, you know. Thank you, madam. I'm sorry, but I'm kind of in a hurry, so. Of course, dearie. Off you trot. Harry left the elderly lady with a smile, so he only had to ask. Maybe he'd get his favorite breakfast of all, hot chocolate with chocolate muffins. For a devastating combination of sweetness and utter lack of calorie control, at least, his father used to tell him about how, if an apple a day keeps the doctor away, then chocolate calls a swarm of dentists back and medics too. In any case, he actually managed to get to the dormitories without meeting anyone else, except of course politely saying hello to the paintings along the way, or waving at them as he moved. As he entered through the knocker, who still had the old riddle on, he stilled. People were actually sleeping in the common room, some covered in books and others apparently wherever they could stay. They all looked like the 6th years and the 5th ones. Words like, the owls will get you, or, Newt Payne, Newt gone were scribbled all around. In a corner, near the window, a rooster was laying asleep right next to a clock, while the painting of the lady who had been kind of him was depicting said woman smiling fondly, nodding at him with a wink before gesturing for silence. He blinked a moment, before nodding back to the painting of Helena, and then slowly making his way back to his room and drop off the stuff he was carrying, taking great care of putting the book with the magical Nazism theories. He had decided that if he had to think about purebloods, he'd just go all out and call them magical Nazis. It actually made them slightly less scary, because the sheer impossibility of it, at least before he knew of magic, made it funny rather than scary. Mentally, he promised himself he'd look into the Second World-Wide War by the wizard's perspective, but till then, he prepared for charms. By the time he was washed up and ready, breakfast time had come around, meaning it was 7 o'clock, and he, together with the oldest students who had woken up at that time thanks to the strangely well-placed rooster in the room, ended up going for breakfast as early as possible. Whose smart idea was that of the rooster? Penelope began to talk as soon as they ended up being seated. See, even the prefect likes it. A Ravenclaw replied. His cheek had scribbled on the side the words, May 1276, in ink, probably the result of having it imprinted on from his sleeping position. I was being sarcastic. Penelope retorted quickly. Only cats, owls or toads are allowed in the common rooms. Actually, first years are allowed only those, second upwards it isn't stated. Another student piped in, and even if it was we could ask Professor Flitwick. I doubt he'd go on a murderous rampage for a rooster of all things. As the older years bickered and talked, Harry looked at his cup and the food around. Quietly, in a low murmured voice, he whispered, "Hot chocolate, please." The next moment, he was rewarded with his cup slowly filling up with the brown warm liquid that he quickly consumed, nearly scathing his tongue in the process. Leaving little to nothing to his experiment, he asked with a pleas for chocolate muffins, and was promptly rewarded. He thanked whatever sort of magical thing or ability brought the stuff, and then headed off, with a good bit of time to kill, towards the charms class. As luck would have it, the class had already been prepared with the feathers, for those who still had to get the Wingardium Leviosa working. A wide amount of paper stood hanging upon Professor Flitwick's desk, but since physics had deemed the pile unworthy of the laws of gravity, so too had he. So, with the utmost calm and control he could muster, and with the most decisive intent he could manage to focus, he walked straight to his desk and pointed his wand at the feather, the white feather in front of him, and whispered, "I will make you fly today. Mark my words." And then, narrowing his eyes, Harry went through the movements and hissed, "Wingardium Leviosa." This time, the feather twitched. Yes. And then the feather flew down. Probably it hadn't been heavy enough to stay down against his breathing, which, of course, meant that he hadn't yet mastered the spell. In any case, he quickly scampered to get the feather and put it back up at his desk, when the door of the classroom swung open for a moment. "Accio notes," a female voice exclaimed, and then, by the time Harry had stood back up to look around, the door had closed once more. With a heartfelt sigh of regret, Harry looked over at his wand. "Well, what do you have to say for yourself, huh? Something like, 'I'm powerful and need no silly trick stuff.' No, huh? For the love of God, he was talking to a wand. A stick of wood. Come on, at least let the feather twitch a bit. I'm doing it all right. How hard can it be to swing you around? I mean it. Just work, would you?" Of course, the stick of wood did not reply. Giving out a hint on how it worked would have been too easy, and thus the wand remained strongly silent. "You know what? To hell with you," he muttered. "I'm going to try something else." With that said, Harry opened his charms book, reaching for the most complicated spell of the arsenal. "Let's see you doing this then. Come on." Waving his wand slowly, but rhythmically, he began a long-drawn set of flourishes and air pentagrams that finally terminated with the wand movement of the piercing motion. Annihilo. The classroom, the empty devoid of life classroom, remained unscathed and untouched. On another side-related note, Harry quickly closed the charm book and began to utter foul curses of how much of an idiot he had been to even try something like that. Annihilo was a spell the wizards used to tear down castle walls. It was a siege spell, for heaven's sakes. As the first students trickled in, Harry knew it. He was in for another morning of complete and utter embarrassment. Just what the hell did his wand want to work? The class was soon filled with people, all sitting down calmly at the very same seats of the last time. All except for Draco, who, apparently, had ended up sitting elsewhere. So, right about then, Harry was sitting alone in the corner of the classroom. He sighed, before starting to look through his charms book once more, quietly hoping. Wait, was that a war spell right there again? His eyes narrowed for a moment, and he closed the book in front of him. The title of the book wasn't The Standard Book of Spells, to begin with. It was Battle Spells Throughout the Ages. He looked around frantically, before opening up his bag and sighing in relief. His book was there, tucked away safely. Harry was thus free to pursue the second part of the problem. Where the hell had that book come from? Carefully, he pried open the first pages with care, searching for some sort of footnote or scrawling that would help him identify the owner. At the first page, written with blotches of ink more than actual nouns, stood two words. Hellclaw, which of course helped little. On one side he only had 3 letters, and on the other he only had 4. Maybe he should actually start reading the books instead of skimming over the pages, looking for the most complicated spell there was. Looking at the book on war spells with a bit more of an eye, it had become clearer that it just couldn't have been the same. For one thing, the book had a black leather cover and the title was golden. Secondly, it held far more pages than the old one. Maybe he was still a bit dizzy after the night at the infirmary, but just as the professor began once more explaining the charm and its benefits, adding to it how it could be used to fly too, Harry raised an eyebrow. It could be used to fly. And now, please practice among yourself. The door of the classroom opened then, revealing precisely the last person who had to enter, Lillian herself. She had probably run late for some sort of reason, and as she sheepishly murmured her excuse to the professor, she moved to the only free spot remaining. The one right next to him. It was official. The world hated him. What was he supposed to say? Hello. How are you, cousin dearest? I'm so glad you earned points for blatant favoritism. Did killing you know who make you feel emotional turmoil? How the hell did you kill him to begin with? Hi. He grumbled with a light nod. Perfect. There was always a need for grouchy persons in the world, and apparently he was going to fit the bill, at least in Lillian's eyes. Hey. Lillian smiled back at him, showing off her entire dentition as she did so. How's Hoggy Hogwarts treating you? She asked, referring to what the talking hat had sung at the entrance ceremony. Good. He replied with a bit of hesitation and monotone. It couldn't be that difficult to speak to a cousin, could it? All right then, she quickly said, before moving to her task at hand of trying to levitate the feather. Hers at least twitched, while Harry's simply remained dead as a plucked feather from a chicken could stay dead, that is. You sure you're focalized? Lillian whispered to him, raising an eyebrow. I mean convinced and all. What? He replied with a flustered expression. He didn't need someone's help to do it for the love of he was going to make it. He had tried asking once, and it hadn't helped. Why would this be any different from before? Now, from what they told me, you need to focalize on the feather, believe it will float, and then use the spell with all the movements right. Of course you must also have the intent on it or it won't float really a lot of it. Just to prove her point, she whispered the charm one more time, earning a slightly floating feather that lifted maybe of a millimeter or two, far more than his dead one at least. Harry rolled his eyes, before slowly and deliberately eyeing the feather. He could do this. Magic was real, magic was really real and everything attached. He could do magic, the feathers could lift with the charm, he could pretty damn much make the darn thing in front of him float if he willed it enough. So, once more, he moved his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. His face was as concentrated as he could make it, and finally, for the first time since the beginning of the lesson, the feather twitched a bit. The others already had their feathers floating. Some of the late ones had theirs on a level far more than twitching, yet it didn't matter to him. The damn thing twitched. He could do magic. He could make magic work. He was a bloody damn wizard who could make feathers twitch. What a wonderful potential. Harry took a deep sigh, realizing only then that he had been smiling like he had just won the lottery. Thank you, he whispered back to Lillian, who apparently was a bit asleep. Because the next moment she blinked twice, before shaking her head slowly. No problem at all. Coos, can I call you Harry? She suddenly exclaimed, like she wanted to cover the previous words of her mouth and eyeing pretty badly her surroundings where people were looking at her. Yes. He replied with a nod. Good, I need to talk to you after the lesson, all right? At the question, he nodded once more, before returning to his feather. He had made the thing twitch. He still couldn't believe it, but he had made the thing twitch, and now was the time to make it soar through the air. Wingardium Leviosa. Of course, the feather merely twitched once more. Lowering his head with a deep sigh, he began to muster his determination. It was going to be a hell of a long road. By the time the charm lesson finished, his feather could do the twitching dance for a few seconds. He had never thought it could be mentally exhausting and taxing to even go as far as make a feather twitch, whereas it should have flown, but still. As the class was emptying, the red-haired boy that Harry had seen a lot of times hanging around Lillian literally pushed him aside to get to his cousin's proximity. Well, not actually. Pushed. As more of a, I'm a freight train, move or I'll end up knocking you down. Harry knew the types since he had known quite a few in elementary school. They weren't evil per se, but they just didn't know tact. Ron. Can you get to the dining hall and hold on a seat for me, please? I've got to speak with Harry for a moment. Oh, that's all right. And then, of course, he lingered for a bit before a death glare from Lillian sent him scampering on his way. Lillian then turned towards him, and whispered. He's a good guy, bit dull, but nobody's perfect anyway. You heard anything about me? She asked him, making Harry blink for a moment. Concerning what? She gave him a stare of death too, before sighing. Right, you grew up with muggles, makes this even easier then. I'm sort of the Wizard's World heroine. She began, ending up with a big digression on what happened and who was. Voldemort. He's called Voldemort. The magical Nazi is called Voldemort. Harry asked to make sure. At least, Adolf Hitler sounded menacing. Voldemort doesn't sound menacing. Heck, Mortimer would be totally better. Yeah, anyway, please don't tell anyone about me if they ask, all right? I've got little privacy as it is. As she said that, she rolled her eyes at the sight of some older year students pointing and murmuring probably about her a bit further away. And I really liked talking to someone who didn't idolize me like the girl who lived, or such, so please. All right, cousin. He nodded back, before raising an eyebrow. Now that I think about it, why not just avoid calling ourselves with cousin to begin with? That way we can be acquaintances and nobody would find it strange and ask questions on my family. Yeah, let's do that then. And with a bright, cheerful smile, Lillian dashed off. They could have gone to the dining hall and do transfiguration together, so why did she have to leave in a hurry? They could have at least walked together towards the hall, or maybe she just didn't want to be seen walking next to him. It kind of hurt to be ignored in such a way, but he shrugged it off. The girl had said she had enjoyed talking with him, hadn't she? So, after heading off to lunch, which, unluckily, could not be changed to his pleasure. His steps were steady but slow, as by the time he got into Transfiguration, sitting down in the last row, the professor soon followed a few seconds later. Minerva McGonagall was the Gryffindor's head of the house, and she looked every bit of the stern lady she could muster herself to be, if her words on expelling from the lesson, all those who made trouble were true. Her tone carried her truth at least, and he wasn't going to antagonize the woman if he could avoid it. This time, matches appeared in front of them. Transfiguration is easier said than done, the woman began to explain. Harry merely rolled his eyes. Why, he'd say the same thing about charms or anything concerning wand movements, because nothing was easy to him at the present where magical hocus pocus was involved. The easiest type is transfiguring matches to needles, and vice versa. One must always keep straight in mind what he wants to obtain, and mathematical formulas filled the chalkboard few seconds later, and then they were left to try, with the professor walking through the classroom like a vulture ready to devour the corpses of the fools who displeased it. Transfiguration was all about wand movement and intent, since no words were actually needed for it. He just had to picture a needle, in the place of his match. Slowly he brought his mind to the same level of determination he had held when trying the Wingardium Leviosa. He could do this. He would do this. He was a wizard and he would succeed. The tip of his wand tapped the match, and the next second the match disappeared. He blinked once, before slowly looking around. Did he perhaps push it down from the desk? He lowered his head beneath it, and when he brought it back up, there was a book where first there had been the match. His eyes narrowed. This was already the second time something of his fell down, distracting him and making him look around, and by the time he looked back up, a book mysteriously appeared in its place. This was starting to get annoying. Did he have some sort of secret admirer going around? This book was entitled Transfiguration for War, 101 Mutations to Unleash Upon Thy Enemies. He sacked the book to begin with, and then began to ponder as a match rolled by on his desk, coming from absolutely nowhere. Harry decided that this was all about magic, and nothing more. So, taking a deep breath, he started once more. He'd get a needle in the place of a match before the end of the day, he was sure of it. Of course, why did he keep putting up on his hope? The match remained as such all throughout the lesson, not even taking on a glimmer of metal. With a sigh, he actually pocketed the match. Maybe he could use it for lighting up his wand and trying the intimidation approach on the piece of stick he carried around. Great potential at a great effort. The effort was starting to become more and more of a sort of humiliation, daily and repeatedly, rather than some sort of well-worked, Rambo-like, evolution. Rambo just needed a bit of music and some stairs to climb. Real life beeped. He walked out of the classroom alone, as usual. He'd take his chance with the library now. He had that bit of a side project concerning the Second World Wide War after all. As luck would have it, he had been perfectly and utterly right. There had been, indeed, Nazi wizards. Their greatest supporter, their leader, had been a certain Grindelwald, defeated by Albus Dumbledore in 1945, and then the war had ended soon afterwards. So the Second World Wide War had been fought between wizards, but who had actually started it this time around? He scrunched his face deep in thought, as he began to peruse through the books like he was kind of possessed. What the hell was he doing in the library? He should have been going around exploring, like the other 11 years old, or maybe he should have gone and practiced some more. Yet this had caught his interest because he could relate. He had grown up among the Muggles, and thus he was more keen on discovering the hidden story of the world rather than study magic that didn't come easily at him. Everyone could move a wand around, but considering the low number of students in the library, only a few valued the history as well as he appeared to be doing. Then there was the trouble with the old-looking books somebody was trying to set him up with. What reason they could have eluded him, but he had yet to found any clue on it, except the fact that they kept on popping up. He could swear there was at least another book within his bag by now, probably placed when he wasn't looking. It was only through sheer luck that he managed to realize that time had indeed passed long enough for him to have to go to dinner. After dinner, he headed off towards his room and sat on his bed, lazily flipping open the pages of the book on Transfiguration. This one, instead of a blotched line of names, held a particular flourish of a signature. It was kind of difficult to decipher, but it did end with a small stylized snake that opened its fangs. Looking into his book bag, he realized he hadn't been imagining things. There were more books. Something, somewhere deep down, told him that as a school, this still wasn't the norm around. Something was up, and whatever it was, it apparently wanted him to be well instructed. The books. He widened his eyes, before settling in a slight grin. Now it was obvious. What an idiot he had been not to realize before. There was only one person who had ever gifted him a book, the potion professor. It had to be Professor Snape, who knew his mother, and thus was trying to help him out by giving him books to read. Taking a deep breath of relief, and shaking his head of all those stupid idiotical crap like, prepare for a final battle, or fight in a war, or similar, he began to gingerly read the first few pages of the book entitled Curses from the Dark Ages to the Dark Enlightenment, and Potions for the Rulers of Darkness, which appeared kind of shady, but the first few pages were nothing more than warnings and some general overlay. Nothing strange in there, was it? And Professor Snape was a professor after all. He wouldn't hand out prohibited books like they were candy, would he? He had double potions. The next day he'd ask clarifications then. The morning proved him wrong on the table's ability to deliver chocolate muffins at will. Apparently, when he politely whispered for chocolate, he got back steamed veggies. Harry didn't actually make a fuss, eating it quickly before praying for some milk and biscuits and getting his wish granted. Apparently the table worked on some sort of mystical, health equivalent exchange. One day one could order deep-fried baby seal fat, but the other he'd be forced on a mystical diet made of tofu and prickled bamboo sprouts. At least, that was as he envisioned the thing, albeit he doubted they'd serve him baby seal fat fried in oil. They couldn't have that in the kitchens, could they? You don't have baby seal fat in the kitchens, do you? He actually had to ask to the now empty plate, earning himself a mental groan when no reply came. Now he was going to spend the rest of the day pondering if they actually had baby seal fat in the kitchens. Then, as if on cue, he arrived late once more for potions. It was some sort of bizarre reasoning of his internal clock. Either he arrived extremely early or extremely late but still on the clock. He couldn't get there, say, 5 minutes early. He had to be there at least half an hour or an hour early. There were no cauldrons this time around, only tables. Meaning that this was, indeed, a take notes lesson time. It was also a Friday, and for him, It actually brought back elementary school and his literature teacher. Literature was more frankly story reading, but it held quite a bit of penmanship, and since she did have 5 hours in the morning of it, due to having double hours, this was nothing his hand couldn't take. Apparently, he was the only one. It was a little thing to take pride on, but if half the groans he heard from the others were of any meaning, they would be feeling the pain until Monday. The trick he used to take notes was quite simple actually. He just dozed off and left his hand to go on autopilot all the way till the end. It was a no-brainer solution and it worked, as long as something didn't disrupt his concentration, forcing him to return to reality like being tapped on the shoulder by a hand. A hand that belonged to a blond boy who had actually taken the seat next to him, and was clearly waiting for him to speak or say something of importance. Strange, because he could have sworn there was another kid next to him a few minutes before the first part of the lesson had ended. They were on the lunch break. "I've been reading the book," Harry murmured, "even the red parts." He added. "Red parts?" Draco raised an eyebrow, curious. "Yeah, the guy, Abraxas, said they were visible only to last living heirs of pureblood families who had no one to explain stuff to them." At those words, Draco's eyes bulged, before quickly looking around frantically. "Shish," the blond boy hissed, "don't speak of that here. I didn't think you were that pure. Well, anyway, you just wasted all of my time preparing for a grand speech and I'm not good at this. Father said it would be easy, but I've got the dumbest of lucks." Draco was babbling one moment, and the next he had his mouth shut and his features extremely pale. Harry returned his gaze forward, and frowned slightly at the sight of Lillian looking their way, with Ron displaying some sort of scowl. "Anyway, want to go get a bite?" Draco inquired, and as Harry nodded back on reflex, they both stood up and left after he packed his stuff. He'd talk to the professor after the second part he had all day after all. He'd manage to thank the man for his books, would he? The fact that Draco wasn't leading them towards the school's cafeteria had to mean something. Was there some sort of cafe within the school he knew not of? It could be. The size of the school was after all pretty impressive. By the time they descended towards the dungeons, however, he realized where they were going. The portrait of dead nature came into view, and as Draco tickled with cooing noises attached, the door opened. Well, no. More than a door opening, it was the portrait that swung apart to outright reveal an enormous amount of tables upon which strange creatures were cooking and preparing food. In a corner of the room, eating what appeared to be a long amount of sandwiches, was the Ravenclaw prefect right next to the Slytherin prefect, both apparently murmuring something about bloody idiots and Weasley twins. Nearby, a Hufflepuff prefect was brooding and drinking himself into oblivion. At least, the vast amount of beer-shaped bottles made it pretty clear. "And that's why there's a need for some pixie dust," Basilisk remarked dryly at the Slytherin prefect, who banged his head against the table. "I'm going to die. Come on. It's not that bad. Newts are the new tomorrow after all. Basilisk, I'll kill you slowly and darkly." The prefect deadpanned, before grumbling something unintelligible as Harry and Draco took to a small round table near them. The strange brown creatures zoned their eyes on them, and for a dreadful second Harry felt like having holes carved on all of his body. "Master Draco brought a friend. How can Dobby help?" The creature literally jumped up and down, excited like a 3-year-old on a sugar rush. "Dobby, this is Harry. Harry, this is Dobby, my personal house elf." As soon as those words left Draco's mouth, Harry's mind cracked. For a brief instant he could actually see the elves of World of Warcraft look at him. It was a moment, then they were replaced by those strange brown things that resembled goblins and some sort of beaten to near-death poodle dog with enormous eyes. "Oh," he gasped for air a moment later, shock probably visible on his face. I see then. Pleasure to meet you, Dobby. Master Draco's friend is too kind, sir. How can Dobby be of assistance to Master Draco and Master Draco's friend?" The elf no. This went against Tolkien itself. It would not stand. The goblin squeaked. The goblin was actually quite happy to take the orders of Draco and his two, and even those in the kitchens proper didn't seem to mind one bit. "House elves," Draco began. "Goblins." Harry deadpanned. "What do goblins have to do now?" Draco asked back perplexed. "Nothing. Carry on, I'm just feeling a bit dead inside, Harry whispered. Well, so you actually read that? My father told me of what was supposed to be written there, but it was some sort of ultimate, foolproof contingency plan just for the most horrible of situation to come by, and well, you've got a hell of a lot to learn then. There was something in Draco's tone that made Harry perplexed. It was pity. Can't I have the quick version? Harry's tone was pleading, but he was 11 years old. What the hell did they want from him? Was this like those sorts of medieval things he studied at school, with the kids learning etiquette and all that stuff since they could talk and speak? He refused. He'd be the modern medieval noble. Sorry, you should just keep reading the book I gave you. You can keep it since I've got more copies than I could possibly ever read, really. Draco shook his head slightly, before mulling over a thought. There was something I wanted to ask you, but I can't remember, so it wasn't important, I suppose. They chit-chatted about nothing, like the fact that apparently, the magical Nazi party was nothing more than a banner under which unite to just pursue the interests of control. He was after all speaking with a magical Nazi kid if he got it right. By the time lunch was done, they both headed back to potions wholly satisfied and appeased. The only thing Harry decided to remember, however, was that, indeed, he could take his leisurely time and ignore invitations to nobility parties. It was as he sat down at his seat that a giant, titanic thought struck him dead on in the back of the head. Why the hell was he the last heir of a magical pure-blooded family if he still had family alive? What the damn frigging hell? If he still had an uncle, who had a child, then why was he a heir with no family left? He began to rack his brain around the issue, in the time that it took for the potion professor to arrive in the classroom. Silently, he began to churn out solutions. His defense against the dark art teacher was Potter, male. Meaning that he had to be his father's brother now. From what little he remembered of nobility's heritage rules, the oldest one was always right. So his father had died, and had been the oldest. So then the mantle of heir had passed on to him, but then why was he considered by the book's magic as the sole heir with no family left? He thought about it while writing down about valerian roots and aconite, before reaching to the point of how it was better to cast within the cauldron smashed roots instead of chopped up ones, for the cast out. They had been disinherited, the whole lot of them. That was the reason. It was so simple. Harry suddenly felt the need to yell an Eureka! And dance around in his mind, of course. The younger brother had done something stupid, and had been disinherited, leaving only the older one and by consequence him as the sole family and heir to the house. So he was what? Lord Potter. He shivered at that. Lord Potter seemed like a high-strung name for a mark of toilet paper. Fear not the potty, with Lord Potter's brand mark of paper. So soft, it's Lord approved. Harry clamped a hand on his mouth, to suppress a stifle. Lord Dursley. Now that was a harsh and stern surname that would make people start respecting him. Harry James Dursley. Lord Harry James Dursley. He went back to politely taking notes on what the professor was speaking of, and when the lesson finished, he stood up making his way towards the potion master. Snape had seen him coming forward, because he did not rush out of the classroom as usual, but waited until he got closer to raise a puzzled eyebrow. I wanted to thank you for the books, Professor. Harry replied, fidgeting on the spot. He wasn't used to thanking professors for delivering books in secret. The man nodded quietly, before replying sternly. Mr. Dursley, you already thanked me once. There is no did you say books. As in, more than one. The tone was curious, but controlled. Why yes, Professor. He nodded quickly. I've been reading them for a bit now. Were they my mother's too? He asked. Mr. Dursley. The potion master's next words didn't come, because the man's face contorted into a frown, then a glare, then finally a quick nod, all while his eyes settled like drills onto his. No, they weren't. He began slowly, however I am sure they will be helpful. I'm glad you made a good friend with. Severus' voice stopped for a moment, a hint of a smile on his face before adding, Draco. Oh, yes, he's been helping me out with everything, and he bit his tongue. There was no need to speak with the professor of being the heir of a noble pureblood family, was there? Good. Hogwarts is a place where friendships should be cultivated if there is nothing else. You knew my mother. Harry blurted out, flustered. Could we speak of her? One day. I thought. Toonie. would have told you about her, Severus drawled out, visibly angry. She did, but not about magic. She said nothing about it, so I don't know what my mother did at school. And the professor looked at him for a moment, before slowly nodding and gesturing towards the door to the side of the potion lab. Follow me then, Mr. Dursley. I just so happen to have a bit of time. Do you enjoy tea? With a nod, Harry followed. What came to be for the next hour was a strange tea time with glass beakers warmed up over a cauldron's fire. Little tidbits of information on what his mother was during school and in the areas she excelled at. Nothing grand, nothing really important, but it was soothing. At least now he knew something more about her. If only he had some sort of photo except those of when she was together with her sister, then everything would be complete, but he dared not to ask his professor. And in 5th year she began to hang around with Potter, he supplied carefully, his tone turning slightly grim. We lost contact for a while after that, he added, but we patched up things later on, during the war against you know who. Who started that war? Harry asked, blurting it out before he could even snap his mouth it shut. What do you mean? The professor's eyes narrowed for a second, his lips already forming a slight scowl. I was looking in the library about the Second Worldwide War, the wizard side of it anyway, and so I mean, the question just came out on its own. He supplied swiftly. He who shall not be named. You know who, or Voldemort. The potion master stopped for a moment, eyeing him carefully before displaying a small smile and continuing his talk, began harassing muggles and muggle-born wizards and witches in the 1970s, calling himself the Dark Lord, and his believers the Death Eaters. Of course, when I speak of harassing, I intend terrorism, if the word is better suited for your understanding. The potion master spoke clearly and a bit hesitantly. They were feared because of their use of the unforgivable curses, of the beasts they brought under their folds, at one time giants and werewolves allied with him, and there was fear the goblins would soon follow. Harry listened keenly, taking the words of the man to heart, but it just sounded like the usual war talk. His grandfather, John Dursley, had fought in the war and invaded Germany during the fall of the Reich. He had always been tight-lipped on what his actions had been, but if there was one thing he stated, always, was that debris and blood were the same on both sides, and that wars didn't start for ideals, they started for pretty damn good reasons. So he only did it because he hated muggles? Harry queried, curious. Yes. There was a little moment of hesitance, within Professor Snape's final admission, that made him curious. The professor probably picked it up, because after a quick glance at him, he suddenly stood up. I held you long enough, Mr. Dursley. You should be heading off to dinner soon. Harry excuses himself quickly, thanking once more the professor for the time, but he did not head off towards the dining hall. If there was one thing he had understood by then, it was that a lot of people tended to outright ignore him. Even the guys of his own house did little more than walk past him. Now was he really that much invisible? Maybe he wasn't the most socializing guy ever, and maybe he didn't say hello every time, but he realized that he was just afraid. Afraid that if he did say hello to someone, and not get any reply, then he'd probably start crying over being ignored. He wasn't a whiny child. No, he wasn't a whiny child. He repeated that to himself mentally, as a fit of solitude finally took the best on him. With school and classes he had forgotten, but how did he send the mail around? You off to some mischief, huh? Should set you up by the ankles, should I? Exiting his thoughts, he stopped, coming face to face with the caretaker of Hogwarts. Wait, was the caretaker something like the postman too? Sir? He asked, seeing how the man was apparently heading off, having just mumbled that to shock him, maybe. What is it? The man Filch. Was it that his name had a gruff and stern tone, taking on the part actually of the evil guy out for the children's bones to gnaw upon? Is there a post office? Harry asked slowly, as the man blinked once, before coughing while putting his right hand in front of his mouth. Post office? Ye don't have an owl. There's the school's ones up in the owl tower to use, brat. As he snappishly replied that, Harry's eyes opened wide. There are. And they're free to use. Course they are. Filch replied, before his scowl somehow lowered a bit. You muggle born? Yes, sir. He had replied without thinking. He wasn't actually muggle born. He had been adopted by muggles, but he was the most far off thing from a muggle born that there could ever be. Thought so. The scowl lowered a bit more. Well then, you best be on your way then. Owling home or not, late is late and will be punished. Get a move on, brat. As Harry hastily began to run, his ears probably turning slightly red by the embarrassment, he was through the kitchen's painting before he could even realize where he had ended up going. Of course, he had the most pleasant of solitary dinners ever. Now he had no excuses, did he? He'd have to owl home and say some words about his first week at Hogwarts. Maybe he'd do that on the next morning, which was Saturday, and the homework field day apparently. The moment he did indeed return to the Ravenclaw common room, he realized there were papers scattered everywhere, except for 2 single lines of pavement that walked towards the male and female dormitories respectively. He really didn't want to ask anyone, but this was starting to get outright more bizarre than he thought of. We need more coffee. A yell made him yelp in shock and surprise, as he jumped to the side to avoid a scrawny missile of a thing opening the door of the common room and running out. Somebody get me the Muggle Studies notes of Professor Quirrell. We're losing ground on the potion statistic for the biannual semantic party. All arms to deck 1. What the hell was that about? Griffin's feathers aren't cathartically enhanced. Who the hell wrote this bullshit, Slughorn? We're all going to D. Arithmancy will have our souls. Bugger off, you idiots. It's just the first week. Get me the ancient runes. My straight O's will be a dream of yesterday that much divinations told me I'm screwed. Coffee. Eat chocolate and die happy. Eat chocolate and die happy. The lingering chaos apparently came from a corner of the room, where sitting at a round table the oldest students were apparently holding a crash study course. Point being, there were no exams. Surely there weren't exams so early in the year, were they? Now, order around the table. Basilius intoned, we will pass our owls and newts with full bloody marks or die trying. A chorus of, hell yeah, echoed through the table, before a strange, Ravenclaw is the best, hymn began to be chanted. Get over here before they see you. A voice hissed to him from the stairways, and the next moment, Harry found himself climbing the stairs with Michael. Thank God I saw you. Every time they see a first years they start droning out about how lucky we don't get exams. Why was he acting all friendly now? He had practically ignored him after the first night of dinner at Hogwarts. Yeah, that would be horrible. He muttered it actually wouldn't be. He wasn't a spoiled child. He knew that of course, but being at the center of attention wouldn't be all that bad. It would be something better than being ignored at least. Indeed. So Michael couldn't understand sarcasm. Of course. Anyway, we're planning on cramming up on Saturday afternoon. Would you like to be with us studying in the library like good Ravenclaws? Harry looked at him for a moment, before smiling lightly and nodding. He had never been one to hold a grudge after all, and they were all kids. Of course they weren't intentionally ignoring him. It wasn't like anything bad was going to happen to him. This was just a school of magic, but a school nonetheless. They were all new to this, and so of course they were all hesitant one with the other. There was nothing going on about it. It was all clearly explainable. So why, when he went to bed, did he have to get poked on the side by a voluminous book entitled Ancient Warfare Trap Runes, Guide for Absolute Destruction, which apparently had made himself known in that instant? Professor Snape was over-exaggerating with his gifts now. What was he doing, handing warfare thought books to him? Did he want him to become a child soldier of some sorts? He scowled as he pushed the book inside his trunk. He'd read it later. Just like he'd read later most of the rest of the books. It was only the first week of school. He wasn't going to cram up on all of it immediately. The next morning came abruptly, by the telltale sound of a rooster screaming in the common room the song of his people. A groan escaped Harry's lips as he wearily got up, went to wash and then got dressed into his usual robes. His way down to the common room brought him into the sight of black stains all around the stairs and the walls that looked sort of like dried blood, if not for the pungent smell of coffee coming from them. In the common room, there was the eye of the beast named Chaos. The papers had reached knee-depth length, as the group of students preparing for the owls and the newts were sleeping heavily amidst the white landscape tinted of red and blue for the ink of the notes. A set of thermos stood in a corner of the room, near the fire to probably keep them warm. The rooster, on the other hand, was fighting a losing battle against a murderous-looking owl, who was hooting its anger at being woken up by trying to choke up the damn thing. What was an owl doing there to begin with? He decided he wasn't going to query, since the rooster's choked sounds made nobody wake up, except him. It appeared, he went down to grab a bite at the common room. It was still early morning, and when he sat down at his table he was half resigned and half delighted that he was the only one there. He was delighted, because he could eat with peace and quiet, but he was also resigned because it meant that once more, he was alone doing something. Harry looked at the other tables, realizing how the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs were empty, and the Gryffindor held a couple of red-haired boys that looked pretty much the same, both snickering and muttering to one another. "Everything's all right, young crow." A motherly-like voice spoke softly next to him, making Harry turn his head and stare at the Grey Lady, the ghost of Ravenclaw. "Oh yes, madam," he replied quickly. "Rooster woke me up, and I know better than trying to get to sleep again." "Good," the ghost replied with a little nod. "The hours of the morning are the most industrious, just like those of the night." Harry toyed a bit with a piece of scrambled egg, before asking, "I'm sorry to ask, but where's the Owl Tower?" "Oh, how polite. Well, you take the second staircase to the left and then climb until." 20 minutes later, the Grey Lady had passed from describing the road to actually showing him the place, much easier and quicker. 5 minutes later, and he had sent his first official owl report back towards home, hoping it would reach it eventually. As Harry was walking back down from the Owl's Tower, taking the stone steps one at a time, he felt a sudden click coming from his feet. The next moment, a strange brown paste of something terribly smelling hit him full force, covering him from head to toe, before a strange slimy substance made its way through his back, making him topple and flail his arms wildly to avoid falling downwards. He tried to put a step forward to stabilize himself, but slipped and fell hard on his back against the staircase. Staircase that did not, however, feel like stone, but more like rubber, before he began to quickly slide down across the stairs all the way down to the last floor, where he crashed against the door that would have led him to the hallway. Just as he crashed against what appeared to have been a red cushion, the pillow exploded, releasing colored bright feathers of various forms and sizes. Harry Dursley did not say a single word. He was covered in what he hoped was peanut butter jelly, treacle and feathers. His butt was hurting from the fall, but he didn't feel like having something broken, but he felt sticky, he felt gross, and he was gritting his teeth. He didn't want to cry. He wasn't a crybaby, really. Still, he wanted to know what he had done to elicit such a thing. Had he made somebody angry? Had he done something bad? Maybe he had launched a trap of the castle. Maybe there was something he should have done differently. He hadn't done anything bad, had he? People tended to ignore him, so maybe the trap hadn't been meant for him, right? He wobbled back on his feet, hissing in pain for his backside before opening the door and walking out. There was no one along the hallways, except a cat that was meowing near a door, a strange skinny thing with orange and yellow fur. Harry looked around, still disoriented from the fall and the scare. He had to turn right to get back to the Ravenclaw Tower, but it would mean going through more halls and hallways than not, and if people saw him like that, this was a humiliation. What had he done to get this sort of treatment? "Stay where you are." The yell came abruptly from a gruff male voice, and the next instant Harry felt some sort of thick wool blanket being thrown at him, covering him from head to toe. "Darn Weasleys and their pranks, they caught you, huh? Thought they were smart placing a prank on me twice in a row. Knew they'd play it, didn't think they'd get this far though. Come on, brat." The voice was still stern and grumbling, but it didn't appear scary, so Harry naturally followed the direction of the man's pull towards his office, where he was made to sit down on a wobbly wooden chair. From the ceiling there were chains hanging around, rusty and in disuse. In a corner there were torture instruments carefully oiled, while cabinet filled with documents to the brim stood nearly everywhere. An old desk was currently holding a teapot steaming with tea, and some biscuits that looked like the type old grannies made when they started to lose their smarts. The fact the caretaker's cat was apparently meowing and purring at his leg didn't make it all better. "Would you look at that? Mrs. Norris likes you," Filch remarked, as he fished out from one of the cabinet a strange-looking yellowish parchment. "Here, mop yourself with this." Got some charm on it that keeps it clean, you're Ravenclaw, right? I'll head off to call your head of the house then. Filch handed over roughly the parchment, before walking out. Help yourself to some tea if you want to. The old man added a moment before closing the door behind him. The cat meowed. Harry softly began to scrub with the parchment on his face, realizing that indeed the stickiness appeared to be disappearing. He still didn't feel like new, but it was better than nothing. He wouldn't be presentable until he had a bath at least, but till then he'd survive the feeling of having treacle within his fingers and all the way into his socks. It was a pretty neat piece of paper. Maybe he could ask the man where he had bought one, but till then he just folded it carefully and left it on the desk, next to the tea tray. There was a second cup now, having apparently appeared out of nowhere. The cat meowed once more, eyeing the biscuits. Harry smiled slightly, before handing one over to the cat, which happily munched it away in a corner. Then, he began to wait. A couple of minutes that to him seemed like hours passed by, in the time of which he managed to entertain himself by reading the list of prohibited items on Hogwarts ground that was menacing to fall on him from Filch's desk, until in the end Professor Flitwick walked in, followed by the stern and gruff Filch. Mrs. Norris meowed once more, having decided to stay on the lap of Harry for the time present, before jumping down and heading for Filch's legs. Oh my, Mr. Dursley, come here a moment, all right. Phileas took his wand out, gently touching him on an arm, and the next second he didn't feel sticky at all. Even his clothes were now cleaned and they felt like they had just been ironed and washed. All right, the small man nodded to himself, before querying. Did you see who did this to you, Mr. Dursley? Has to be the Weasley twins, Professor. They're always up to no good. If only I could put them in chains by the ankles, that would teach them a lesson, all right. Now, Mr. Filch, let's hear Mr. Dursley speak. Hesitantly, Harry related the very few pieces he remembered of the accident. He had been going to the Owl Tower to write a letter back home, and then it had all happened when he had walked down again. All in 5 minutes. Phileas' gaze turned thoughtful for a moment. Indeed, it was planned. You were just probably caught in the crossfire, Mr. Dursley. Do not worry about it. You should be fine to go now. Having said that, Harry awkwardly stood up, folding the wool blanket that was still covering him and realizing that indeed, he was completely clean from treacle and peanut butter jelly. It had to be peanut butter jelly. His mind refused to admit it had been dung paste. Thank you, Mr. Filch, Harry whispered, handing the wool blanket back to the man, who took it with a quick nod, before putting it on a nearby empty chair. Thank you to Professor Flitwick, he added quickly, visibly flustered from the attention received. Not a problem, lad. Hope the older ravens aren't making too much of a fuss. The small man replied with a bit of a smile. You see, it's a Ravenclaw tradition that all owls and newts' scores have to be straight O's for the ravens, so they start studying from the start and can get a bit exotic in their ways. Ah. Harry gulped down hard. Was he going to be expected to get straight O's too? He could barely make a feather twitch well, since he was already there. I'm sorry, Professor, but can I ask you a question? Of course, lad. No need to be so worried. I'm not going to eat you. Phileas chuckled, as Filch meanwhile went back to his tea. Is there somewhere I can practice spells? I have yet to make the feather fly and... Say no more, lad, Phileas exclaimed. There are half a dozen of empty classrooms anyhow, and I'm pretty pleased you had the guts to ask. Lots of people keep on believing that Ravenclaw is all about intelligence and knowing everything. Asking questions is far more important than having the answers, my boy, because it means having the desire to learn. Anyway, I think there's a free room on the second floor on the right corridor. Saw it once when I wanted to practice spell work in peace and quiet. It's never used, and so. Thank you, Professor. Harry smiled, before saying his goodbyes to both the professor and the caretaker, who appeared visibly perplexed at being a part of the bye. Still, as he walked out and back towards the common room, he ended up crossing the path of a ghost. This one was properly dressed, like a noble, and held his head slightly wobbling to his right side. Oh, Mr. Dursley, the ghost addressed him, I'm very sorry for what happened to you. Ah, well, thank you, he replied hesitantly. Charming. The ghost nodded slightly. Indeed, it mumbled for a moment. Maybe she is right after all. Excuse me, Harry queried. Oh, nothing, boy. Nothing at all. The ghost commented. I'm nearly headless Nick by the way, the Gryffindor's ghost. It's a pleasure, Mr. Nick. Sir Nick, actually. Sir Nick. Harry replied with a quick nod. Was there something you needed? I doubt you'd be able to help me, but it's nice of you to ask. Nick replied a moment later. Off you trot, boy. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. Having said that, the ghost flew straight through the pavement, staying only the barely needed time for Harry to reply with a meek, likewise. Taking a deep breath, he re-entered the common room to go grab his stuff. Sure, he had to meet the other kids in the afternoon at the library, but it didn't mean he couldn't get some more training on the wand in the empty classroom. Second floor, right corridor, and then find an empty classroom. Of course, the right corridor of the second floor held at least 4 wooden doors. He could knock on each of them, but he didn't want to intrude in case someone else was already using them, so he had to find the right one. A portrait of a jester suddenly stopped making jumps and strange ballets once he heard of the boy's plight, and with a bright smile pointed him quickly to the right door. "'Tis the right one, kiddo. The furthest away always empty is." "Thank you, Reginald. Stop toying with the kid." A matron of a nearby painting yelled hotly. "Don't listen to him, dearie. The right one is the second one. Please, Guinevere. C'est le troisième à la droite." "He's saying the third to the right," a knight-looking man pointed out nearby. "Just have him knock then. I'm sure they're all empty to begin with at this time in the morning." A farmer pointed out, dropping the sowing of his fields. "All right," Harry said, keeping his hands in the air in a sort of mock surrender. Then, politely, he knocked on the first door, from which he got no reply. Trying to open it, he held no results, because it was apparently locked. The second one was empty and open, but it gave on a charming view of a small room with a chimney, a pair of windows, a lot of snoring portraits, and a comfortable red armchair in front of the fire pit. On the other side of the chimney, against the wall, stood instead a long table that held a mirror that occupied the entire wall, and that reflected the room perfectly. Closing the door, he went on to open the third one, and blinked at the sight of a perfect mirrored replica of the room before, down to the portraits. The last door was instead what he was looking for. Empty, filled with dust and cobwebs, and with desks and chairs piled up in a corner. A dirty and greasy window that made air barely filter through, and nothing more of notice was to be said. It was a normal-looking empty room. It was perfect. He took out his wand and one of his quills, dropping it on the floor in front of him and closing the door behind. After that, he began to slowly and methodically go through the gestures to use the Wingardium Leviosa. After the 30th attempt, his patience was wearing thin. After the 40th, he started to have doubts on being a wizard. He had managed to make the feather twitch, didn't he? So why now was it refusing to even do that to begin with? He took a deep calming breath. Intent, he needed intent and willpower and, well, magic. The wand was dark. A stupid idea popped up in his head. "There is no one here who is going to help you now, Mr. Feather," he intoned dramatically, trying to imagine himself as some dark overlord, like the bad guys of James Bond films. "Pardon me for talking alone, but I need to get this out of the system," and then he tried to make the feather suffer through the use of a Wingardium Leviosa. Of course, it didn't work. The feather didn't as much as twitch. "You are getting on my nerves," he hissed dangerously. "You damn, bloody, stuck-up feather are." And then, with all the frustration that he held into his body for having been subjected to a prank, for having been ignored for the entire week, for having a thrice-damned feather refuse to float even when he tried everything he could think of, and for having an increased bout of homesickness, Harry Dursley yelled out at the top of his lungs with all the hatred for feathers he could muster. "Wingardium Leviosa!" And the feather detonated. Bits and pieces of smaller feather bits flew in the air, as Harry slowly took the time to breathe back in the air for the effort. He had never been one to scream, but this. "Take that, Mr. Feather," he pointed out, dramatically nodding to himself, before collapsing on the floor panting. "I can do magic," he chuckled. The twitch was something, but this is proof. He whispered to himself. "I can do magic," he sing-sung. "And you can work." Harry eyed his wand clinically. "I'm never, ever, going to yell out loud spells in the middle of the classroom. It's embarrassing for, well, you get the idea, but you work." And with a last tired sigh, he slumped down on the floor. Exhilarated and exhausted. Never mind he hadn't managed to make it float, at least he had made it explode. In his book, that counted for above a merely denial of gravity's rules. Finally, Harry's eyes widened quite comically, as he could swear he had heard someone say something near him. He stood up hastily, looking around with worry and fright. Maybe he had used the wrong room, and this one was actually occupied by someone. Realization hit him that he was, indeed, alone. Standing up, if a bit wobbling, he held his wand firmly with his hand, grabbing from the bag another quill and gently letting it fall on the ground. With an unnatural calm, he moved through the wand motions at the same time as he intoned, with a completely relaxed posture. Wingardium Leviosa. And the feather flew in the air, following the movement of the tip of his wand. He felt excited. He felt just like one of those orchestra's directors who used a stick to guide the movement of the people who played the instruments. Finally the feather was flying. It wasn't because of a gust of wind, or because of something happening by chance. The feather was flying because he, Harry James Dursley, had made it fly. Wingardium Leviosa. The next thing his wand pointed at was the school bag that began to gently float as the feather fell down. Of course, the next step of Harry's thought process was to point the wand at himself, and the image of the exploding feather made him stop on his tracks. Slowly putting the point of the wand away from him, he took a deep breath. All right, now let's start working on Flipendo. You sure you want to do that? A voice queried, making him outright jump in surprise and turn swiftly around. Coming face to face with a ghost, this one however had his front chest covered in blood, and was apparently dressed like a noble of old. His features were harsh and stern, even among the mistiness that covered much of his body. The red of the blood however glittered as a sharp contrast to the rest of his pale features. I'm sorry. I thought the room. Of course the room appeared empty. The bloody Baron commented dryly, us ghosts can disappear from sight at will. He added carefully, starting to float, his hands behind his back, around Harry while at the same time eyeing him critically. What to do indeed. The Baron remarked slowly, before outright putting his head inside his school bag. Hey! Harry exclaimed shakily, jumping backwards as the ghost merely began to mumble. We could do that actually. The Baron commented, before apparently coming up with a decision, because he nodded to himself. All right, young Raven. Please take out the book, Curses from the Dark Ages to the Dark Enlightenment, and begin reading Chapter 4, the Trudeau spell. Didn't I leave the book? As soon as Harry said that, the Baron merely scoffed. Course you left it in your room. That's why I put it in your bag while you were down for breakfast. Harry blinked once. Why? He asked, unsure of what reason a ghost would have to tell him to study for something. I was asked to teach you the art of intimidation and strength, the art of ambition and cunningness, the power to have other bow at your sole presence, my boy. The Baron's right hand had been brought forward, curled in a sort of goblet-holding shape, just like the guy who held the skull of someone and proclaimed, to be or not to be, only without the skull. What? But why? What the hell? Because, my dear boy, your potential must be harnessed from the very beginning for it to become effective. The Baron added carefully, and in your condition, no, with your condition it might prove difficult. Harry raised an eyebrow at the ghost, perplexed. My condition? Of course I can't speak of it, I'm afraid. The Baron added, but I was never one to stick with the rules, you know. I'll do my best to hint at it, but even if I did, you wouldn't pick them up for a long while, it's the condition. This ghost was probably halfway mad and halfway psychotic. Maybe a bit of both. Stop making garbage sounds, boy. The ghost exclaimed hotly. I will have only, yes, Lord Slytherin and, no, Lord Slytherin, from you. Understood. All right. Harry was slightly trembling at the words of the ghost, tightening his grip on his wand as the ghost looked at him with a bit of an angry gleam in its eyes before grumbling something. Oh, yes, Lord Slytherin, he exclaimed a moment after, recalling the ghost's words. Good. The Baron nodded quickly. Now, get your book and start reading the Trudeau spell. Harry scrambled to obey, opening his book bag and realizing that all those books on warfare were actually in there. Did the ghost put them in while he was away from his school bag? Before Monday begins, my boy, you will have learned the true meaning of power, unearthly strength of magic. The boy's eyes began to read through the pages of the Trudeau spell, but after a couple of lines a sinking feeling of dread washed over him. The spell Trudeau came from the Latin denomination and meant various things, from push to thrust. It was, as the book explained, a quick spell to launch on a battlefield, a jinx that could become a curse if the intent behind the casting was strong enough. It was the equivalent of firing a gun for wizards. The lowest jinx level apparently pushed the target just like a flipendo, the mid-level worked like a hex and made flesh wounds, and the curse level made holes in the target. It was shorter and harsher to pronounce than flipendo, and the wand movement was a simple thrust of the wand forward. It was quick, gritty and extremely bloody. Of course, if your intent to kill is as strong as that of a kitten, you'll barely get the target to feel a punch in the guts, even if you use the spell at a curse level. To help in practice, picture the person you loathe and hate the most in place of the target. Did you read it? The Baron commented after a while, as Harry had been doing the best he could to get more time by rereading the various paragraphs. Yes, he whimpered, before suddenly adding, Lord Slytherin. Good. Now demonstrate. And with that, he pointed at himself. Worry not, I cannot die. But, a harsh glare from the ghost made him quickly point his wand forward, towards the ghost. Harry was biting on his lower lip, his wand held in his hand, as he took a deep breath. The thing was a ghost of all things. He couldn't bleed to death now, could he? Still, he was 11 years old. He didn't hate people. There was no one he hated, and he had never suffered from bullies at school, so. The Weasley twins had pranked him just that morning. He closed his eyes, trying to remember if he had even heard of them or seen them, but failing. He only knew they were the pranksters of the school, and that they had tried to prank the caretaker and instead had ended up taking him in the crossfire. That wasn't enough to hate, was it? It was just barely enough to make him slightly angry and on the verge of tears. It was more of a humiliation than a real affront. The Hermione girl had snubbed him on the first day of lesson. That too had been bad, and sad, but not nearly enough to make him that angry at someone. It wasn't like he could get angry at will, right? So young, to not have made any enemies. The Baron commented after a moment, I see what she meant then. It added, never mind then. What is it, Lord Slytherin? Harry caught himself at the last moment, as the bloody Baron merely turned to leave. You need to have an enemy, dear boy, before we can proceed. Determination makes your spell work, but it's the emotion behind them that gives them true power, and the strongest emotion of them all is hatred. With those words, the ghost disappeared beneath the surface of the floor. Harry took a deep shuddering breath, before packing his stuff up and heading out. There was no chance in hell he'd come back to that room to practice. He'd try another. By the time he realized he had stopped running, he was halfway towards the common room of the Ravenclaw. He finally barged in the common room only to find it empty, except for the rooster who was apparently eating its way through some paper notes. The same owl that had tried to murder the beast once was now eyeing the rooster really badly, but the other feathered animal apparently wasn't caring much for the death glares. Harry slumped on the sofa near the fire, taking one more deep breath to calm his nerves. So, the ghost of Slytherin wanted to train him with hatred. What the hell was going on? No, why him? What was it with this potential crap and everything related to it? He was average. He was born to be average and inconspicuous. He had never wanted to excel, or be the first. He just wanted to be in the middle and live ignored by everyone else. Harry stopped in mid-thought. No, it was wrong. Harry didn't want to be ignored by everyone. He wanted friends. He had been friend with some of his ex-schoolmates, hadn't he? His brain racked itself around the issue until he realized that more than a friend, he had always been a passing acquaintance at best. You all right, young Raven? The calm, soothing voice of the painting of the common room came to his ears, making him look up, to where the portrait of the woman stood. She did appear to be worried, but then again, he supposed he was looking mopey at the moment. I mean, yeah, everything's all right, I suppose, he muttered back, only for Helena to make a tisk sound. It is of no use to lie to me, young Raven. I know all that happens in Hogwarts. I'm a portrait after all. We chat a lot among ourselves. Harry gulped, before lowering his gaze down on the ground. Now, no need to keep your gaze down, young Raven, come on. Let me see your eyes. Yes, like that. She smiled for a bit. Now tell me what happened that shocked you so much. And Harry spoke. By the time he was finished, the portrait was still wearing a smile, a really thin smile, but a smile nevertheless. That man is AF fine d decent B Baron. If only a bit disconnected from tact. He didn't mean to scare you, young Raven, but he will hear from me, of that you can be assured. Please, there's. Tut tut. The woman raised her right hand to signal him to stop speaking. I know what I have to do with him. It is not the first time he acts before he thinks. Oh, okay. Good. Now, shouldn't you be doing your homework? The tone became bossy, and as Harry gloomily nodded, the portrait smiled one last time. Don't worry, young Raven. I will not let your potential go to waste. But the last sentence had been murmured so softly that even Harry didn't think that was what she had said. By the time he was done with a good chunk of his homework, he exited the common room to head for lunch and then, hopefully, the library. His steps, however, didn't bring him towards the common hall, but towards the kitchens. When he realized where he had ended up going for lunch, it was already too late. The portrait had swung open and he was already getting seated in one of the small tables. Few minutes later, he had lunch alone once more. Harry sighed, as he headed off towards the library, hoping that he wouldn't be snubbed like with the young Gryffindor. As he sat down on a nearby table, taking out his books and starting to crank on the last bits of homework assigned, his eyes looked around every now and then to see the rest of the Ravenclaw arrive. They did not come. Hermione did, however, enter the library and sit at another table, without even saying a word to him of hello. It was official then. The girl was snubbing him. Just like that, his will to study took a deep big hit. What had he done now? Was it because of house rivalry? Maybe because he had earned Ravenclaw points. It was stupid. Why couldn't people just study for the sake of studying and keep things like points out of it? He decided he would snub the girl just like she was snubbing him. If hatred was really the key to make spells work, then he'd start feeling contempt for the Gryffindor. Maybe also the rest of the Ravenclaws, because by now they hadn't even know, they were just late for lunch probably. 4 hours later, Harry had finished all his homework, double-checking it and making sure everything was right. He slowly stood up from his spot and packed his stuff, before heading back to the dormitory. He could understand the Gryffindor girl. He could understand a lot of people ignoring him because he was plain average, but the Ravenclaw had invited him to study with them, so why didn't they come? As he opened the door of the common room, his gaze settled on the group of young first-years studying in a corner. It was enough. Without a single word, Harry walked upstairs. He wouldn't cry. Not because he had been singled out. Not because people were ignoring him. This was what he wanted, right? To be average, ignored, to be left in peace and alone. No, this wasn't what he wanted, so why, just why, was this happening to him? Curse them. The voice hissed once more at his ear, and Harry looked around, only to find nothing. Had he looked at the tip of his wand, or back, he'd have seen the small trail of smoke that he was leaving behind twirl around without wind. A few minutes of paranoia later, his face was pressed against his pillow. He'd skipped dinner considering no one would care at all. It wasn't like it would matter, would it? When he blearily opened his eyes again, it was late at night, and people were already sleeping. He vaguely recognized a small blurred form on his bed desk that vaguely resembled a book. Groaning ever so slightly as to not wake the others, he tried to get a feel of what it was. He didn't need a candle light, considering the window wasn't with panels and the light of the moon sufficed for the moment. He could barely decipher the calligraphy though, so it took him some time to get the gist of the book that in truth was just a bunch of papers tied together with a string. Neville Longbottom's astronomy notes. Please bring back to Hufflepuff table when found. That was the gist of what was written on the upper line of the paper, albeit Harry held the mother of all headaches for having tried to decipher it at night, with the moonlight, and still being dizzy from the sleep. He sighed, before leaving the notes on the bed desk and turning around to get back to sleep. The next day was a Sunday. Maybe he'd go around the castle's grounds. Maybe he'd explore a bit. As he fell back into the comfort of sleep, not really caring he was still wearing his robes on. His mind began to churn out dreams of him walking around the grounds of Hogwarts and fighting off mythological monsters of sorts. The next second, his head was ducking the pincers of a giant war scorpion, his armor glistening in the sun and filled with runes, as his wand raised itself and yelled out a spell he knew not the name of, tearing through the enemy lines like they were made of paper dolls, and not of living flesh beings. The next moment, a man charged at him with a sword that shone brightly and that tore through his shield and armor, making him bleed. It ends here. Never. Harry's wand touched the ground, as spikes of earth erupted, tearing through the enemy's guts. "You here?" he mumbled, tossing around in his bed before opening his eyes. There was no battlefield. He had just slept a bit in his bed. Of course. There was just no way he'd ever be able to do things like that now, could he? Sometimes, life gives you sour grapes and lemons. Other times, life gives you chocolate. When it starts handing over to you a sour grapes and lemons smoothie with chocolate mixed inside, then you realize that life actually hates your guts, hates you, and wants you to die of a most painful and devastating death. The point wasn't, however, needed to debate the self-moping that Harry was currently experiencing. It served as a far more intrinsic requirement to reach the final conclusion of what brought Harry Dursley, on Sunday morning, to head off towards the grounds of Hogwarts and have a look around. Harry Dursley didn't want to look at his fellow Ravenclaws or at any other student really, he just wanted some peace and quiet. So of course he ended up getting literally assaulted by a giant dog with sharp razor teeth which had the small decency of not aiming straight for his jugular. No, of course life isn't that easy. Fang. Come back here, boy. Come on. Stop harassing the furs. Year. The bellowing voice of the giant caretaker of Hogwarts made itself known a second later. A second in which the dog actually managed to get Harry's face drenched in saliva. You all right? The giant asked, roughly pulling him up from the ground and patting him gruffly to remove the dirt from his robes. Why yes. Harry muttered. Is he always like that? Who? Fang. He's a cub at heart, that dog. Still hasn't realized his body's a bit big. The man coughed a moment. Well, I'm Hagrid, groundkeeper of Hogwarts. The giant pushed his right hand in a fist to tap his own chest, before chuckling. My rock cakes are the best there are in the school. Harry looked at him for a moment, before slowly nodding. I see. Is there a sink somewhere near here? Or a fountain? He quickly added. There wouldn't be a sink near the grounds now, but a fountain was all the more probable. Nah, no need. Follow me. Would you like some tea? As Hagrid started to walk, forcing Harry to literally run in order to keep up with the giant, the young boy was already thinking about how he was being forcefully carried by the groundkeeper, who still appeared a bit big, to its house. He had been told by his parents about the strange guys who tended to roam around children's schools, but this one appeared a bit too big and, well, simple was the best term. It wasn't like he distrusted Hogwarts per se, but the question still remained. No, it was some sort of Forrest Gump of the magical world. Hagrid was apparently just that. Simple. Tea was just tea, and as he found out, the rock cakes were probably the best of Hogwarts because he was the only one who could make them. Hagrid. Harry hesitated, but by then he had actually tried biting into one, and had nearly chipped off a tooth of his. Could you just, tell me what's in the rock cakes? Ah, you see. It's a secret recipe that one can't really give it up now, can I? Hagrid replied with a broad smile of his. Oh, no, it was, well, they're a bit hard to chew on, Harry should have kept his mouth close, especially when Hagrid took one and chewed on it like it was marshmallow, and not the byproduct of cakes merging with rocks. Feels just fine. Yeah, well, I suppose they'd be good, but I can't manage to chip them even with my teeth. Better to be blunt with it. He was sure the man would be offended if he said nothing and left the cake on the plate. The plate in the middle of the hut, the wooden hut that sat inside a pumpkin orchard and that apparently was far more spacious within than it looked like from outside. Oh, damn, well, the fact that the half-giant was actually making a sad face was somehow making him feel hideous. In the end, Hagrid looked just far more like a giant kid than an adult, even though it could be a cover. Still, when Hagrid rumbled around and then turned, he was holding a half of a chocolate cake. Got this trying to bake a cake for a friend's birthday. Got only half of it done though. The man was apologetic, as Harry's face was probably looking at him sadly. It's all right, really. The tea is pretty good, maybe you should make the cake softer. Did you put in water or milk? Ah, well, you see. 2 hours later, the discussion on rock cakes had Hagrid finally take out the entire receipt, had it substitute things like rock paste with flour and dirt with milk, and by the time they were done it was a completely different recipe. Well, kid, when I make the furs, one I'll send it at Harry Dursley Ravenclaw. He squeaked out one word after the other, taking a deep breath. Oh, you one of the Ravens, aren't ya? You seem far down to ground for me. Good to know. A few minutes of awkward silence passed by, before Harry decided to stand up and exclaim. Well, I've got to go and do some homework, thanks for the tea, and the cake and the hospitality. As he tried to be polite, all he got back was a strong pat on the shoulder that made him rock on his own feet. You're a good kid, Harry. And with that, Harry was on his way out. Well, the guy was a good guy and the chocolate cake was delicious, but chocolate is always good no matter what form it takes, so maybe he was a bit biased. His thoughts kept themselves on chocolate for a bit, at least until he passed two familiar students going in another direction, of course not having seen him. I tell you that my scar hurt again. Lillian muttered towards Ron, who merely snorted back at the girl. So it's Snape, you think? Harry listened into them only to that point, stopping midway and looking at their backs like he had seen two-headed persons. Had he had a bit of a backbone, he would have probably tried to spy upon them, or get to understand what they were saying. As it was, he had better things to do, like get the Flipendo spell right or copy Neville's notes. He'd do that. He'd copy Neville's notes and then bring them back to the boy at lunch or dinner. That would be enough human contact for the day, especially if he took the time in between to learn the Flipendo. He'd gotten down the basic to defy gravity. Pushing someone back wouldn't take much more, would it? Harry entered the common room, finding as usual a corner of it completely submerged by people making notes and muttering among themselves, while the small table near the fire pit was currently empty. Even the portrait was missing Helena within it. It was a bit strange actually, to stare at nothing but a background when you just knew the painting's portrait was strolling around at leisure. Neville's calligraphy was just what he had expected, completely horrendous. Next time, he'd avoid missing the lessons, but he was partnered with Neville, of all people, for potions. He'd have to get another Bezoar, definitively. At lunch, he was done copying the notes. It was actually refreshing to move down with the rest of the Ravenclaws for lunch, and heading towards the common hall. The fact that many gave him the cold shoulder, without him ever having done anything, however, it was strange. It felt like being invisible in their midst, and it felt just so strange. As he sat down, his eyes moved cautiously towards the teacher's table, trying to get a view of Professor Snape and the rest of the teachers. Professor Potter had red hair, just like he had been told his father would have, but his eyes were a great deal darker. He was speaking together with another man with jet black hair, apparently about Quidditch, considering he could hear their bellowing laughs about the matter from his spot at the table. The potion's master face was instead contorted into a deep frown, and he did stand at the far end of the table, right next to Madame Pomfrey. It appeared. Next to Madame Pomfrey there was, however, an empty seat, one that then would have been next to Madame Sprout. There was someone of the staff missing, he supposed. His eyes then settled towards Neville, who was at the Hufflepuff table. He could do it, right? He just had to stand up, move while hundreds of eyes feasted upon his walking body, and deliver the notes back. Oh, who the hell was he kidding? He'd wait until Neville stood up and then would hurry after him. He had no intention of becoming the spectacle of the masses. No intention at all. Quietly, once he had eaten lunch, he stood up and moved out in the hallway, intercepting Neville as he was apparently walking back alone towards the Hufflepuff's common room. Neville, he yelled at the boy, running to reach him. Huh. Oh, Harry. Why was the boy hesitating on him? Of course he hadn't already forgotten his name, had he? Here. He handed over the notes of the boy, and as the Hufflepuff's eyes lit up, he knew he was going to remember. Thanks for having found them. I just don't know where I had lost them, you see. Though Peeves had gotten his hands on them and just like that, Harry remained silent and quiet, while Neville smiled and then dashed away. No, Harry whispered. You said. He looked around a bit lost, looking at the portraits who were watching the scene from their spots with a look of sadness on them. Why were they sad about it? There shouldn't have been sadness, right? They had just seen him deliver back the notes that the boy had lost, yet they were sad. It was just as if they knew why. Why? He asked, looking at the portraits. Why? He yelled at them, only for them to flinch and disappear from their respective paintings. Clenching his fists, Harry took a deep breath. He wouldn't cry. Not for this blatant, horrendous, horrible act of pranking him and bullying him through this. No. He would do just as his father always told him to do when someone tried anything: be the top dog. Make them cower. Don't show any weakness. He'd show them. He'd bloody, frigging, damn well show them. The suit of armor that had stood quietly in the corner self-dismembered itself, while all around him the empty portraits flew in the air and smashed themselves on the ground just as if someone had been throwing them all around. And Harry stood there, quietly taking deep calming breaths. This was just not possible. There was no way somebody would just forget about him from one day to another. He had done nothing wrong. Nothing. Peeves now. Damn boy, you've got the shittiest of lucks. The voice made him blink, as he turned around quickly. The caretaker, Filch, was apparently walking towards him swiftly. Was he going to get punished for what the hell had happened around him? Don't you worry. Peeves takes it out on everyone. Filch began. Now, try and get out of there without hurting yourself, alright? Those armor sides cut like bitchem, like he anyway, they cut and they hurt. Harry slowly made his way out of the apparently battlefield of random metal and wooden splinters. By the time he was next to the caretaker, the man was already grumbling about Peeves. The meowing sound of Mrs. Norris echoed down at his feet, and as the cat practically jumped into his arms, Harry found himself stroking the cat. Just as if he was one of those evil antagonists of a James Bond film. I'll get Peeves for this, oh if I will. Harassing a student. Well, at this point it's already the second time we meet Brat. Are you a magnet for trouble? The man's not so subtle question got him back a rapid shaking of Harry's head. Anyway, I'm sure you've got better things to do than stay here like a lamppost, so. Do you need a hand? Harry asked, a few seconds later, earning a surprised look from the caretaker. You sure you want to help? There's not much you can do with the wand right now, right? I've got nothing else to do. He replied quickly, and it's my fault it got like this, right? Well, who am I to refuse good help? As he left Mrs. Norris on the ground, he began to help out Filch in putting back the armor to place, followed by what little portraits had remained in one piece. A few seconds later, the caretaker mumbled, looking at the amassed pile of splinters that still stood down there. I'll have to get someone to repair them, I suppose. Can you go up to the 7th floor? Look for the painting of dancing trolls on the left corridor and walk in front of it for 3 times. A door should open with the cleaning stuff inside. I need a bag and a shovel, I suppose. How were a bag and a shovel, of all things, found in a room for cleaning stuff? Did he have to hide a corpse? If the feeling of Harry's guts had been of any indication, then yes, for Harry it was just like he was hiding a corpse. It hadn't been Peeves' fault. Whoever this Peeve was, of course, it had been him. He had no idea how he had managed that, but still it remained clear he had been the one to do it. The 7th floor, of all things, was quite a bit far above, but he had said he had nothing better to do, and it was true, the flipendo spell could wait. There wasn't a painting of trolls dancing but a tapestry, one that apparently was sharing the power to move with the portraits. In the case of the tapestry, however, it was more of a curse than an actual magical thing. The troll's dance was horrendous to see, or even to comprehend. He began to walk in front of it. 3 times was what he had been told, and so, as he walked in front of the tapestry, his thoughts drifted. He had had time enough while walking up the stairs to forget about what he had to grab from the room, only that it was needed to clean up the mess down below, and as he was a bit short on breath, his thoughts were elsewhere. They did verge primarily on the need for something cool to drink. At the 3rd time of walking in front of the tapestry, nothing happened. He turned around to look near the tapestry, but was surprised when the door actually appeared behind his back. Harry slowly moved closer to the door, opening it carefully as he made his way inside. Lemo. Aid. Coke. Water. Sprite. Bottles upon bottles of drinks all piled upon metallic shelves. It looked like the interior of a supermarket, one that was apparently closed or deserted, because no one was currently shopping through the shelves. He took a step backwards, closing the door and looking in shock as it disappeared. This isn't happening, he muttered, before looking back at the tapestry. All right, 3 times. He began to walk once more in front of the dancing trolls, who were now openly laughing and pointing at him, of course. I'm supposed to find the cleaning supplies, really? He muttered to himself, before seeing the door appear one more time. This time, indeed, there were the cleaning supplies within it. Oh well. He gulped down for a second, before closing the door. Can't be what I'm thinking it is, right? He began to pace fast, thrice, in front of the room. The moment he was done, the door appeared once more, and this time, Harry opened it with trepidation. Beyond the door stood Private Drive, number 4. More precisely, he was within his house, the door having apparently taken the place of the cupboard. Everything was silent around the house, but he supposed his father had taken his mother to a film, or to a lunch with friends, or maybe even to a dinner at a restaurant. The entire thing was. It was wicked. It was magic, he muttered, shaking his head as he closed the door one more time. This is a frigging door, a door to everywhere. Of course, Harry remembered only when he was halfway through the stairs down that he had been sent up to look for a shovel and a bag, and so retraced his steps. This time, however, he was as light as a feather. If he needed a way out, he had one. He'd surprise his parents on Monday morning. His mother would be so shocked at seeing him, and maybe no. Maybe he'd hold it off until Saturday morning, but what if his parents couldn't visit Hogwarts? Maybe there were visiting hours to respect. That the case, maybe it was better not to have them come, was it? Right. He'd just pop up on an afternoon, and would wait for them. Yeah, he'd do that. Even if Neville and the other kids at school ignored him or pranked him, it wouldn't matter. He had his family, and that would never change. Ever. The sickening feeling of dread pulled into his stomach slowly, as he made his way to class on Monday, hoping against all odds to be wrong. It was the potions hour, and just as he got to his cauldron, hoping to whatever gods existed that the professor hadn't forgotten about him too, he realized that nobody was actually looking at him. It was strange, now that he could finally look at the students. They all seemed in their best behaviors, but their eyes, they didn't look at him, no. They just passed over him like he wasn't even there. Now that was something that was strange. The caretaker had no problems looking at him, and neither did Professor Snape, or Hagrid, or the ghosts or the portraits. But then again, what did they all have in common? Of course they were all older, and so they wouldn't be playing this sort of stupid prank on him. He was now actually rethinking the Bloody Baron's idea. It held merit and condition. His condition. The Bloody Baron had told him of a condition, hadn't he? So he knew. He knew and he couldn't tell. He had ignored it at first, but now he needed to know. He wasn't going to let something like that pass by him any longer. Maybe he'd look for him the next day, or the next weekend, or no. He'd look for him after the lessons, even if he had to search through the entire castle, from the highest tower to the lowest level. He'd look and he'd find the damn ghost and get the story out of him. Till then, apparently, he was stuck preparing a mild boil salve together with Neville, who, just like the first time, didn't tell him about his inability to follow instructions. Leave this to me, Neville. Harry muttered. You can't read. The look the boy sent his way was a mixture of embarrassment and a slight glare, but it didn't matter any longer. He'd forget about him by the next hour probably, wouldn't he? His cousin too would probably end up doing the very same thing. Lillian had spoken to him through letters throughout the month before school, however, and she had looked out for him during class, when it had become easier, so maybe she was immune from his condition. He should have asked her, eventually. Maybe also ask if he could meet with her father and speak about his own. Maybe His hands grabbed the slightly poisonous tree sap needed for the burning salve and pinched a healthy dose of it within the bubbling cauldron, and just as the potion's color was turning a simmering blue, his left hand jerked to grab a pinch of salt. No. If he placed the salt within the cauldron, it would just— what the hell was he thinking? His hand widened before the salt could enter the cauldron, falling on the desk as Harry outright fought the stupid idea of throwing something else inside the potion. His brain didn't want to, but his body felt the need to. It was he'd have to see Madame Pomfrey then that afternoon, or as soon as possible. He wouldn't call for Professor Snape because he didn't want to make a fuss in the middle of the class, but
the hand lowered itself a second later, returning to his control. What? He whispered. Neville had watched the thing with mild curiosity probably, but was refraining from commenting. If he had really added salt to the mixture, it would have probably exploded. He knew that salt was one of those basic components in potions that shouldn't be used without care, yet he hadn't been thinking twice about throwing a handful of it within the cauldron. Something was clearly wrong with him. Maybe he could go and speak with the defense against the dark arts teacher if this was a curse of sorts. On his hand shot forward once more, grabbing a full handful of salt this time and throwing it into the cauldron before he could try and control it. The cauldron, of course, began to bubble quickly. It was then that, with a strange sudden jerk of the hand, a bezoar fell directly inside their cauldron, making the potion outright disappear into a pitch-black dark mist. Apparently that was the normal color that potions took when a bezoar was inserted in them, and it probably nullified all types of potions being boiled too. It also left the cauldron completely clean.
Neville had apparently reacted without thinking, his eyes looking perplexed at the scene before his face scrunched up in some sort of recollection. It lasted but a second, and then it was gone. "We should start the potion again," Neville muttered. "I thought it was here though, did I mix it wrongly?" "Well, better than have it explode, right?" "Yeah," Harry replied uneasily, looking at his hand as the feeling of dread merely intensified. The sudden sizzling noise that came to his ears made him turn in curiosity, only for a slight detonation to send the steaming contents of a cauldron nearby on him. Harry screamed 5 seconds before the potion made contact, pushing his arms upwards in the instinct common to all humans to protect their body and face from harm's way. The scorching feeling was the last thing he felt. Severus Snape, potion master of Hogwarts, was looking through the various cauldrons with a mixture of disdain and well-placed anger at the Dunderheads' works. It was a salve they had to make, not some sort of lethal explosive device. Of course the difficulty was a bit higher, but it was the second week. They were supposed to learn far more. He was also supposed to grade the potions of the week before too. A sizzling sound alerted him in time to take out his wand, but before he could effectively throw the charm to vaporize the contents of a cauldron, it spewed its foul liquids outwardly. When he redirected his wand to try and make it disappear in midair, however, it was far too late. The boy screamed and then fell on the ground completely covered in the potion that was apparently burning him badly. "All of you, stop working and empty your cauldrons now," he ordered, before stomping towards the fallen boy's form and carrying it with him, making him float towards the infirmary. He knew who the boy was, and it was because he knew who he was that he had no choice but make sure he would be immediately tended to. Snape left the boy's whimpering form on one of the infirmary's stools, before moving to call Madame Pomfrey. Of course the assistant of the nurse wasn't present at the time, and he knew why, of course. It was in moments like those that he started to think if they had really done the right thing that night, but was there any turning back? Harry Dursley. His entire face was burning in pain, just like his arms. Whatever the substance had been, it had torn right through his robes and gloves and hit him pretty badly. Even after a few minutes, even when he had felt himself being lifted and brought possibly to the infirmary, he had felt the burning sensation badly. It had even intensified for a brief moment, forcing him to start whimpering, before it had slowly begun to cool down. Harry was starting to think there was some sort of plot against him. Luck seemed to hate him, to avoid him, to refrain from even giving him a minute of the day. He had mad ghosts, people ignoring him, and accidents happening. He had never been late prior to Hogwarts, and now instead he was. He had never been too early. He had never had his feet drag him to the kitchens, or through strange hallways. He had never been outright ignored for having done nothing, or been snubbed because of that. Something strange was going on. Something that was the burning sensation increased to the point that he felt the need to let out a small moaning sound of pain. It was like the heat was pulsing over his body. This wasn't supposed to be normal. Maybe a bazaar would work. He'd have to look into his pocket though, could he? Pilfering supplies from around him hadn't been difficult, but it didn't change the fact that if these were results even when he was fully clothed, then just what were they trying to teach? How to prepare explosives. The burning cooled down, and for once he hissed out in relief. Maybe he'd manage to get to the afternoon lesson on. The burning came back, hitting him together with a crippling headache right at the base of his neck. Harry gritted his teeth harshly, his hands tightening into fists to the point where his knuckles were probably turning completely white. No, maybe he wouldn't, and the pain left. His eyes shot open in a moment, as he inhaled air sharply. The pain left whenever he blanked out the next moment. Somewhere. Obliviate. On him. Already. What other choice do we have? This won't. I know what I'm doing, Severus. Sometimes. I doubt it. The prophecy. The prophecy can rot too. Not even he knows. Severus, would you really tell him? Fine, but what if? A line has to be drawn. It is getting too violent. Were those any trouble? Course not. Severus. Who do you take me for that I can't dispose of them of all things? With your never mind. Hurry, Severus. Hurry. Harry Dursley. Harry woke up in his bed up in the Ravenclaw's dormitory. He blinked, carefully looking at the clock that signaled the 16th hour of the day, right in the middle of the afternoon. He had apparently collapsed after having breathed in the poisonous fumes of yet another botched potion from Longbottom. His only relief was that indeed, he wasn't feeling sick any longer. He stood up quietly, deciding to walk downstairs in the common room to see if anyone had the defense against the dark arts notes that he couldn't attend the lesson of. Actually, he wasn't very much keen on following those lessons, not when he thought the professor was such a bore. The Slytherin ghost was kind of better after all. The ghost had at least far more years of experience than some unknown professor of whom he only knew the nickname, Prongs. Why was he even going to bother speaking to him? Or to his cousin that, for what little it mattered, was an apparently arrogant brat who thought better than to associate with her muggle-raised cousin. Of course the girl hadn't known who he was really the son of, because who were his parents to begin with? His real ones. He frowned for a moment, his face probably making some sort of strange motion, trying to recollect what his parents' surname had been. His real ones, of course. Dursley was out, Evans was his mother's maiden one, and nothing. His adoptive parents had never told him, had they? No, they had never said anything about them. Freaks, both of them, died in a drunk driving stunt. It was wrong, completely and utterly wrong, but the memory was there, wasn't it? He winced for a moment, before finally recollecting his thoughts. He knew he came from some pure-blooded family, but he didn't recall which one. His cousin was Lillian Potter, but she had practically forced him in isolation and made sure he would never speak with her again. He was alone at Hogwarts, with no one to turn to but the ghosts and the portraits and maybe the groundkeeper and the caretaker. The only professor who barely gave him the time of the day was Professor Binns, who was a ghost, and Professor Snape. Flying was a subject he despised and that he would get the exoneration for, since it wasn't even mandatory from the second year onwards and it freed his schedule. He settled his glasses from the tip of his nose back to their normal resting spot, before looking at the picture of Helena, who was apparently empty that day too. He'd need to make up for the lost time apparently. Life in Hogwarts beeped hard, but he wasn't going to let it get to him. He was Harry Dursley. He'd challenge the system and he'd change it. But the question that still remained, deeply ingrained in the back of his head, was one and only one. It kept battling against the rest of his thoughts, lurking around every corner of sentence and every moment of thoughtlessness. It popped up from random gazes at objects and while he was walking, and it was but a single word. Why? That was something he should have queried about, but he found himself not caring. He was in a school filled with magic. He should learn about it, and the next day he was meant to have charms and history, two subjects he didn't dislike at all. Maybe he should have tried to cram some more. He'd do that, definitively, after heading off to the library to study some more before dinner, which he'd take in the kitchens. If his contact with the rest of the students was kept to the minimum, then the Weasley twins wouldn't prank him, would they? And the ignore Harry game would be nothing more than a shared idea that would suit him just fine. He'd ignore them all too. It was just like he wanted it to keep being ignored and to remain inconspicuous. Nothing would top going through all 6 years of Hogwarts without being forced even a single moment to befriend someone else. The library was no longer as deserted as he thought it would be. There were people moving around, some sitting down and other murmuring to one another. In a corner near the fire, Draco was doing his homework together with another Slytherin, a female, and apparently he was in quite a hurry judging by the angle his quill was bending. Maybe it was meant for the next day. The charm professor had only asked for success in the Wingardium Leviosa charm, while Professor Binns had wanted an essay of at least 3 feet on the goblin battles he had spoken of, which he had done with his eyes closed and waltzing, last he recalled. Slowly, he reached to sit at a nearby table, when the voice of Draco piped in. "Over here, Harry." So Draco wasn't a part of the "let's ignore Harry Dursley" game, at least it was something. "Draco. Didn't see you," he replied, leaving his school bag near him as he sat down in front of the Slytherin boy. "Harry, this is Tracy." "Tracy, this is Harry," the blonde boy hastily said, as he quickly flipped another page, to get ahead of his notes probably. Giving a look at the book, it turned out that Harry had been indeed right. Draco was doing the assignment for Binns. "So that's who you kept talking about. Pleasure to meet you." The girl had dark hazel hair and brown eyes, and didn't appear to possess any remarkably peculiar characteristic of sorts, if not for the fact that her hair was bowl cut and with a bang of hair covering her right eye just barely. There was nothing else to notice. Not at a quick glance, that was all that Harry gave the girl. "Likewise," he replied nervously, before starting to look through his bag for a book to read. He would have had charms the next day, wouldn't he? The next spell on the list would be Lumos. Well, someone had to start somewhere, and destroying buildings was still way out of his league. He'd start small. Eventually he'd get it all down. And then he'd show them, those who thought he was worthless and thought he could be pranked and be left alone in a corner to cry. He'd show them all. "Why, he Draco," Harry began to ask softly, "do you know if there's some sort of prank going around on me?" he queried quietly. The blonde boy actually tensed for a moment, before asking, "What happened?" "Well, it's just that I get this feeling people tend to ignore me, or snub me. The worst kind is when they actually invite me to a study group somewhere and then never show up or have it elsewhere without warning me." As he spoke, he knew he was relating one-time happening things like they were common, but the end justified the means, didn't it? If only he knew what end he was actually thinking of, then everything would be far better. "Oh," Draco muttered. "Well," he hesitated for a second. "You see. What is it?" Harry asked, worried. "What did I do to get that treatment out of everyone at school?" The blonde-haired boy took a deep breath, before looking at Harry with determination. I'm Draco Malfoy, all right. And what does wait a minute?" His hand grabbed the book of Abraxas Malfoy. "Your ancestor wrote this." "Grandfather, actually," Draco replied quickly. "And no, that's not actually the reason." "So the reason is," Harry murmured, waiting for the boy to finish his reasoning. "My father, he was accused of being a Death Eater, pleaded innocent because he had been under the Imperius curse all the time, and then he got well, he was proven innocent." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Imperius curse? Oh right, your muggle raised. The Imperius curse makes one obey the commands of another. It's one of the unforgivable curses, those that cannot be used without risking ending up in Azkaban." Harry decided he'd query about what Azkaban was later on. For now he wanted to get to the end of it. "Why would they bully me because of, well, your father?" "Because my father's a governor of the board of the school and," the boy took a deep breath, "look, every year, my family donates money to St. Mungo's Hospital. The year the process went on, they got enough money to open up a new wing in their hospital, so the press thought my father had bribed his way out of it. Coupled with what my grandfather wrote. Wait. Your father said he was under orders he couldn't refuse from volume from you-know-who, right?" Harry asked just to be sure, and as Draco nodded, there was something that made the Ravenclaw's brain click. Just like the Nazi who claimed at Nuremberg that Hitler gave the orders. Same thing, so they decided to snob me because they couldn't snob you? He asked. He just wanted to be clear on what was going on. "That and because it's a Slytherin you're friends with," Tracy suddenly added her 2 cents. you're not completely wrong on Draco's father, earning herself a hey from Draco, who still let the girl finish, but you must understand that during You Know Who Reigns, a lot of people followed the man for other principles than just burn the muggle. Like, well, you know who offered the werewolves and the giants real places to live in and not natural reserves, like there were. He also made it a point not to attack innocent wizards who simply went their way, and probably wouldn't have attacked the muggles at all if he hadn't been pressed for making a solid political base after. I lost you at attack the muggles. Harry deadpanned. I listen. He began slowly. I just wanted to have fun at school, and learn magic. He muttered, shaking his head. Since it appears I won't have the first, I'll at least get the second, so I don't care if you believe in the magical Nazi party, or you're a founder of the let the goblins have it all. Live and let live is my philosophy of life, all right. So we're not friends? Draco asked. His voice actually laced with worry at that point. What was he afraid of? I well know. We can be friends, of course. Harry exclaimed hotly. It's just that sometimes, I'd like to be told things like these before I have to feel them on my skin. I might have been more prepared, all right. Then, he sulkily added, his gaze moving sideways, and if this is all it takes for them to snob me, then they're not worth it. Draco merely nodded, a small smile spreading on his face before returning to his homework, as Harry instead began reading through the Lumos spell. Tracy looked at the two boys and then rolled her eyes. Still, now she was a bit curious concerning this Harry. She didn't even recall seeing him during classes, especially not the last one. It wasn't of her to pry though, and thus she said nothing more. Halloween came by quietly. One day, the castle of Hogwarts suddenly found itself filled with carved pumpkins and lights, and the students' excited buzzes reached every corner of the place. Not that it mattered much to Harry, who was currently face deep on the advanced potion book that Professor Snape had given him. Even as a future drunkard, his mother's students' years had to have been at least productive. There were spells and curses among the book, all of which appeared to be scribbled with the sole intention of fighting off an enemy to kill it, rather than to simply stun it. He hadn't even been reading a single page of the book in regards to making potion, but it wasn't like it mattered. Harry now had the theory behind the spells firmly down, and all that remained to him was practice. There was one spell he had finally managed to get down. That one would have probably made the Bloody Baron proud, if only the ghost would finally deem him worthy enough to resume their lessons, even though they had barely done one. He hadn't thought he actually would possess enough viciousness to use the Trudeau spell. He had been wrong. Weeks of no one speaking to him, ignoring him like he was just the middle of a joke who still needed the punch line to come. It didn't make him the happiest person around Hogwarts. The few friends he had were either older than him, and thus more than friends they would have accounted as acquaintances, or of a different house. Whatever the prank was, it did not affect the professors who still graded his homework, the caretaker and the groundkeeper, Draco and the few friends at present that the blonde boy had presented him to. It had been kind of strange to be greeted along the hallway by someone who wasn't a portrait. He had actually stood there in shock for a moment, before finally gathering enough courage to reply to the hi. Tracy was still laughing about it, and trying to find ways to bring it up as much as possible, even at the present. As he began to walk towards the dining hall, Draco walking ahead with two boys called Gregory and Vincent, he could distinctively hear the sneers coming from the Gryffindors walking in group next to them. The fact he had mixed with the Slytherin meant nothing, of course. If he was going to be ignored in any case, then he'd go all in. She's such a twat. Know it all. If you say so, Ron. I mean, you have to do it like this, or, that's wrong. It's Fluxweed. Arg, she's insufferable. Whoever they were talking about was apparently a female, but as he heard more and more insults coming their way, he sighed. He had thought that his cousin had a bone to pick with him, not that she would be vicious, in general. Hey, watch it! A Gryffindor exclaimed, as Harry turned his head just in time to see a bushy brown-haired girl run away crying. So they had been talking about Hermione, who apparently had heard them and was now heading away from the crowd that was going in the opposite direction. One side of Harry knew that it wasn't really his business, another side of him wanted to snap at his cousin and his friend, but a third side of him was just saddened by the entire thing. Maybe it had to do with him being at the center of the giant prank, snubbing because of his friends, but still. Is she a Muggle-born, that Granger? Vincent asked, only for Draco to nod silently and keep on striding. It wasn't like Vincent and Gregory stood on the line of chivalry, or on that of let's burn the Muggle. But in Slytherin, you couldn't associate with people who at least weren't pureblood. It had something to do with the magical Nazi Party's propaganda. Still, his father always told him that girls shouldn't be made to cry. It wasn't the Dursleys' way of doing things. Breaking the nose of the offender, that was the Dursleys' way of getting a girl at least hearing from his father who hadn't replied to him once by owl. At first he had thought it strange, but when they had told him that the castle was actually in Scotland of all places, he had relatively calmed himself. Owls weren't supersonic jets, and they too needed time to rest between travels. He had tried to enter the doorway that led everywhere, only to discover that the first time around he had been fooled. The door didn't lead anywhere really existing. Instead, it just recreated a one-floor room apiece at the time, even the first floor of his house if he needed it, but didn't actually transport him all the way back to Privet Drive. So he could be at home, if he wanted to, but it wasn't actually his home, just a thing like the theater's props being in place. The windows even gave onto Hogwarts outside for one thing, and the fridge was empty. It was, however, a far nicer place to study in than the abandoned room on the second floor, and when he had finally come to terms with the bloody Baron not showing himself again, he'd moved there. That was when he had finally understood just what the room actually was. He had been thinking about how he was going to study magic and spells, while walking the proverbial 3 times in front of the door, and once he had opened the door he had found himself in a strangely eerie lit room. There were no windows, only shelves upon shelves of books piled around in a circle where at the dead center of it all stood a wooden table with a miniature of Hogwarts castle, complete with flying banners. There was enough room between the miniature and the edge of the table for him to read some books, and while there wasn't a chimney or a window, the light still came from a clearly invisible source, as too did the heat. That was where he had learnt the Trudeau spell. That was where he had learned the Lumos and the Flipendo. That was where he was going to return, after the Halloween party, to learn the Cuspis Terrae spell of transfiguration. It was the same spell he had heard in his dream. After all, it had to mean something, right? However, as his mind tried to decide whether or not go and follow the girl, the decision was taken away by him by the time he realized his feet were actually moving away from the crowd and into the hallways, right behind the girl. Sometimes, his feet did just that. They moved on their own without him even realizing it, kind of like somebody or someone was guiding his steps. Whoever it or he or she was, however, it appeared the intention was clear. Go and console the girl. Sometimes, he hated his subconscious. He wasn't good at speaking with girls. Draco. If there was one thing that Draco hated, it was courageous idiots. Slytherin was made by those of ambition and cunningness, and the first rule was that one shouldn't barge in on a problem head on, but have someone else charge while staying back and laying low for the cheap shot to finish the battle. At first, he had befriended Harry because he had been of Ravenclaw and a pureblood too. He had thought that having someone to copy the homework from would be quite beneficial in his school life, and he would have been proven right, if he hadn't forgotten about Harry Dursley in the next 2 minutes. The point being, his block notes, his secret journal that so clearly wasn't a diary, hadn't. So when he had discovered the written words on him having made contact with Mr. Dursley, with the words, pureblood scion, strangely attached to it a few days later, he had come to the startling conclusion that someone was making sure he wouldn't befriend the boy. So he had done just the opposite, and had gone straight out to his head of the house. He had thought about Obliviator Imperius, and had actually explained his ideas to the professor who, instead, had merely looked at him with curiosity before showing him a little note with some words scribbled in it. He didn't quite remember what the words had been, or actually much of anything on it, but he knew that his journal had now the words, genuinely befriend and present to other friends, right next to Harry Dursley's name on it. He usually kept the genuinely adjective only for a few selected persons, but he had never told anyone of his way of dividing his friends through adjectives. A normal befriend just meant a pawn or a tool, but the genuinely. So, when he saw Harry head off like a possessed to run after the Muggleborn witch, Draco was conflicted. On one side, he had kind of come to terms with the fact that Harry was a good friend to have. Quiet, sympathetic, and who clearly stated his thoughts on things while keeping his own philosophy. Sure, he had been Muggle raised, but there wasn't much of Harry's attitude that was negative. At least, he was a bit aloof and moody sometimes, and his eyes did possess some sort of gleam that made alarm bells ring in his head, but all in all he could understand the genuinely. On the other side, he was quietly pondering why his friend had decided to go after the stupid and crying mudblood. It wasn't like she actually needed a hand, did she? He wasn't one to take on his father's words at point-blank value. His mother had taught him that much and he had had the decency to listen to her, but still. What was he? An Auror? Did he really have to follow the boy like a shadow? He'd let him go and then he'd probably ask him what it was all about the next time they saw each other. It wasn't like there was anything dangerous lurking around Hogwarts, was there? Harry. The girl was apparently crying in a stall of the girls' bathroom. He did feel kind of queasy actually. Just why was he actually thinking he could help her? Standing outside of the bathroom was bad enough, but missing the feast. Of course he'd managed to get some food from the kitchens. By now the elves had no trouble delivering it to him in his study room to begin with, but it still beeped he'd have to eat it reheated. Waiting outside for a while, Harry's eyes caught the sight of a strange hulking creature that was apparently heading towards him, wooden club in hand. They were, after all, in the dungeons. Hello, he muttered, looking at the creature that emanated a horrendous stench. The creature actually stopped to look at him. Can I help you? He had seen giants already, and ghosts. Maybe this guy was in charge of the bathrooms. The thing looked at him for a moment, before sniffing the air. You need to clean the bathroom? He queried slowly, as the thing let out a loud belch of reply. Well, the thing was being very informative. The disgusting smell that came out, however, nearly made him sick. Hey, Hermione, right, could you come out please? Harry asked the girl from the entrance of the door, the hulking creature just behind him and looking a bit perplexed at the entire scene. Go away, Hermione replied with a slight screech. There's the toilet cleaning guy out here, he'd like to have the bathroom empty, you know. Harry deadpanned. I'm really sorry, sir. She's going to come out soon. The boy added, as the thing's eyes settled on him for yet another second. Just a moment. The girl whimpered, probably trying to compose herself before coming out of the bathroom. It was just when she came out that she looked at the janitor and screamed. That made Harry startle in shock. What was it? Was there a spider somewhere? The janitor wasn't the cleanliest, but still to go and outright scream at him. Troll, Hermione yelled while running back inside. That was all that Harry managed to say before he heard the distinctive scream of Flipendo come from the other end of the corridor. His eyes looked for a brief glance at the blonde hair of Draco, who had apparently cast the spell at him. He felt himself being lifted off his feet and thrown inside the bathroom, seconds before the wooden club of the troll came down where he had just been a second before. Well, Draco had apparently saved his life. Harry, you all right? The boy's gurgled scream was practically a halfway sure sign that trolls in the dungeon weren't a common sight. Could be better. He yelled back, slowly getting up to his feet, and his wand in hand. Hermione was hiding beneath the sinks, huddled and crying. I'll try and distract him, Harry. Try and get right. The last words were barely at voice level, and with the roaring troll entering the bathroom after cracking open the door, well, Harry hadn't heard him at all. The boy gulped, his hand sweating strongly as he could see in the eyes of the troll the feral glint of hunger and probably the desire to smash him to bits with his wooden club. Where had the troll found a wooden club to begin with? He raised his wand, ready to fight. Would Flipendo actually work on a thing like that? He'd need to try the Trudeau spell, but it was the first time he used it on something actually alive. Kill or die, the voice once more whispered in his ears. Of course the Bloody Baron had decided to make his presence known just then. At least, that was who Harry thought the whisperer was. Only that ghost would come up with half-hissed words in the middle of him. Oh hell, he was going to die there. He was frozen by fear now. The thing was looming closer and closer and burn the trolls. Dongs, chop them to bits, make a stew and gulp it all down. 'Cause that's the way of the crown. That song is both extremely disturbing and a slander. Who'd eat a troll's dong? Ah, my dear, but that's the way of the crown. Trudeau. His eyes narrowed in firmness, as he thrust his wand forward with enough speed that he could distinctively hear his elbow snap with a satisfying crack sound. From the tip of his wand, a wave of ethereal lances thrust themselves forward, hitting the troll with apparently enough force to send him reeling backwards, albeit not enough to make him topple over. The lances disappeared a second later, but the troll did not and, instead, decidedly looked pissed and angry at Harry. He'd need to be more determined apparently or die as some sort of smashed body. No. He wasn't going to die there and then only because there was a troll of all things hanging around and swinging his club at him. Harry barely managed to jump backwards, avoiding the club that smashed the floor's surface so hard it actually cracked the wood. Stone always defeated wood after all. Stone. Harry gritted his teeth. He had never managed to make a spell work the first time, no matter what happened or how much conviction he put into it. The spells always had to be tested by him and he had to train for countless hours before even managing an inch of success. There was no way he'd manage. Intent, it was all in the intent. Maybe he could manage another explosive Wingardium Leviosa. Who was he kidding? He was just a kid 11 years old. He was going to die in that bathroom right next to a crying girl who was hiding beneath the sink and who had run away. He just blinked then. Maybe the girl had gone to get help, and not to simply leave him there and face his inevitable death to a bloody pulp because of Troll. If only the girl hadn't screamed. Trudeau. Harry yelled again, but this time far less than a single lance emerged from the tip of his wand, that was so easily deflected by the thick skin of the troll. He was afraid. He was frightened. He just wanted to go home and stay hidden beneath the sheets. He didn't want this. Kill him. Just die already. Harry screamed. Trudeau. 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 He wasn't going to die in there. No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't die alone and be jolted down as just a casualty. If he had to kill the damn thing, then he would. The troll roared once more, taking another step forward. It was then, just as the wooden club came swiping down on him, just as he saw death coming outright to claim him, that Harry sighed and left himself go. Well, there was no point whatsoever in delaying the inevitable right. Flipendo. Another voice, female, yelled the spell's name as the wooden club outright landed with a deafening crack near him but not on him. Apparently, his cousin whom he hated and from whom he was hated had come to save him. For just a second, he was actually glad and relieved. Then, of course, he heard her talk. Harry, are you all right? Of course he was all right, just meeting a friendly neighborhood troll who apparently wanted him as a snack.
A jam snack, of course. What do you think? He snarled back at her, before growling to himself he knew he shouldn't act like that, but being ignored and then suddenly coming up weeks later like nothing had happened. This wasn't going to stand. For all that he knew, she could have placed the troll there just to have a nice laugh at him. Troll's skin is thick and resistant to magic. A shrill voice, belonging to Hermione, piped in from the end of the bathroom, so the Gryffindor girl had gone and gotten reinforcements from the very girl who had been insulting her. Typical. Where was Draco anyway? Probably gone to get a professor. That would have been the smart thing to do, not bloody try and fight a troll head on. And then Lilian jumped on the back of the troll. Harry swiftly rolled on the ground, as the troll swiped his club around him at the feeling of something on his neck. Was the girl mad? What was she thinking, grappling a troll of all things? Burn the troll, he muttered to himself, with half the feeling of just waiting for the troll to come and kill him. Incendio. The troll's body spun one more time, his club ending up firmly entrenched against the bathroom's mirror and staying stuck there. Having lost his war club, the monster finally dropped it in favor of his hands, both of which could easily move and grab with strength Lilian, before roaring at her. Harry heard his cousin scream, and as his blood froze, his mind did the only thing he could do. When facing an enemy, aim at the head. Headshots multiply the damage. Trudeau. A barrage of ethereal lances flung themselves like missiles against the troll's upper body, tearing apart chunks of flesh and muscles and blood, while his head ended up being outright severed and thrown by the momentum of the magical lances across the bathroom, finally landing at Hermione's feet. The troll's body suddenly underwent spasms for a moment, before falling limp on the ground with a soft crash. Lilian Potter was now covered in blood, but still pretty much alive. Blood was sprayed everywhere in the room, and even Harry was slightly covered in it. It looked just like a slaughterhouse. A slaughterhouse he had created with a single spell. It's just like a gun. He remembered his words, of course. Oh, just how wrong had he been? This wasn't a gun, this was a plasma rifle. A MIRV unit. This was a nuke. The wooden wand he had so aptly dismissed wasn't just a tool to make things fly or do strange and funny things. It was a tool for murder too. An incredibly apt tool for murder, just like had done in that moment. He felt sick. He felt the need to retch and puke, and as his hand touched the slimy and viscous red ground, he did just that. Bent in two from the shock and the disgusting feelings that were hovering over him, he emptied his stomach. That thing had been killed by him. He was a murderer. Harry James Dursley was a murderer. His parents would be so proud now, wouldn't they? Severus. That was extremely risky. It went well anyway, didn't it? Damn mud got my leg. I'm surprised nobody reacted faster. Young Harry is growing up so fast, isn't he? I can't obliviate something of that magnitude. I didn't ask you to, Severus. Then what? Just let time do its course, I'll take care of the rest. Harry, when his eyes opened, he found himself staring at the really rarely seen face of an outright angry Professor Flitwick. It was a first to see the small man angry, but considering his head barely reached his shoulder now that he was laying on the nurse's bed, maybe it was that made him all the more scary. Mr. Dursley. The professor began, on one side, I am extremely keen on removing enough points from Ravenclaw to bring the house on a negative. At that menace, the boy flinched. On the other side, I find myself willing to just give you a 4-numbered amount of points for the extraordinary display of magical prowess you have demonstrated. Harry now blinked owlishly. He had killed a troll. Weren't they the janitors of Hogwarts? Mr. Malfoy went right ahead to call Professor Snape, who in turn called me to come and assist. When we arrived, you were as white as a sheet, but with little to no injuries. The troll, on the other hand. Harry turned slightly green as he remembered just how the troll had ended up becoming. Anyway, enough of that. Phileas shook his head quickly. Professor, shouldn't I mean I killed him? Harry whispered. That you did, and while murder is an act to be frowned upon, you were just defending yourself. Flitwick remarked, and trolls are nothing more than savage beasts. Think of it as putting down a rabid dog. Harry said nothing, his mind slowly coming to terms with what had happened before sighing in relief. He wasn't going to prison. It was enough. Wait, did that make him a hero? Unfortunately, the Ravenclaw head of the house remarked, the news that traveled around was quite different. A feeling of dread pitched itself deeply in Harry's stomach. Why did he feel he wasn't going to like the next words? Miss Potter was hailed as the savior of Miss Granger and yourself. I did try my best to relate what really happened, but nothing apparently changed so. At first, his first thought had been to yell about the unfairness of it all. He had been the one to get there first, and to fight off the troll and distract it long enough for Hermione to escape. He had been the one to kill it in the end, and he should have been hailed as the savior, the hero, the good and powerful guy, but in the end, he just sighed. The breath came out of his throat as a small hesitant smile appeared on his face.
It's all right, Professor, I'm not hero material after all. This is a wonderful display of maturity, Mr. Dursley. Phileas noted with a light smirk. From what I had from your friends, namely young Mr. Malfoy, you seem to be an avid devourer of books. Since I do believe that acts of heroism should be rewarded, as long as they don't end up being borderline stupid, I had this permit written for you. Having said that, the small man deftly handed over a small note with his signature to the boy. With that in hand, you will be granted a 1-hour extra time over curfew, which you may spend in the library. Don't fall asleep in there, however. Harry's eyes bulged in surprise and shock. If he knew anything of Ravenclaw, it was that permission to study on books for more time than normal was some sort of highly placed prize. The reward wasn't a small pat on the back. It was something good, really good. I hope your time at Hogwarts will be devoid of any more of these events, Mr. Dursley, Phileas pointed out as he turned to leave, but with magic involved, who am I to tell? The last part had been whispered in such a low tone, that Harry hadn't even heard it. Not that it mattered much, as the boy was currently looking at the small note like it was some sort of highly fragile parchment. He had an extra hour. The next time he'd be more prepared. The next time, he'd be the one hailed as a hero. He'd make sure nobody would make the same mistake twice. Burn the trolls. Dongs, Chop them to bits, make a stew and gulp it all down. 'Cause that's the way of the crown. As he found himself humming that little bit of a ballad song, he stopped. Just where had he heard that? And he didn't much care about it then, he was just tired. He'd take a nap and delve on the mystery of his knowledge of songs later on, maybe after learning the Cuspis Terrae spell. With October gone, and November arriving, the period of Quidditch began. While many students walked upon the snowy grounds of Hogwarts, fighting the cold with mittens to make puppets of snow, Harry Dursley was standing in the circular room that had become his training grounds. His wand had apparently had a change of heart, because now it actually obeyed him. He didn't know what had brought forward the change, but he did know that whatever it was, it worked as long as he didn't doubt himself. Letting his wand move through the air with grace, he brought the tip down on the floor of the room, and with that, spikes of earth emerged from the very ground, their tips sharp and their intent lethal. As soon as he removed the tip, the earth lances disappeared within the very ground. This attack was lethal, but for completely different ways. Transfiguration for warfare was the most feared of magical abilities. Not because of the power of the spells, but because there was no light being shot. If someone flung a flipendo, or any other spell for what mattered, there would always be a small red or green light coming out from the tip of the wand. Cuspis Terrae was a transfiguration magic related directly to touching the ground, and then conjuring the spikes in a surrounding area of width varying depending on the degree of mastery held. There was no light to give away the spell. Of course, the movement of bowing down to touch the ground wasn't of the most subtle, but it was a small price to pay. Half a dozen wizards had found their deaths casting said spell and being taken by a crossbow bolt in the neck, though, which kind of made it one of the first spell taught and also one of the least used. If only there was a window in here, Harry muttered, his gaze settling upon the rows of shelves that, apparently, began to tighten themselves up enough to create a small empty spot on the wall, from which a window appeared to give on the outside. The sun was high enough for it to be way past the flying lessons hour, and thus he sighed before setting off for astronomy. He had tried to gain interest in the matter, but stars and space weren't to his liking. Unluckily, while one could be exonerated from flying by simply talking to the nurse, and blaming vertigo and glass wearing, one couldn't just leave astronomy. The phobia of stars, if it existed, wasn't something easy to fake. Harry niftily placed his study books back in his school bag, making sure to keep the small slips of paper that signaled the pages he had reached clearly within the boundaries of the books. It wouldn't do to keep his books messy. A neat work reflects a neat mind. The thought struck him as his hand went to the door to open it, but not actually giving it any more weight than needed, he found himself staring at the back of the architect's statue that stood looking over the great entrance to Hogwarts. He blinked once, before closing the door behind him. Why was he even trying to make any sense of what happened to him at Hogwarts? He mustered a groan as he began his silent walk upwards, half muttering curses at the thought of the flight of stairs to take to get to the library, then head over to dinner, and finally wait the final hours before astronomy hours at midnight. It was as he sat down near the usual table, that he realized the mood around the Slytherin compartment of the library was quite sour. "Can't believe it," and "what the hell," were the typical mutters followed by strings of curses uttered under their breaths. Draco was looking down at his book, but he was indeed holding the sides of the leather-bound tome tightly. Next to him, Gregory was grumbling something under his breath, and elaborated once the raised eyebrow of Harry came into view. "Miss Potter." The tone was sarcastic, all right, in view of her heroism in saving 2 students, and her incredible flight abilities was made the new seeker of the Gryffindor's Quidditch team. The eyebrow of Harry remained raised. As a first year, she is the youngest seeker of the century for Hogwarts, and she has been gifted a recently minted Nimbus 2000. The eyebrow was starting to crank up for staying upwards, but Harry was still waiting for the point. "Oh, come on. You can't be that thick." Vincent snapped. "They bloody hell favored her because she's the girl who lived. So she's bound to make her team lose, right?" Harry asked back. "It would, if the Nimbus wasn't the top of the line broom while the school issued one or barely even flying to begin with." Draco hissed slowly. "Do you see? It's always like that. Gryffindors get prized for things they didn't do only because they were the loudest of the bunch. They get permissions, excuses, they get benefits and privileges for things others have to sweat for. Do you know that for defeating the troll, the headmaster gave Gryffindor 50 points? Like what you and I did meant nothing, and you frigging killed the troll. Then what should we do? Harry replied smoothly, utter curses at them from behind their back. Burn her broom. Do pranks on her. Should we attack her? Backstab her? Should we disembowel her in the hallway? His eyes narrowed. Do you know what the first tenet of warfare is, Draco? Draco's eyes were bulging in shock, as his mouth was slightly open, but no words escaped. Of all things, he probably hadn't expected him to speak like that. Well, maybe he had laid it too thickly to begin with. It is to solve all conflicts with efficiency and ruthlessness and as quickly as possible. He muttered. This whining in a corner of the library, or sulking and moping around it doesn't work, it's not effective, and it makes Slytherin look bad. What the hell does a Ravenclaw know about what makes Slytherin look bad or not? Marcus Flint, chaser for Slytherin, snapped at him, having probably heard him. Draco had presented the boy in some sort of twisted way to make him interested in Quidditch. The only result had been him completely ignoring the sport from that moment onwards. All the Dark Lords hail from Slytherin. Harry hissed back. That is the biggest load of bullshit ever to be created. But it's the only one that sticks around, you know why? Because Ravenclaw Dark Lords are so bloody damn good at their jobs that they aren't caught. He narrowed his eyes. Glasgow Martin was a Ravenclaw who went to Russia around the time of the Russian Revolution. He went by the name of Rasputin, forced the entire Tsardom to collapse, and came back years later as a Lenin. Time is but a door after all. Flint narrowed his eyes, and so Harry spoke again. Do you know why the Fat Friar of Hufflepuff is a ghost? He asked, making a light smile. Why? Killed some people. Flint snorted. Oh, he should be the bloody Fat Friar actually. Harry grinned. Do you know that during his travels in Iceland, just so casually that island accepted Christianity as a religion? Of course, the disappearances of Muggles of other faiths around that period were attributed to giants of all things, but that's not the point, isn't it? You know that in the Middle East, the caliphates began to face their steep decline just around the time the friar went over there to build a church. His smile had to be positively feral, because even Flint was wincing away. Slytherin might be good schemers, he muttered, but trust me on this, Flint, you don't want to see what a Ravenclaw can really do. So we murder the girl who lived? Draco asked, looking at him as if he had grown a second head. Of course not, he replied hotly. You didn't hear a word I said, did you? Harry narrowed his eyes, before tapping on the book he was currently reading publicly. If there are fortifications surrounding France, then we must blitzkrieg through the neutral countries. Seeing the looks of confusion etched on their face, he sighed before explaining, we beat them in another area. We lost ground on Quidditch. Then let's take it back on the other areas. You say Slytherin is getting it bad since centuries. Then let's turn the table around. He opened his book of Hogwarts, a history, at the page with the symbols of the four houses. There isn't only Gryffindor and Slytherin. There are also Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. As he said that, his index went over the two usually neutral houses. They are our Switzerland. We must conquer them to leave Gryffindor alone. You say it's unfair that the girl who lived got all the fame and glory. Then let's take it all away, from her entire house. He smiled broadly, seeing the glint of understanding in their eyes. First off, we must begin with propaganda. Propa what? Vincent's question was stopped by Draco elbowing him in the ribs. Draco. Harry hissed warningly at the blonde boy. What? The boy replied bewildered. No hitting. We are all on the same side, and questions are always worthy of being answered. But, let me finish. Harry muttered, raising a hand. Propaganda is, Vincent, the act of delivering information from a specific perspective that puts the target in a good or bad way, depending on what the objective is. Right now, we want to make Slytherin look good and put Gryffindor in its place. He pointed out, for that, no hitting one another, act like Hufflepuffs. But that's demeaning. Gregory whined, only for Harry to level him a glare that could have killed him. No, that's the all point of the ruse. He muttered. If we help the Hufflepuffs, whom will they give their loyalty to? If we aid the Ravenclaws, to whom will they share their wits? You speak as if you're Slytherin, you know that, Dursley. Terence Higgs remarked dryly, a small smile on his face. He had apparently scuttled closer to listen, as a couple of other students from the same house did too. Good to know. Harry muttered back. At first, there weren't houses to divide Hogwarts. The founders themselves were but teachers of the school. Appeal to that when they question your motives. You want to bring unity back to Hogwarts. You want a single student corps, a single house, a single school. And only one Führer. Oh hell. He was using Nazi theology on the Slytherin and it was actually working. He didn't know whether to cry or not because of that. Give the disgruntled masses a single enemy, and unite them under said banner and you will possess a loyalty you will find nowhere else. And how should we help them? Pusey, one of the Slytherin chasers, asked. Well, by being friendly and helping them out with their homework. Harry smiled. Or by stopping whatsoever bullying might be going on. By defending the guys the Weasley twin prank, by helping out the caretaker, the professors, the groundskeeper by acting just the opposite of what they expect of you you will remove the few attacks the Gryffindor used to act against you. Why should we bother though? A voice muttered, we already won the House Cup 7 times in a row, this year won't be any different. And Harry he just chuckled. What is there today that wasn't there yesterday? And as he asked that question, his eyes settled on Draco. The girl who lived. Draco replied, quickly understanding. I got it. The blonde boy muttered. Explain it, would you? The same voice as before not, was it? This year, they changed the flying and defense against the dark arts professors. Draco pointed out. One is the girl who lived, father and the other is her godfather. They both already assigned her enough points to actually put Gryffindor as second best, and were scrounging by because Professor Snape tries to give us points when he can, but Quidditch is practically what gave us the edge the last years. Wait, Harry hissed, you're telling me the Quidditch sport actually gives points? Yeah, you didn't know. The difference in score between the two houses gives extra points to the winner's side. Flint pointed out, only for Harry to groan. You won't get the House Cup this year then. As soon as he said that, pandemonium erupted around the table, forcing Madame Pants to come around and throw them all out. As the entire group was outside, of course Harry was literally pinned next to the wall. What do you mean? Flint pointed his finger at him accusingly. The truth is a mean thing, Harry whispered, but if you accept it, you can look forward to the outcome. Listen to me and listen well. Harry pointed to Draco to come closer, and then he began to speak once more. Let's say that, instead of the girl who lived, Draco here had become the youngest seeker in the century of Hogwarts. Fat chance. A few of the group replied. Anyway, do you know what would have happened the moment Severus Snape handed him over a new Nimbus 2000? What? Except I'd have a broom. Draco queried. Dumbledore would have taken it away. And with that, silence reigned. You understand, don't you? Harry muttered, shaking his head. You will not win the House Cup this year. Dumbledore will see to that. He has broken rules to make sure Gryffindor would have the best chances, so no, you will not have the House Cup. That's preposterous. He's the headmaster. He can't be biased. He can. Severus remarked dryly, and with his voice, the Slytherin group practically jumped and turned to face their head of the house. This isn't what it seems, Professor. Flint hastily began, only for the potions master to cut him off. Why, I'd like to think that too, Mr. Flint, so explain the situation to me. We were speaking of Quidditch. Harry immediately interrupted, taking a step forward. We spoke a bit hotly on cannons in England and we were kicked out of there. It was just friendly banter, Professor, nothing more. Yeah, just that. Flint quickly agreed, nodding vigorously. Oh. Professor Snape's eyes settled on Harry's for a moment, whereas the boy flinched and shied away a few seconds later. Well then, carry on, though I might suggest you bring your discussions to someplace more private. Even the walls have ears after all. And with those curt words, Snape turned to leave. And do remember my words, my young snakes. True neutrality does not exist. Share the word with all other Slytherin. Harry whispered, as soon as the professor was gone. You do not actually need to act just to talk and catch the moment. It's true, you won't probably win the House Cup, but if you actually do as I say, and with that, he turned around to start walking away from the group, Then you'd at least change Slytherin's reputation and cast the Gryffindor as a bunch of self-absorbed twats who can break rules and get prizes for that, and that is something Hufflepuffs hate, isn't it? And then he walked away, leaving the Slytherin to their thoughts. He had barely turned the corner that he came face to face with someone he would have rather not met. Hermione. She had spent half of the day hoping to catch a glimpse of the boy that had stalled the troll in the bathroom long enough for her to go and call a professor. She hadn't yet thanked him for having helped her, and she had promised herself she would at the very least get his name. All that she knew was that he had blonde hair, and that he was in Slytherin. Since she had heard the Potter twins talk about Draco's apparent fits of jealousy over the girl who lived, and that he usually grumbled with some of the Slytherin in the library, she had thought she'd get at the very least a talking chance. If of course the blonde boy didn't hex her for being a Muggle born, because half the Slytherin were after all pure-blooded bigots and the other half hated Gryffindor, and she was probably the embodiment of what they all hated. Still, she had gone to Gryffindor to change, she had gone there to become someone brave at heart, and she wouldn't die from just thanking him now, would she? He had after all saved her life, just like Lillian and Ron. She was in luck. She had just rounded the corner to find that indeed, Draco was apparently walking on the way opposite of her, and he was quite actually alone in that moment. "Ahe," she said, trying to catch the young wizard's attention, only for the blonde boy to snort and then halfway stop himself, which was quite comical actually. What do you want?" he asked, his voice apparently conflicted, but while his eyes weren't actually looking at her, it was still better than nothing. I wanted to thank you for having found me and having distracted the troll," she began, only for Draco to stare at her in disbelief, before looking somewhere behind her and then outright snap. "It was Harry for Merlin's beard. He was the one who actually moved to help you. I wouldn't care less what the hell might happen to a mudblood like you, but Harry's a bloody idiot and that's that. Go and thank Harry instead of me. You just passed him at the corner, you arrogant bee. Slugulus eructo." The voice startled her, because it came from an outright furious Ron Weasley, who had apparently come from behind Draco and hit him with a curse. "Ron!" Hermione exclaimed, only to jump backwards as Draco fell on the ground, spewing slugs of all things. "What? Hermione? He just insulted you. Come away and let him taste the slugs." Ron snarled, grabbing the girl by the arm and pulling her away from the slug-vomiting boy. "But it's a harmless curse, Hermione," Ron muttered, pulling her more strongly. "It's nothing, he won't survive, just 10 minutes of slug puking. My brother's tested it on me enough times, I know what it does. He won't choke on them, though I'd like to think he would. The bloody git calling you that." "That what?" Hermione muttered, bewildered and not understanding. "That word mudblood." As soon as she said that, Ron flinched slightly. "Yeah, it's a really bad word around here. Different from the pureblood, who only have wizards in their family lines. It's really insulting." Hermione stayed silent for a moment, before she finally pulled herself free from Ron's grip and began to walk next to him, huffing in annoyance. "Anyway, was there someone else in the bathroom except you and Lillian?" This Harry. Why was the name familiar to her? Not that I remember. That bloody git was outside, running to get help from his professor. Snape probably came by and killed the troll. No, that was wrong, and that much Hermione knew. Lillian had been captured by the troll and she had been about to be killed, but then the troll had detonated. Its head had rolled down at her feet, because someone had flung a spell at the creature. A spell that conjured ethereal lances. More than once she had seen that spell in use in the bathroom. The spell had been thrown. Harry had flung the spell that had saved her. Harry was the same boy she had met on the boat, and that. She remembered him asking her a question, and her not even giving him the time of the day. She had thought that she didn't want to give away soon that she was a know-it-all, so she had absent-mindedly said to meet at the library, and then she hadn't gone. She had been busy trying to speak about fashion with the other girls, whereas she hadn't even known a brand name of the wizardry world. She had reverted to being smart, but she had ignored the boy at every instance. She had seen him round the corner, she had looked at him round the corner, and she had walked past him and had thanked Draco with him at her shoulders. Hermione turned around quickly, and then began to pace back to where Draco had been left. "Hermione, Where the hell are you going? Ron asked, bewildered. I'm going to make a wrong right. She muttered back, but when her steps led her back to the spot where Draco had been retching slugs, the boy wasn't there. Someone had probably moved to take him and bring him to the infirmary. And she had half a feeling that it had been Harry that had come back. Harry, you, Draco, are an idiot. Harry muttered as he paced in front of the blonde boy. You couldn't just let it be, right? I Blearg tried. The blonde boy whimpered as yet another slug came out. I'll make sure to get Professor Snape to give enough negative points to Gryffindor they'll need 2 years before they even see the zero back. Harry swore, before taking a deep breath. Where the hell is the bloody nurse? Language, Mr. Dursley. A voice snapped from the other door of the infirmary. I'm looking for a solution to Mr. Malfoy's problem, but I've never seen it cast before. Trying salt wouldn't do. Harry had never sneered before, but this woman was getting on his nerves. It wasn't Madame Pants, but a younger red-haired woman whom she had only seen the back of, and after handing over a basket to Draco to puke inside, she had disappeared behind the wooden door. That's a Muggle solution to normal slugs, Mr. Dursley, I say, you took after. But he had already lifted his hands in the air and had walked out grumbling curses, so he hadn't heard the last part of it. Harry had stomped straight down towards the dungeons, and then, abruptly, he had stopped. The next few seconds, Harry blinked, his eyes suddenly bulging in shock as he began to mutter. Oh no no. No. What the no? His hands went to his face. What the hell did I just do? What the hell was I doing? No. That's not no. He began to shake his head. Why did I say anything? Why? I should have kept quiet. What do I care about Quidditch and house cups? He began to whimper. I want no bloody Nazi cult at school. I just want to be left alone. Is that the end of your convictions, young Raven? The baritone voice came from behind him, and as Harry turned around, he came face to face with the serious glare of the bloody Baron. Is that all that you can do? Whimper in a corner. I'm not controlling my body. He yelled back at him. I didn't want to. Oh no, my boy. You wanted to. The Baron spoke again. And remember your betters, I am Lord Slytherin. You. He pointed his finger at him hotly. You possessed me. Be gone, demon. I exorcise you. As Harry put his fingers in a cross-like shape, the Baron merely looked at him with his eyes flaming. I did nothing, though I admit I might have possessed you. The Baron's head inclined itself to the side, and what I did was merely what you would have wanted to do if only your condition hadn't been there. The ghost shook his head. So much potential oppressed. But a chain is loosening up, now we need the rest to go. What are you talking about? What's my damn condition? What the hell, just what the hell? He mumbled slowly, his gaze going downwards to the stone floor. It is still too early, young Raven, the ghost spoke again, but know this. In less than an hour, you brought a change to Hogwarts that centuries could not muster. It might be nothing big. Only a tiny pebble by now, but nurture it, let it grow, and you will have a tree whose roots will be able to tear asunder the very foundation of society. So tell me, please, tell me, why are you doubting yourself so much? The ghost's question hit him. Did he doubt himself? The Thestral hair is an ancient core, one that works only for those who know how to accept death itself. The ghost spoke slowly, but the Dementor's shroud is far, far older. The bloody Baron's voice was monotone as it spoke, but in that lack of emotion, it made it even grimmer. A Dementor is a beast who beats the very soul out of people to devour it, consume it, and leave nothing behind. They are beings of pure darkness who consume all happiness around them, are they not? The question took him by surprise, and as Harry fumbled for an answer, the Baron shook his head. Maybe today, in any case, their shroud hides from the world them and their features, and that is the true inner focus. The Dementor's shroud works the best in the hands of those who would do anything to bring forth their ideals and their dreams. For those who would fight tooth and nail, and leave nothing behind, but at the same time, for those who do it not for glory, but because they believe it is the right thing to do. The ghost's eyes bore into Harry. That wand has not a single ounce of patience for self-doubt, Harry Dursley. That wand is not just a gun or a sword. Wands are instruments of utter destruction or salvation. You may think of yours as a fancy stick, but you offend it greatly. True power is to be wielded with respect. But if you have no dreams but to live in ignorance, then the wand will just do that. It will help you achieve just that. Unless you fight your condition, Harry Dursley, you will never win it. Harry remained quiet, his mind in disarray as he tried to make sense of the wand, of the Bloody Baron's actions, and of everything else that had happened to him. Just what did he want? To remain ignored and learn magic? No. Yes. No. He wanted to remain anonymous. He didn't want to be known. Harry Dursley had to remain ignored by the world. Why? The condition. He had a condition. The Baron had. White blinding pain hit him at the back of his head as he collapsed in a startled scream. Fight it, young Raven. Fight and muster yourself. The Bloody Baron was currently hovering over Harry, twirling around like a thick mist. If you can't, if you won't, if you don't, then you will never achieve your greatness. The greatest enemy is oneself, young Raven. The Bloody Baron whispered to his ears, even if you lose everything, remember my words, for they speak the truth. I know that very well after all. And then the Bloody Baron was gone, and a firm hand settled on Harry's shoulder, a wand pointed at the side of his head. Obliviate. And all was dark once more. The plan is in progress, King. The message that arrived through his owl post made him raise an eyebrow in surprise. Just what plan were they talking about? And who was this King they were referring to? Harry had spent the last hour trying to decide if he had to care that Lillian had nearly fallen off her broom, or not to and steer clear from the infirmary. He was still angry at her, Wingman, for having cursed Draco, and he knew that Draco was practically hoping to get a good curse back against the Weasley, but just who the hell was this King? Eluded him. Christmas was approaching and still his parents hadn't replied to him. Maybe they had been busy, or maybe the owl had lost itself, but his mind was occupied on other things. Namely, the fact that apparently being possessed wasn't a fantasy but a reality, and that it could lead him to really horrible situations. He had to steer clear of ghosts. He had to avoid them all like the plague and do his very best to remain inconspicuous and alone. He had stopped speaking with Draco a few days before, and now all his studies revolved around the room through the magical door. His human contact came with the professor, most of the time only with him delivering homework. Professor Binns was the only one with whom he spoke a bit more, and with whom he managed to bring up the Ravenclaw's points. Snape gave him points for the potions, and Phileas actually gave him subtle nods of approval when he delivered his homework. Right about then, as soon as he finished his breakfast, he decided he'd go and ask Filch before heading off to Charms. Well, he should call the man Argus actually. The man had insisted upon one of their last talks, which had diverged on what actually the caretaker had to use to clean some of most difficult smudges of dirt around the carpets. Apparently, Argus had never heard about the Muggles' new inventions in the market of cleaning stuff. The fact that century-old dirt was now no longer a threat to his sanity had made the man hug him in joy once. They had both decided never to speak about it again though. The man wasn't present in his office, but Mrs. Norris instead was, and as she meowed happily while jumping to get in his arms, Harry merely scratched the cat's neck while murmuring, "You wouldn't know where Argus went, would you?" The cat purred, not actually wanting to move around much. "Suppose not." The boy sighed. "And I swear, Argus, I caught that Potter girl in the restricted section, and oh." Madame Pants had entered the office, actively and excitedly talking with Argus when she suddenly stilled and assumed her usual stern and glaring attitude. "Oh, Irma. No worries. This here is Harry Dursley, good lad he is. Mrs. Norris adores him." And just like that, Madame Pants's face turned a bit softer. I saw you a lot in the library now, didn't I?" she asked carefully. "Yes, madam," Harry replied quickly, nodding his head repeatedly as his gaze slowly moved to the side. "You did treat my books well. I didn't even realize you had actually read them." The woman's murmured tone was a sharp contrast with her usual stiff and stern demeanor, and probably her words were a compliment, because Argus himself was slightly smiling. "See, told ya he was a good lad. Always with his head neck deep in books. By the way, was there something you wanted to tell me, Harry?" Argus asked, looking at him. "Well, I still haven't received a reply from my parents, sir," Harry meekly whispered out. "And how much time does the owl usually take?" Which owl did you use?" the man asked while moving towards a cabinet. "I think it was number 9, sir," Harry replied quickly. Maybe he had missed the letter being received, because he had gone there too early in the morning for breakfast. It had happened a lot of times before. Maybe it was that, and he had been worrying for nothing. Number 9. Oh, here he is. Present in the Owl Tower and last sent letters. Argus' voice lowered itself a bit, before it strangely returned to normal and maybe a bit over excessive cheerfulness. Well, your letter was returned to sender. Apparently your parents weren't home when it was delivered. You didn't write them another, I suppose. At Filch's words, Harry meekly nodded. See, now shouldn't you be off to Charms, lad? Don't make me sound like a liar to Irma here. Be a good lad and trot off. All right, thank you, Argus. Good day to you too, Madam Pants. And after dropping the meowing in displeasure Mrs. Norris, Harry headed off towards Charms. He had been such an idiot to worry for nothing. He should have checked sooner, but he had apparently never found the time to do something as simple as that. As he hurriedly sat down in the last row, he realized there was still one empty spot next to him, meaning someone else was even later than he was. Professor Flitwick was just then entering the room, when the disheveled figure of Hermione rushed through the doors and settled down on the last free chair. Just in the nick of time, since the lesson began a few moments afterwards. Did he say anything important yet? She whispered to him, and that made him look at her for a moment. Since when was she on taking terms with him? No, even better, why did he actually have to answer her? No, he replied in a low murmur. He was such a spineless guy. Well, no, he had just answered a question, but that would be all. He wasn't going to forgive the girl for snubbing him outright since the beginning of the term, and especially not even defending the true way things had gone in the bathroom with the troll. He hadn't expected her to thank him, of course, but a bit, just a tiny bit of recognition would have been a great way to mend the fact that she had stood him up instead nothing. And now, after everything, here the girl was asking him a question, and just like the spineless guy he was, he had answered because, after all, one just doesn't start hating girls. I'm sorry, the girl whispered, slightly flinching probably from his tone. He looked at her, raising an eyebrow. What was the girl sorry for now, he wondered. For having one of her friends curse one of his. For not having given out the real version of facts. Of course he knew what peer pressure could do to people, but for what? He asked back. Maybe she was sorry for having asked him a question that disrupted his attention from taking notes. Not that it bothered him, because he could do two things at the same time after all, but still. The library, she whispered, and the bathroom. I'm sorry. I just ignored you, I think. Ignore me, will you? Don't you know that giving your back to the shadows only invite the daggers? He blinked once. That who had spoken just then? It sounded just like an old voice, but I see. Harry replied slowly, returning to taking down notes. Do you still have problems with the Wingardium? Apparently, the girl liked to make conversation even during the charm lesson, a feat that Harry discovered much to his displeasure as the lesson went on, and he found himself actually saying yes to meeting the girl at the library that afternoon to compare notes on charms. He was weak. He admitted that much to himself as he sulkily walked his way to lunch and then later on towards the library. At the very least, the way his fellow housemates treated him hadn't changed, but the murmurs of Slytherins suddenly becoming nicer to them was strange to hear. From all that he knew of, Slytherin tended to be cruel and cunning and backstabbers. 20 points to Ravenclaw later, because of course the names of the first 22 users of the flying broomstick earned him that much, and he was happily chatting with Professor Binns as the class began to dwindle down. But then, why did Alaric the Almighty face the enemy with but a sword and a shield? Shouldn't he have worn his armor too? Harry asked curiously. It is unknown why. Binns replied slowly. I deal with facts and not with hearsays, but it is a fact that the day before the battle, Alaric's wife disappeared from the castle. Without his armor, when the poisonous fangs of the war basilisks tore his shield asunder and carved deeply into his flesh, Alaric's death came swiftly. So his wife might have stolen the armor. Harry pressed on. Maybe, but remember that Therese the Serene was a most powerful druid witch, and she would not leave her beloved one to die, not without a greater cause to move her. Binns repeated carefully. The event happened around the time the founders' names began to earn their fame, and thus history tends to disregard many of the events that circled around that time in favor of Godric Gryffindor's might in battle against the vampires or Rowena Ravenclaw's furious spell casting upon the hordes of goblins. I see. Harry muttered. Are there books on the argument? Why, I know teachers shouldn't play favorite pupil, but I did indeed have the quickness to prepare some books you might like on the argument. The tone remained completely devoid of emotion, but the ghost's face was anything but that. It held a light smile on his face, more than enough to show that indeed, even ghosts could be pleased. Thank you, Professor. Harry replied with a smile of his own, as he saw the ghost slowly move towards the desk and point at his desk. I have Argus to thank. Usually I need to ask the Bloody Baron. Here Harry winced, but kept quiet, to convince Peeves to move the books on my desk. He was quite glad to help you. Usually he wouldn't have even bothered to hear me out, but your name stopped him. I just showed him some cleaning products, sir. Taken from the room of Make-A-Wish, and I'll grant it. Of course, I did nothing big. I have been a professor for centuries, young Raven. Binns began slowly, and never has a student given the time of the day to a squib, even less to the caretaker. You think you did little, but in truth you did more than you can understand. What do you mean, sir? I mean, Mr. Dursley, and here Binns hovered a bit behind Harry, that many students wouldn't have even cared to come to know Mr. Filch. You, on the other hand, did. Do you know that Sigrid the Butcher slaughtered 3 enemy villages alone while in grief, upon hearing the news of the death of his lord? And Sigrid was known to be nothing more than an orphan, taken in where others would have just left him to die out in the cold. He was but a squib, and yet he grew to become a fierce warrior. Do not little yourself, Mr. Dursley, it doesn't do you honor. Well, but I don't want to start an army. Harry whispered back, only for Binns to actually smile, albeit his tone remained monotone. You see, Mr. Dursley, that is precisely why you shouldn't little yourself, but you must be off, I suppose, Miss Granger is waiting for you just out of the door, thinking that centuries of being a professor are no good to catch on eavesdroppers probably. Harry jerked his head to the side immediately, looking towards the door where indeed Hermione had just appeared, flustered and holding her school bag to her chest. Professor, I didn't mean to. Never mind. Run along and remember. Next week, 5 feet and a half essay on Nordic feuds across Sweden. And with that, the ghost dismissed them both. Harry silently walked next to Hermione, who apparently didn't know how to broach the argument of him actually talking to the ghost professor. You like history of magic? She blurted out. I love it. Harry replied, especially how Professor Binns explains it. You must be the only one. Hermione pointed out, he nearly makes me fall asleep. Oh, but I do fall asleep during his lessons. Harry replied slowly, it's just that my hand keeps on writing everything my ears hear, so my notes are always word by word. Then I read them afterwards, and it's better than Tolkien. What? The Gryffindor student was looking at him like she was looking at a strange and clearly mad creature, something that kind of hurt him, considered she was the one who wanted to make peace, or so it seemed. Tolkien. You read The Lord of the Rings. Why does that surprise you? Ravenclaw. He muttered back, gesturing at his robes. Hermione kept quiet for a moment, before whispering back. But you're friends with Draco, and Tolkien was a Muggle writer. The Lord of the Rings is a Muggle book. Well, yes, I'm friends with Draco, but I'm Muggle raised, Harry replied, shaking his head slightly. Why was that important anyway? Oh, right. The prank that half the world decided he had to be in. I'm not a magical Nazi, if that's what you're thinking of. Draco, however, was, and still is, my first friend here at Hogwarts. I'm not going to burn Muggles, and he knows that too. I'll just stay in my corner. He shrugged, just like the rest of the world does when it comes to me after all. Fair is fair. How can you say that? Hermione hissed, what about those who raised you? What if someone burned them? Would you let them do that without even fighting? Of course. Harry's throat hitched, as he hissed out, not. Had he just been about to end his sentence with, of course, and nothing more? What was he thinking? He'd let his mother and father get killed by some Nazi. Just where was his brain? Where had his common sense gone to? Was this what people meant, with losing oneself to something else? But if it meant him living in isolation, alone, wouldn't that be better? All alone. No one to remember him. No one near him. No one to call to him. No one to speak to him. He chilled. Curse them. The voice hissed once more, but right there and then, Hermione was looking at him far more bewildered than usual. You know what? You disgust me. You'd let others suffer and do nothing for it. Study charms by yourself. And with that, she walked away. She walked away holding her head all high and mighty, like she knew better, like she was better, like she held everything and he was a nothing. The halls were empty and the woman was leaving, too prideful to look at him, a no one. His pride felt stung, his heart broken. Had he been but a fool? Had he been but a toy to another's whims? He would show her. He would destroy her beliefs, her feelings, her beauty and her descendants and leave nothing behind. That much he swore. For he was going to be the greatest of them all and blood would not stand on his way, it would be his way. Harry blinked, taking a deep gasp for air as he clutched his chest. The halls had appeared so different and yet so the same. What had? Peeves is peeved. A voice remarked behind him, before the figure of the poltergeist of Hogwarts suddenly appeared upside down in front of him. Peeves is peeved at seeing a peeved peeving peeve. I don't feel very well, Harry muttered weakly. That won't do. Not at all. Peeve exclaimed. But wait. You gave me the fault for something I did not do, didn't you? The poltergeist suddenly asked, his face appearing in a blink in front of Harry's. Bad boys should be punished, shouldn't they? I'm sorry. He meekly coughed out as he took in deep breaths, but You didn't do it on purpose, right? Peeves pointed out, a wicked smile now sprouting on his face. Me neither, you know. I never do things on purpose, they just so casually happen. But you really surprise me. The last words came one after the other, painfully slow and with long pauses, just as Peeves' head rotated on the spot of 360 degrees. Why? Instead of replying, Peeves slowly began to sink deep within the floor of the castle. I have hopes. Great hopes. You who are hidden from a hidden foe, at a crossroad of pandemonium and chaos, will your mind know? When will your mind break, I wonder? I'll be there. Harry, you can rest assured that Hogwarts always nurture her children so much it suffocates them with its pillows. And as the last words came out darkly, the poltergeist completely disappeared into the ground. Slightly shaking, Harry looked around one last time, before running along the hallway without looking back. He just needed to write home, hope they would answer him. He just had to go back home for Christmas, and everything would be fine. He knew it. Home would always wait for him, wouldn't it? He had to buy gifts for his parents, but they hated magical stuff, right? Yeah, they did. That night, Harry Dursley could not sleep, hoping and praying to God that his parents would answer his worries. For days, Harry Dursley waited with stilled breath, writing letter upon letter, with renowned vigor and fervor. The eyes around him were judging, the mutters were too much, the ghosts seemed eerie and the portraits scary. He just wanted to go home for Christmas, but no reply ever came. Was that it? Did Hermione somehow tell his parents that he'd let them burn? How could she do that, if she didn't even know their address? Why was no one answering his letters at home? The answer came in a black velvet letter on a cold December day. One day to go till they could head back home with the train, and yet as Harry looked at the letter, he hadn't wanted to think what it meant. Black could be used for many things after all. Black could be some sort of code for wizards to say something happy, funny, or good. Black didn't have to mean death. Black didn't have to make him. Black was the color of the crows, of the sky in a moonless night, of utter darkness, but it didn't have to mean. It was in his training room, closed from everyone else, that he opened the letter. Mr. Dursley, your guardians have renounced their claim on you. As of now, you will become a ward of the ministry and will remain as such until emancipation or unless a suitable guardian applies. We inform you that as a ward of the ministry you will not be granted permissions to Hogsmeade weekends, Christmas or Easter holidays or any such event outside of the castle's boundaries that isn't the summer period. You will soon receive a letter confirming which orphanage has been chosen for. He dropped his letter to the side of him. No, it wasn't possible. He had known his parents had hated magic, calling wizards freaks and all, but he had not expected this. Wasn't he their children? Hadn't they accepted him for 11 years? Why? Just why? Because he was a wizard. Because he was a freak. Was he an orphan now? He could talk to his cousin, but they hadn't wanted him then. Why would they want him now? No. He was alone. Just like he wanted to be, right? No, nobody wants to be alone. He didn't want to be alone. He wanted to have friends, to have a family, to laugh like the others, play like the others. He didn't want to decide on Nazis or communists. He didn't want to choose between pure or mud blood. He just wanted to learn magic. Harry had just wanted to learn magic, and as he began to chuckle, having fallen on his knees in the eerily lit round room, tears began to fall one after the other. All alone, huh? He muttered to no one. I'm all alone. Curse them. A voice hissed near him. Oh right, alone and mad. Just perfect. Harry thought, chuckling again while shaking his head. Afraid fear. Good to know I finally snapped. The boy muttered, slowly standing back up. This had to be a mistake. Maybe it was Peeves, damn it. Peeves, I'll have your head for this prank. The boy yelled out to the room, quickly wiping out his tears. You had your laugh, didn't you? Now come on out and face me like a man. As Harry's hand grabbed his wand and took it out, he began to look around, just like a dog with his back to the wall. He knew Peeves had to be somewhere close by. He knew this had to be just some sort of sick prank of his. But no stupid poltergeist came by, and nothing emerged from the dusty shelves or the piles of books. The model of Hogwarts remained the same at the center of the table, with its banners flying. Harry hadn't realized it, but he had begun to pace in the room, looking just as lost as he could have possibly become. What could he do? My lord, I await. Now the hiss was definitively not his imagination. Who's there? He asked. But no reply, of course, came. Let's be logical. Harry muttered to himself. My parents disowned me. I'm a ward of the ministry. I have a trust fund apparently, set for him. Yeah, he remembered that. So school expenses are done, but he wouldn't go back home ever again. He wouldn't see his mother ever again. He wouldn't watch football with his father. He wouldn't open his Christmas gifts with his family. He would never see Privet Drive 4 again. Now what do I do? Harry asked the question to the empty room, but no reply came forward. Of course. He was alone, wasn't he? Just like he wanted. No, I don't want to be alone. He hissed out of his teeth. I don't want to be ignored. I don't. He'd go and speak with his cousin. She would probably understand, wouldn't shish. The pain he felt made him scream a second later, soon followed by the blinding headache and the outright vicious spasms. No. Yes. No. He wouldn't go. Yes. He would. No. Yes. Yes. No. He would. The greatest enemy is oneself, young Raven. And then Harry's scream fell to his sore throat, his eyes turning red from the tears as his mind finally gave way to the deep darkness of rest once more. He wouldn't be ignored. Never again. Severus. Of all the plans of the world, Severus was, in that moment, in the middle of seeing the most difficult one fail at the same speed of a phoenix, flight. Harry was nowhere to be seen, and yet he had received the letter. This plan was wrong on all levels, and yet he couldn't help but feel that something very bad, was going on. You worry too much, Severus. And you don't worry at all. He snapped back. All is fine. No, it isn't. He practically yelled. Lily's son is. Lily's daughter is currently looking at the Mirror of Erised, with her dear friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. They are imagining great adventures and untold riches, recognition and power. Knowledge and peace in the world apparently, but Harry is just where I wanted him to be. You know where he is, don't you? Of course I do. I put him there to begin with. Remember, I am the voice of Hogwarts after all. I know Hogwarts. I am Hogwarts. How could I pass on the opportunity? I should have. You still will, Severus. He will just be a bit different, but it will help him. I mean, why didn't he come to me immediately? I told him I was friends with his mother after all, we even had tea. The plan was sound and. Severus. When magic is involved, and prophecies twist actions, trust me, nothing is ever meant to go the way one thinks. Speaking from experiences, Severus sneered. Of course I do. Of course I do. So what, Severus? Where is he? The room of requirements. Damn it. Nobody can enter the room once occupied. The potions master yelled, smashing his fist against the wall in an unprecedented fit of rage. Indeed, and normally that would be the case. However, what he desired and what he required were different, and the room became a door to somewhere else. Somewhere that you can access. Then tell me for. Shut up, Severus. The voice was now cold, terribly cold. I'm sorry, but, no. Never mind, I was young once too. Soon, Severus, but not yet. All right. And with a deep breath, Severus whipped out his wand. I'm going. Give me a direction or I'll throw fiendfire at you. Now that is just being a petulant child. The voice remarked with a light chuckled tone. All right, now you can go. Founder's room behind the architect's statue. It does have a blood ward though, so. But Severus Snape had already dashed out. Youngsters, why can't they listen? And with that question, the voice stood then quiet. Harry, young Raven, wake up. A female voice called him, as he slowly stirred awake. Come on, young Raven, you have to wake up. The voice insisted, and as he blinked and the blurs returned to definition, he looked into the ghostly visage of the Grey Lady. Huh, you shouldn't be sleeping here. The ghost pointed out, it's late and you should be in your bed. Harry's words died in his mouth, as he closed his eyes once more. Now, none of that, young Raven. The Grey Lady spoke, your head of the house is really worried about you. Even the headmaster doesn't know where you are. This place is special after all and kept from all. Why don't you want to go outside? My parents. They were not your real ones, were they? But maybe they just didn't want to understand you or magic, but they are hardly all you have, isn't it? The Grey Lady spoke gently, a small smile on her ghostly face. I'm here, young Raven. As is that arrogant idiot of the Bloody Baron, who I'm sure is just listening in from a corner of the room, him and his melodramatics. I take offense of that, Helena. The Bloody Baron muttered, emerging from a dark corner, for I am the. Yeah, I'm dead already, Henry. Don't kill me with boredom too, please. The Bloody Baron flinched, recoiling slightly. That was a low blow, Helena, the ghost whispered. Like what you did to my young Raven. The Grey Lady retorted hotly, her gaze quite frankly murderous. I did what I knew would work. The Slytherin's ghost exclaimed, look at him now. He can finally think for himself for once. In that moment, Harry snapped. What are you two talking about? See, isn't it marvelous? Henry exclaimed, apparently happy for something. I don't know if it's an improvement. Helena deadpanned, before shaking her head. Anyway, you should leave now. Someone's outside looking for you. But what happened? Why was I hurting? And what improvement are you talking about? Harry's question was met with Helena slightly inclining her head to the side, before replying with a half-amused tone. Good question. A badly placed curse. A wrongly applied charm. A really dark ritual. It's quite the conundrum actually, isn't it? Helena asked gently, like if Harry knew the answer to that. So, Harry asked. So nothing, young Raven. I know not what fell upon you, nor do I know if it's gone or still lingering. You fought it off apparently, something I had hoped you wouldn't have to do so young, but someone disagreed. Of course someone always has to disagree with me. The Grey Lady growled lightly, eyeing the Bloody Baron once more. For his part, the Baron merely sighed and began to move out towards the door. I'll warn the headmaster. Helena waited for the ghost to leave, before hovering quickly in front of Harry, and eyeing him critically. The ghost nodded a couple of times, while making small humming noises, as if lost in thoughts. Finally, with what appeared to be a final decision, it nodded. All right, I know what to give you for Christmas. Stop answering with babbling one-words or questions, young Raven. Helena snapped. I'm thinking yes. You'll need a coat and maybe a good cloak too. A long time ago it was of use to buy armors once the first blood had been delivered, but I doubt you'd ever be able to wear a chainmail with your scrawny body. The ghost sighed, which practically made no noise since the dead didn't need to breath. There's no need to. Young Raven. Helena growled lightly. I will not have a day a student of mine go around in tattered robes. But these robes aren't. Wait. What did you say? What? I said nothing. The Grey Lady replied, before quickly flying over to the door. Absolutely nothing. I heard you and I'm not deaf. Harry murmured. You said something with Day. A deserving student, of course. The ghost quickly disappeared beyond the door, and as Harry gave chase, not willing to let the argument go by, he opened the door without thinking. Two hands grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him out of the room, the door closing behind him. The next moment, he was being looked at with a furious and stern glare by Professor Snape, who was apparently checking him for injuries. Are you all right, Mr. Dursley? Snape queried with his voice tight and slightly angry. You are way past your curfew hours. Professor, Harry exclaimed, I fell asleep in the room and I'm sorry. Still, this will be 5 points from Ravenclaw and detention with me tomorrow night. Severus remarked quickly while standing up. Now tell me what happened to make you break the rules in such a way. Sir, the boy fidgeted for a moment, before taking a deep breath and whispering out, my parents, they renounced their guardianship over me. They always told me wizards were freaks, sir, but I thought they had changed their minds and, as he rambled that off, Snape looked at him with a frown on the face, before slowly nodding. I understand your reasons, but rules are there to be followed. The man then began to slowly walk. Follow me then, Harry, we'll have to settle things with the headmaster. As the boy followed quietly the professor, he couldn't help but think about what he had heard. Someone had cast a curse at him that made him suffer. Why would someone do that? Why would someone throw things like those at him for no reason? And what had improved of him actually? He had no idea, but he knew that they were keeping something hidden from him. If only he could understand what it was, and then. Sev. A voice rang in the corridor, in the dead of the night, making both Harry and Severus turn, albeit the man was actually far paler than he could have possibly been. A red-haired woman was walking towards them, and Harry instinctively recognized her as the assistant nurse of Madame Pomfrey. She had green eyes that much the boy saw when the woman moved closer, and apparently she was wearing a scowl. Have you seen Lillian? I know she isn't in her dormitory. The woman muttered. No. I haven't, Lily. All right. And who's this? Could it be the famous wizard son of my dear sister Toonie? What are you doing outside with Sev at this hour of the night, huh? Is everything all right? Your face is just short of having seen a ghost. Yours too, Sev. Lily Potter looked at both of them, her smile slowly fading away. Is something the matter? Mom? Harry asked, with his throat completely dry. Oh no, my dear, I'm your mother's sister. You heard Sev here right. I'm Lily Evans Potter, not Petunia. I'll give the fault to the dark this time, but don't try and give me more years than I actually have. Women take affront on doing that. No, I mean, I have to bring Mr. Dursley to sleep now. He's shocked for Toonie's actions. I'll tell you later. See you. Good night. Quickly, Severus' hands clamped down on Harry's shoulders, and the man actually pulled the boy forwards and out of the way. Hey, let me. Quiet, Harry. Severus hissed. I'll explain, but not here. Not now. Tomorrow. At detention. Hold your horses till then, all right. But they told me. It was for your own good. The potions master murmured, and now I don't know what the hell is going on. And with those words, Harry was literally shoveled inside the Ravenclaw's common room, before the door closed behind him. Instead of turning around to bang on the door, and instead of going outright to bed, he merely slumped down on a comfortable-looking pile of notes. The Rooster of Ravenclaw was sleeping in a corner next to the huddled forms of the older Raven students who had fallen asleep studying there. He had thought he wouldn't fall asleep. His mother was alive. His mother was alive and well and hadn't died in a drunk driver's accident. So why did it look anything but that? Why didn't she recognize him? And Lillian Potter. Did that mean that he had a sister? But it made no sense. Why had, what? And against all odds and thoughts, against everything and all the events of the day, Harry Dursley, no. Harry Potter, of the House of Ravenclaw, fell asleep. Hey kid, wake up. A voice drawled out as Harry felt his body being shaken awake by a vigorous manhandling. A Ravenclaw 6th year was currently looking at him with a bit of concern, probably because he was lying atop the notes of the various lessons. You're going to crumple our notes. I'm sorry. He blurted out as he stood up, quickly trying to settle his robes, flustered. The rooster was walking around making strange gargled noises. Apparently somebody had cursed the thing into silence. A few of the Ravenclaw older students looked at him with an amused expression, before one of them exclaimed, "Hey, it's the Squirt. Been a while. So, still having problems with the Leviosa?" One of them asked, "It's all in the wrist, you know." "Huh, no. I'm fine now, thanks." The older boy merely shrugged, before heading off. "Coffee run," the boy exclaimed. "For how many?" "I'll be going to the hall for breakfast." The red-haired prefect of Ravenclaw, Basilisk, remarked dryly. "And then I'll grill our first year and his natural ability with, notice me not, charms." As the eyes of the older boy settled on him, Harry had half a feeling he wouldn't be getting much alone time to think at breakfast. However, the teenager's words opened his eyes quite comically. "Notice me not," Harry mouthed, as the red-haired Ravenclaw raised an eyebrow at the boy. "There are various forms of charms, Squirt. The notice me not range from illusions to the more plain, hiding in sight but having the brain believe you are of no consequence, ones. So indeed, considering you give us points during potions, why is it that I, or any of my peers, offered to tutor you in order to increase the point harvesting? The answer is clearly that of you hiding away, of course, which brings us to your charm's potential if you manage to fool the hereby present assembly of gentlemen known as the Owls and Newts Battle Corps." As soon as the boy said that, the rest of the Ravenclaws around him made a mock military salute with wide grins, those who were actually awake and listening. "But I didn't cast one, I don't even know how to fling one," Harry retorted, looking around uneasily in search of an escape route probably. The Ravenclaw prefect pushed his right hand against his chin in a thoughtful pose, before closing his eyes for a moment. "Interesting. A case of accidental magic. Maybe you were afraid of Hogwarts and tried to hide from all of it." The boy mused, before yelling back to the rest of the corps, with a wide grin on his face. "Guys, we scared to death a poor first year. We simply must make amend." "Tutoring?" a voice queried. "Dueling practice," another added. "Divination to see his future," a third butted in. "Gift him an animal," the fourth suggested. "A cat. So we go through the animal route, huh? Then what about an owl? Why not a toad?" No Ravenclaw will ever have a toad for as long as I draw breath." "What do you have against toads, huh?" Soon the discussion degenerated into friendly banter, and after a few seconds, Basilisk placed a hand firmly on Harry's shoulder. "Let's go down to eat and leave my dear comrades to discuss what to do." It sounded more like one of those offers you can't refuse than an actual invitation for breakfast, but Harry was too much shell-shocked by the fact people were talking with him again to actually care. "Al, all right. I should take my stuff for potion." "Accio, Harry's bag." Basilisk smiled, positively feral looking, as if there was some sort of inside joke he wasn't privy of, when a bag that actually was Harry's came flying down from the staircase. "We've got little time as it is, Harry, let's not waste it, all right." Breakfast came with yet another surprise. As soon as he was sitting, he found himself under the stares of disbelief of half of the Ravenclaw common house already there for breakfast, probably having to do with the fact that he had been literally made to seat next to the older Ravenclaws, and also due to the size of the portions. He usually had never made that remark, or hadn't really probably bothered to notice, but little by little his portions of food had increased in contrast with that of the other students. The moment he sat down, his area of breakfast table was suddenly engulfed in food. Literally, Harry's face was hidden by a pile of cakes. "The house elves like you, I suppose," Basilisk remarked, far more amused than anything else since he could partake from the generous offers of the table. It was then that Harry discovered another fact. People could whisper about him, and he could actually hear those closest normally. They'd talk about Quidditch or lessons, now they were talking about him. "Who's that?" "Harry Dursley. Muggle raised. Pureblood. Friends with Malfoy and Slytherin. Slytherins are turning good recently. What the hell did he do to get all that food? Did he charm the tables with Engorgio? He's just a first year. Friend with Filch, of all people. He's an arrogant twat." That voice actually made him hurt, but he couldn't pinpoint it in the general ruckus, so he did the only thing he could do in that situation: eat. A piece at the time. He scarfed down a couple of muffins, 2 slices of cake, a cup of tea that suddenly refilled with hot chocolate, and then, with a final effort, a couple of croissants. It was then that he finally realized why he could hear them whisper. There were no longer 4 tables around, only one. Christmas vacation had started, and those who could leave had probably done so during breakfast. As luck would have it, the only table that had remained was the Ravenclaw one, meaning Harry hadn't actually realized the fact that in front of him Ron Weasley stood until one of his soufflé had apparently been devoured by the red-haired boy. The boy merely growled at him lightly, for something he had no clue on and that he would definitively not ask. Problems, Weasley? Basilisk snapped, making the boy wince and mutter no sir. Harry actually felt slightly happy at having someone defend him. Albeit he was wondering what all these changes were about until he remembered. His mother was alive, and she wasn't at the professor's table, but scanning over there he settled his lost gaze on the potions master, and then on the headmaster, both apparently having a heated hissed conversation while looking at him. He was feeling uneasy now, actually. It lasted only a moment, and then he was back to looking around the only table. The Granger girl had left. So too had his cousin. Sister. Draco, of course, was no longer there, as many other Slytherin had done the same. Tracy Davis had remained, however, and was apparently talking in a hush-hush tone with a Hufflepuff girl that Harry didn't know of. The few Slytherin weren't compacted in a corner, but spread out across the table, talking with smiles and friendly faces to Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. The only ones who had apparently stuck together were the Gryffindors. Segregation had begun then. Somewhere, deep down, Harry knew this was wrong. To simply select a specific common thing to then hate in order to keep people united was racist, and screamed of Mein Kampf. However, that wouldn't be fair. It wasn't the Nazis who had first invented the idea of one race above the others. As far as Harry knew, the Romans did the same, and the Greeks held the slavery of an entire city in order for another to rise to glory as a common and normal thing. Morality was decided by the masses after all. He blinked, before slightly starting a growling sound. A few seconds later the Bloody Baron hovered from behind him, holding a light smile on his lips. Be bloody hell! Ron exclaimed, going as pale as a paper sheet at the sight of the ghost of Slytherin hovering maybe a bit too close to him. Pathetical. The Baron muttered, shaking his head as the stare he gave the Weasley was more than enough for the others to understand to whom the ghost was talking to. Afraid of me, child? The fact the ghost had asked that with a bit of contempt and a teasing tone didn't make it any better, as a flustered Ron suddenly stood up and ran away from the table to die from embarrassment somewhere private probably. I hope you spend a happy holiday. The ghost whispered to Harry's ears, and look forward to your Christmas gift. Then, silently, the ghost disappeared into the floor. Barring theatrical entrances and a knack for possessing him without even telling him anything, the Bloody Baron was probably a good no. He was clearly an arrogant guy. And outright vicious and diabolical. Can you stop this? Harry whined slowly, as the ghost of the Grey Lady popped up from behind him. Basilisk was actually watching the scene with an amused look, before shaking his head and returning to sip his coffee. The other students were muttering things varying from, possessed by demons, to, troubled soul. I do not know what you are speaking of, young Raven, the Ravenclaw ghost commented, although it would please me if you kept your manners. My children nowadays grow up so fast. There was a gentle teasing mockery in the ghost's voice, followed by her mimicking the wiping away of a tear before she slowly disappeared in a fine mist. So, Harry, I'm sure you've realized there is no potion class this morning. Basilisk remarked with a bright smile, which means we can stay here comfortably and speak about how you managed to get out of our combined radars of notice. Did your parents teach you the charm? Harry bit his lip, before shaking his head. For the following few minutes, Basilisk asked questions with the bluntness of a sledgehammer, all the while the boy tried his best to answer with curt nods or shakes of the head. By the time the game of Let's Interrogate Harry was finished, Basilisk's brows were both furrowed and his mind was reeling in on what could have happened. Good luck finding out what happened. He merely muttered, patting the boy's shoulder, and well, remember that sometimes, the easiest answer is probably the wrong one. With that, the older boy stood up, soon followed by all the other Ravenclaws in Newton Owl grade, and with a bellowing general fist pump, they departed to study. Mr. Dursley, the severe voice of the potions Master reached him just as he stood up and was about to leave, and with it came the sting of being called a surname that was no longer his to begin with. We will be going to the headmaster office immediately. Nodding back in reply, Harry rushed to follow the quick walking of the head of the Slytherin house. I am sorry, but please bear the surname for a while. The professor spoke in a low voice. Headmaster Dumbledore will explain everything to you soon enough, but till then I hope you will keep an open mind on what you will now hear. Harry looked at him, preferring to keep quiet and wait for the professor to start speaking as they walked their way upwards. On Halloween of 11 years ago, you know who was defeated by the girl who lived at Godric's Hollow and disappeared. The raven-haired man spoke slowly. He found the home of the girl who lived through the breaking of the Fidelius charm that was held by a man that is now serving his sentence in Azkaban for life. The voice was curt and angry, and upon entering he engaged into a fierce battle with the Potters. Instead of killing, however, at first glance it appeared he had merely stunned them and left both there. Slowly, a statue of a gargoyle came into view. And then, we reached last night when something broke and you came out. Sugar bombs. The professor said distractedly, as the statue moved to the side and allowed them entrance. Climbing a small flight of stairs, Harry found himself into a very wide office, with a perch upon which a flaming red bird was currently softly snoring. The portraits around the room were silently watching the scene, as a small shelf filled with books stood in a corner. The headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, had just popped in his mouth a strangely strong lemon-scented candy, and was smiling at the two. Well, Severus, it appears that Mr. Potter here is perfectly fine. I would have suspected him to be slightly shocked, or did you not tell him? I didn't have the time, headmaster. Severus replied quickly, as Harry merely looked from the headmaster to the professor, and vice versa. Well then, do sit, Mr. Potter. Once more, the Potter surname instead of the Dursley. What was going on? Yes, sir. Harry squeaked, sitting down and nervously looking at his feet. I'm sure you have questions, don't you? The headmaster began with a small smile on his face. Lemo. Drop. He asked, gesturing towards a small bowl with round yellow spheres. No thanks, sir. Harry quickly replied, clenching his hands against his knees. Now, no need to be afraid, Mr. Potter. You see, Albus sighed heavily. I am sure you have one question, above all others, that you would like to have answered. Harry looked at the old headmaster for a moment, his appearance similar to that of Gandalf, that it made the boy wonder where the hell he held his staff. Apparently his staring was making the old wizard smile, but still. My parents, they're alive, Harry began. Why wasn't I? Oh, Harry. Here Albus' tone became incredibly saddened, and Harry just knew the man was clearly feeling grief for him. You must understand. Voldemort, the headmaster stopped talking for a moment, looking at him with yet another grin before speaking once more, was a researcher of dark arts. He knew many powerful and vicious curses. For long I questioned the reason he would not outright kill the Potters, albeit he had them at his mercy, and it is only now that I can understand why he did so. Severus. The potions. Master briskly moved closer to Harry, getting down on one knee in order to be at the same eye level as Harry. He did not obliviate them, nor did he kill you or your sister, because he placed you under a Fidelius charm. What? Harry whispered back, raising both of his eyebrows in surprise. The Fidelius hides a secret within the soul of a person. On your person there were multiple Fidelius cast. Actually, Snape murmured, the secret of your existence, the secret of your parentage, the secret of your location, and the secret on the survival of your parents. Then he cursed you so that nobody of wizard ability would notice you, except those he would reveal your existence to. Dumbledore spoke slowly, and in the end, while we still don't know why he went through all that instead of killing you and your sister, or why he chose you particularly, or why he dropped you off at the Dursley. Wait. No. Voldemort left me with Muggles. Didn't he want to kill them all? And didn't Lillian kill him the first time? Voldemort was first and foremost an agent of chaos, Harry, Dumbledore replied quickly. No doubt he wished for your existence to be kept secret until Hogwarts, or maybe even after the castle picked you up as Harry Dursley, not Harry Potter. Had it done so, we would have had this conversation far sooner. The headmaster turned to Severus immediately, who rolled his eyes before continuing. Then, while it is unknown to the general population, Severus replied slowly. Voldemort went back to Godric's Hollow and was then killed when his curse backfired against Lillian Potter, the girl who lived. Yes, you heard me right, Harry. He went back and got killed then. But before he did that, Snape murmured, he told me about you. He wanted someone to take you in at Hogwarts, someone to mold you into the perfect Slytherin and then to use you against your very own family after having you grow bitter at how they had abandoned you and the likes. But Voldemort made a mistake. Albus smiled slowly. He didn't know that his most trusty Death Eater was in fact a spy. A spy who told me of your existence, and now, I must apologize, Harry. Why? Harry understood far less than what they were explaining, and as his eyes settled confused on the headmaster, he realized that the man's head was looking at the desk's surface rather than at him. We thought it was a trap. Dumbledore remarked. We thought he was testing Severus, and that in truth he had merely gone in hiding. I wouldn't have put such a convoluted plan out of his ability either, and so we decided to wait. But the Dursley, they took me in and the Ministry. You must understand, Harry, that when we decided to wait, we hadn't expected other Death Eaters to enter the fray following the disappearance of the Dark Lord. Dumbledore mumbled curtly. And what we didn't expect was for them to deliver themselves to the authority, pleading innocence and imperious. What? You captured all the magical Nazis. Then why didn't you bring me back? Because, Severus spoke, not a single Death Eater was sentenced to death, and the most prison time given to one of them was of 10 years. Harry kept quiet. He shook his head slowly, before looking at both Dumbledore and Severus. Tell me you're joking. I wish I was, Harry. Dumbledore whispered. I truly wish I was. I wish I could tell you this is but a bad joke, but it isn't. The trials recognize the use of Imperius on all the Death Eaters, mind-bending potion traces and worst. Because of those proofs, no judge would have given them the death sentence. They were victims too. That's bullshit. Language, Harry. Snape exclaimed at Harry, who simply looked downcast a second later. Now Severus, it's all right. I said far worse words when Fudge told me that. The bearded wizard sighed, before putting both his thumbs in wide circles around his forehead. I'm sure you are a smart boy, Harry. Do you realize why we didn't tell anyone else anything beforehand? They would have come to get me. The boy hazarded. Right. It was possible that Voldemort had a contingency plan in case of his disappearance or death, one that worked far too perfectly, I dare to hazard saying, and if we had brought you back to your family, you wouldn't have been safe. Since you were not suffering abuses, and you appeared healthy enough, I left you with your Muggle relatives in hope that by the time Voldemort would have struck to take you, we could have sprung a trap to capture him. Bait then? I was to be used as bait? Harry asked incredulously. Indeed, the fact that your guardians left you around Christmas time is another sign of Voldemort's plan, Dumbledore replied quickly. He probably wants you bitter, angry, and left alone in an orphanage for at least this summer before sending someone to fetch you and offer you freedom. Wait a moment and let me understand all of this, Harry muttered, standing up and raising his hands to quickly recollect his thoughts. All right. Big bad magical Hitler wanted to kill my sister, but before doing that he kidnaps me, hides me, and delivers me to the Muggle relatives of my real mother. He uses magic, so no one realizes that I actually exist. Magic Hitler wants Magic Himmler, pointing at Severus, who looked quite bewildered at the words chosen, to get me and turn me in a little magical Nazi in the first year of school, by sending me to an orphanage, making me feel lost and alone, and then offering me a place in magical Nazi Germany. So, all I have to ask is actually, and here Harry Potter actually screamed, why the hell did he do that? Why did he do all of this, which I suppose took time, resources and a good amount of risk for me? Dumbledore didn't even flinch when Harry yelled, but Severus appeared on the point to take his wand out and hex someone out of his lights. That, my dear Harry, is what I'd like to know too. Dumbledore explained. And that is why I would like to ask you to help me discover what Voldemort is planning to do with you. You want me to go to Hitler? Are you out of your mind? Harry yelled once more. I'm 11 years old. 11. Why don't you get a James Bond or someone like him to do it? No, I refuse. Not a chance in hell. And then he vigorously shook his head. What was the man thinking? What the hell? No. Bloody damn no. Are you sure? Because there might never be another chance like this one, Harry, many might die because you didn't help. The silver-haired wizard whispered, but Harry, albeit more slowly, still shook his head. Then I am sorry, Albus murmured, I am truly sorry to do it, but you must understand that it's for your own good, that this conversation actually never happened. I hope you will forgive me, my boy, eventually, but this is for the greater good. Work makes men free, said the Auschwitz sign at the gate's entrance. Albus, you can't be serious. Severus' head suddenly snapped towards the headmaster. Harry hadn't been hearing the quick exchange between the two older wizards. He had gone for his wand. In truth, he hadn't really thought much about the rest, but getting his wand and using it as an intimidating factor was all he could think of. He just wanted answers, not to play bait, especially not to play infiltrate in the magical Nazi encampment. Just remember my words, Harry, you are the son of James and Lily Potter, and your sister is Lillian Potter. Apologies. And then Dumbledore's wand was already in front of his eyes, so fast he hadn't even seen it coming. Severus. He. Calm down, Severus. Calm down. Severus. Don't you dare yell at me. The voice snapped back. He repeatedly obliviated him. In front of me. Snape mumbled. He has to pay. The man muttered decisively. I will make him pay. You will do no such thing, Severus. The voice ordered strongly. You will let it be. But, no. Voldemort will already be displeased upon hearing that the Fidelius charm and the Absconder curse have both weakened to the point of being in tatters. He will realize he has been betrayed, if you give up on your position at Hogwarts to attack and die by the hands of Dumbledore. Give me some credit, would you? Snape snorted back, slowly recomposing himself. What you have to do is make sure to keep to the side of the boy. Understood. I have no doubt Dumbledore plans to solve this problem by the end of the school year, but you must stall him in whatever ways you have available. You're not asking for daisies, you know. I trust you, Severus. The prophecy was a gut punch, and you know it. I should have known better. I should have and did are different things, Severus. Don't dwell on the past. You can't change it past 6 hours. Time turners be damned. I should probably go now. Yes. Return to sulk near your cauldrons, Potion Master. I will go and do what I do best, plan. As if that helped us a lot last time. Severus whispered. As the Muggle film I recently watched said, I find your lack of faith disturbing, Severus. And then, with a light chuckle, the voice disappeared. Harry. The pounding headache apparently didn't want to go away. He had tried his best, but no matter what he did, it still remained. He had cried himself to sleep last night, and this morning he felt all the bitter stinginess that accompanied him. It was Christmas morning, and he was alone. He highly doubted he'd even receive a gift from someone, and then he blinked. Someone had actually made him a gift. At the base of his bed, he had a veritable pile of gifts. He hadn't expected to receive any actually. In truth, he had half suspected nobody would have even bothered. He began to gingerly open the first one, and relished upon seeing what appeared to be a box of chocolate frogs and multi-flavored jellybeans, all tastes +1. In any event, there was no signature, and so Harry merely jolted down to thank either the house elves or the portraits or maybe even the ghosts. The next gift he opened was a small rotund cauldron, made of silver, with a note from his potions professor, to apply oneself in order to avoid becoming a dunderhead in the future, practice as required. The next gift he opened came from his head of the house, who had apparently bought him a small chain and a metallic band. Chain the wand, and Expelliarmus will be a problem of the past. Not to be used in honor duels, said the publicity attached. One more wrapping gave way to reveal, the prince, a gift from Basilis. He placed the book on the side, deciding to read it later on and concentrating more on the rest of the packages. Just how many were there? It took him a while to realize that many had a silver and green wrapping, and apparently they all were more token gifts made up of things like sugar quills or chocolate frogs. All of them held the strangely same message, Merry Christmas, King, which kind of made him wonder why this king fellow didn't simply send everything to him through the same package. A few more books joined his pile, principally things like Prepare for Owls Since Day One of Birth, and Let the Newts Cometh, Thy Quill Sharpen. whom Harry had no trouble to place, but he did wonder when they had the time to get him gifts, or why they had actually given him something. He was surprised to find a potted plant with a note from Neville, a mere, Merry Christmas, and a, sorry, attached to it. The fact the plant was holding gentle purple leaves and a delicate white stem made him delicately place it near his bed desk. He'd question what the plant was later, maybe looming through the herbology book afterwards. Draco too actually bought him a gift. A small wooden rod that had been neatly carved with etched symbols and stylized people. His note held a simply, found it in Nocturne Alley, thought you'd like a historic piece. Merry Christmas. The last gift was a cage. A cage in which a chicken was standing. The chicken was actually looking at him and ruffling its wings. Harry stared at the chicken for a moment, trying to understand just why a chicken had been gifted to him, until it finally dawned into his brain that yes, someone had said something about giving him a pet because of something. The pet was a chicken apparently. It hooted then. No, Harry muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. You did not hoot. Hoot. The chicken was actually an owl. You are not an owl. Hoot. The owl replied with an angry glare. You're a chicken. Hoot. It hooted angrily, actually looking quite menacing. Oh no. You won't convince me otherwise. Harry deadpanned, only for the thing to angrily hoot again, before using its beak to start hitting the lock of the cage. All right, you're an owl, happy now. Hoot. There was a sort of air of finality as the chick owl hooted that last hoot. What should I name you? Harry asked the owl, looking over its features. It was a really fat owl, with bright white and light brown feathers. It also held a light scale-like protuberance on the head, as well as a slightly prolonged back. It was a chicken no matter which sides the owl decided to take, but Harry didn't want to be fighting with a pet about semantics. Of all things, for what he knew, owls and chickens were the same thing. Birds. Birdie. Hoot. The indignant screech made Harry yelp. Sorry, he mumbled, holding the side of his head as the headache came back full force. Hoot hootus. The owl looked at the boy while moving his head to the side, raising one of its bright eyes in a sort of way to say, really? All right, Hoto, nothing with H. Fine, Harry sulked, shaking his head slowly while massaging his temples. Barnabas. Weathery. Feathery. Chic ehi. All right. Stop the stare, please. Taking a deep sigh, Harry looked around his room, before his gaze finally settled on the prince. Niccolo. The owl hooted softly, moving its right wing in a sort of way. Machiavelli. The owl actually closed both of its eyes happily, nodding. Well then, Machiavelli, I'm opening the cage, all right. Mentally, Harry was sincerely hoping it wouldn't attack him outright. It turned out the chicken owl did not, in fact, attack. It simply hovered and perched itself on top of Harry's right shoulder, demonstrating that it could indeed fly. Which defied all laws of physics, but just like the bumblebee, the bird probably ignored the laws of flight and flew nevertheless, and there was magic around. So really, why was he still questioning if a half-chicken half-owl could fly? The gifts had all been unpacked, and just at the bottom of it, there was a small bundled cloak. It was made of black velvet, apparently stitched together with a bronze lining. On the back the symbol etched was the Hogwarts symbol, but it was missing the division of the 4 houses, holding only the H emblazoned in a cursive way. It also had a hood, and putting it on over his pajamas, Harry hardly repressed a smile. Machiavelli merely flew to perch on his bed's frame, eyeing the thing critically. Beneath the bundle, instead, was a key. The key was old, rusty, and had once been golden probably. Harry raised an eyebrow, perplexed at the sight. He gently grabbed it, trying to see if there was something of importance on it, but except for an etched S, nothing else stood of importance. It was then that he realized that the cloak had disappeared. He was in his pajamas. The cloak wasn't there. He flexed his arms, actually realizing that the cloak was there, but invisible. It was an invisible cloak. Cool. Harry's whisper came at the same time as he realized, with a sad gleam, that his parents hadn't given him any gift. No gifts for freaks after all. Of course. He'd never see them again, would he? As Harry removed his cloak, which returned visible, and got dressed, Machiavelli ended up once more landed on his shoulder. Like a parrot of a pirate captain. So you're a third parrot, a third chicken and a third owl? Harry asked, but this time, looking at the feral glare of Machiavelli, he realized he had let his tongue loose too soon. There was no cage now. The startled yelps of Harry Potter echoed through the Ravenclaw's common room, as the boy literally ran through the papers being followed by a positively murderous half-breed, no, one-third breed. And there goes yet another resident of Ravenclaw with a murderous intent pet. Harry heard a voice exclaim, just as the rooster indignantly began to cry and the smaller owl suddenly fell from the sky to restart their battle. All in all, it was a normal Christmas morning in Ravenclaw. It was even snowing outside. Everything was perfectly fine under the white, gentle snow. The winter vacation ended with little to no glory, and when the new year came around, Harry was no longer happy to begin with. Sometimes, he would just blink himself awake after having stared at a portrait for long enough to make the portrait itself worry about him, and other times he had come to terms with Machiavelli's abilities to escape captivity whether someone liked it or not. Argus had offered his pity to Harry, as well as hand-delivering to him a pair of stiff wool gloves for the cold weather. He had seen no need to wrap up the gift, and considering Harry had gifted to him in turn cleaning products, they both were on good terms. Soon, the lessons would start again. He was currently using his wool gloves to their best, by making snow puppets on Hogwarts ground, when he heard a strange crackling sound and a bellowing high yelp coming from Hagrid's hut, before the door suddenly lurched open and Fang dashed out of it. The giant dog was apparently running for his dear life, the back of his tail burning slightly as it dashed through the snow. Fang! Come back! Air! Hagrid exclaimed, moving out of his hut with half his body singed and his flesh badly burnt. The fact he was actually smiling and acting as if he just wasn't suffering from third-degree burns meant nothing, of course. Harry's hand had already gone to hold the handle of his wand that was held attached to the small chain that ended up with the metal band at his wrist. The cloak was invisible, and would not hide his body, or the clothes he wore beneath, but apparently, it was able to hide wands. He should have asked the Grey Lady how the thing worked, but he had yet to meet her again. Even the portrait in the common room had been empty for days now. The Bloody Baron was nowhere to be found, and even the other ghosts had gone missing from his sights. Nobody had cared, of course. Nobody except him. Still, the fact that the half-charred giant was suddenly looking at him, smiling and gesturing him closer, made Harry gulp down in nervousness. What had the man been doing that it nearly burned him alive? Harry. Been a will. The half-giant beamed. Had a good Christmas. Yeah. Harry smiled back at the giant. What happened? He asked a few seconds later. You all right? Nothing's wrong. The giant quickly, maybe too quickly, replied while shaking his head and hands. Everything's fine. Just then, a light screech came from behind the giant, forcing Hagrid's eyes to widen almost comically as he exited and closed the door behind him. Harry heard a light roar, as well as seeing from the cracks of the hut's door smoke filtering out. Dragon? Harry asked curiously. He knew it sounded stupid, since after all there was no way it could have been a dragon, but he had grown up with Dungeons and Dragons too, and if something roared and made fire, well, to him it was either a dragon or a dragon. Harry! Hagrid exclaimed, please don't tell anyone. The man implored, I'm talking care of it since it had nowhere to go and. Hagrid. It's a dragon. Harry hissed back. You can't keep a dragon in a wooden hut. In truth, Harry was surprised the thing hadn't been on fire. Look at you. You can't hide burns like those around. And you need to be checked by Madame Pomfrey. But Norbert has nowhere to go. They'd kill him if they found him out. Hagrid mumbled, only for Harry to take a sharp breath in, as he heard the claws of the dragon tear against the wooden door. Just how the hell was a dragon of all things staying inside the wooden hut without burning it down? Of course Harry rolled his eyes as he remembered that magic was indeed the answer to that question. Hagrid, do you want to die? He asked. I don't know much about dragons, but even the muggles know the story of how vicious and evil they can be. He's a softie. I swear. He thinks I'm his mama. Hagrid, listen to me. Harry muttered. Dragons should be free. Not kept in captivity. Possibly, dragons shouldn't even be near schools, children or anyone else who didn't have armor +5 and a ring of fire resistance, and probably coupled with a Vorpal sword. If you really love him, you should let him go. He added, hopeful that a teary sitcom line would work on the half-giant. The fact the man's shoulders were actually trembling, oh, that couldn't really be all it took to make the man change his mind. The giant took out a handkerchief and blew his own nose, tears pooling out as it nodded slowly. You're right, ya know. Really smart and all, that's a raven for ya, I suppose, but where should I let him go? The forest's not a good place. Unicorns are dying and all. Why not? Asked Dumbledore. Harry hazarded. He's the headmaster, of course he's the one you should go to if you have any troubles. And he's really kind. The boy scrunched his face a second later. Why Dumbledore? Why not Professor Flitwick, or Professor Snape? Why not the professor for the care of magical creatures actually? Well, it wasn't important. Of course Dumbledore's kind. Ya know, he gave me a job and a place to stay. Well, I suppose I could go and talk to him, And then the hut's window cracked open, and a small black-winged lizard flew out of it. Norbert! Hagrid yelled, opening the door and entering the hut, to emerge a few minutes later with a pink umbrella. Come back here. The giant began to give chase, his pink umbrella quite comically held in front of him. Harry blinked, before taking a deep breath and turning to leave. He had done his job. He wasn't going on a dragon hunt, and he definitively wasn't going to risk his neck for that. His eyes traveled to the snowy grounds and then towards the lake. He'd head there for the moment. Somewhere his subconscious was probably telling him that being close to frozen water with a dragon flying around was a good and smart thing to do, and thus he trotted in that direction, looking for stones to throw at the thin ice sheet that rested floating atop the water's surface. He was giggling like a madman a few seconds later, as he grabbed a really big stone and flung it in the lake. Opsy daisy. He brightly chuckled, before deciding that there was a pretty-looking flower nearby completely frozen stiff. He blinked, looking at his surroundings once more. He had apparently entered the Forbidden Forest, if the amount of trees near him was of any indication. Watson? He asked. Watson, where are you? Who was Watson to begin with? A ghost maybe. Had he followed a ghost till there? Why would he follow a ghost named Watson into the Forbidden Forest? As he turned around, trying to find any point that could lead him out, he came face to face with Professor Quirrell, who was eyeing him curiously. Mr. Dursley? The man asked, slowly. What are you doing here? Professor. I lost Watson. He babbled, gesticulating, and Watson's important. Now, Mr. Dursley, is Watson your pet? Quirrell murmured. While I understand your intention of looking for him, why did you not call a faculty member? The groundskeeper would have probably fared better than you in finding him out. Watson's not my pet, Harry exclaimed hotly. He's my friend. You mean there's another student in the forest, possibly lost? Quirrell's eyes narrowed, as he took out his wand a second later. The Forbidden Forest is a really dangerous place to get lost into. Mr. Dursley, please do follow me out. But Watson. He will be fine, Mr. Dursley, the Muggle Studies professor muttered, before adding, can you remember how you two got separated? Harry frowned, bringing his right hand on his temple to massage it, trying to remember. No. I see. The man then looked at him with a strange gleam. Why was he eyeing him like that? Can you describe Mr. Watson then? The professor suggested to him, and as Harry vividly nodded, he soon stopped. Could he really describe Mr. Watson? He's got. Harry shook his head. Who's Watson? He finally asked, as the professor was looking at him a bit strangely, actually. No one, Mr. Dursley, unless you're referring to Sherlock Holmes' sidekick, the character written by Arthur Conan Doyle. Oh, why are we talking about Sherlock Holmes? To make conversation, would you kindly stay next to me, Mr. Dursley? I'd rather not lose you in the forest. The man commented, grabbing a hold of him by the arm. Your head of the house will of course come to know of this. What? Why? Harry exclaimed. He had done nothing wrong. Nothing. Because. Harry was looking at the curtains of his bed. They were a nice and bright blue and bronze color. It was really shiny too. He liked shiny things. He closed his eyes shut for a moment. Something was completely wrong. He had been walking around. He had met Hagrid, seen the dragon, and then he had gone over to the lake. Why had he ended up later on in the Forbidden Forest? Who the hell had brought him there? Watson. He only knew that name, but who or what was Watson? He was in his pajamas, but resting on his chest was a small bundled weight. He blinked, and after touching it for a while realized it had to be some small stone of sorts. His shoulders sagged in relief when at the light of the moon it came out as a bezoar. So he had gotten a bezoar once more. Just where did he get it though, and why? Well, the why was obvious. To avoid poisoning. A better question would actually be what he was going to do with it. He didn't feel sick or poisoned, but he did feel kind of tired. Had he done some heavy working recently? It was warmer now, and as his eyes closed he kind of wondered just when the lessons would start again. He was getting bored with nothing to do around the castle. His muscles began to spasm as he sat down while gritting his teeth at the Ravenclaw table, the next morning. There were 4 tables once more in the dining hall, and every student stood at his own table happily chatting to one another. A few blinks came his way from the Slytherin table, maybe they had dust floating around. He shook his head slowly, before looking towards the headmaster, who had apparently stood up. With the end of the last term, and the start of the new one, I hope you will all have new purposes and objectives at hand. More important, however, is to remember to be united against harm, and to always, always remember what is really important in life. You must remember. You are the son of James and Lily Potter, and Lillian Potter is your sister. Apologies. He blinked, his eyes zeroing on the woman next to the headmaster, bright red hair and green eyes, scanning the crowd. Then they moved to yet another man, with dark hair and a pair of glasses, doing pretty much the same with a bright smile on his face. Both were looking at the Gryffindor table, where Lillian was currently talking happily with Hermione and Ron. Hogwarts is a school where bonds of friendship are formed, and where we help one another to grow to new heights. The old headmaster continued. It is a place where trust is placed from your parents, to provide for a safe and nurturing environment. Hogwarts nurture her children so much, it suffocates them with pillows. Professor Quirrell will be indisposed for the remainder of the academic year. The silver-haired man added, but a replacement has already been found. Somehow, Harry found himself not caring much. He had never met Professor Quirrell, had he? Poor sod. Indisposed is another way to put, mauled to near death. A voice muttered near him, making him turn and stare at Draco. What was he doing at the Ravenclaw's dining table? He blinked for a moment, before realizing they were actually walking alongside the corridors together. Anyway, we got the Switzerland. Draco commented. It's strange. The Slytherin boy whispered. I mean, Vincent was being pranked by the Weasleys yesterday, and Abbott, the Hufflepuff girl you know. Well, she punched Fred or George in the shin, never been able to recognize who was who, and then got a Ravenclaw prefect, Clearwater I think, to take points from the twins. It's the first time the Weasleys actually got caught doing a prank. They listen, Draco. Harry began, now visibly scared. There's some thing going wrong. He finished, blinking at the sight of a wooden door. What the hell is going on? He yelled, looking around the room. It was a simple room, with dust and chairs and no windows. Yet the light came in from someplace, and when he narrowed his eyes, he finally recognized what the light was. It was the refraction of a ghost, standing in a corner of the room. Peeves was standing there, floating and eerily silent. His eyes glazing over him but not actually looking. He did seem kind of petrified on the spot. Finally we cornered the bugger. Another voice loomed behind him, making him turn around and look at the ghostly forms of Helena Ravenclaw and Henry Slytherin. In the back, he barely saw the tip of what seemed a tail disappear within a hole in the wall, that slowly closed itself as if it had never been there. Aye, what's going on? Harry exclaimed, only to crumple on the floor and hold his robes tightly. It was just as if by letting them go he'd forget again and end up somewhere else. Henry looked at Helena, who in turn was wearing a contrite and sad face, before shaking her head. Harry, look at me. The Grey Lady whispered, please. It was probably the pleading tone that convinced him to look up, instead of at the ground. I don't want to forget or end up somewhere else and. Harry, calm down. The ghost murmured gently, you were hurting a lot, but now it's over. What is over? Why can't someone just tell me what's going on? Harry hissed, only for Henry to float forward, pushing gently aside Helena. Your mind was breaking up, child. The tone was severe and stern, and Harry was on the verge of whimpering only for having heard it, so shut up and be a man. Let Helena finish, will you? More than a question, however, it was a statement. Yes, well, Henry, now that you managed to scare him out of his wits, you can return to the corner, all right. Hell, all right. The bloody Baron's head appeared downcast, as the ghost floated near the corner. Now, young Raven, Helena whispered, you should feel a strange pressure around your neck, is that right? At the question, the boy looked down and touched for a bit, before his fingers wrapped against a strange silk-like surface before touching his clothes. I never got around to explain what the invisible cloak did, right? The ghost smiled slowly, as Harry took out from within the cloak a small pocket watch. That, my dear boy, is Salazar Slytherin's watch of misdirection. Helena pointed out, my mother gave it to me when I was 11 years old, but now I'm giving it to you because you will need it, and also because we finally found it. I told you that Salazar was a devious man. The bloody Baron piped in from his corner. Only he would have had Peeves, of all people, hide something. Anyway, Helena rolled her eyes. Salazar knew the powers and the effects of some of the worst curses imaginable, but if there was one thing he feared, it was to lose his knowledge and his cunning. The ghost added quietly, the watch's small arm will turn to where a spell is being cast, while the longer one will turn to where the spell will end up hitting, but the watch only protects against a single, specific, type of spell. So no blazing through battle spells, boy. You'd end up shred. Helena's death glare on the Baron made the man whimper in a corner. As I was saying, it redirects, obliviates and legilimency, and fools the wizards who cast the spell not by simply failing. No, it gives them the general impression that all is well and nothing is wrong. Harry looked at the ghost, while clutching the pocket watch that was held by a small golden chain around his neck. Obliviates. Leg legilimency? The boy asked, worry in his voice. Indeed, my child. Helena nodded. Obliviate is a spell that tears apart a man's mind to destroy thoughts, remove memories, and generally leaves the target shaken and suffering from mild headaches when repeatedly used over a small period of time. It can lead to long-lasting effects like mood swings, local amnesia, short-term memory loss, and more. What day is it? Harry asked, suddenly scared and trembling. We're at the 9th of February. Harry, Helena whispered sadly, you were in and out of your mind for a few months. The boy did not speak. He just shook his head slowly, before looking at both of the ghosts. Why did nobody notice? Why didn't you notice? If we had done nothing, the Baron began slowly, your mind would have fragmented even more. Dumbledore may be a powerful wizard, but with the work he did, it would have been luck for you if you turned mad at age 15, so we had to do something quickly. We took turns in possessing you, Harry. That's why you don't remember seeing any of us, or what happened during these few months. We completely possessed you, she added, not the mere hovering behind and influencing thoughts. We normally can't do that to students, it's in the rules of the castle. Except when it's to help said students. The Baron remarked, and in your case, we were helping you remain sane. You lost 2 months of life, Harry, the ghost whispered, and there is no excuse for something like that, but we managed to get everything back in order at least. Back in order? Harry mumbled, eyeing both ghosts curiously. Indeed. Henry nodded. None of the ghosts or portraits will willingly report anything to Dumbledore now. Not after what he did to you, Peeves, who was the wildcard. Well, let's just say we had. Watson, take care of him. The man smiled. Harry turned once more, looking at Peeves' paralyzed face. The poltergeist was outright frozen. Watson. Whose? That's for another time, child. Helena piped in any event, we managed to safeguard what we could. You will have to catch up, unfortunately, but as long as you keep the invisible cloak on, nobody will realize anything. Why? What is there to realize? Harry asked, curious. The cloak does not hide the person, but hides all that is a trinket on it. Helena remarked, and it hides it from everything and anything. May it be location spells, eyes, scrutiny, or even padding. Except with the will of the owner, the cloak will not remove itself, and so anything within its pockets. Harry frowned, looking at his clothes where of course he could not see the cloak. He hadn't expected it to be that magical. He had just thought it was something cool to hide the wand. Like with Flitwick's wand chain. My mother used to lose a lot of stuff, and was increasingly paranoid, the Grey Lady added, she made the cloak so that at least she could keep the really important things somewhere where never mind. Someone used those obliviate spells on me, right? Harry asked quietly. And this mind reading too? Yes. Yes. And with that, Harry took a deep breath. Magic could also make someone read your mind. Magic could erase memories, and change them, and it was bad. Who did it? He asked, hesitantly, and then he stilled. No. He whimpered. No number. No. Young Raven. Helena began. The headmaster did this. Harry muttered. The headmaster. The guy who defeated the magical Nazi. Who defeated Grindelwald? He did this to me. Why? That is a good question. The Bloody Baron remarked, but unluckily one we cannot answer. It added, the portraits in the headmaster's office belong to the previous headmasters, and they, differently from those in the hallways, are bound to obey his will. So what? The headmaster wants to make me mad. Harry whimpered. I'm alone. My family disowned me. My real family apparently has better things to do than even consider I exist, and Young Raven. Helena snapped. We had this conversation once. You are not alone. But, oh Helena, let me if you please, Henry remarked dryly, floating closer to the boy and grabbing a hold of the ghostly sword at his side. Now young Raven, let me ask you, is Mr. Malfoy your friend? Harry blinked, but the ghost kept on talking. What about Filch? Or Binns? What about the Navigator or Don Quixote? What about Machiavelli and the other Ravenclaws? What about the ghosts? You see boy, your family left you, all right. It's sad. It's bad. It's horrible, but whimpering and crying. That will not give it back to you. I told you once, and I will tell you again. What do you need to have power? Ha, hatred. Harry whispered, as Helena instead was now trying to interrupt the Baron. Yes. Oh, shut up, Helena. The ghost snapped, before addressing once more Harry. You know why you were abandoned. Your guardians called you a freak, right? Yes. Harry gulped down nervously, as the Baron instead retorted quickly. Then show them fear. The ghost roared, brandishing his sword. Show them that it is not a freak, they should have called you, but a monster. Show them to fear you, to respect you. Show them what a wizard is. What a warlock is. Show them what magic's true power is, and show the whole world. Show them all. Prove to me, Harry, prove to me that you are neither a Dursley nor a Potter, but your own person. Prove to me that you are my worthy descendant. What? Harry exclaimed, clenching his fists and recoiling slightly in order to avoid the ghostly sword swishing in the air by the hand of the Bloody Baron. History is made of 1% facts and 99% poetical additions, the Baron remarked dryly. I certainly did not kill Helena here because of a bout of anger. I killed her because she lied to me and hid my child, our child, away from me. It's too soon, Henry. Helena snapped. He did grow up well in Albania. Then the line moved on to France, where it became Dorsey, the ghost commented. Later on, it entered England, and it became. Not another word, Henry, not another word. Helena hissed. That's enough. Harry, get out of here and go to lesson. You have transfiguration now. Move it. With a startled yelp, Harry ran. The corridors of the school met him with little to no problems, as the classes hadn't probably changed. What changed was that as he sat down in the back row, looking with a bit of relief at the people entering in one after the other, his mind was assaulted with all the thoughts of just what he had learned. The headmaster wanted him dead. The school staff was on his payroll, wasn't it? With magic flourishing and everything else, was there really someone he could trust? The seat next to him was suddenly taken by Hermione, while on the other side of him Ron Weasley apparently sat. In front of him he realized much to his dismay that his sister had taken the seat. Practically, he had been bumped in. That didn't bode well at all, especially considering how when Draco and the other Slytherin entered, their hands made the subtle gesture to get to their wands, but stopped midway. Harry's gaze was kind of shocked and surprised at such a display, but when the rest of the seats were filled, it was with the most bizarre checkered formation ever. On one side, all Gryffindors and him, while on the other the rest of the other houses. There were a few unlucky Hufflepuffs in the Gryffindor side, but they stood in a corner, making as much space as possible between them and the Gryffindors. Harry. Hermione curtly greeted him, before taking out her transfiguration stuff. Harry blinked. Now that he didn't have to worry about blacking out, the question still remained on what the hell was going on. What did those ghosts do to him? What did they make him do? As he took out his stuff, and prepared himself for taking notes, Ron's elbow just so casually pushed his inkwell down, making it fall on the ground and crash. Sorry mate. Wasn't looking. Ron spoke with a smirk, before said damn elbow, as the red-haired boy opened his book, hit him in the sides making him wince. Sorry. The boy muttered a moment later, but Harry could have sworn, you bastard git, had been added to that. Ron. Lillian exclaimed, having turned her head, tell me again, how were your holidays back at home? Was the girl taunting him, now? Did she know about his guardians leaving him? Did they? Oh, of course. The Potters probably didn't have the money to take him in. They didn't have it at first, it was no surprise they didn't possess it at the time. So that was why he had become a ward of the ministry. In the end his father's brother had. Harry blinked. Lillian was his sister, not his cousin. It was his father who hadn't wanted to bring him in. He had been left to the Dursleys, and Petunia had told him they hadn't expected him to become a wizard. Was that the reason? They had thought him a squib and abandoned him to the Muggle relatives. And even then, even in that moment, they didn't want him back. So Lillian wasn't taunting him because he spent the holidays at Hogwarts. He was driving the nails deeper into his wounds because he didn't have a home to return to. He would never have one. Thinking like that, he completely missed Ron's remark, or the fact that Lillian was apparently entering a great length of words on how her mother and her father had filled her with gifts. It was February. Why the hell were they still talking about Christmas? He took a deep breath, as from his school bag he grabbed one of his spare pens. Sure, they had said they had to bring quills, but there was no rule against writing with pens, was there? Writing on a parchment was difficult, but with McGonagall explaining, both Ron and Lillian turned silent, scribbling notes. His eyes moved to what Hermione was writing, and was particularly surprised when it turned out the girl wasn't writing, but had her wand out beneath her desk, and pointed at him. She saw him looking at her, and at the wand, and bit her lip. His eyes probably betrayed his shock at the matter, because Hermione suddenly whispered. What do you know about Nicholas Flamel? W.H. Not another word. Hermione hissed slowly and in a low voice. Tell me what you know, and I won't jinx you even if you do deserve it. Yeah mate, I'd listen to her. Ron muttered with his own wand out beneath the desk, and it was then that Harry realized he had been bunked in and ambushed. Just what had those two ghosts done by possessing him? Why were they actually holding him at wand point, by now, and why was the professor not actually seeing what was happening? Nicholas Flamel. Harry muttered, racking his brain to try and remember what the hell this guy was. He had heard about him, he was in one of his books on warfare, wasn't it? I don't know. Bullshit. Ron hissed at him, jabbing the tip of his wand into his side. You overheard us yesterday and taunted us on it. Now out with it. What is the worst you can do, Weasley? Harry queried, his eyes locking on those of the red-haired ginger. Because, last I checked, I killed a troll. Would a ginger give me more trouble, I wonder? The nerves of this baby who thought that pointing a wand at him would work. A wand was more than a gun, and he'd debase it by simply using it as such. He didn't know the spells Harry knew. The brat could end up skewered in at least 2 different ways, and yet here he was, probably menacing him with a jinx. You wouldn't want to walk BPD out of here, would you? Hermione whispered quickly, seeing how Ron was at a loss of words. Or with a runny nose, or maybe with both. The girl added, but she was no longer menacing. He was Harry, the troll killer. Really, did these pitiful kids expect him to bow to their tantrums and outrageous demands? Why don't you go and eat a frog, Mudblood? Harry whispered with a bright smile on his face. That would teach you to. Mucus ad nauseum. Ron's spell was cast outright in the middle of the class, hitting him full front and sending him on the ground. The shrill shriek of McGonagall came immediately. Weasley, what do you think you're doing cursing a fellow student in the middle of the class? 25 points from Gryffindor. At the vocal disagreement that soon followed, Harry didn't manage to hear much else in the middle of it, because someone had firmly grabbed him and had begun to bring him out towards the infirmary. That was pure genius. The voice belonged to Draco, but Harry heard little to nothing. Was there mucus coming out also from his ears? Or was it the ringing from the curses hit? Now the Gryffindors will have a hard time saying they aren't bullies. And did you hear Weasley's excuse? You calling Granger a mudblood? Nobody will ever believe that. You're muggle-raised. Draco was still talking when the infirmary came into view. Harry could have sworn, as Draco left him on the bed of the infirmary, that the boy had mumbled something. It was either, "Isn't this the third time you're in the infirmary?" or, "I'll call the nurse," but certainly, whatever it was, it did kind of made him feel better. He had a friend after all. And now, he also knew who his enemies were. Madame Pomfrey took less than a few minutes to get the small jinx out of his system, and once she did, he merely laid down on the infirmary's bed to get a few minutes of rest. It was then that he saw another friendly face come in from the door. Basilisk was tapping on his prefect's badge as he moved to sit on the chair next to Harry's bed. "Well, now that you will have to explain to me. Why would you do that, Harry?" "Do what?" the boy whispered, looking at the man with both of his eyebrows rising up in surprise. "I was called to ask what your version of the story is concerning the event. I doubt you would call Miss Granger a mudblood without cause, if actually calling her that. That does however bring us to what you did to have Mr. Weasley actually send a spell your way, unless are the Gryffindors bullying you?" The voice was clear, but the question came with an icy underlying tone that was surprisingly scary for the meek but light-hearted teen. "No sir," Harry squeaked, shaking his head. "Good. You know of the term, a murder of crows, Harry. We take bullying very seriously, and we strike back with viciousness, so, what happened?" I don't know," Harry whispered, his eyes downcast. "Suddenly they surrounded me on all sides, and they acted all mean and all with me. They took their wands out from under the desk and wanted to know who Nicholas Flamel was, and when I said I didn't know they said I was lying, and then I told Hermione to go and eat a frog, but Ron attacked me then, and so." "I understand," Basilisk remarked, his mind thoughtful, "and you actually did give them a good suggestion. Nicholas Flamel is on a chocolate frog card after all." The teen commented with a light chuckle. "He's the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, and is at least 100 and more years old. They didn't tell you why they were asking about it?" The prefect's voice was now tinged with curiosity, before something passed over the man's eyes. "Oh, it could have something to do with the Forbidden Corridor, I suppose." Nothing for a raven as young as you to look into, kid," Basilisk remarked. "In fact, I'll bring up the possibility of idiocy being genetical in the Gryffindors next time around." The teen ruffled the boy's hair, and for just a second, Harry winced slightly as the red-haired boy quickly removed his hand. He stood up quickly, briskly walking out of there with a simple goodbye. Left alone, except with the distinct feeling he wasn't actually alone, he stretched slightly on the bed. He'd need to sleep everything off, hoping he wouldn't suddenly awaken somewhere else, with someone else, doing something else. "Hermione, why did you do that, Ron? I had everything under control." The girl hissed at the red-haired boy, who was currently eating dinner without a care in the world. "He called you that?" Ron exclaimed, with his mouth half full. "And because of that not only did we lose points, but you got kicked out of Transfiguration. Something even the twins didn't manage." Lillian muttered. "I thought it was clear we just had to warm him up a bit, and then ask him about Nicholas. Why did you have your wand out to begin with?" "Well, Hermione had hers out," Ron replied, looking at the bushy-haired girl who flinched slightly. "Because last time I spoke with him, it was clear he just wanted to be left alone. I thought he'd answer if I promised not to hurt him, and you, instead, had to rile him up." Hermione hotly exclaimed. "I riled him up. You held him at wand point first." The Weasleys' exclamation was met with the silence of the dining hall. Turning sharply around, everyone's gaze was apparently held on the boy, Harry, who had just then arrived from the door of the common room and was heading towards the Ravenclaw's table together with a couple of ravens from the older years. "Look at him. Like he's some sort of noble prat," Ron hissed. My, nearly headless Nick commented, appearing right over Ron. "I didn't want to believe it was true. Resorting to violence and to menaces. Gryffindors. You truly bring dishonor to the house." And with those harsh words, nearly headless Nick flew away, straight through the walls without even waiting to hear a reply. Yet Hermione couldn't shake out the feeling that something was apparently wrong now. Gryffindors were quietly eating, and even the Weasley twins weren't much active. Slytherin, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students instead were happily chatting among themselves of this and that. Something was wrong. Now, if only she could understand what it was and who Nicholas Flamel was. Her hand grabbed one of the chocolate frogs that had been set at the table as a dessert, munching onto it distractedly as she removed the card. Dumbledore's card was one of the most common, with the back speaking of how he was a really powerful wizard, a leader, a friend with. Eat a toad. I found Flamel. Hermione whispered. Huh. Lillian replied curiously. Look. And with that, the card was passed to Lillian, and later on to Ron. As the trio began to talk and decide on what to do, a pair of bright green eyes looked at the tables, and a small sigh escaped the person's lips. Life was never simple, was it? The wooden mannequin's chest splintered, as small needle-like holes appeared. Iko. The needle-wide holes splintered even more, as if something had just once more pierced through them, but the amount of sawdust that escaped the small hole was far bigger. What is the difference then? The voice asked, belonging to the Bloody Baron who was hovering behind Harry. They both mean pierce, coming from the Latin tongue, but one has the subtle meaning of stab, and the other has it of wound. So one stops after hitting, and the other instead makes sure the target bleeds before stopping. Harry replied quickly, setting his glasses back on his face as the mannequin repaired itself. The room of requirement was currently filled with mannequins, all of which appeared to have suffered somehow from some type of mortal wound of sorts. Some of those were still charred actually, and a few spontaneously combusted after Harry's last words. Good. The Bloody Baron remarked. Now, why do people no longer learn these spells? Because they're intended for war. The public or private usage of one of such spells on any wizard is to be met with the immediate departure to Azkaban. They are not unforgivables, but they're made to kill. Precisely. Teaching kids flashy things like Expelliarmus or that bratty curse of mucus ad nauseum is worthless on a battlefield. True magic is used to do wonderful or horrendous things. Not to flash colored lights at one another. The Baron pointed at his ghostly chest. Mors in magicae et magia in mort, death in magic and magic in death. There is no battle won by removing an enemy's wand. Only by removing an enemy's heart does the enemy stop moving, or the head, if we're talking about in theory. Isn't that a bit excessive? Harry asked, as the Bloody Baron merely rolled its ghostly eyes. Inferi are created by conjuring the spirit of the deceased and wrapping them in the flesh of the dead, and they are usually sent off to incite fear in the hearts of the enemies. Do you really believe that in thousands upon thousands of years, spells didn't evolve? Alas, with evolution came complacence. I still remember when at Hogwarts we were taught how to best blast a war scorpion, instead of how to transfigure a chalice into a crow and vice versa. The tone of disdain in the ghost was evident, as he shook his head in disgust. But I mean, there aren't books about it in the library. The restricted section contains little, Henry slowly admitted, because many books were purged following Grindelwald's war. I cried tears of anger and rage at the sight of the papers combusting and being destroyed, many penned by my very hand, and never as much as that day did I bless the name of Salazar Slytherin, for his cunningness saved the few I gifted you. I'm sorry. Harry whispered back. Madame Pants would have had a heart attack at seeing that. He commented with a light grim smile. Her mother did have a heart attack actually. Henry replied with a quick nod. She passed on clutching a book. Must have run in the family, I suppose. Harry stood quiet for a moment, clutching his wand before shaking his head slowly. He took a deep breath as he once more left his wand in its holster by his wrist, and with that, the wooden stick disappeared from sight within the invisible robe. How is being a ward of the ministry? Harry asked slowly. I mean, I just don't want to think about it, but it's what I'm going to end up as. I'll be out and about, in a cranky orphanage with cranky people, and you could always try and talk with your parents, young Harry. The Bloody Baron remarked. I know something happened within Dumbledore's office that concerned them, however you would do better to remember that you are undercover. Undercover, huh? Harry muttered. I just wanted to learn magic. You know, the flying, the sawing in half a guy and sticking him back together, the abracadabra that made people look in awe, and here I am, learning how to make a piece of wood spontaneously combust after taught minutes, or how to best bleed out someone. The world is a dark place, Harry. The Bloody Baron nodded. Some things just happen. There is no fate or destiny to tie us except prophecies, which I find appalling. What? Appalling, Henry remarked. Dreadful and shocking. Like Helena when you make her angry. Harry commented with maybe a bit of cheek in it. The Bloody Baron blinked once, before displaying a light grin. Oh my, you are absolutely right. That's what led me to her in the first place actually, and she was smart and quick-witted too, stole my heart that which did. The ghost then mumbled something Harry didn't catch, shook his ghostly head once, and then gestured towards the other side of the room, where a big map stood hovering. Now, let us resume the magical geography lesson. The Bloody Baron commented, moving closer to the map with Harry in tow. Where did magic originate from? Sanskrit tongue. No, the Neanderthals. Harry pointed out quickly. Indeed. Once they developed magic, magic changed them. The Bloody Baron added, from there, they moved away, disappearing from the other humans, and evolved, bringing into the game Atlantis. Harry hazarded, earning a quick nod from the ghostly teacher. Exactly, and Atlantis was known to hold the most powerful magic and powers, to be the cradle of artifacts and magical trinkets. Many things were created, many more were brought into the fold from elsewhere, and then the stupid idea of making everyone their equal came. The Slytherin's ghost spat that out in disgust, as it hovered close to Harry. You cannot make a pig a butterfly. Well, of course you can with transfiguration, but the effects do not last. They disappear after a moment, and because of that, some things are best left to the imagination, like turning all muggles into wizards, for example. The hubris of Atlantis is the starting point of wizardry in the world, Harry. The ghost spoke clearly. From there came the destruction of the brightest of cities, but also the release of magic within the other peoples, even those who should have held no merit in having any of the gift's powers. The Atlantis people believed in equality, in all being the same and with the same benefits. They were idiots, and magic made them pay the price for it. It was hotly that the ghost spoke, its hands flailing around as it spoke. That did, however, bring magic to the world, so maybe they weren't so wrong to begin with, were they? The Baron spoke with a grin, one that Harry had come to interpret with the usual, now comes another brain rape question. So tell me, were they wrong in destroying themselves, their magic, their very souls, their city, all for the benefit of the rest of the world? Were they children asked if they wanted to die and lose their souls? No. Was anyone warned of what their leaders wanted to do? No. The Baron shook his head, yet they did it nevertheless. Absolute good is no better than absolute evil. But there is no proof that what I'm saying is the truth, is there? The Bloody Baron remarked dryly, just as there is no proof of truth or lie without facts behind them. But Atlantis is nothing more than a legend now, isn't it? And yet aren't wizards myths too? Aren't dragons? So are ghosts, right? You see, that got me thinking. The Baron commented, if muggles can believe in magic, even with the statute of secrecy, then why can't we wizards believe in Atlantis? Why can't we believe in the box of Pandora? Why can't we believe in everything else that we claim doesn't exist? The answer is fear. The ghost shook his head, before pointing with its fingers to Moscow, and then tracing a line that went to Berlin, then Paris, then Rome, and finally landing on Athens. Fear is such a powerful took. Young Raven, you have no idea what fear can really do. You have no idea. The eyes bore into the kid's scared face, and with a slight wicked smile, the Bloody Baron quietly added, remember, young Raven, there is nothing that people fear the most than that which they believe lays hiding in the darkness. This lesson is over at the moment. The ghost's next words cracked through the tension that had built up in the room, as Harry took a deep breath that warmed him up considerably. We will see each other next week. Now it is time for your public training to get those kiddies' spell under wraps. I expect full marks on your examinations, young Raven. The Baron commented, may Salazar's cunningness guide you well. With a quick nod, Harry left the room of requirements. Once the door closed behind him, he carefully made his way back towards the common room, hoping against all dire chances that nobody would actually try anything. Of course, he was wrong. Apparently Lillian Potter had decided to intercept him while he was walking alone towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Harry, the girl exclaimed, stopping him by firmly standing on his path to the stairs. Listen, I'm sorry about Ron, but. Cut this off, Potter. Harry hissed, the final word coming out as a strangled angry growl. Sorry doesn't cut it. I want nothing to do with you or any of your friends, so move. Hey, that's unfair. I didn't think he'd really curse you, or Hermione would point her wand at you, be you. You think I care about whatever excuses you can come up with, Potter? Harry remarked dryly, taking a strange sort of twisted pleasure at using that surname by holding contempt and anger in the voice. You held me at wand point together with them, I'm sure. I do not care what your blatant idiocy told you was right, I only care to be left in peace. Now move before I remove you. What are you going to do? Hex me. Use that spell you used on the troll. I asked about it. It's a dark spell and. Harry chuckled, shaking his head slowly. You ignorant child, he muttered. You who know nothing and speak but of hearsay, stay on the stairs, I'll take the lift. He turned around, ready to leave, when Lillian's exclamation stopped him where he stood. Why are you acting like this? She asked slowly. This isn't you. You. People change, Lillian. Harry remarked, but why don't you ask your proud mother if, by happenchance, she knows what her sister did? The boy added without turning around. And don't think you know me only because we exchanged letters. You know nothing. Then, Harry began to walk. He still had an extra hour after curfew, so he'd just have to wait for that time period before heading back to his dorm. I told you it has to be him. The voice snapped behind him as he headed towards the library. I'm sure he's planning on taking it with him. He turned around quickly, but raised an eyebrow in surprise. There was no one there. Strange, he could have sworn there was at the very least Ron Weasley behind him. Harry started walking once more, and then abruptly stopped. He heard the muffled steps come to a halt a second later, and this time he whipped his wand out as he turned to stare angrily. Come out right now, he ordered. Nobody of course moved. Clearly you haven't heard me, Weasley. Harry muttered, but I swear, you may think it's funny to hide, but remember I always hold my word. So, what is it your brainless brain accuses me of? Let me guess, maybe that I want to steal the Philosopher's Stone. See, now you'll be coming. As Ron emerged from an apparently invisibility cloak, holding his wand in his hand, Harry's own shot downwards faster. Yeah, drop the. Of course, Ron had to misinterpret the gesture. Cuspis terrae. A blunt rock rose from the pavement of Hogwarts so fast that the red-haired boy lost his footing, falling backwards with a sharp thud. In a moment, Harry was above the boy, his right foot holding onto the boy's neck to keep him down. You know, Ronald, I am an extremely patient person. I live by the philosophy of letting people go by as long as they leave me alone. I swear. Do this again and I will learn the Obliviate spell and I will use it on you until you remain as a wrecked babbling fowl. Harry grabbed the boy by the sweater, pulling him upwards so that his eyes could look straight in his. Did I make myself clear? Why, yes. The boy nodded quickly, as Harry grunted and left him on the ground. Good weasel. Maybe we can make a house pet out of you. Spatting that out in disgust, the Ravenclaw finally managed to reach his intended destination of the library, where he managed to sit down with little to no effort or noise. He stood in the furthest away corner, and with a huff, the book sanctioned by the Ministry on non-lethal spells for dueling was opened at page 10. The beauty of the Expelliarmus was that it was safe, easy to use, and only aimed at the wand. It also was suggested as the most practiced spell for dueling, because it brought an end to any duel with little to no problems. It infringed against shields and because of that was easy to counter. As Harry took a deep sigh, his mind finally calming down after the affront of 2 out of 3 of the Gryffindor's pains, he settled into a comfortable lull. Setting his back against the chair, he flipped through another page gently, his eyes slowly moving to the rest of the people around. Many were cracking up on the books, readying themselves for the examinations that were to come. A few were breaking down in sobs and tears for the upcoming owls and newts or how they'd end up doing, but no Ravenclaw who had to do one of the 2 exams was in the library except him. The Ravenclaws were probably currently doing their famous crack-up session in which they barraged whoever walked with questions. For every question answered wrongly, a spell of the program tested would be flung and countered, hopefully, by another student. Stray spells were flying all around at that time by then, and yet Harry would have preferred to brave the common room than to stay there. His roommates were apparently a tightly knitted trio who stood by themselves with other kids, and while they weren't necessarily cold to him, it wasn't as if he had befriended any of them. Neville hadn't contacted him since the Christmas gift, and if that was by any chance due to him still being a bit beneath the radar, or the boy being a natural coward, Harry didn't know. Being a Hufflepuff and being unable to cope with stress probably broke him down a bit before this first year's exams. Exams, the ghosts knew what it would be, and of course the portraits didn't hide their pleasure at helping Harry know what would end up being required of him. Dancing a pineapple was something he could now do with his eyes closed. If only he could do his exams earlier. He'd end up sooner into the orphanage, wouldn't he? There wouldn't be any helpful ghosts with him. There wouldn't be any magic. There wouldn't be any wizards. There wouldn't be house elves to feed him. There wouldn't be portraits to speak to. There wasn't going to be anything for him to do except Harry. His hands held the borders of the book a bit more tightly. What did the bushy-haired girl want now? Was this like the ghosts of Christmas? Did he have to suffer the brats of Gryffindor? One side of him was pointing out how he was 11 years old too, and that he shouldn't call them brats because he was one to begin with. The other side of him, the rational one, was pointing out how he wasn't a brat because he had killed a troll. Done the first blood, he was an adult. At least for the Bloody Baron's old rules that came from the Middle Ages. Look, I'm sorry we keep being on the wrong wavelength, and I wanted to apologize for having. Hermione's words died out as she was probably realizing Harry wouldn't let the book drop from his face. On his side, the boy was trying to find a way out of there that didn't involve having to spat out more insults than needed. Was it that difficult? He had chosen who to associate with. The fact that these people kept on harassing him and coming at him time after time was starting to get on his nerves. Are you listening to me? Harry took a deep breath, before slowly letting his book fall down to stare coldly at the girl in question. So please, could you at least accept my apology? Harry simply held his gaze on the girl that began to fidget with the strap of her school bag, moving her fingers on the surface and drumming alongside it. What do you want? The boy asked, deciding to cut the chase. Can you recall the other houses, please? Hermione whispered. I know you did something, I mean it. You're friends with Malfoy of all people and. What are you implying with that? Harry hissed, raising an eyebrow. What exactly are you trying to tell me? Recall the other houses doesn't help me understand. Gryffindor was the house where people brave of heart could go and be among peers. Now it's the house of bullies and arrogant rule breakers. Lillian is planning to stop playing Quidditch because of what the other houses are whispering behind her back, and the entire house is alone, and taking it out on her. I know you did something. I want you to stop it. Hermione murmured. Please. Why would the House of the Brave of Heart take it out on the girl who lived? Harry replied, his brows furrowing. The girl apparently didn't want to explain the reason, but in the end, the dam broke. It was innocent at first. The Slytherin's first years were making a mess about her being a first year and not entitled to play. The other houses didn't care about it, and neither did us. We just thought they were being jealous, but then I saw you heading towards the Slytherin one day, and the next moment you walked out with them. From that day, I checked and double-checked to make sure they acted nice. Hufflepuff niece. I didn't think you had anything to do at the time, but the more time passed, the more the Slytherin became known just as other students, not as those Slytherin brats. I thought Malfoy was the head of it all, but then I saw you helping him after Ron had cursed him, and once more I realized that what Malfoy was doing couldn't have come from his brain, but I still didn't doubt you. You were Lillian's cousin after all. You wouldn't so deviously demolish her like that without reason, would you? And then Ron came speaking one day of Malfoy sneering at him about the power of propaganda, and that was a distinctive Muggle term. I knew it had to be you. It all made sense then. Slytherins weren't slandering us. They were simply relating the events in a different light. Fred and George weren't harmless pranksters, but arrogant troublemakers. Lillian wasn't a merited exception, but a rule-breaking fame hound that had the backing of the teachers. You gave them the ideas, and the Slytherin followed you. You were the king, right? As Hermione rambled on, Harry's face paled. Had he really done all that? He had just talked to Draco, under the influence of the Bloody Baron. How could only that little thing do all this? This was a boulder falling down and growing as it reached the end. The more Lillian won, the more the other houses understood. The first years became vicious, and when the exam times came around, Gryffindor was alone, and of course they gave the fault to her. Harry was trying to appear uninterested, but there was something off about it. He was the king. Did Draco go around and use that as his nickname? Or maybe that was how they referred to him for the purpose of. The plan is in motion, King. Merry Christmas, King. He was such an idiot. His eyes bulged in shock as his lips trembled slightly. It wasn't someone who had been writing to him with the nick of King. It was his nickname that stood in the address. He was King. He had to ask Draco just where the hell did that particular codename come out from. It was kind of wicked on one side, but on the other it just wasn't something he could use like that. So please, I'm sorry. I'm sure Lillian came to apologize to you too, even if it wasn't her plan. Oh yes, she did, on the stairs, and he had just angrily retorted to the girl and walked away. Please. I was the one angry at you. I was the one who took out the wand first and Ron got kicked out of Transfiguration as it is. Can't you just, if not me, at least Lillian? She was in tears when she came back. Please. 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 She needs friends, and you're the popular one, and Harry James no longer Dursley was the popular one. Harry was looking at Hermione as if she had just sprouted a second, no, a third or even fifth head. He was the popular one. He barely talked to people. Draco was the one with whom he had spoken the most, and he, suddenly, was the most popular one. He was the one whose real parents had left him, abandoned him, and suddenly he was the popular one. He who was now a ward of the ministry. First you threaten me, then you come and beg me for mercy. Harry hissed, clenching his fists. You hope for a rewind button. You seek a restart. A blank slate. Well, grow up. Welcome to the real world. There is no restart. Hermione bit her lip, closing her eyes for a moment before nodding and facing him again. We think someone wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone from the third corridor. We tried asking for help from the professors, but now you even want my help. Harry remarked curtly. Just how much? Wait. Please at least listen, then I won't disturb you any longer, I swear. The boy looked at her one last time, and then nodded slowly. We think Voldemort's coming back. We think he's working with Snape. The unicorns dying were war unicorns now. Godric. Are you an utter foul? A clear sign of someone on the verge of death still hanging on. We think Voldemort didn't die that night, but was grievously wounded, and now with the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts, we believe Snape is actively working on bringing the Dark Lord back to its full force. Dumbledore is going to leave Hogwarts the 4th of June, which is at least a week away, and no. Harry replied, shaking his head. I have better things to do. What the hell can be better than saving the school from Voldemort's return? Hermione whispered back quickly. Maybe the fact that you're seeing the shadows of kittens for the dragons, Harry remarked, not even sure it was a proper figure of speech, and also, some people spend their time better by studying or working on spells, not staying with people who positively hate their guts and who might just stand him up again. Isn't that right? Hermione's downcast head was all that Harry needed to know. He knew the girl didn't really have any way to convince him to go, and as such, he actually didn't have to. And he wouldn't have, not even if they had suggested him to go and become rich. He had been burned enough by trusting others. He had been stood up enough times, and lied to far more. He wasn't going to go on the path of a Nazi Hitler, but he certainly refused to become a Gandhi. The headmaster had toyed with his head. The world had toyed with his feelings and himself, and as Hermione Granger left the library downcast, he just knew, that by choosing this outcome he had begun to walk upon a path. A path that he had no idea where it would lead him, but that, no matter where, would still be a path, his own. And so, the exams went by without a hitch, and nothing of importance happened, nothing that he knew of course. It was as Harry stood at the parting feast made by Hogwarts, sitting among the other Ravenclaws, that the points would have brought the lead to Slytherin one more year. The Slytherins were actually looking at him with bright smiles, and that was something he was perplexed about. Maybe he had misinterpreted Dumbledore, maybe he really wasn't that much keen on letting Gryffindor win. As we reach the end of the school year, the headmaster spoke standing up, "We bid goodbye to those who graduate." A deafening roar from the Ravenclaw's Newt examined came up, with people crying tears of joy, and we welcome these warm months of holiday. However, some things must be taken into consideration. And with that, the cheers died down to a bare minimum. It has come to my attention that an object protected by the school was at risk of being stolen. For the great courage demonstrated in safeguarding it, I hereby award Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley and Miss Potter 75 points each. The points of the house had stood at 530 for Hufflepuff, 570 for Gryffindor, 590 for Ravenclaw and 660 for Slytherin. With the addition of 225 points, Gryffindor went straight out on top at 795. I think a change of colors should. And chaos, pure unbridled chaos, erupted. Had it been a different Slytherin, one still snubbing the other houses, one still busy hating the rest of the world, then nothing like what happened in the hall that day would have ever happened. In the span of 5 minutes, Gryffindors went from happiness to outright dread, because the Hufflepuffs were the first to scream. Nothing makes a Hufflepuff angry as cheating. The Ravenclaws joined next, and soon the Slytherin realized that for once someone was backing them up. Silence. Albus' yell, powered by his magic, brought the entirety of the hall to silence. What is the meaning of this? Surely you should. Shut your trap, you old man. A Hufflepuff exclaimed, making Madame Sprout pale. This is cheating. The king is right. You're not impartial. Yeah, a Ravenclaw piped in. What did they do to get all those points, huh? 75 points each to safeguard something. What the F? Language. Phileas exclaimed hurriedly, but soon the silence the headmaster's yell had brought lasted little to nothing and evaporated, to leave chaos once more unbridled and ready for the fight of its life. I will not have. That's cheating. Slytherin deserves it for once. God help me if you let the Reds win. Let them have the cup. Another voice yelled, belonging to an older Ravenclaw. One that Harry had seen hanging around Basilisk and the other kids, and that yell that suddenly silenced the rest of the hall. Harry's eyes traveled to meet those of Draco, who was actually looking at him. In wait, he nodded. He didn't know why he nodded, only that he could trust the Ravenclaws to be the most devious. Mr. Hilliard, right. I must admit I am happy to see maturity in the House of Ravenclaw at least. Dumbledore remarked with a light smile. Actually, Headmaster, the reason I wish for Gryffindor to hold the cup is for them to keep it, and display it as the symbol that in life it does not matter hard work, loyalty or being smart, only having the girl who lived on your side and that corruption always works. So for the lesson of real life to impart upon the others, indeed. Let the symbol of hatred and division be granted to the bullies, to the worthless scum that believes itself the greatest. Let them have the cup. The cup of hatred and anger. The cup of division and selfishness. The cup to the scum. 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 And like that, Harry understood. The burned ground tactic was used by the Russians during many of its wars. It was a simple thing actually. Destroy your fields so the enemy can't profit on them. In this case, the cup, the symbol to which they had battled for points, was now no longer a symbol of worthiness but one of hate and division. It was the perfect turnaround. Get the object one works hard for and make it worthless in the eyes of everyone. In doing so, Harry realized that he hadn't been the only one to. His head whipped quickly to where Basilisk was seated, both of his hands intertwined and his eyes looking at him half narrowed. There was a small smile on the red-haired boy's face, soon followed by a light wink. The boy had been doing a pre-written speech. He had done so because Basilisk had prepared it, but the reason why did the teen actually help him? The Gryffindor table was now filled with downcast persons. The few who yelled back were silenced by the deafening roars coming from the other three houses, and in the end, the last day of school at Hogwarts ended with the festering hatred for the House of the Brave. As Harry stood up, together with the rest of the Ravenclaws, Draco literally charged straight for him. You were right in this. This was genius, pure Slytherin. Yeah, pal. Flint patted him on the shoulder. Wonderful. We showed them all. Vincent commented. Long live the. And then the rest of the Slytherins bolted to shut Gregory up. Shish. Could someone explain to me the codename? Harry whispered, as he began to walk towards the Ravenclaw Tower, followed by the rest of the Slytherin. We thought that if Great Britain had a Dark Lord, and it failed against the Potter brat, Draco began, then all we needed was someone bigger. And bigger than a lord there's a king, isn't it? You gave the soundest plan, Dursley. Flint commented, and since none of us Slytherin trusted one another with the position, we remembered your words, so we chose you to lead us, and we followed your lines. Worked like a charm. Snapping his fingers, the Slytherin's chaser chuckled. No matter the color, you're a true Slytherin to us. Owl me over the summer. Draco exclaimed, as he and the rest of the Slytherin went one way while he had to head upwards. I'm sure we can come up with something else to do next year. And then, Harry was left alone to climb the Ravenclaw Tower. The train would depart in a couple of hours, and by then he'd be where would he be actually? It felt like being covered in wool. The waiting, the moving, the walking over to carriages, the heading over to the platform, then the ride back in silence in his carriage. His ears were buzzing with thoughts as his heart clenched in fear. Someone would probably be looking for him at the train station. It had to be the case. As he grabbed his stuff and descended from the station, he saw students being reunited with their families. He saw people hugging one another and tears of joy. He saw all this, and he looked at Machiavelli, who looked back at him. With a soft hoot, completely submerged by the noise of the passerby at the station, Machiavelli flapped his wings once from within the cage, before turning its head towards the exit. A man dressed with a black robe and wearing a leather jacket stood there, holding a sign with the name Harry Dursley on it. It was with a heavy silence that Harry headed off towards his destiny. Well, in his mind at least, because the rest of the station had no trouble making noise, there was silence. Lily Potter. She had been utterly shocked by the sight of the house cup, the prized cup that in her student years she would have killed to possess, become nothing more than a hateful sign of division and actually something to be glad not to have. She had kept her mouth half opened in sheer surprise at the speech of the older Ravenclaw, one of the students in the final year of school, and that had thus nothing to lose. Yet she had heard the rumors since the beginning of the year done against her, Lillian and Gryffindor in general. She had told her daughter not to worry, that everything was completely normal. It was just jealousy, it would pass. She was a natural at Quidditch, and even Minerva had gone to great lengths to make it possible for her to play. Actually, the rules only said a first year couldn't possess a broom. There was nothing against a teacher or a parent loaning one for an extended period of time. James had been so proud to see his little princess fly in the air at the first matches. She had been scared senseless, but only because she knew of at least 59 ways for someone to break a bone while playing Quidditch, and of course she had clearly not hyperventilated when her daughter had launched herself to eat the snitch. Clearly. Dumbledore's last point giving, however, had made her uneasy from the very beginning. Why antagonize even more the situation? The other houses had even cheered on Slytherin with the cup. Yet the headmaster had given it to Gryffindor. She didn't like what had happened afterwards, but then, when she had seen the son of Petunia being congratulated by some Slytherins. Of course the boy was just a kid, 11 years old. It had to have been Toonie planting ideas in his head that since his aunt was a horrible freak, then her daughter was one too. She didn't fault the boy. Still, having her girl on the verge of tears back at home, and later on crying on her bed, didn't make it simple for her to merely forgive the boy. She knew her sister wouldn't answer her by owl. Of course there was just one thing left to do. With James remaining home, and trying to console their daughter, she walked briskly outside of the Potter Manor's wards and then apparated at Privet Drive 4. She was wearing Muggle clothes, at least hoping her sister wouldn't outright freak out at seeing her with a shirt, a sweater and a pair of jeans. Walking slowly towards the door, she began to mentally prepare her speech. Listen, Toonie, keep the hate between us, all right? Don't make your son spread malicious lies about my daughter. I know they were happily owling each other this summer, so don't try and. Lily knocked on the door, and then she waited. She knocked once more, but no one came. It was lunchtime and her sister was bound to be at home. She had seen at the station Harry being taken away by a wizard from the ministry, probably to instruct the boy about the risks of underage magic in front of Muggles. Something that was done every now and then by those wizards who didn't have anyone magical to explain it to them in the family. Which was a bit strange. She was part of the family, wasn't she? Even Lillian was. She knocked harder. Things didn't add up. Her wand was in her hand and Alohomora was at her lips when the door finally opened. Hello, how may I help you? An old woman spoke to her. She had bright white hair and a pair of deep cerulean eyes. I'm Potter. Lily Potter is my sister Petunia here. The woman asked, slightly nervous. The Dursley moved out in mid-November. The old woman replied with a smile, they sold the house and went to America. Lily breathed in relief. Of course there would be a ministry's wizard at the station then. The portkey needed to transfer one from England to America would need to be issued. I'm sorry I disturbed you, madam. Did they leave any number I could contact them with? I'm afraid not. The elderly lady seemed apologetic, and with a small nod of understanding, Lily Potter walked back and once out of sight apparated away. She'd end up having to call Britain's consulate in America and then get to find out where the Dursleys had bought a house and maybe they could make it a summer adventure. Go and find Toonie and make her stop having Harry bullying their daughter. James would be all for it, especially if pranks were to be involved. Somewhere. And 1 2 3 go. A light soft jazz music began to swing around the badly lit club. People whispered to one another, wearing tightly fit tailored suits and some smoking cigarettes or rolling up tobacco for their pipes. A small wisp of smoke moved out of the way of Severus' eyes, as the wizard found himself sitting in a private booth in a corner. Why are we here now? The man asked, barely containing his anxiety. Calm down, you're among friends. The voice replied. I know that, but this nation isn't exactly a nice place for those like me to stay in. Hush and say no more. You're with me tonight. Voldemort's plan is brewing up. Albus has already sent his men at the orphanage. I know that, Severus. I know that. The voice remarked. When are we going to act then? The potions master asked. The voice hummed a bit with the same tone as the music, before finally whispering. When the second year ends, of course, if all goes well, the third year will be spent in Durmstrang, and if all goes badly, we'll be dead. Death is but a door, Severus. The voice remarked dryly. Wasn't it time is but a door? That was Rasputin. I'm smarter than a Ravenclaw, old coot. If you say so. And humming, the owner of the voice went over to the ballroom to dance. Severus gurgled back in his throat the utterly horrendous dancing style of his colleague in plot, and drowned his sorrows. The school year was done. What remained now was the rest of the summer. The orphanage room was small, but clean. A plastic desk with a plastic chair was on one side, while a slightly mangy-smelling bed stood on the other. The light filtered through a squared window that could only open slightly downwards, probably to avoid the orphanage's charges from plummeting to their deaths. The floor was made of concrete, as were the walls, all pearly white and recently painted too. The orphanage was made with the intent to keep the wizard orphans close by the ministry, and the charges' wands were confiscated upon arrival and kept in storage until the time for Hogwarts came again. Homework was the only solace possible, because except for the school books, nothing else was available. Except for the wand, however, Harry managed to keep his invisible cloak on him, because just as Helena had said, they couldn't see it or sense it. There was no library in the building, as well as training grounds, and certainly no magical rooms. The only thing available was the common room, where lunch and dinner was served. There was a small dingy park that even held gray dying grass, and the sun of the hot months blared upon the orphans with little to no happiness that the summer months usually brought. The orphanage was thus not a place of unspeakable evils, but certainly it wasn't either a place of happiness and colors. It was bleak. Harry eyed with a bit of distaste the dinner in front of him. The cook, a matronly woman in her late 50s with brown hair and a giant nose, hid no little amount of disdain for the boys of the orphanage. She did do a 180 for the girls, however, but the most was her settling from a scowl to a small smile. The problem with the dinner was that it should have been some form of meat stew, yet the meat was red and appeared vegetable in origins. He didn't want to appear like an Oliver Twist with a golden palate, but if one doesn't like something, one shouldn't be forced to eat it, or at least be given an alternative. The other charges ate without much complaining, and closed off from a chance of speaking to them. All thoughts of the rebellion at Hogwarts squashed away, Harry settled down for a munching and 2 liters of water drinking every few minutes. He'd end up having to go to the bathroom for a long while, but at least it would get him through dinner. It would show the others he wasn't a pampered prince, well, not much at least. As Harry Doe here, a metallic and clipped voice came from the door, belonging to a pink-dressed elderly woman wearing a bright puffy pink hat. She appeared as a sort of elderly grandmother, only her smile was far more on the wicked than on the familial feeling. Harry meekly stood up. He knew of course that the woman was referring to him. John Doe was the name given to those people who died unknown to the police, and since he had been disowned apparently from being called Potter, he was now Harry Doe. Come with me. The woman, her name Dolores if he recalled correctly, was quick in turning around and leaving the room. As if she believed herself to be better than the rest of the orphans around. Probably true, considering she probably hadn't been left by both her real family and her adoptive one. Harry followed her through the corridors, towards the woman's office. Inside, he looked perplexed at the sight of a raven-haired woman with long curly hair that ended at her shoulders. She was wearing a black robe and held herself tightly upwards, just like a noblewoman of the past. Harry's eyes went from the woman to Dolores, both of whom he had no idea what they were doing there. Stand up straight, child. The raven-haired woman remarked dryly. I take it he is the one I asked for. The witch gaze on Dolores was something positively bordering on the murderous. Why yes, my lady. The elderly woman replied quickly, pureblood orphan, no other living relatives. Harry had to suppress a chill traveling down his spine. Was the woman adopting him? He had been there for barely a month, why would anyone actually adopt him? He hadn't even seen the woman before. Listening to Dolores rant out about his clinical health and his blood type, of all things, made him sick. The fact the lady in question was eyeing him appreciatively, like one would eye a pork chop at the market, made him nervous and fidgety. If only he had his wand well, if he did have his wand he'd tear through a wall and run the hell away from there. He could probably survive on his own till reaching Hogwarts, could he? A trust fund for education so he has no needs for schooling. Harry did try to keep his gaze neutral, but the grimace probably showed through, because the woman chose that moment to lightly smirk. Very well. The witch in black replied to the pink monstrosity. Now, Harry Doe. This time, Harry straightened up at being addressed, hoping it was a yes or no question he could answer to. Do you like studying? Being in Ravenclaw and all, I suppose it's true. Yes, my lady. He parroted Dolores' way of appealing to the woman. He would have gone with Madam, but for all he knew leaving the orphanage depended on the woman in question. I am very keen on silence at my house. Silence and respect are a must. The woman spoke once more, coldly. Politeness also works greatly. The last sentence was said with a bit more of emotion behind, and there was a light tugging on her lips to probably signify amusement, if light. Finally, I expect optimal grades. Yes, my lady. Harry muttered back. He could do the excellent grades with no problem. Silence was easy and respect wasn't difficult. He did pride himself in being polite at the very least. Well, it could have gone worse. He had stayed in the orphanage only 1 month, and nothing bad had happened to him. He held little to no doubt the woman wasn't the kind of caring and loving mother, but anywhere was better than a nondescripted room in the orphanage. If he'd get to study and get his wand back, then he'd be fine even in hell. The raven-haired woman nodded curtly, before turning to gaze at the pink-dressed woman. I wish to file for adoption of Harry James Doe. I am sure this matter can be settled by tomorrow afternoon. The other woman nodded immediately, a bright smile on her face as if she had just won the lottery. Good. Harry, we will see each other tomorrow then. And with that, the woman disappeared with a loud pop sound. He had just wanted to know who the woman was, but the curt and brief, "You may go," from the elderly woman had stopped him on his tracks. He turned around and left quickly, not stopping until he reached his room, where he began to put away his stuff. He should have been excited about being adopted. He should, but that didn't mean he was. He knew nothing of the woman, he didn't even know the woman's name, and yet there he was trying to make sense of why he had to be chosen. Wait. The pink-dressed hag had told the woman about his pure blood status. He felt strangely sick at the thought. Harry hadn't been chosen because of stupid things like, "Oh, you know, I always wanted a child so I adopted," or, We like your charming personality. He had been adopted because he was a pure blood. He was starting to believe he had just moved from one type of trouble to another. He changed into his pajamas, before moving on his bed. Machiavelli hooted softly from its perch, eyeing him with his head half turned, the only sign he was actually an owl and not a chicken hybrid. Flipping through the pages of The Prince, Harry waited quietly for the need to sleep to catch up on him, his brain trying to come up with possible treatments he'd receive from the lady. He hadn't seen much, and he could discern even less, except that the woman in question was probably living alone and belonged to the nobility. Maybe a Slytherin then. If that was the case, then would he actually manage to read some books on curses and train? The underage usage of magic was tracked through the trace, a thing placed on every wand that, however, worked on a general area. If there was at least another wizard thus, the trace wasn't effective at all. It did not track the user, only the place where magic was being used. Maybe he'd get some more training done. He was far away from even being considered a real wizard, but the few things he had learned were working well last time he had tried them. Was he really going to be fine? He didn't realize he had fallen asleep until he ended up ducking behind a boulder and avoid a hot white jet of fire. Holding his back against the smooth rocky surface, Harry held his wand tightly. Spinning it around in a circular motion, he swiftly extended his arm out of the boulder and unleashed a volley of green-colored missiles that detonated in midair. Launching himself forward, he passed through a now appeared cloud of purple fog, swinging in his left hand a small dagger. The figure in the fog was close now, and with quick reflexes he was behind it, slicing the throat and letting the blood spray within the purple cloud. As it fell down with a thud, he spun around, weaving another spell and flinging it in the air. Fear me, worthless beasts, for I am. Harry jerked up with a gasp, his eyes looking around him frantically. He was still in the orphanage room, and the clock was ringing. His gaze traveled to his hands, completely clean and thus certainly not bathed in the blood of the killed. His imagination was probably running wild with the thoughts of him getting to read books once more, and piled up with the incoming stressful transfer, it had given him a nightmare of sorts. It had to be that. That morning passed by quickly for Harry. Having already finished his summer homework, he had little to do except wait. Well, that and talking with Machiavelli. If she doesn't like owls, we can pass you off as a chicken, the boy remarked, earning an angry hoot in reply. Or a turkey maybe. The glare of the chicken owl could have leveled a house. A parrot chicken owl turkey hybrid might catch her attention enough to. The hoot was soon followed by a friendly peck on the boy's forehead, which didn't even draw blood but made the boy smile. You know, my birthday is the 31st of July. Harry spoke slowly. I doubt I'll get much of a party this year. He commented. Well, at least I've got you, don't I? The owl kind of purred, bobbing her head covered with soft feathers along the side of Harry's cheek. So Machiavelli was a softy at heart. Good to know he could try and appeal to that the next time he came up with another suggestion on just who the owl's parents were and with whom they had bred. There clearly had to be a chicken in there, no doubts. Repressing a light chuckle, he grabbed a small bunch of owl treats in his palm, offering them to the bird that graciously accepted them. The more he looked at the way the bird was eating, the more he was sure that he either was of chicken ancestry or of duck one, but did it matter? Machiavelli was his friend. Just like Watson, if he could at the very least recall who or what Watson was. Even Draco was a friend, and maybe he could finally owl him. The orphanage didn't prohibit its charges from keeping their pets, but owls couldn't be used to fly around because they still were in a Muggle neighborhood. All he could do now was wait, and hope. Lillian. America, in summer, was hot. The scorching lights of the sun hit with the strength of molten lava upon the fools who walked and trudged upon the concrete pavement of New York. The city was packed with tourists, but at the very least they, being wizards, had enough magic to avoid being pushed, rushed or manhandled by fretting Japanese or Europeans like them. Her father was holding his wand in front of him, a notice-me-not charm on and walking with a bit of a hardened gaze. They were going to see his cousin's family soon, a surprise visit. The fact her mother was every now and then giggling like a schoolgirl, and that even Sirius had come along, well, that didn't bode well. Sirius Black was her godfather, the flying instructor at Hogwarts and one of the Marauders. He was also the one with the nastiest repertoire of prank curses she had known, and he did wonders to lift her spirit. She would go back to Quidditch next year, and this time there would be no ground for rule breaking. She'd do the tryouts like everyone else. Maybe she'd even manage to get Harry to stop being a git and return to being the boy who had written to her about magic and technology and muggle games. The address is this one. James muttered curtly, gesturing to a normal wooden door that led deep within one of the many identical concrete buildings of the lower areas of New York. Should we check to see if they're at home? His wand was still out, and probably he was referring to using an Alohomora spell. The Americans places traces on our wands. James, let's knock first. Lily replied slowly. I would avoid having to explain to the AMLE why we needed an Alohomora to visit my family. The American Magic Law Enforcement was the Magic Police of America. They wouldn't bother with notice me not charms or similar, but they did have a blacklist of known spells that would send any foreign wizard straight to their respective consulate to explain why they felt the need to use such a spell. So they entered the apartment complex, navigated towards the address given, and then Lily knocked. Petunia opened the door with a slight frown, not seeing anyone outside. The notice me not charm was effective, and as her mother's sister mumbled something about pranking kids, she closed the door once more. James removed the charm and Lily knocked again, this time with a bit more of strength. Lillian had expected her mother's sister to snap at them, sneer or call them freaks. She hadn't expected her to reopen the door, a witty comment on her mouth, only for it to die at the sight of her mother, pale, and then faint. Toonie! Lily exclaimed, quickly moving inside to try to catch her sister from falling badly. Come on, Toonie, wake up. When the woman opened her eyes again, the next words struck the assembled wizards cold. Dead, they told me you were dead. What? Toonie, that isn't funny. Funny. The woman's eyes now blared with fury. This is one of your freaking spells, right? My sister's dead. As she stood up wearily, she yelled back at them. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. How dare you play this sick prank on me? Toonie, it's me, really. Lily muttered in shock. I don't know who told you that, but. Prove it. Toonie snapped, narrowing her eyes. Who was my first boyfriend in high school? I don't know. Lily mumbled. We didn't talk at all during that time. You were jealous I went to Hogwarts and you didn't, so all I heard from you were how that freak went to a stupid school and nothing more. Lillian had half a mind of hexing her mother's sister right there and then, but held her hand when she saw just how much the woman was trembling. Did I invite you to my wedding? Petunia asked slowly. You wanted me as a maid of honor, but in the end I couldn't come. Voldemort was on the rise, Lily replied sadly, her head downcast. Lily, I was told you died 11 years ago, the woman murmured. They gave me your son to grow up, for God's sakes. And with that, it was Lily's turn to blank out and faint. Severus. It's raining men. Hallelujah. The voice sang while flailing its arms in some sort of way that could actually resemble a dance if one was drunk enough, like the voice was. I'm drunk maybe, Severus remarked dryly. You've had enough hot stuff. The barman, a pretty enough for his drunken state woman, remarked. You should get your friend back home, he's angering the Italians in the corner. She winked. If you need a place to crash for yourself though, I live just a floor above. Severus blinked, stood up quietly and without a single word went to grab the voice by the ear, and then walked briskly outside. You need to loosen up, Severus. My contacts are doing wonders. The voice chuckled, making some sort of twisted expression of an Elvis Presley, shake, movement while clapping his hands. The cold air that met them outside brought the right state of mind back in the potions master, that swiftly turned around to stare at his colleague. They're already moving. Of course. All you need is magic. The sing-sung sentence was all that Severus needed to know that yes, being that dead obnoxious drunk was yet another ploy of the man. You see, my little, cute, snake, chaos is the result of every single thing. Chaos brings harmony to the world. Chaos for the chaos god. Well, no. The man shook his head slowly. I believe it was blood for the blood god, but it's a muggle term and it doesn't matter, no. They had walked into an alley by then, the snow having piled up on the pavement and on the rooftops near them, even though they were in the warm month of June. Ever went skiing, Severus? No. The man remarked. It was 4 in the morning, and partying all night long had made him a bit tired and weary, but still good. And then, faster than Severus could blink, the voice had his wand out and pointed at the alley from where they had just entered. Now, my dear boy, why don't you go and learn? I have a village to clean and someone to give the fault to. And turning quickly around, the voice returned towards the alley, singing merrily, Do you believe in magic? Which made Severus shiver all the more. The man trudged through the snow, mumbling something about mad men and sleeping needs, when the sun began to rise over the horizon. It was such a wonderful sight. The sun came up behind the Alps, coloring the sky of a light rose tint for but a second while the screams of mercy and death came from behind him, where a most colorful and rustic touristic village was suddenly subjected to blood, death and violence. Magic was really a wonderful and terrible thing. Dumbledore. The news coming from Greece was troublesome. Some sort of race purity movement had begun to rise among the wizards, and had started harassing the Turks that came in through the borders to try and reach for Europe. They made no distinction between wizards and muggles, but the reason they were troublesome, for Dumbledore, was completely different. They weren't much known outside of Greece. Squashing them wouldn't bring him more fame, or grant him enough connections at the Wizengamot to pass some laws that would have helped in the longer run to power. Magical Britain never looked to the outside, maybe because Britain by itself was an island, and islands tended to define clear-cut borders over which many did not dare to venture. It was a pity. He heard Fawkes give a small sad shrill. The phoenix bloomed where the good of heart stood, but died a bit every time something bad happened nearby. Her color was now ashen, and soon it would die again. It wouldn't be the first time and not even the 10th. Fawkes had lived through a long amount of time, and had died and been rebirthed even more. It saddened him every time, but there wasn't much he could do. The greater good came before the well-being of a few hundreds Turks after all. He turned his gaze to the Italian's capital's affairs. Apparently the Universitatis in Artium Arcanorum had just recently changed its headmaster, and Madame Isabella Rossi was making some slight changes in the curriculum. The inclusion of a dark arts course was something he would try to pressure into not passing, but his foreign contacts had become a bit unresponsive in the Alps. Maybe he could ask Severus, since he had taken his vacation there, to go and bring his suggestions to Madame Rossi. In France, Beauxbatons had begun to teach their classes about half-breeds and had started to mix the Velas and the cockatrices halves with the other students while hazardous for their health. It wasn't something he wanted to think about. Germany was the problem. The Universität der Magie of München had gone sparse. His contacts had all been found either dead or killed, signs of dark curses thrown at them with little to no fighting back. It could only mean they had been betrayed by someone, and that whoever it was, he was high enough to know of what he had planned with Germany. Finally, his eyes went to Russia, the great motherland that possibly held Durmstrang somewhere within its borders. From there nothing was heard, and because of that the old wizard was currently taking a breath of respite. Hearing anything from Durmstrang would be just as good as declaring the rise of another Grindelwald. As long as nothing happened over there, then everything was fine. Musing to himself, he was perplexed at the sight of Moody flowing in without even warning him, but the look on the Auror's face was one of shock. Albus. They got him from under Tonks' nose. Now Alistair, you jest. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed as he stood up. Who took the boy? How? Was he kidnapped? Did he escape? No, Albus. Alistair muttered. He was adopted. But I made it clear to Dolores. I doubt it mattered to her. She's just received a notification for a seat at the Wizengamot, ties with the Selwyn family apparently. The Mad-Eye man hissed out the last words, as Albus walked straight in front of him. Fury was barely held in check as the silver-haired man did the only thing he could think of at the present. Well, Alistair, did Tonks at least see who adopted him? Albus. The old Auror began quietly. That she did. Alistair. Merlin, help me if you don't give me a name right now. Dumbledore exclaimed. Alistair appeared conflicted, for once, and that was something Albus had never seen before. Just who the hell had taken Harry? Just who could have? Harry. He had expected a giant castle. A giant, dark, broody castle filled with gargoyle statues that screamed, vampire. At every turn, he had expected giant wooden doors and a cold atmosphere. He had expected snobbish wealth and far more luxury. He hadn't expected a lively and comfortable-looking cottage with a nice orchard in front, and big luscious trees all around. He hadn't even expected the sun around, or the Hufflepuff crest proudly displayed on the gate of the fence. He had thought. Your face is positively funny. The woman remarked with a now bright smile. What were you thinking of? Dark and gloomy. Ah yes, no, I mean well. The black-robed witch laughed heartily, before gesturing for him to walk alongside her. Now then, my father's in the backyard probably, so you won't see him till tomorrow, maybe. At that, she gently shook her head. He's a bit of a head on the clouds man, but you won't find another more dedicated to his studies than him. And he's Hufflepuff? Harry asked, perplexed at the crests that were practically everywhere around them. As sure as the Porlocks in the stables. The witch remarked. Now you've been really kind not to ask till we were near the door, but come on out with it, I know the question's there. Harry looked at the witch, already feeling the sickening dread that maybe it was all a farce, that upon opening that door there wouldn't be a nice and comfortable place but a dungeon-looking angst-filled torture room for him. It was all just so nice, and for no reason. Why me? Harry croaked. My father ordered. She replied with a light shrug, and when he does, who am I to refuse? Your father. Oh, you'll meet him. The raven-haired woman commented, opening the door. I'll show you your room and then you can get settled in. Indeed, beyond the door there was not stone and humidity, or torture instruments, but a comfortable-looking room with a chimney, a flight of stairs in a corner going upwards, sofas and plushy carpets. Shelves filled with books stood around, and what seemed like 3 walking cushions decided to make themselves known in that moment, one of them trying to pound on Machiavelli, who was safely tucked away in his cage. No. Bad Mauler. The woman remarked at the cat, which meowed back in surprise before starting to purr. Machiavelli hooted its indignity at being attacked, and was loudly demanding vengeance in the form of flapping its wings and appearing menacing. The cat hissed back to the owl, and then, the two locked in a deadly battle of stares. Hoot. Hiss. Hoot. Hiss. Machiavelli. Stop it please. Mauler. You bad Kneazle. They're with us now, you flea bag. The cat hissed one last time, before turning tail and disappearing in the back, through the back door that had a flap mounted on it to let the cat out probably. And there he goes, whining to my father. The woman sighed. I think he's more of a vicious, jealous younger brother than my parents' pet Kneazle sometimes. Yes, madam. Harry murmured a few moments later, thoroughly embarrassed of Machiavelli's actions, and with no idea what would happen now. The other 2 cats were apparently keeping their eyes on him, with their curious bright yellow eyes that still made him feel like a mouse being caught between a wall and a hungry tiger. Of course, nothing could have prepared him for this type of summer. Absolutely nothing at all. If anything, he now had even more questions that needed answers, and he really doubted, he'd get them. Harry looked up from his desk, his eyes softly making sure everything was in check and in order as Machiavelli silently hooted from his spot on his perch near the window. The cottage that had appeared small was in truth magical, of course, meaning it made even Hogwarts pale with the sheer amount of rooms it held within it. That and the amount of backyard. The place really had made Harry's mind shut down for a while. More than a normal backyard, the cottage held a jungle, a pine forest, a lake, a mountain, and possibly even a desert somewhere in the middle. All various types of habitats seemingly blended one with the other with little to no fuss, and from his window that is supposed to be barely on the 2nd floor of the cottage, he could see everything as if he had been on the tallest tower of Hogwarts. At the center of the backyard was a small gazebo, one that he had thought could be easily reached by walking for a few minutes, but apparently if the distance was of any indication, it would take him far more than a day, which actually made it reasonable he wouldn't meet his grandfather any time soon. His room was wide enough to be spacious, but not filled with any luxury that made it look aristocratic. If anything, it was homely. The carpet was plush and pleasant to feel, the walls were covered with soothing blue and green colors, while the few books in the shelf were all concerning magical beasts. There was a trunk at the base of his bed, and the bed desk held a nice-looking golden lamp, but all in all everything was strangely homely, kind, and sort of fuzzy and warm. It basically screamed Hufflepuff everywhere. Literally, if one would have been forced to give a prize for the most Hufflepuff house, this would have been it. Even the name, Hufflepuff, It seemed sort of like a puffy candy of sorts. It was the excessive puffiness that made Harry uncomfortable and out of place. He was used to training grounds, listening to tales of hatred and power or wit and cunningness. He was used to snarky comments or being ignored. He wasn't used to this warmth. It just felt completely and utterly wrong for him. Having done the tour of his room, he opened his door to leave and came face to face with a house elf. Creature is glad to serve Master Harry. The elf commented happily. Creature heard tales from Hogwarts, elves about Master Harry. Does Master Harry need something? Thank you, Creature, but I just wanted to look around, explore a bit. He replied softly, but the house elf merely nodded quickly with a bright smile. The house goblin actually. He had to be a goblin. They all had to be goblins who had decided to play a prank on the rest of their race and call themselves elves. He was sure there was at the very least a good reason for said horrible naming. What would be next? The nymphs would look like the orcs of Mordor, or the dryads would resemble horrendous abominations. He shook his head to remove all those horrible thoughts. It wasn't Creature's fault if the wizards had decided that the name of their race had to be House Elf. He realized that Creature was following him, probably to warn him if he entered a room he wasn't supposed to enter, but till then that appeared to be the least of his troubles. He had walked unknowingly inside the library of the place. Creature. Is this an illusion? Harry asked quietly to the house elf, who was apparently smiling at being addressed. No, Master Harry, it is not. Harry merely nodded, before slowly but deliberately walking towards one of the shelves and taking a book out of it. 2000's Way to Bring Down a Castle's Walls had been sitting next to Curses and Horrendous Potions, a guide for the perfect wicked, and beneath, the arithmetic needs in spell creation. Many of the books were at least 4 to 5 inches thick, and the shelves that held them were as wide and massive as those of Hogwarts, and there were thousands of shelves. It was like looking at an interminable amount of knowledge spanning throughout the entire house, and it was therein. Can I read them? He asked slowly. Master Harry certainly can. Creature remarked with a quick nod. Master Newton gave permission. And so Harry found himself sitting down on a comfortable red armchair, a book on his lap and nothing else to worry him. Ahem. A voice suddenly coughed in his ears, forcing him to quickly close the book shut and stand up, looking in the eyes of the woman who was holding her right hand at her hip, her gaze narrow. I didn't actually believe you would adapt so quickly. I thought you would at least have some questions. You know, the sort of questions that you could ask me, or things like that. The woman wistfully spoke. Not like I'm usually bored around here, mind you, but anything. Something like, who are you people? Or, what's your name? Or similar. I know your father is called Newton. He commented quickly, and Hufflepuff is all around, so I suppose he could be Newton's commander. Which would make you his daughter? She raised an eyebrow with a surprised expression, before slowly smiling with a tight smirk. I'm Bellatrix Commander Nay Black. I married Newton's son. Who could have been your adoptive father, hadn't he decided that he just had to take 5 more steps towards a dragon instead of backwards? The woman snapped while rolling her eyes. Of course he had to do that after my family decided I wasn't good enough of a Black if I had married a stupid Hufflepuff. Are you related to Sirius Black? Hogwarts flying professor. The fact that Bellatrix laughed at his question made him wince slightly, but then, wiping away an imaginary tear, she remarked dryly. Why am I not surprised? You must be another one of those Quidditch fanatics that float around like brainless morons. The woman snapped. Didn't see you having a broom in your trunk though. I don't fly. I got exonerated from flying, Harry muttered back, his eyes now downcast. There was an embarrassing silence for a moment, before the woman huffed in annoyance. Harry's eyes traveled back up, to stare at the woman apparently fidgeting with a ring that seemed to have the Hufflepuff mark on it. Fine. Bellatrix muttered. I'm sorry I judged you before getting to know you. She commented, before coughing lightly. Oh, okay. Good. Nodding curtly, Bellatrix decided to answer, yes. I am related to that idiot. At the same time he was disowned by the family, meaning that while we may as well be relatives we in truth aren't. There had to be a lot of disownment in the family, to bring it. Yes. The woman sighed with a stern glare. It's a convoluted way of thinking, but the fact remains that I do, indeed, hate Sirius guts. Harry merely nodded. He'd stick this under the things he really didn't want to explore or come to know. Nothing else. Come on, you're a stick in the mud, kid. Bellatrix remarked dryly. No wanting to duel. No silly wand movements. You know you can train now, right? I know kids would rather fling spells till they drop than read. She hesitated for a moment, as Harry closed his eyes for a moment before blinking them open again. Why was I adopted? He asked carefully. I'm not good at the subtle stuff. Bellatrix remarked, crossing her arms over her chest. I told him I was no good at that, but did he listen? Of course not. He could have asked Severus instead of me, but no. All right, kid. I'm here to train you. Show you the real power of magic, not the filthy Expelliarmus and Protega stuff, the wicked one. You know things like Sectum Sempra and a well-placed Reducto. Bone vanishing curses and the likes, things you can't usually find around Hogwarts library. Harry blinked. Sectum Sempra was a familiar spell he had read somewhere. Just who was the woman talking of, however? And why did she apparently seem to know Professor Snape? Who was he? Harry queried, a bit of nervousness breaking in his tone. He who must not be named, of course, Hume Beanock, if you want a quicker way to refer him. The woman replied quickly, making her wand twirl in her hand with ease, while looking deeply into his eyes. So, what do you say? You already did your homework, didn't you? Well, yes, I did, but wait a moment. Harry yelled while standing up and bringing his. Of course, he didn't have his wand. They hadn't given it back to him yet, and so waited. Bellatrix said after a moment of silence. Huh, you said to wait a moment, I just did that. The raven-haired woman commented. Now that you have wasted a moment of my time, we can get on to business. Not in the library, or Newton wouldn't think twice about killing me. He's evil, I tell you. She whispered to him, as she gave him her back and started to walk out of there. Harry blinked, before looking around in hope that somewhere, somehow, something was currently going on that would explain the situation to him. Since nobody had been willing to help him, he sighed before heading off in the same direction as the woman in question. The back door gave way to a small patch of ground that settled in a cobbled square, from which cobbled roads departed to probably circle all around the various areas of the backyard. In the middle of the square, soundly snoring while taking the sun, was a small Cerberus puppy. Harry blinked at the sight of the three-headed dog's head snoring while the animal's tail wiggled in the sunshine. The thing suddenly sniffed the air, before making light growling noises and slowly standing up. It blinked its 6 eyes open a second later, menacingly starting to growl in his direction. Custos here is just a good old puppy, Bellatrix said with a good grin, and well, one of his heads doesn't bite. I can't guarantee for the other two though. The dog slowly began to walk towards him, growling as it inched closer step by step. Could I have my wand back, please? Harry asked, or is this magic Hitler's idea of torture? Time seemed to stop for a moment, as Bellatrix, wand suddenly lurched upward directed at him. There was clearly fury in her eyes as she bit her lip, probably restraining herself from hitting him. You will not refer the Dark Lord with the name of a muggle. Harry had his doubts at the beginning. He should have listened to them. He should have listened when they told him that no wizard should go without his wand. He should have listened to the Bloody Baron's words of, trust no one whom you haven't placed under Veritaserum and of whom you don't hold his entire family hostage and even the house pets, or to those of Helena, which were a bit crasser and involved blood magic rituals and unbreakable vows to make triple sure truth was truth and not carefully hinted or edited versions. No. He had to give the wand to the orphanage's personnel, who probably gave it back to Bellatrix. And he had let himself be led into security, a false lull of it, because of the Hufflepuff's symbols everywhere. He knew he should have just coped with it and stood in wait at the orphanage for the new term. What a stupid, naively thought decision. She wants to adopt me, even though my gut instincts tell me to run. I'll still follow her because it's better than the orphanage. Oh yes. This was the very last time he did not believe his instincts. The very, damn, bloody last time. Oh okay. He exclaimed, I'm really sorry. He squeaked out. In less than a second, Bellatrix went from, I will murder you and your descendant, to, all right, nice joke. Harry blinked at the sight of the woman shrugging, smiling a bit, and then grabbing from her own robe's left sleeve a wand, his wand, and throwing it at him. The next second Custos jumped, probably intending on getting the stick. In the next 2 seconds Harry had already jumped as if his life depended on it, because it probably did, on getting his wand back. Bellatrix had screamed something, but it wasn't as if it mattered to him. He needed the damn wand. The crunch sound that he heard wasn't even so bad actually. Like of chicken bones being broken, it was just like when you have crunchy cornflakes and crunch them, you know. The only problem was the pain that blossomed from his right arm, in 3 different spots, a second later still. But he was clutching his wand, and he died rather than let it go again. Stupid. F. King. Mutt. This is my wand. Harry's yell was something uncharacteristic. He had never yelled in his entire life. He had never felt hatred, pure and unbridled, but this was his last straw. Of course he had tried to bottle up, to reason with the facts, to come to terms with everything, but could one really come to terms with utter abandonment, loneliness, fits of jealousy and anger? Could one come to terms with things like those by the use of some friends he had yet to even owl? The answer was that Harry hadn't yet coped with the fact that he didn't even know what his surname was, or who he was. With anger, hatred, blind pure rage that blinded the boy himself from consequences, he punched the damn bloody Cerberus straight in the nose of the closest head. He felt more pain and fell down on one knee, but the Cerberus whined and let go with all 3 of its heads, before moving away from the boy while yipping in pain. Yo! Bellatrix had tried to move to get closer, but Harry had stood back up, his right arm limp but still holding on to his wand by sheer strength of will. Stay back. You stay back, you bloody Nazi. I don't King care. I don't bloody care. Wasn't it enough? Why can't you just leave me alone? What do you want with me? The last question came with a heavy tone, as Harry's entire frame was trembling while the blood had begun to slowly fall on the ground. It was probably the adrenaline's idea that he was still standing. That and the fact that he wouldn't die there. If there was one thing he was, it was at the very least being headstrong. His wand didn't want self-doubt, and to his wand, at the very least, he wouldn't give that displeasure. At the moment, I think you need your arm checked at St. Mungo's, Bellatrix remarked, but since we can't go there until at least I know I can trust you with where my loyalty lays, I can either obliviate you, something that the Dark Lord has ordered me not to do, and thus I'm not going to, or try and patch you up. You are going to bleed yourself to death if you do nothing, you know. There wasn't even worry in her voice, or concern. She was just giving out the grocery list. I don't trust you, Harry hissed, moving his left hand to grab his wand. Pity. Didn't actually give you a choice. And then of course a flash of red hit him straight in the chest. Darkness enveloped him once more, but this time, in his dreams, there was a figure clutching his right arm. The irony of this is much appreciated. Really. The voice was a bare hiss in the back of his head. Likewise, I feel someone should have told you, my dear friend, to avoid fighting a Cerberus who was guarding something important. They are the guardians of the underworld in myth, but the truth makes them the staunchest defenders of whatever they deem their home. This voice he hated. It was deep, friendly, cheerful, something he hated. So Bella, once more you demonstrate your unnatural ability to not think. The voice was curt as it rebuked the woman, probably. And because you did not think, we now have a problem, do we not? My lord, wait. Voldemort was there. Voldemort was there and alive and standing near him. Harry was now conflicted on opening his eyes or not. He was now even more worried about what would happen if any of those near him realized he was awake. He is awake, yes. The Dark Lord replied, but afraid of opening its eyes and stare at me. I believe it does not matter. I suppose he wishes for assurance, does he not? Harry was now positively sure that Voldemort was close to him. Possibly his face was hovering over his if the feeling of the man's breath was of any indication. It was either that or the Dark Lord suffered from bad breath. The fact he was willing to think that, in the midst of an extremely critical and worrisome situation, only made it even more clearer just how much his brain was freaking out, trying to come up with ways to keep himself sane and within the limits of reason. Sarcastically commenting on near-death events appeared to be a way. No need to reply, I know what you think. The man began, but worry not if Bella can manage to speak instead of act for once, maybe you will find the new perspective far more pleasant than the old one. Then Harry heard him stand up, and disappear with a barely hearable pop. He still wasn't going to open his eyes. Maybe if he kept them close enough, all of his troubles would disappear. I know you are awake, boy. The woman commented dryly, and if you won't open your eyes the normal way, I can and will enervate you. Gritting his teeth furiously, he winced in pain as he tried to clench his right fist. The pain shot through his entire right arm that was apparently held in a cast. He opened his eyes slowly, coming to terms with the fact that yes, Bellatrix Commander was there with her own wand pointed at him. Good. Now I will explain why the Dark Lord should be followed, and you will listen to me. If you refuse, or if you try to block my words, I will leave and come back tomorrow. You will not be fed or helped in any way, and you will probably end up in a far worse situation than before, because your right arm is in a temporary cast basically. Listen to me well the first time, because we can always amputate and have another one regrow, but that takes time and is painful. Harry's eyes widened in shock, but he did slowly nod to the woman, who while smiling grabbed the nearby chair to sit down next to him. In a sort of sick and twisted way, this could be considered just like a mother telling a bedtime story to a kid. Only this wasn't a bedtime story, but history retold by the Nazis to the others, and somewhere in the midst of it all he knew there would be something he'd end up understanding, because all movements cannot move without at least some truth in it. No falsehood can work without a bit of truth. Grindelwald was defeated by Albus Dumbledore, bringing to an end the Second World-Wide War in 1945. Albus, who had at first allied himself with him, suddenly turned his back on his friend and by defeating him reached for power beyond imagination. He reached for the heart of the magical world. He became known as a hero, whereas he had been nothing more than a transfiguration professor before. So tell me, Harry, how does a professor of transfiguration, one who had for all his life taught, suddenly manage to overpower and defeat a bearer of great magic like Grindelwald was? One who could fight head to head with werewolves and overpower dragons with his curses. One armed with the Elder Wand, an ancient artifact of power. You want the answer, or do you know the answer? Harry knew the answer. The Bloody Baron had actually told him repeatedly what the answer was when you were faced with impossible odds to fight. It kind of was one of the first lessons the ghost had taught him. It was the one that kept the wizard alive. He cheated during the duel. Course not. He cheated before. Bellatrix remarked dryly, and by doing so Grindelwald was so severely weakened that Dumbledore managed to easily capture him instead of killing him. Still, to Dumbledore, it wasn't enough. He had been the youth representative for the Wizengamot in his school years, and now that he had the status, he wanted a seat once more, but to have a seat at the Wizengamot and have earned said seat are two completely different things. The subtle ways of politics demand as much. The murmurs, the whispers, they hiss and whisper, and as the woman's voice lost herself, Harry coughed lightly. I have a broken arm, could we please get to the point so I can have you bring me to the hospital? Where, possibly, Harry was of the idea of yelling out loud that he wanted nothing more than to go back to the orphanage and stay there. Fine. Bellatrix snapped, so Dumbledore decided he needed more fame and glory. To that end, he needed a new enemy to defeat. You're telling me he made the... At the woman's narrowing eyes, Harry quickly corrected himself, Dark Lord up. Of course not. But he took care of guiding him down the road towards power, towards hatred, and in doing so he was directly responsible for his rise, and then later on his fall. Bellatrix thus added, so you see, it's all Dumbledore's fault. I'm not even going to try and come up with reasons anymore. Harry muttered, with a heavy sigh. Just can I get my arm fixed? Please. Then I'll go back to studying and forget about everything else. I'll stay in a corner and live a quiet and happy life away from it all, and probably armed with painkillers till the day his brain decided to burst. But I know this isn't enough to convince you, so I'm going to throw in something else, something interesting to know about. In 1965, Dumbledore becomes the headmaster of Hogwarts, 2 years after he had publicly favored the passing law about the registration of werewolves, and following that moment in time, the ban on experimental creatures is enacted. In the 1970s, the Dark Lord starts to rise to power. Don't you see the connection? No. The Dark Lord had seen what Dumbledore was trying to do from the beginning, and he had tried to stop him. What does this have to do with Dumbledore being bad and the Dark Lord being good? It makes no. In 1973, the appeal on House Elf S. Avery was rebuked. In 1975 the Decree Number 5 is approved by the Ministry, and you know what that does. Bellatrix smiled. It enables Ministry and choirs to select and discard teachers from Hogwarts if they do not conform to standards. On the outside it seems the Ministry trying to conquer Hogwarts, but if the Ministry is with the headmaster it is a powerful tool to remove people among the staff who are of different opinions, isn't it? But still the woman wasn't done. In 1979 Scamander Newton is assigned the Order of Merlin for his research on magical creatures. Albeit having been the passer of a law against the breeding of different species, you will find out that at Hogwarts said laws do not apply, as cross-breeding, as applicable where it is meant to learn. There was a bright smile on her face now, especially if the creatures then are killed, as in, shipped out of the country. But we haven't finished. Oh no. In 1980, a prophecy is told to Dumbledore. Here the tone of the woman became graver. And someone who I will not mention managed to overhear it in it. A boy born in a very specific timeframe would bring forth a great disaster, and that caught the Dark Lord's attention. Care to guess who that boy is? Me. Yes, but that was an easy question, so it doesn't count. Bellatrix muttered to herself. Anyway. The Dark Lord had done all that he could to slip away from Dumbledore's grasp and get powerful enough to face and defeat him, but in the end, he didn't manage the feat. Dumbledore held the Elder Wand and with that there was nothing his spells couldn't defeat. Since tricking him did not work the Dark Lord made a gambit. Harry's eyes flinched lightly as Bellatrix's right hand pinched his cheek. You are that gambit. He knew that Dumbledore wouldn't have let you live if he could avoid it. So he asked Severus, one of his most trustworthy men, to hold his secrets. To hold them into his very soul so that nobody would know of your existence until the moment, the very precise moment, when we would have come for you, to make you publicly known and safe from Dumbledore's ploys. But he died because the Dark Lord knocked out both Potters and then was met with the fierce resistance of Albus, who arrived just in time to discover your disappearance. From there, things escalated to the point where indeed, the Dark Lord was deemed dead by Albus. Now the question you are thinking about is why he did not claim the victory for himself. Because he did not underestimate our Dark Lord, he knew something was going on, and when he found out it was too late. Bellatrix smiled. The Dark Lord saved you as an infant, because do not doubt even for a second that Albus Dumbledore wouldn't have had you and your entire family killed if it would have landed him the chance to make some more laws pass for his greater good. For the greater good apologies. He is a Nazi. Harry whispered. He's a Nazi. Dumbledore's a Nazi. He's the kind one. The one all smiles and, he's Mussolini. He's the magical Mussolini. The boy groaned. Of course. Dumbledore was just as dangerous as Voldemort. The first wanted to change Britain to Nazism by the inside, by making laws and things against half-breeds while publicly defending them. He was a kind man, but a ruthless monster hid beneath the flesh. Still, something about the magical Hitler didn't make sense. Why didn't he try and come out with being innocent? Harry asked. And if he was forced down his path by the headmaster, why didn't he try and change? It took him years to realize the plots of Dumbledore, Harry. Bellatrix murmured, and when the Dark Lord did, he knew of only few among his followers who would have still followed him had he changed his flag. Dumbledore possessed the light. Dumbledore was the light, and people flocked to him because they thought he would protect them. I don't know. Of course you don't, but let me say something else. Godric's Hollow was placed under a Fidelius charm. The secret keeper was Peter Pettigrew. Nice, brave, loyal, Gryffindor, and he betrayed the light side for the Dark Lord for fear he betrayed them, and he, alone, the sole one, was cast into Azkaban with no trial, no way out, forever held imprisoned, but not key. No, only tucked away, because a vow had been made, safety in exchange for betrayal. The question you should ask yourself is who gave the order to the brave at heart? Harry blinked. He wanted to say something. He wanted to tear at the woman with his only arm and yell at her how impossible it would be. Had his existence been a trap to capture the Dark Lord? Had the Albus had laid a trap for Voldemort? Voldemort had taken it or had faked taking it? Even then. No. He had been responsible for Harry's ultimate loss of a family. Now we can go to St. Mungo's. Bellatrix remarked. You see, true neutrality doesn't exist, Harry. What happens is that people believe they can keep neutral until something hits them at home. No one whose house has burned, no one who has lost his family, his friends, his beloved, no one who has suffered will ever be neutral. Neutrality is a fleeting concept, Harry. Understand it, learn it, and use it. And Harry trembled and said nothing more. Newton Scamander. Bellatrix had barely sent an owl his way, warning him of the guest in his house, that he found himself sighing. Sitting down near the rose bushes, by his gazebo that granted him the ability to see anything within the various areas of his backyard, he couldn't help but give one heartfelt sigh at the situation. So, Dark Lord, how are you doing? The man asked quietly, before slowly shaking his head. I suppose this wasn't a pleasant visit. You know, Newton, I asked you once if blind loyalty to a just cause was all that was needed to reach heaven, yet in the end you never gave me an answer, and I realized, decades later, that there isn't an answer. We do not know if heaven exists, so how can we know of what lies beyond? Newton turned, and stared deeply into those black eyes that belonged to Tom Marvolo Riddle. He didn't ask why the man appeared young, as if he wasn't a year above 16. He didn't ask why, but he just looked at him with a curious gaze. So you obtained the stone. Please. Tom rolled his eyes. You should know 3 kids guarding a stone means nothing for me. I didn't need the stone. That is not the correct answer, Newton. I see in 2 days the Porlocks go into their usual heat period. Will I be there to watch them? The old man asked, curiosity having the better of him. Unfortunately, your old age caught up with you, Newton, but worry not. You are not the only one that died this summer by my hand, and you will not be the last, I'm afraid. So many bodies, so much death. The way of walking forward in the light, away from subterfuges that was never your strength, was it, Tom? You know me well. Goodbye, old friend. And then Newton Scamander died of a heart stroke, on that sunny day of June with pure white clouds and a bright light blue sky above him. And Tom Marvolo Riddle walked out, and in silence, disappeared. He had much to do and so little time. It was in silence that Harry was healed and brought once more back home to rest. The fault had been given to a fallen shelf, upon which he had apparently decided to climb to get a book higher up. The fact the shelf had broken his arm in 3 distinctive points meant nothing to the healer. Broken bones were healed with some strange spell to set the splinters straight, and then a dose of Skelegro. When the sun settled and dinner time came around, he could already move his arm. It didn't mean he liked it, but this time he intended on getting his wand back first. Still, it wasn't as if he could ask the woman for the wand now, could he? He had bowed lightly to the will of the woman, not much because utter understanding another side so quickly would have been suspicious. Dumbledore could have been portrayed wrongly or rightly, to him it didn't matter. Voldemort too could have been an evil Nazi oppressor or a deviated saint, but still he knew he had managed, at the very least, to convince the woman to let him get healed. Then, instead of calling the woman out or asking for help from the hospital's guard, he had simply let her bring him back to the House of Scamander. The only thing that kept him happy was the fact that, indeed, the invisible cloak worked miracles together with the pocket watch of Salazar. He didn't know if the woman had already intruded in his mind, but she had apparently stuck with the rule saying, no obliviates. That actually was giving points to Voldemort's side instead of Dumbledore's. He knew of course that the wrongness that came from his gut instinct had to be listened to, and because of that he wasn't prone to believe in Voldemort either. The question was, what could he do? He could form a third side. Of course that would end up very well. He would just end up going against the 2 strongest sides of the world, and even worst, it would be a child playing to be a hero against people who had fought decades. It was wishful thinking at best unless he grew stronger than both sides by the time a clash happened. The question being on where he could find allies. He knew he couldn't rely on lies and deceits. He knew he couldn't just walk up to someone and ask them to become his partner. He knew he had to do something else concerning that prophecy that apparently had made Voldemort interested in him, because him being some sort of children of calamity wasn't a good way of putting his future. Worst was the idea that Dumbledore had heard said prophecy too. So if Dumbledore knew he was going to end up being a pain, an evil bad pain, it made sense to make him a weak one. One that he could defeat easily once the time came, cash in more favor with the crowd, and then pass more laws. It made sense. and it made his stomach lurch in sickness and utter desire to retch. The woman didn't appear as mad, but after all, no madman actually seems psychopathic until they smile at you and plunge a knife in your back, all the while probably chanting something about elder gods, Cthulhu and the likes. The problem was that she was cooking, right in front of him, in the kitchen. The fact she was humming a happy tone was positively creepy, but it wasn't, actually, the worst. What was the worst was that creature was giving him a sympathetic look. Now, when a house goblin gives you a sympathetic look, and goblins usually live in filth and are known to eat anything, then something bad is bound to happen. What Harry would have liked to know was why the woman had suddenly decided to cook by herself. And for our new Death Eater, a dinner made by my hands. The woman giggled a few moments later. Well, now Harry knew why the woman was positively happy, and he also knew why creature was giving him that look. The stew, if stew could be called, was purple. Squishy, tentacle-filled, and purple. So he had passed her test, and was now considered one of her colleagues probably. That did mean that he had to keep the pocket watch of Salazar always on his person. He had no doubt they could read his mind, since apparently it was something everyone could do and abuse. The stew was chewed as slowly as possible and with as much water as possible. The fact the woman had apparently strange taste buds meant nothing, of course. I spent 4 years in Azkaban, you know. Bellatrix commented offhandedly as she took a sip of wine. Food was atrocious, Dementors were horrible, but I knew it was all a plan of the Dark Lord. It was his great plan to bring Britain to a new rule. I see, so you follow him because of who he is, and not of what he preaches? Harry queried, trying to subtly gesture to creature to make his stew disappear and not having a great success at it. I admit, the tone was flirtatious and that gave him the creeps. I had a really big crush on him when I was young. I mean, I ended up in Slytherin. We were shunned by all the other houses, and yet he had come out of there and become someone strong, really strong. I had the biggest of all crushes on him. She meekly muttered, before slowly shaking her head, but then again I grew up and ended up falling for an idiotic Hufflepuff who had no qualms walking straight out in front of a hippogriff, and when we did get married, I forgot all about Dark Lords and the rest until, of course, Dumbledore invited him to watch something concerning dragons. Bellatrix sighed deeply, staring at her ring. You know, I was once a black. We were told about blood purity and the likes, but I never bothered much with it. Sirius certainly hadn't been thrown out at his highest peak of troubles, and that told lots about the patience my mother really had. But then Dumbledore went and killed my husband, I'm sure of it, mind you, and now here I am. I just want revenge against the man. If I have to kill or not muggles, if I have to torture people or not, I don't care. I want him dead, and the Dark Lord can give me that chance. There was silence, for a moment. Harry was absent-mindedly stirring his stew with what little remained of his wooden spoon. What could he say actually? But let's talk about something else. The woman cheerfully exclaimed a second later. How did you score in your class? The small talk on Hogwarts was soon over, and as Creature finally realized that no, he didn't want more salt in the soup but for the soup to disappear, dinner was over. His wand hadn't still been given back to him, but that didn't surprise him. He'd get it back eventually, wouldn't he? Tomorrow morning we will begin training once more. I will hold on to your wand every time that we aren't training. The woman commented after looking at him still hovering in the kitchen. And we will be going to Diagon Alley to buy your stuff for the 2nd year. I got the list, and I pity the fool who decided that to do Muggle studies, one needed Lockhart's books. I see Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart is an idiot. Bellatrix commented. If he did half the stuff he claimed his autobiography speaks of, he'd be either extremely powerful or already in the Wizengamot. He goes around writing fantasy story and some people buy it. That's all. How did one write fantasy stories in a fantasy world and actually sell them? Wouldn't it be like writing politics in the Muggle world? And those were a bore, but that was a stereotype. I see. I don't have Muggle studies until the 3rd year though. Safe from that, right? I suppose. Bellatrix mumbled. If you do take Muggle studies on during the 3rd year, I will personally send you a howler a day until you stop taking it. There was some sort of anger in that voice that Harry couldn't place, but it did chill him for a second. The woman was no different than a normal witch 1 second, and then the next she suddenly said things that chilled him to the bone. It was like watching Dr. Jekyll suddenly morph into Mr. Hyde while keeping the very same face and appearance. You understood, Harry muttered, nodding slowly. Anything else? Number. She cheerfully exclaimed, have a good night of sleep, Harry dear, see you in the morning. Then the woman waved at him happily, and Harry scampered away with as much quickness as he could put into a walk that didn't turn it into a mad dash. He bolted for his school bag in his trunk, and quickly began to skim through the pages. Was there something he could do without a wand? Of course the Baron hadn't taught him anything, because of course he had made it perfectly clear that losing the wand to an enemy meant death and selective extermination of the weak of the species. At the same time, he knew he could try and make runes if it weren't for the fact that his wand was an active component in tracing them. There was nothing he could do. The most he could do was to pray that he wouldn't be killed during the night. Still, why did Voldemort want him on his side? The prophecy that made him a being of great disaster. What would he do? Wake up one day, waltz over to some sort of big red button with the words, Armageddon, and push it? He knew one thing of prophecies. They usually were so much difficult to interpret that they usually went the opposite way the more you tried to fight them. Like that one of, a great empire shall be destroyed if you cross the river, or, from your sons shall come the one to defeat you, or, you will kill your father and marry your mother, and if that's not sick enough you will unwillingly curse yourself too. The Greek did have their ways with debaucheries, that much Basilius had told him once during one of the few nights that went by the theme of, drill the first year with questions. Still, as he lay in the comfortable bed, within the most normal-looking room of them all, he couldn't help but realize that indeed the worst wolves are those in sheep clothing. Lily, where is my son? Lily hissed with her eyes like smoldering craters of doom and devastation. The poor ministry employee simply screamed a high-pitched girly squeal and disappeared beyond the doors, leaving the spot empty. Lady Potter, another employee began, while sweating profusely, we assure you, we have no idea what. I know you receive notifications when a boy is adopted from the adopting family. So you will now move your pathetical underpaid asses and find my son before I decide to. Lily. James exclaimed loudly, blimey. Calm down please. How the hell can I calm down? Lily yelled back, it's been years. Years. I've forgotten about my little Harry for years and you tell me to calm down. Lily. James' face was just like that of a kicked dog, but the man still managed to reply to his wife, I know, all right. I know, but you're not helping Harry if you tear down the ministry. Indeed. A woman dressed in bright pink appeared from behind the door the previous ministry employee had disappeared from, Dolores Umbridge Selwyn. The woman presented herself, I personally oversaw Mr. Doe's adoption to his new parents. Mr. Doe? Lily asked with her eyes open and wide. Indeed. Not having any living family left at the time of. And who the hell are we then? Lily yelled out in disbelief, surely the magic of the ministry would have. I am afraid that a Fidelius charm is far more powerful than what Minister Fudge has at his disposal currently. Dolores replied curtly, in any event, the adoption went by smoothly and now Mr. Doe is happily placed in a friendly and warm familial environment where he will certainly flourish. There was a sort of sickeningly twisted sweetly tone in the woman's voice that made Lily see half red and half murderous. Are you saw? Lily. James' hands grabbed her by the shoulders, let me talk, all right. Fine. She huffed, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Now, Madame Umbridge Selwyn, James began slowly, and the use of the complete surname apparently appeased the pink-dressed woman, who was now displaying a small arrogant smirk on her face. We are Harry's parents, as you two said, he was put under a Fidelius charm and hidden from us. We would like him back now we are his real family. That is simply not possible, Mr. Potter, Dolores replied with as much fake sympathy as possible. He has legally been adopted, and unless its adoptive family decides to renounce him, we cannot simply overrule their decision. The ministry prides itself in helping pure-blooded family keep their traditions and privileges after all. The woman was speaking with such a bubbly tone that Lily's promise not to hex the woman was already reaching its limit. Maybe she could send a boggart her way or curses. Lots of powerful and dark curses to turn her from a pink-clad witch into a dark brown. Would it be possible to contact the family and tell them of the situation? James began asking. That is indeed possible, Mr. Potter. Of course, we cannot tell you their address or their name because of privacy concerns. Here Lily snorted, but we can send them a message of yours. If you will address it to my new office at the Department for Minors Law Enforcement, I will quickly send it through. Thank you so much, Madam Umbridge Selwyn, James said with a bright smile as he began to walk away, pulling at Lily, who wanted clearly not only to say more, but possibly also fling 5 to 6 jinxes the same way the old bat was now retreating towards. Calm down, Lily, James whispered, as they left the ministry's halls. Even if they don't tell Harry anything, we will see him at school soon enough. That's not soon enough, Lily screeched. You heard my sister and how she spoke about him. Little horrible freak, she called him. I'm scared she and that whale of a husband of hers might have even abused him. And now he's scared and alone and with strangers and in panic, Lily took deep breaths before finally blurting out, we have to tell Dumbledore too. Lily's last words came out as whispers, if there's anyone who can help, it's him. All right, I'll call him when we get back home, all right. And with a quick nod from her head, the couple disapparated from the ministry. Harry. The bed was comfortable, warm, fluffy, and the furred sheets were a bright green color, slightly covered with reptiles. All right. Harry's eyes were clearly deceiving him. There was no way snakes would be standing on his bed. There also was no way they could have managed to get to him by climbing from the window that was closed. There was just no way they could have entered from the door that was, once more, closed. They had to have come from somewhere, but the only thing open in his room was the bathroom's door, and he was sure, bloody sure, there wasn't a window to the outside from there. That wouldn't have been a problem per se, if it wasn't for the fact that Harry remembered just with whom he was sharing the house with. Lord Voldemort's servant Bellatrix Scamander was probably fond of reptiles. Snakes were always portrayed as the evil guys, and he had half a feeling this was no different. He would have yelled, he really would have, but he didn't need to. The slithering mass of scales and fangs moved rushing towards the bathroom a few seconds afterwards, leaving not one of their peers behind. Then the door of his room opened and Creature came in carrying a tray with tea and biscuits on it. Harry knew that hallucinations were a part of a cracked mind, but really, he was keeping the invisible cloak on even as he changed clothes or as he washed. There was no way someone could have obliterated him again and made him worse. Yet either there had been a mass of snakes in his room or there hadn't. If the second case, then it either was a hallucination or it wasn't. And if instead there had been snakes, then the question was, of course, why the hell had snakes, of all things, decided to use his room as a nesting area? Master Harry, sir, must eat. Creature exclaimed happily. Mistress Bellatrix expects Master Harry ready in 30 minutes for training. Harry ate mechanically, glad that Creature had been the one to bring up the breakfast, and was dressed as soon as possible. He didn't bother washing, not with the doubt of the snake mass ambushing him in the bathroom or with the fact that if he was actually going to train then he'd probably end up sweaty nevertheless afterwards. As it turned out, training, with Bellatrix involved grabbing the wand, this time with no Cerberus ready to pounce, and then doing his best duck and dodge skills to avoid the colored jet of lights. The Bloody Baron had warned him the day after he had tumbled Ron with the Cuspis Terrae. Some spells were meant to be kept secret, and used only when the death of the opponent was willed. While he had little doubts he'd actually cry if Bellatrix died, first he didn't know if he'd pull it off, and secondly he didn't want to end up in prison for murder if he actually managed the feat. The bone-crushing hex is useful. 2 twirls and a smash movement and you can hear your opponent's screams all the way through a wall 5 inches thick. Of course it also does crush some bones in the enemy's body, but it's the screams of the enemy that make it worthwhile to learn. Harry shivered at Bellatrix words, before wheezing for air, his entire body sweating terribly from the running and ducking. You need to go on the offensive, Harry dear. Now she was using the motherly tone. Don't tell me you know nothing but pantry tricks. Come on, you can't have graduated with just a Leviosa now. At least a Flipendo. Surely you can throw something better. Harry didn't reply, merely panting for air and trying to look as beaten up as possible to avoid actually having to give an answer. Maybe the woman would let it drop. Of course, has to be Hogwarts. Bellatrix remarked, teach nothing better than stupid songs at the beginning of the year. Is the hat still thinking he's Elvis reborn? Harry blinked. Elvis. Wasn't he a Muggle singer? Bellatrix didn't seem like the sort of person to listen to Muggle music, so that left him with. Elvis Presley was a wizard. Was. The woman retorted, raising an eyebrow. Still, as I hope. Last I checked, he was fighting another band for first position in the Witch's annual top hit scores. Wait a minute. Harry mumbled, raising his hands in a mock sort of, calm down. Did he also sing in the Muggle world? Yeah, it was a really dark period of his life, but thankfully it was over soon enough. Bellatrix commented, maybe I could get you a magic radio with recorded songs. Why not a music disc? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow before suddenly cursing himself. Oh right. Magic and technology. Wait. He knew that magic and technology hated one another, but apparently he never even bothered to find out why. If a wand could freeze a computer, then could a supermarket's technology area destroy a spell? Could it choke a wizard to enter the MIT? That was quite a good enough question. Maybe he'd need some form of electromagnetic wave to make it work, but really, why did technology have that effect on magic? Harry, am I to comprehend you have knowledge of Muggle technology? Bellatrix remarked offhandedly, looking at her wand with vivid interest. Well, I'm a StarCraft player, and he should have known. He should, in truth, have at least suspected. Crucio. And then he was on the ground, screaming as his entire body was racked with pain. This pain was worse than blinding or scathing, because it held no origin. A broken bone hurt if moved and a wound hurt if pressed. This pain was all-encompassing and had no origin. He couldn't scratch it or soothe it, and it hurt. It hurt so much he became raucous with his screams. Then the pain stopped, and he breathed in with relief before retching on the ground near him. Muggles are a filthy spawn, Harry. Their technology and their things are worthless and horrible. Bellatrix commented. But hadn't she said she would follow Voldemort even if he wasn't all that Muggle-hating? No, it made no sense. I have nothing personally against wizards, or half-breeds or the likes. Those who have magic are fine. Those who don't and use technology are worthless scum that should be burned to a pyre, all right. She smiled when she said the last word. Why, yes, he muttered, shaking slightly. Very good, Harry. She clapped her hands. Now Accio. And his wand slid from his hand and returned to Bellatrix, waiting palm. And go and get cleaned, will you? We have shopping to do after lunch. She smiled, she waved, and she skimped back towards the house. Harry merely trembled in shock and silence. Crucio was one of the unforgivables, and now it was clear that the woman was completely mad. She couldn't erase his memory, but she could work well enough make up for it with pain. With this he could try and get someone on his side. He could have her sent to Azkaban, but it probably wouldn't work. He also knew about the Dark Lord's seemingly unscathed existence post that night. This meant that Voldemort was still alive. How had he missed that little tidbit of information till then? Voldemort, the bane of Great Britain, was still alive. How could that was important? If he told Dumbledore, he'd be dead. Dumbledore wanted him dead. At the very least, he'd stick with the facts. Dumbledore had obliviated him repeatedly, to the point where Henry and Helena had to possess him throughout at least 2 months to keep him to his sanity. Even then, all that he had managed to obtain was a slightly altered conception of his past that, in order to avoid massive headaches, he had decided to avoid even thinking about. All that remained to him was to think about the present and the future, nothing else and nothing more. He couldn't trust Snape, and he couldn't trust Bellatrix, and he certainly couldn't trust Dumbledore or the Dark Lord. It was simple, really. He knew the Bloody Baron's words weren't made for nothing. He could only trust himself. But that was a bad path. There were thousands upon thousands of evil guys in literature and fantasy who, by mistrusting everyone else, had ended up on dark and bloody paths. He had done as much unintentionally, by actually making Gryffindor look like the evil guys, destroying their earning and basically setting them down with the sheer power of words. He had to think. On one side, a Mussolini who had no qualms in killing him for fame and power, and that subtly changed the laws to make them darker. On the other side, a magical Hitler that had been framed into evil and that had kept on its path to keep fighting the Mussolini. If only there was some sort of allied force that could swoop in and save him, or at the very least bring him elsewhere. He couldn't choose Potter. It meant Dumbledore, and Dumbledore meant death. He could at the very least survive. Voldemort sighed for a bit if anything. He was an Aryan in the eyes of the magical Nazis, and as long as he didn't do anything, they wouldn't do anything in return. He felt no better than the Vichy government. He felt as if he was betraying the French, but he would be spared. Life meant more than stupid things like ideals. He wasn't in Gryffindor for the brave at heart. He was in Ravenclaw for the wits and the intelligence. He'd think and he'd plan. If only life was simply set by strict rules. If only. Severus. Mr. Snape. Isabella Rossi was all that an Italian grandmother could be. Crinkly, smiling and with a pair of small glasses on the tip of her eagle-like nose. Her hair was grayish and held back in a bun, and she had a small purse on her lap, as she sat in the cool shade of the Colosseum's secret wing. She was wearing a simple red shirt with frills on the hem of the neck, a dark black gown, and wore a golden watch on her right wrist. Severus had no doubts that the woman had earned her place as the new headmistress of the Italians Universitatis because she displayed such an amount of wrongness from her entire form that it didn't take much to feel that something was different, that the elder was more than just an elderly lady who had sat down to take some rest. Signora, Madame Rossi, Severus remarked curtly. It is a pleasure to. Stronzit bullshit, the woman rolled her eyes. Out with it, child. You might have death far from your bones, but trust me when I tell you that every second counts. Severus' eyes actually bulged imperceptibly for a moment, before he quickly recollected himself behind his occlumency shields. He should have known not to trust appearances, especially not when coming from a lady that was directly responsible for the hold of the Grappa frontline during the First World Wide War. I see. Severus commented. Then I will get straight to the point. Albus Dumbledore is. You. Riccione. The gay. Really offensive term, Severus, right about then, choked on his own spit. Madam. Youngsters these days so easy to ruffle their feathers. Isabella displayed a small smile, as she slowly inclined her head to the side. I know why you were sent, ragazzo boy, and the answer I can give you starts with an F and ends with yourself. So there is no way for you to change your ideas on the curriculum? Severus queried quickly, knowing all too well that the lady would just keep interrupting and sending crass comments, were he to try something else. The dark arts aren't evil, brat. It's the hand behind the wand that makes the choice. Fire will be defeated with fire, not with happy dances and giggling schoolgirls. Isabella narrowed her eyes, and you can tell your headmaster that what happened in München will happen here too, if he dares to insist. I am not fond of bloodshed, but will not hesitate to strike. That cue taken, Severus was out of there in an instant. How fun it is to rile up children, isn't it? She asked to the shadows. Well, for old people boredom is a terrible threat, isn't it? The voice remarked dryly. You're leading him on, aren't you? Isabella asked back to the voice. Or maybe I'm leading you on, who knows? The owner of the voice shrugged. It is within my capabilities, isn't it? Of course it is. Fancy yourself some tea. Please. The voice rolled his eyes. When you're in Italy, you go for the coffee. Well said. And with a quick nod, Isabella disappeared with the crack typical of apparition. The voice lingered if a second more, before doing the same thing. Lillian. Diagon Alley was bustling with people. At present, Lillian was more worried about the fact that she had a brother, and that brother hated her guts. What was more was that she had a twin brother, one who should always have her back, and she his, and that instead had worked his way into destroying her reputation at school. Now, she simply dreaded going back to the sneers and the taunts. She still had nightmares about the chance. The cup to the scum. They yelled. Sometimes she could see it, and then it even became worse. She saw Harry coming back home, and her getting forgotten. She saw her parents bringing Harry home, giving him her stuff and room, and then leaving her in a cupboard. She dreamed of nightmares where she ended up with a wizard-hating family of muggles who would beat her and flog her, and sometimes she even dreamt of Harry having his revenge on her by killing her parents, their parents. They were all stupid dreams, but sometimes she just wished she hadn't been the girl who lived, but just Lillian Potter, sister to Harry Potter. They might have gone to school together, maybe ended up in Gryffindor together, and have a fun and happy life at school, carefree of everything. Instead, Voldemort had happened. He had kidnapped Harry, he had stolen their memories of him, and he had made them ignore him throughout the first year. Just why hadn't he talked to them? Why hadn't he come up with a reason to talk to them, to explain to them, to ask them why? He would have realized their parents hadn't really abandoned him, that it had been all lies. Instead, it had happened, and Harry was no longer reachable. There had been no reply from the ministry about who had adopted Harry, and negotiations appeared to be unavailable. That was why she hoped to see him today, in Diagon Alley. She knew it was a stupid thought, really. There were a lot of days of time to get the school supplies, but her parents had thought about it, and with the date of adoption known, they'd apparated to Diagon Alley once a day to get something. Sure, it meant being forced to walk through shops for the entire day, but she ended up having lunch with her mother and trying to calm the woman down from jumping at shadows or just slightly dark-haired boys who resembled Harry. Today was their second day of doing such a thing. They had lunch, and now the two Potter girls were walking towards Madame Malkin's for the robes, when her mother tensed slightly. There, in the middle of the crowd, walking next to a raven-haired woman, stood a dark-haired boy with the crest of Hufflepuff on the back. The blue and bronze colors on the hem of the robes, however, betrayed his Ravenclaw's allegiance, and Lillian knew, she knew before her mother could even mutter it. Harry. And with the scream, the crowd stilled to stare and watch. He hadn't heard his name being called. No, he had not heard his name being called. Bellatrix had stiffened next to him, before slowly starting to walk again. He mimicked her, as fast as possible, but certainly not because a familiar voice had called his name. Who was he kidding? Of course someone had called his name, and of course he knew who the voice belonged to. Still, he hoped Bellatrix had a solution, because he had absolutely no intention of stopping to talk with the Potters, and certainly not with that woman. She had made it pretty clear who his mother was, wasn't it? He was being petty. He was being jealous. He knew he was acting like a spoiled kid who was found with his hands in the candy and is yelled at, but still refuses to admit it. He wanted to be recognized as his real mother's child, of course, but he couldn't. He just couldn't stay and talk to the woman. He had no idea if she was about to offer him a place in her house as her sister's son, or if she had finally remembered that he was her children too. All that he knew was that he wanted to stall this as much as possible. Bellatrix took a sharp turn and he followed swiftly after. Harry. Harry, please stop. The woman kept on calling, but he didn't. If he did, it would be the Potters, then Dumbledore. He knew he had school. He knew he had to end up in Hogwarts again and face Dumbledore, but at Hogwarts he wasn't alone. Sure, all he had were the ghosts, but they could call for help. They could call for Draco and the other Slytherin who hailed him as king, and they could do things and help him out. Strangely, Harry knew he would be safe at the heart of the enemy's fortress, but not at the outskirts. The gentle Mussolini wouldn't kill him where the press could see him, but would certainly exile him and get someone else to fling the dagger down. Next to the right. Grab my hand. Bellatrix hissed. Harry winced at the tone, but did just that. He felt a sharp pull, a tug, and the next moment they were within the store that sold the magic books. I hate family reunions. The raven-haired woman replied, so here. Handing him over the list of books to buy. Get them and I'll wait for you outside, here's the money. Then, after handing him over a good amount of gallons within a pouch, she walked out briskly. Harry knew better than to start complaining. He had the list and the money, he'd make do. Quickly his feet brought him over to the school books, where he stopped for a moment. Of all the bloody days to get his stuff, not only did he have to meet with his family, but also with the Weasleys, one that was apparently getting their books from the special sales and the second-hand stalls within the shop. Normally, he wouldn't have stalled. He'd have gotten his stuff and left, but what if the Weasley knew who he really was, and they detained him? He couldn't let them find him now, could he? He needed something to disappear from sight. Something he could wear to cover his face that didn't revolve around magic, because he was a no. He could use magic in Diagon Alley. Even if he was a minor, the area of the trace would be meaningless in the spot, but he didn't have his wand. He was without his wand, and placed in such a tight situation that his inner East pocket held both the Bezoar stone and Salazar's Slytherin pocket watch, but he did need something, anything, to get through with his book selection. If only the invisible cloak could actually make him invisible too, this wouldn't have been a problem. It wasn't as if he could walk backwards without attracting attention now, could he? Look, Mom. It's Gilderoy Lockhart. One of the Weasley, a young girl who probably would start Hogwarts that year, exclaimed while looking in the opposite direction of his. At the same time, Draco of all people entered the shop together with his father, and when their eyes met, and then settled on the Weasleys, it was a split second of understanding. The blond boy's eyes appeared to hold the eye bags typical of people who did not have a good night of sleep for at least a couple of weeks, and if possible, Draco was paler than usual. Still, the Slytherin was next to him in less than 2 minutes, and with startled hisses pronounced some of the most contrite words ever to be spoken of. You could have told me your guardians had disowned you. We could have. Draco. Is he a friend of yours? Draco's father was hovering behind his child a moment later, but after his cold gaze settled on him for a moment, it left with a tint of a smile on the man's lips. Of course. Father, this is Harry Dewar. Scamander. Harry replied quickly in a low voice. I was adopted a month afterwards, Draco. Now I'm Harry Scamander. I know. Lucius replied with his smile now turning positively into a grin. Bellatrix and I walked around the same circles during our youth. Oh right. Lucius Malfoy was one of the magical Nazi soldiers who had given the fault to their magical Hitler to get out of prison free of charge. Well, he had to build a new hospital wing at St. Mungo's, but no, Azkaban had apparently kept the man sane enough, which couldn't be said the same for Bellatrix. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir, but I'm in a bit of a hurry and, at that, Draco raised an eyebrow and Harry quickly muttered to explain. I'm cousin with Lillian Potter and her mother wants to adopt me. Which was probably true, at least to him it was. And the Weasleys might know of this and detain me if I go over there to buy the second-year books, and since Bellatrix is probably waiting outside for me I have to be quick, but I don't know how to. Say no more. Lucius cut Harry off before he could actually say anything else, and once his wand was out, a light touch on the boy's forehead made him transparent. Wait here now. And then Lucius was off. Is your father always? He's trying to change. Draco mumbled with his eyes now suddenly downcast and looking to the side. I'm sorry I didn't write to you sooner. When I did, they just sent the letter back because you ended up getting adopted of all things. Harry merely shrugged, and then realized Draco probably couldn't see him, so he replied quickly. Not a problem, I couldn't write because it was a Muggle neighborhood and flying owls would be suspicious. Did something happen? Harry asked, taking into account just how much, in pieces, Draco appeared to be. The blond boy took a small breath, before whispering slowly. My mother was hospitalized at the start of the summer. She's well, still in St. Mungo's. I'm sorry, Harry replied. He knew better than to ask if she was going to get better soon. With the fact that she probably still was in the hospital, and coupled with Draco's complexion, it wasn't difficult to think about the worst. Don't. She just stressed herself and had a nervous attack of sorts. She's a bit unresponsive now, but the worst is over. I'm just hoping she'll get better before school starts. Draco muttered, before sporting a light grin. We're counting on you this year too, King. Will you give us the Quidditch Cup, I wonder? Who knows? Harry replied slowly, as he finally saw Lucius actually manage to get the Weasleys to move, pay and leave. The subtle combination of jabs and insults had apparently worked, and Harry bought his second-year books with enough speed to make a snitch look slow. He did, however, get the time to say thanks to both Draco and his father, because really, lifesavers, was the literal meaning of what they were. What he hadn't thought about was the fact that the Weasleys might dally outside of the shop, and that Bellatrix might not get to him immediately. He slightly took a step out of the shop when the pair of red-haired twins, Fred and George he last recalled, turned their head quickly to where he was and then gestured to both their father and younger brother. He had been right. Lillian had told Ron, who had apparently told his family, and this time Bellatrix appeared to have subtly disappeared for a moment. The result was that with the invisibility charm gone, he was soon pressed too close to Ronald Weasley, who had apparently decided to jab his finger at him. You, the red-haired boy exclaimed with scorn, I don't buy it one moment. Ronald. His mother's tone was harsh and stern, as the woman brought her hands on her hips to admonish her son. You will leave Harry alone, you hear me? Then the boy was pushed aside as the red-haired woman began to fret and mother hen over him. Poor dearie. That wicked, worthless, lurid, the next set of insults and debaucheries was probably headed towards the Dark Lord. Actually, now Harry was glad there was no Bellatrix nearby to hear. Horrendous monster kidnapped you and now you probably don't know what we're talking about. No, Harry had a pretty clear idea they were talking about whoever had adopted him. Madam, I know perfectly well what we're talking about, Harry began, only to be interrupted once more. Harry, oh for the love of the Zergs. Why was he on a first-name basis with people he considered complete strangers? His eyes widened a moment in recognition of just who had yelled at him with his name, his father. The man was apparently flustered from the run, and as a small silver animal he didn't recognize flew out of the tip of the man's wand, he held little doubt his mother or sister would be next to arrive. Listen, boy, I know this might seem shocking to you, but James was putting up his best calm and collected face, but was failing miserably. He was more on the anxious and worried expression. Harry dear, come over here. Now Harry was getting positively murderous. Luckily, this time, it was Bellatrix. Only she was wearing a pair of thick sunglasses, a wide-trimmed hat and a blonde wig. The Hufflepuff's crest was quite visible on her robe's front, by the right side of her chest. And Ron's mother's voice died in her throat as she watched the sheer hurry Harry used in getting to the woman's side. I got everything, Harry muttered to Bellatrix, kind of hoping they could now disappear or teleport away, but instead the woman had apparently other intentions. Gently putting her left arm around Harry's shoulder in an overly affectionate and motherly tone, she sweetly exclaimed. Harry dear, are these your friends? Gesturing amicably towards the Weasleys while sporting a brief white teeth flash, that seemed positively predator-like. Madam, were you the one who adopted Harry? James was the first to recollect from the shock, and swiftly walked in front of the woman while making a small bowing gesture. I am Lord James Potter. I am Harry's defense against the dark arts teacher and also his father. Harry gaped for a moment, shock probably visible on his face. So they remembered him. Why did they have to? Why couldn't they just keep on forgetting? He clenched his hands tightly against the bag that held his school books, his gaze going down on the ground instead of up to meet his father's one. Why, I would have thought he was a complete orphan, devoid of any living family. Might I ask why he was abandoned then? The question was asked sweetly, but Harry knew better. He knew better than to simply take Bellatrix words at face value, especially when she was using the sweet tone and when she was smiling. Especially when she was smiling, the best solution was to apparently duck and run away. Now, madam, he wasn't abandoned, it's just that. Harry groaned. Why couldn't he have normality once more? Dumbledore. So Madame Rossi doesn't intend to see reason? Albus queried, eyeing carefully his most trustworthy man. He knew what made the man tick and what he could use against him, and there was no need for veiled threats or manipulations. Severus would help him as long as he kept the Potters safe from the forces of the Dark Lord, and that much he knew. More than the Potters, however, as long as Lily was safe, then he would help. In the unfortunate event of their demise, then Albus would have to keep Lilian alive, and after having proclaimed her the girl who lived, how difficult would it be to have her under guard from the ministry? Albus, she insulted you outright with terms I will not repeat. There is no way you'll be able to see eye to eye with her. Severus remarked, I think I barely got out of there with my life. Isabella always had a remarkable aura around her, Severus, it's what made her fearsome indeed. Albus acknowledged his words with a light nod, before turning to look through some papers. The new term will start soon enough. If possible, I would like you to teach occlumency to Mr. Scamander. Occlumency? Severus queried, why bother? You said you did a perfect job. Because better to be safe than sorry, Severus. Teaching him occlumency would no doubt be helpful, especially if it's the wrong type of teaching. There was that narrowing of eyes on Severus' face that lasted only for an instant, but it was enough for the wizened old man to know his potions master would do it, albeit with a bit of reluctance. It was useless to try and enter Severus' mind. The boy was a natural occlumens, and he would certainly, at the very least, feel his intrusion. If he did that, then he'd lose the trust of an ally he couldn't lose yet. I see. The man retorted, was Flamel satisfied with our guarding of the stone? Albus suddenly tensed, but even that lasted for less than a moment. His hands intertwined as the silver-haired wizard slowly, deliberately slowly, muttered a single word. No. I see. Will he do another? No. Then. Indeed, Severus, Nicholas Flamel will die, as is in all human nature to die. With luck, his testament might leave something to Hogwarts. He and his wife did have little friends left, poor Scamander being one of them. Albus dryly intoned, which brings us back to the boy's situation. Severus, I cannot stress it enough, the prophecy must not come to pass. What are you afraid of, Albus? Severus commented offhandedly, the child will bring the twilight of a world and the sunrise of another. He will conquer the darkness. Only that I fear, justly, that the twilight will be the doom of our world. Severus. Albus whispered, but mentally sighed in relief. Severus didn't know all of it. He didn't know just how close Harry was getting to completing the prerequisites, and if he ever did, then Albus would have to leave subtlety aside and kill the boy himself. With Scamander's death, however, maybe Albus was getting a bit paranoid. How could that part of the prophecy come to pass with the man's departure from the living world? Harry. Fortescue's ice cream parlor was packed with tension and people. Bellatrix was still acting as a doting mother, holding her arm around Harry's shoulder and smiling graciously. Lily Potter was apparently torn between yelling and keeping quiet. Lillian was looking at him as if he had grown a second head. James was trying a light nervous smile, and Ron was the only one of the Weasley family who had apparently stayed with the Potters. Something about having to play Quidditch in the afternoon at the Potters' pitch and having less time to waste if he went with them directly. Of course, it was more of a, let's throw our nose where it doesn't belong. At least that was Harry's opinion on the boy's presence. So, James began hesitantly, as I explained, Harry does indeed have a family, one that would love nothing more than to see him happily back at home. I see. Bellatrix remarked with her smile, unfortunately Harry is my son now. I am his family, and his home is within the Scamander's cottage. There was a moment of silence, before Lily finally snapped. You want to bring it to court then? Fine UWH. Lily. Mom. Both James and Lillian were shocked by such a display of ferociousness, but it was probably normal after everything. Coming to terms with the fact that one's own son, one's own flesh and blood had been basically isolated and forgotten for at the very least 11 years was a harsh blow. Especially when someone else had begun to fill in the void. At least that was probably what Lily Potter was seeing, while Harry held little to no doubts he just wasn't going to get a caring and loving family ever. He'd probably end up with dysfunctional Death Eaters singing their Heil Hitler songs or their hymns while trying to keep looking like a good little Aryan. Why couldn't he just yell? Why couldn't he just scream and tell his family that the woman wasn't being overly affectionate, but simply holding him hostage, by keeping up the subtle action of being able to disapparate from there at her whim? Of course, those three weren't his family to begin with. From what I heard and saw, he was abused during his early years of life. Bellatrix offhandedly commented. Harry's own blood froze. That wasn't possible. The Dursley had been anything but abusive. The most abuse he had received had been a slap on the back of the head by Vernon, and even that had been amicable and related to his usual running down the stairs without even bothering to check if someone was coming out of the kitchen's door. The fact that both Lily and James were apparently paling and buying the story. Why was even Lillian looking at him with a sympathetic look? No. It was wrong. How could they? They called him a freak among other things. Flung him in a cupboard, did really horrible and scarring things. The last thing he needs is to be removed from a loving household and end up into one where he will be treated as the second best. That wasn't true. None of that was true. Why the hell didn't they understand the woman was lying wait? If they remembered him, then they had to have gone to the Dursley first. If they had met the Dursley, then they might have called him a freak. Maybe they really hadn't done anything bad to him in his youth, but after discovering he was a wizard they did abandon him. Or maybe they had done something horrible to him, but then Dumbledore had obliviated him of that. He had obliviated him of all the pain so that he could feel the pain for his family leaving him. He forged all his memories. Was this too going to be a forged memory? Was he going to wake up tomorrow without even knowing his memory had been forged? No. He had the pocket watch. He was safe. He knew he was safe with the watch. But what if it was a lie? What if it didn't exist? What if the ghosts were liars and the watch was just a fancy watch, so that everyone could know what he was thinking and act accordingly? What if this was just a ploy? He felt lost. He didn't know what to do. I would never treat him as second best. Lily hotly replied, only for Bellatrix to quirk her lips in a tight smirk. Really? He wouldn't be known as the brother of the girl who lived. I suppose you already have a room for him too. Or will you just convert the guest's room? What Harry needs is someone who can be there only for him. I am that someone, you are clearly not. Now, madam, that's a bit excessive, don't you think? James replied, cutting in before Lily could possibly outright insult the woman. If we bring this matter to court, it is certain he will be assigned back to us. We are his real family after all. The Wizengamot will do nothing, Bellatrix remarked. As belonging to a noble house such as the Scamander immediately prevents any type of forced adoption in order to avoid the theft of a line or its disappearance, you cannot legally claim Harry as yours, because he is now a Scamander, and will remain as such until I say otherwise, which I won't, because you are not what is best for Harry. Mentally, Harry was adding, but I, a Fräulein magical Nazi with a penchant for torture is, and now excuse me but I must yell long life to Hitler or die from lack of fanaticism in my body. Yes, that was probably what the woman was thinking. She was mad enough to think like that at least. The last jibes at the Potter had probably struck them, but it was strangely Ron who had kept quiet till then that spoke once more. Bloody hell, Harry. It's you they're talking about. Come on, mate. Wouldn't you rather go back to your real family? And here Harry knew that Bellatrix had been slightly tensing with her hand around his shoulder. She was probably getting ready to apparate back home if what he said was not to her liking, so he had to act smart enough. Still, there was something else in him. Mate. How dared the Weasley call him mate when he had been accused of being what? The stealer of the Philosopher's Stone. What bloody damn git did the boy have to be, to still think he had any chance in speaking? This wasn't his business, and if his feral snarl showed anything, it was that Harry Scamander wasn't someone to call a mate. Shut your damn trap, Weasley, before I decide to tear your limbs apart. He hissed, before turning to his family, who was apparently shocked by his way of speaking. I don't know you. I never knew you, and I'm not going to start now. I'm Harry Scamander, and that's final. It wasn't hissing, but more of him being half strangled by his emotions that made him forced to say the words out like that. We can go, he added a moment afterwards, looking at Bellatrix, who was positively smiling now. Well, you heard my son, the woman commented, giving the final jibe in the family's direction. Have a nice day. And with that final, mocking salute, the two of them left the store. Harry hadn't even ordered an ice cream actually. Neither had Bellatrix, but he should have suspected it would have been kept a short thing. They popped back in the Scamander's house, with Mauler seemingly jumping out of the way and meowing at them. Albeit he had half a feeling the cat was meowing only at him. You did well, Harry, Bellatrix remarked, removing the colored hair and the thick sunglasses. But you made a tiny mistake near the end, she remarked, and Harry saw the woman was holding her wand. You know what it was. I'm sorry, he muttered weakly. Oh well, the woman rolled her eyes, at least you seem sad about it. But you haven't answered, so maybe you're sad about something else, I shouldn't have said those words. He tried to be elusive. He didn't think he had done something bad. The woman had been smiling at him before they left, hadn't she? Too elusive, Harry, tisk. The woman shook her head. Oh well, can't have everything in life, I suppose. Then she pointed her wand at him and Harry whimpered. Please. I know you don't really mean it unless you're suffering. Bellatrix suddenly yelled angrily, Crucio. Harry screamed. He screamed and he cried as his fingers clawed on the carpet and his body twisted and contorted. He tried to assume a fetal position and to stretch, but the pain was unbearable. His nerves racked themselves as if they wanted to be torn apart from his muscles and his bones, and he could feel his teeth cracking and his tongue swelling even though it wasn't real. Then it stopped, and Harry breathed in relief. I'm sorry, please, I'm sorry, he babbled, tears running down his eyes. Good, Bellatrix remarked. Now stand up and stop playing in the dirt, Harry dear. You did really well today, and the Dark Lord would surely be pleased by how you handled that filthy blood traitor of a Weasley, so I'll make you my special stew tonight. Go and get washed before dinner, off you trot. The motherly tone was back, the pleased motherly tone that any mother said to a well-behaving children, and it made him sick. And Harry ran. He ran for upstairs, towards his room and inside his bathroom, and then he closed the door behind him. He would have bolted it shut if only he had held a hammer and some nails. The boy slowly fell on the bathroom tiles, his body trembling lightly from the after effects of the curse. Why had he chosen this madness over his family? His real family. Dumbledore would have killed him. Dumbledore would have killed them. Dumbledore might have killed him or them, but he hadn't wanted to risk it. So now he was suffering. His family believed he wanted nothing to do with them, and he was clearly too close to a psychopath that was apparently only waiting for something to push her over the edge. Friend. A voice called to him, but he didn't open his eyes. He kept himself huddled up in the corner, not even daring to whimper any louder than soft sobbing sounds. Hurt. The voice was at it again, it just felt so close to him, but who? Now the voice was definitively angry. Who? But he didn't answer. He knew better than to believe in a figment of his imagination. He knew better than to believe that someone could save him from this pain, this thing he had been hallucinating, and now he was outright delirious. The Crucio spell made people mad if abused upon. The pain was nerve-wracking, and worse, it hurt without leaving behind any trace of a wound. It gave no closure. When you broke a leg or a hand, then gradually the bone would set and you'd understand that the wound is gone. Crucio gave no wounds visible, and those it gave deep within weren't so easy to close. Tired from his ordeal, Harry Scamander fell asleep in the corner of the tiled bathroom, not knowing that somewhere and somehow something was actually working for his benefit. Basilisk. So anagrams. The red-haired teen Ravenclaw deadpanned, staring at the face that was both familiar to him and also dreadfully different from the last time he had looked at it. I say they bring forth a great venture of amusement in my bones. The face remarked with a dry chuckle, and you must admit, it takes a genius to defeat a genius. I thought it took a hidden rogue to backstab a wizard and do the critical damage. Basilisk commented, standing with his back against the marble walls of the destroyed Parthenon. Which in truth hadn't been destroyed, only placed under several, notice me not, charms and turned into the general headquarters for the Greek wizard supremacist movement. I do not know what you are talking about, Basilisk. The old face supplied with an amused tone, that you are not what you say you are is clear, however. Oh well, you know me. The red-haired teen shrugged, actually I think you do. When this thing was blown up, gesturing to the intact Parthenon, for the wizards of course, I believe I did do something around the area. But that's Avada Kedavra. And the face of an old white-haired man fell down on the ground with a soft thud, while behind him a young Voldemort held his wand high in contempt. And who would you be? The Dark Lord asked, that you dare try and give orders in my name? Tisk. Basilisk remarked, I am nothing but a chance, Tom. The old teen supplied, may luck favor you. And then the figure was gone, and Tom Marvolo Riddle, known as Lord Voldemort, growled its frustration. The boy had the nerves of harassing his own Death Eaters and enraging the general population against his ideals of blood purity, and he had no idea whom the boy worked for. Madame Maxime. She was taking her tea with calm and serenity, her pinky finger outside just like it was the proper etiquette to do. In front of her, an extremely rude parent had just then decided he would not have his only son participate in the mixed classroom, and would instead leave Beauxbatons. She was halfway through the cup when the man finally finished ranting. And when I went to school here, these monsters weren't treated as students. The man wore a very expensive suit, a properly trimmed black mustache, and a pair of fine golden glasses. He had a clear case of lack of hair, but he did sport a badly concealed wig to hide it. Oh, the half-giant raised her right eyebrow. I remember you, Mr. de Bernadette, I remember you very well indeed, Maxime commented dryly. I also remember those horrible charges on assault and beat you claimed having suffered from 2 half-velas during your times here. Those monsters charmed me with their horrendous allure, the man replied quickly. I only got justice done. Indeed you have, Maxime muttered. A pity then. She murmured, because they clearly did not receive their justice, and it pains me to not even be able to be the one to grant it. What are you implying, headmistress? You're a conveniently hidden half-giant, big bones, as if. No, Mr. de Bernadette, Madame Maxime muttered curtly, I am no longer hiding my heritage. The world needs to change, starting from people rotten as you. To not even come at the appointment I had so meticulously freed my schedule for. Just how rude can you be? And with that chilling question, the door was bolted open before de Bernadette could reach his wand. A flash of light soon followed the man's death as it crumpled on the floor, turning to ashes within seconds. The voice flicked his wand back in his wrist, before making a small bowing motion towards Maxime. My dear, you are as beautiful as ever. Always the charmer. The half-giant giggled deeply. Care to take away the ashes? Of course, everything for my favorite enemy. With a deep sigh of relief, Maxime brought back down her teacup and looked at the remaining leaves within it. The dark leaves assumed a strange tube-like form that ended with spikes, sort of like a snake with a crown atop of it. If it was a good or a bad divination, she didn't actually know. She never bought the idea that that course was effective, but the girls at her school did like to be able to predict their love life. She shook her head slowly. Basilisks were extinct after all. There was no way one of them could mean anything, if portrayed within the bottom of her cup. The days passed in a blur. Without external influence, Harry could easily follow a simple cycle of training with Bellatrix and eating, coupled with some hours of book reading that did not, truly, warrant the use of the Crucio course. One time Bellatrix even ruffled his hair motherly-like and told him a bedtime story. Sure, the story was about the prowess of a Dementor guard of Azkaban beeping out souls, and he couldn't sleep pretty well for that particular night, but it was a night story. He wasn't babied, heck, it was all if he wasn't tortured every day, but he knew the drill, and as long as he followed it, everything was fine. He didn't dare go to Diagon Alley, and apparently he couldn't, once more, write or be written to by Owl because of some strange wards placed to avoid the animals from leaving the backyard. He was, basically, alone with the madwoman. Hogwarts, however, was coming around soon, and Bellatrix was fidgety, even more than usual, as of recently. She was probably suspecting he'd talked to Dumbledore, and changed sides in order to be protected. He couldn't even tell her he wasn't going to rattle her off because Dumbledore wanted him dead. Well, actually, she had been the one to tell him about the situation with the man, so why exactly was she fidgeting? He knew better than to ask. His birthday came around in complete silence and normality. Harry Scamander was now 12 years old, and no gifts, of course, were delivered to him. Probably the Nazis didn't celebrate birthdays as much as they celebrated the numbers of kills they made, or maybe Bellatrix simply hadn't deemed it necessary to make him a gift. He was kind of worried, however. He hadn't yet met his grandfather, and Bellatrix did anything but hint at him being in the house. It was the night before his departure from the cottage that he finally realized why the woman was apparently fidgeting even more. I think it is safe to assume, Bellatrix began slowly, that your grandfather is dead. She added quietly. Harry blinked. Was he supposed to feel sad? Sorry. The raven-haired woman appeared contrite as she spoke, but considering she was mad, it didn't surprise him. The next moment she would probably heartily laugh and say something funny. Well, that just makes me his successor and you the heir of House Scamander. Shrugging, the woman chuckled grimly. Well, now that did worry him. Not Bellatrix grimly laughing, of course. To that he was already too much jaded to even care. He was starting to understand the thought pattern of the madwoman. Walk with the stupid and become a stupid now was live with the mad and become mad, apparently. Aren't you going to say something? The woman asked suddenly, after 5 minutes of complete silence, in which only the noise of her fork in the plate could be heard. I'm sorry for your loss. He whispered hesitantly. He knew this meant a Crucio. Even if she would smile at him, even if she would say that everything was fine, he had done a little mistake in not answering immediately. He just knew it. He was going to get a Crucio before the night was over. Depending on how grave the mistake was, it would either last few atrocious seconds or even minutes. Bellatrix had once said she had tortured a man into insanity by holding it for 3 hours and 27 minutes. The fact she had counted the time spent had sent shivers down Harry's spine. It's our loss, Harry. You just lost your grandfather. I know you want to act like a good, strong boy and not cry, but you should let the tears go now. Don't worry, you're still Mommy's lovely little man. Bellatrix cooed with her bright smile that made Harry die inside. She wanted him to cry. I just don't think, he slowly began, while dropping the knife and the fork on the table. If the Crucio session began and he was holding onto them, he wasn't much sure he'd manage not to hit himself with both while convulsing. Oh, very well. The woman rolled her eyes, act all tough and cry later on the pillow right. She winked at him. Never show weakness. Ever. Good. Harry cringed. He sensed the but, which never came. Tomorrow you'll be going back to Hogwarts. His mother commented. I spoke with Lucius the First. Expect your friendships to remain pure, and your contact with the Gryffindors to stay to a bare minimum. The woman added, you will not like the consequences, should you decide to ignore my words. I understand, he whispered, looking at her with saddened eyes, only for her to do precisely the same back. Oh no, she wasn't that mad yet, was she? I'll miss you. The woman began to sob, before standing up from her seat and moving closer to him. My little Harry. And then she hugged him tightly. Awkwardly the boy patted her on the back, half returning the hug. Maybe, just maybe, she wouldn't make him suffer through another Crucio curse this time around. She sniffled a moment, before conjuring a handkerchief to wipe away her tears, standing once more proudly up and ruffling his hair. You may go to bed now. I'll come by and tuck you in later. She then gave him a light peck on the forehead, and sent him on his way upstairs. It was just as he took the first step on the staircase, that he heard her say, oh my, I was nearly forgetting. And then, of course, he heard that dreaded word once more. Crucio. The next morning his right hand went through a couple of spasms as he grabbed his glasses from the bed desk next to him. Slowly, trembling not for the cold or the hour but for the pain, Harry wobbled towards the bathroom's door and then in front of the sink. He looked like a mixture between a haunted ghost and a ghoul. Training with Bellatrix had removed the baby fat, and the cursing on his body had made him weary. His eyes looked worse than haunted. Soulless. His hair was now loosely tied in a ponytail behind his back because there was just no frigging way he'd let Bellatrix near him with a pair of scissors. Of the other changes in his physiques, the most noticeable was his skin. Somehow, even by spending all that time outside in the sun, he had still managed to retain a pale skin. He was anything but a healthy 12 years old. He looked more like some sort of specter having risen from the tomb. Was this the effect of the Crucio? Or was it simply him being him? The eyes in the mirror, however, flashed red for but an instant. He blinked, rubbing his eyelids before looking again. No, they were his normal green color, as always. There was nothing strange with them. He was fine. Everything was fine. Sure, he wouldn't be winning beauty contests, but he was fine. He'd survive. He'd manage it, and then, he'd kill the bitch. He'd probably cut her in pieces, torture her little by little, and then devour her corpse just to be on the safe side. Harry gagged at the mental image, shaking his head repeatedly as he washed his face. Eating a human body. That was just wrong. He wasn't a cannibal. Maybe he'd just split her head with an axe. One of those war axes the goblins were so fond of using during their rebellions. Or maybe use a heavy mace and see how much a head has in common with a watermelon. He could even hear it, the melodic splat, ringing in the back of his ears. No, the splat was actually there. He quickly turned around, his eyes looking for the source of said squishy-sounding noise. From the top of the shower's cap a small green-colored snake had apparently jumped down in the water of the bath, making the splash sound that he had heard as splat. He was hallucinating badly if he managed to see snakes pass through holes smaller than them. Maybe suffering a Crucio was like getting a concussion. He shouldn't have gone to sleep earlier. He should have stayed awake at least for a couple of hours to make sure the after effects had all gone away, but he was in so much pain he had just wanted to sleep it all away. The snake, however, didn't seem to be simply going to disappear in nothingness this time around. It slithered its way out of the tub, and then began to move all the way up towards the sink, before comfortably resting in the pool of warm water Harry had been using to wash his face. You are a hallucination. Harry deadpanned. The snake actually blinked once, before slowly moving its head to the side and finally replying. You are strange, human. Yep. Hallucinating early in the morning. Harry mumbled. Listen, as much as I'd like to stay here and chat, I need to finish cleaning myself. I leave for Hogwarts and. I know. The one to blink was Harry now. On one side, the snake was actually holding a conversation with him. On the other side, he knew better than to query whether a snake that could talk or not was actually a snake and not, let's say, a magical creature. Maybe it was a sort of mystical creature that resembled a snake, but wasn't one. Like Machiavelli, who resembled a really ugly and fat chicken and instead was an apparent hybrid of an owl with really funny ancestry. Someone, one day, would have to explain to him just how that damn crossbreed had managed to make something flight-able and flight-worthy. So why are you here? Harry asked carefully. My lord felt your pain. I am to be your guard. The snake hissed. For you who bear the sign of Salazar Slytherin and are its descendant, know this, I am yours to command. Nothing you will order me to do can be wrong, and nothing that is done against you can be right. And your lord is. Harry was kind of wondering why the funny conversations had to happen always in the direst moments in his life, and for funny, he of course meant highly traumatic or outright creepy. The King of Snakes. The most humble familiar, heir of Slytherin. All right. This was just like asking someone, what's your father's name? And be answered with, it contains vocal and consonants. He already had his usual way of dealing with these things that kept on happening. He wouldn't be sane if he didn't have some way to keep himself on the right side of the lane called sanity, after all. So, with a quick nod and a shrug, he proceeded to mentally ignore the snake until after he was done with his bath. To him, the thing that was resting in the sink was nothing more than some sort of plushy toy that had somehow been enchanted to talk. Even though it was scaly, his fingers could trace all the muscles of the soft belly, and he knew without a doubt that it was actually tickling him with his tongue at the back of his ear. Apparently having a snake around his neck meant nothing to Bellatrix. Or. Harry blinked. He could feel the snake on his skin, but the invisible cloak hid him. So it didn't hide him, or his clothes, but it could hide animals. Maybe the snake had entered a pocket of sorts, but he wasn't going to be querying the snake's ways, not when it was too close to his neck. He'd need a cage, and he'd have to be sure not to lose him. Here is my lovable boy. His mother greeted him down in the kitchen with a bright smile, but with red puffy eyes. I'm so sorry for last night. I knew you deserved better than just a meager dinner. She hugged him tightly, planting a firm kiss on his forehead before gesturing for him to sit down and have breakfast. Of course she wasn't sorry for the Crucio. She never was. She was sorry for not having cooked her personal stew dinner of doom. We'll take the flow and be at the platform 9 3/4 in time. I expect you to sit with Slytherin or with pureblood Ravenclaw. Hufflepuffs are fine in a pinch if all other cars are filled and the only free spots are Gryffindors. Bellatrix began slowly to speak, as food appeared on his plate. How can that be healthy with no mice? The snake hissed at the back of his head, making his neck hair rise from the tension. The woman couldn't have possibly heard the little voice of the snake now, could she? No, she was happily telling him what to do and what families were blood traitors, that should be forgotten. Protect. The voice that whispered in the back of his head wasn't that of the snake. All right. He had to calm down. Apparently, he had someone speaking in the back of his head now. He had a snake comfortably across his back and neck, and he was doing his best to appear completely unfazed by Bellatrix discussion on blood purity as he ate a breakfast snakes apparently deemed unhealthy. I don't actually want you to go, Bellatrix whined as they neared the fire pit, his trunk and stuff shrunken in his pocket. My precious child, out to face those nasty, barbaric muggleborns and blood traitors, she whimpered lightly, as if she was really worried he'd end up fighting in the trenches and dying some sort of horrible death. I'll be fine, Mom. Harry began slowly. Draco and his friends will be there. He added a moment afterwards, earning himself a small smile from the raven-haired woman. Mentally, he thanked the gods that Draco was on his side. I hope so. I'll have a word with Lucius later on. And then they were through the fire pit and within the smoky and noisy platform where the train 9 3/4 departed usually. With luck, he'd managed to get in a compartment of the train without crossing either his family or anyone his mother would disapprove of. As he waved goodbye to his mother. No. Wait. Stop the horses. The feeling of dread pooled and intensified until he brought himself to physically push his way through the various compartments until he found one empty to sit down in. He closed the door, placing his stuff in order, and then he bit his right hand hard. That woman was not his mother. That woman was as much as far from his mother as it could go. His mother was. His mother. Who was his mother? Petunia Dursley. The woman who had grown him with love and cared for him. Or Lily Potter. That apparently loved him and hadn't willingly abandoned him. And who was his father? Vernon Dursley or James Potter? Of James Potter he knew little to nothing. In the end, the only things he had done during defense against the dark arts had been to read the chapters ahead and do the homework. He had never taken the time to know who his professor really was, or what he was like. Was he a funny professor? Or a demanding one? He only knew Vernon Dursley as a father, and that was all he'd need to know. Vernon Dursley was his father. A bit overweight, a passion for reading the newspaper, an unhealthy liking for bacon and eggs, a high level of cholesterol his mother always chastised him for, and he knew the answer to the first question. If Vernon Dursley was his father, then Petunia Dursley was his mother. The rest didn't matter. No matter the magic, the ideas, the decisions of others, those two were his family, and he would not, under any circumstance, forget them. He'd do all in his power to remember them and to make them proud. The door of his compartment slid open, and Harry mentally held his tongue as Neville entered and sat down, uncomfortably looking out of the window without a word. Spy or hostage? Harry asked after 10 minutes of awkward silence. Hello Harry, did you spend a nice summer? Neville queried slowly. Harry simply looked at him, before raising an eyebrow. They got Trevor, didn't they? Neville sighed, lowering his head and nodding slowly. I'm sorry. I'll try and get it back and all. As Neville turned to stand, Harry rolled his eyes. Sit. The boy muttered, gesturing for the Hufflepuff to sit back down. I suppose I can tell you of my summer. Next time, however, just ask for help if they take Trevor away again. Neville's eyes widened slightly, as the boy dumbly nodded. The Scamander's cottage as well, in a word, fuzzy. There are carpets everywhere, and by everywhere, I mean that there isn't an inch of wood visible on the floor. Harry began talking, trying his best to keep his descriptions onto the animals he saw or the plants he read of and then knew were somewhere in the backyard. Not that he had gone further than the cobblestone square where they trained, what with Cousteau still slightly growling at him every now and then. Still, he knew there were quite a bit of plants and animals around, so he just hadn't specified he hadn't actually been there and watched the plants with his own eyes, but it wasn't worthy being mentioned. And well, my mother's a lot fussy and all. Harry didn't keep much on the argument, instead slowly starting to drum on his knee with his fingers. All in all, it was a new way to spend summer, I suppose. He acknowledged with a small smile. How was your summer instead? Neville began to babble after 2 minutes. He probably wasn't expecting the question. Maybe the boy had thought he'd just narrate his own summer and then ask the other boy to go and deliver it without coming back. Neville was halfway through his summer, especially the part where his parents had taken him to visit his grandmother, when a dull thud hit their door. Harry raised an eyebrow as Neville opened the door, only to get tackled by a green blur. Trevor the Toad, master of escape, and since that precise instant mentally called by Harry, the reborn Lupin, had apparently escaped its captors. Trevor. Croak. Neville, are you sure your toad is just a normal toad? Harry murmured. I mean, I have a not-so-normal hybrid as an owl and a magical snake back at home that can talk, but... A snake that talks? Neville blinked in awe. Is it a couatl? A what? A couatl. They're usually Brazilian flying snakes that are used by the Brazilian wizards to bring forth the rains. They have multicolored wings and all. Oh no. It's just, a normal green-scaled snake that talks. I am an honor guard of the king. My poison can kill an enemy in one blink of my eyes. All right. Harry was now positively tense. The snake just had to have said that, right? Not because the animal enjoyed him stressed out, of course. No, it just wanted to warn him that if he just nipped his neck with its fangs, it would kill him in a second. Oh joy, if this was the start of the school year, Harry held little faith on what the end would be like. Outside, a yell of, "Hey!" followed by some ruckus made Harry tense, but it lasted only for a couple of minutes, before the door opened a few moments later, and Draco was soon inside together with Vincent and Gregory. The blond boy sighed in relief at the sight of Neville with his toad on one side and Harry on the other. Good graciousness, I'm starting to think I should ring the Weasleys' head. Draco muttered, sitting down next to Harry as Vincent and Gregory sat on the other side. How's the Boobotubers plant, Draco? Neville asked with interest, eliciting a startled groan from the Slytherin. Neville, we spoke of this during the last term. You need to know when some questions are not meant to be asked. The blond boy huffed, before turning to Harry. Yes, I had acne. Yes, I used the. Oi, calm down. Harry exclaimed, raising his hands in the usual gesture of, calm down, it's fine. Acne or not, it doesn't matter. The fact the boy sighed in relief meant nothing to Harry's brain. For the first few seconds at least, then he just began to dread. No, Harry decided, it was just embarrassment for having acne. Clearly it wasn't as if the blond boy was right, hero worship. He was being worshipped as a hero following the last year. Probably. He didn't know, but judging by how Draco was apparently tense for the following seconds, giving him some worried side glances, it had to be something like that. So this year it's the Quidditch Cup, right? Gregory commented. Last year's loss of the cup was disconcerting, but after what you did to it, my father was actually proud of me. And the way the boy said that, with the small smile and all, it made Harry's heart slightly cringe. It was as if there was quite actually little that made Gregory's father proud. Considering that he and Vincent were used as bodyguards, with no brains and all brawls. Listen, this year, if we want to do anything, we will need a way to keep in contact. Harry began slowly, earning wary glances that went from him to Neville and back. Neville, I can trust you won't tell this to anyone else? Harry asked slowly. You have my word, Neville practically said without flinching. Maybe it was the idea of being part of a conspiracy that inspired him to be a bit more forceful, or maybe he just didn't think he'd get out of the train car alive if he didn't. Had to be the first one, clearly. What we did last year, we keep on doing this year too. Harry remarked, but don't tell the first years, tell them it's something Slytherin have learned to do by themselves. In doing so, we guarantee that the following years will be pretty much the same. Why? Gregory asked, puzzled at having to tell the young years to be genuinely good, probably. Because they're first years. Harry deadpanned, the lie coming smoothly to his lips. If they were as smart as us, you'd be right, but they aren't. We don't know if they'd tattle to someone else. We know how Slytherin was treated the past years. At that, the Slytherins in the compartment brought their eyes down, but they won't. So they might think they can rattle it off with little to no consequence, and Gryffindors would love to know that. There were quick nods in the car, except from Neville, who didn't understand half of it but simply listened in. Now, for the Quidditch, does anyone know if the girl who lived is still going to participate? I didn't see her on the train to begin with, Draco commented. I think she won't, but then again, she's your. And the death glare, his own death glare, silenced Draco. She is either the girl who lived or something else. Harry growled lightly. To not ever call her with that word. Draco nodded, as did Gregory and Vincent. Neville simply looked sideways uneasily, but didn't speak. Then I'll need to have more information. Till then, Harry's eyes went to the outside, where the beauty of Scotland's green was dashing. We proceed as usual. Warn the others. With quick moves, the three Slytherin were out of the compartment, probably to go back to theirs, relate the plan and get changed in their robes. Neville instead remained. Neville, Harry muttered, I hate stereotypes. The other boy's lips trembled lightly, but he still did not speak. I know what you're thinking. He's turning dark, he's turning evil, he's a true monster who hides behind human skin. No, Neville exclaimed, I mean, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? I don't know what you're planning or what you planned, but it's harsh to call you a monster in human skin. Harry smiled gently. Now he just had to repress the urge to use the boy. He clenched his hands and gritted his teeth. Neville, I'm going to be bluntly honest with you, all right? The Hufflepuff nodded slowly, as the Ravenclaw instead began to speak. The first year happened by happenchance. I did not plan anything of the sorts, it just happened. I spoke with Draco and his friends once, and then they did all the rest. Now I'm called king, and they expect me to lead Slytherin to greatness. Neville was queasy in his seat, but Harry wasn't done. The problem is that's not me. Now his voice was cracking, as he could feel tears of frustration coming out from his eyes. I'm not an ultra-smart genius or an overlord from hell. I don't deal with minions and power bases and I hate struggles. I just wanted Hogwarts to be a school like any other, where I could learn and do nothing more, but apparently that's not the case. Now Neville was looking at him worriedly, but he had to finish speaking. Listen to me. I don't want goons, thralls or servants. I want friends. I want to be able to speak with someone else and to have another opinion. I want people I can trust with my secrets and who in turn can do the same thing. Neville was positively flustered, but Harry wasn't finished. He couldn't finish there because if he did, he'd be using Neville's sense of loyalty and Hufflepuff-ness. I'm not a good guy, Neville. I'm not going to barge in and use my body to shield someone from harm. I'm not brave to stand when my neck's on the line, and I'm not really that smart to be first in class in everything. I was average for most of my life and I doubt it will ever change. I just want a friend. If you want to go and tell Lillian and the others that I planned everything for the first year and I'm planning something this year too, then you can go. Really, I'll probably have to watch my back if you also tell Draco I'm not really some sort of evil overlord of doom and deceit, but I'm leaving you the choice. He finished. I don't want to use you, or your sense of honor and loyalty, which is why I'm being perfectly frank with you when. Neville flinched, before slowly standing up and heading towards the door. I'm not really the most honest of the Puffs, you know. The boy commented as he stood by the door. I lied back there, when I said my parents brought me to see my grandmother. The Hufflepuff reached for the compartment's door. My parents are mad. They ended up becoming mad after being tortured by Bellatrix Scamander, who was, supposedly, under the Dark Lord's imperious spell. Neville trembled slightly. I was there and I watched that woman torture my mother for 3 hours and 27 minutes. The Medi-Wizard said that I should be proud of my mom, because she survived that much, but she doesn't recognize me. She doesn't even recognize my father, who doesn't know me. The boy opened the door. I need time to think. And then Neville was out of the door. And Harry was feeling a turmoil of emotions, one darker than the other, coupled with embarrassment for having told Neville too much and with sheer insults flinging around his head at having mistakenly trusted Neville precisely because of stereotypes. He had thought the boy was a naive goody two-shoes. He had thought he'd understand and he'd become his friend, like that he had decided to be honest in the hopes of getting a friend, but all he had gotten was a delusive answer. Harry changed in his robes in silence, and as he walked out of the train, his steps took him towards the Thestral-moved carriages. He was about to climb when he saw the Thestral look at him, deeply, and then bow his head in a subtle movement. The Death Horse gestured with his head for him to mount on the carriage, and Harry hurried without giving it much thought. Maybe they did it with everyone, but not many could see them and thus know about it. 5 minutes, and they were seated, far better than having to take the boats and pass by the moat lake of the castle. Neville wasn't looking at him, and apparently was silently gazing at his own plate, at least from what Harry could see. The first years entered with order, the hat sang its song, and then the sorting began. Lovegood Luna together with a certain Andrew and Rebecca ended up in Ravenclaw, while a certain Ginny Weasley was brought into Slytherin. The following 5 seconds of silence from the Gryffindor table were deafening. The look on Ron's face wasn't there. Ronald Weasley and Lillian Potter weren't there, seated at the table. Hermione Granger was fidgeting in the corner and looking as perplexed and worried as everyone else. Then her gaze went to him, and for just an instant, Harry knew whose idea of kidnapping Trevor the Lupin Reborn had been of. He smiled at her, sweetly making a light bowing motion with his head. If the girl thought of him as an evil overlord, then he'd do that. He'd feign being evil with all his heart, just so he could prove her wrong. It was with such devotion that he did not realize his wand was slowly emitting light puffs of smoke that reached for the floor and disappeared within the cracks of the castle's floor. Severus. He nearly had a heart attack. No, he did have a heart attack, but it did not kill him. The sheer idiocy of the two idiots in front of him was something that made him angry beyond any possible way to define it. The Whomping Willow is not some place to let a car crash. Snape yelled at both of the kids, who apparently were looking chastised, but not enough. Lillian Potter, I expected better from you. Severus snarled, before turning to look at Ron. But from a Weasley spawn I expected no less. Your parents will be warned, of course. Sit here and don't move. Having gestured for the two to stay in his office, he left in a hurry. He had half an idea of leaving them in his office for a good part of the night, but he knew better. So he walked in the hall just as the sorting ended and Dumbledore finished saying the few words that made no sense whatsoever, and with a triumphant march that had, in his head, the same musical soundtrack of Darth Vader's march, he exclaimed. Headmaster. Mr. Weasley and Miss Potter decided that a car crash against the Whomping Willow was a smart idea this year around. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then of course chaos erupted as yells and screams of, bloody murder, and, my daughter is going to hear me, swiftly followed whispered and then louder conversation among the tables. Severus, instead, sat down and waited. 2 minutes later a very flustered James Potter was told where his daughter was, since the man had charged blindly without even stopping to ask where the girl had been put. Maybe his pranks weren't as vicious and cruel as those of the Marauders, but at least they had all the class of Slytherin. Now, if only he could understand why Weasley was now sitting at the Slytherin table, with Slytherin colors on her. He choked lightly on his dinner. But he held no doubt, none whatsoever, that somehow, somewhere, a Marauder had to be responsible. He'd kill James Potter and Sirius Black painfully. And then, maybe, he'd kill Remus too. That was how Severus spent the dinner of the entrance ceremony, planning carefully painful ways of killing the Marauders. One more deadly than the other, of course. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.